Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was Christmas break of 2006, my senior year of college, and most of the campus had emptied out. Everyone had scattered, some home to their families, others on trips or catching flights, and some like me, sticking around for various reasons. I had picked up a job with one of my professors during the semester, helping him with research and the occasional odd task. He was one of the few professors I actually liked, older guy, laid back, and generous when it came to things like letting students borrow books or even crash in his office during late-night study marathons. A week before the break, he asked if I could house sit for him while he flew out of state to watch our college football team in a bowl game. He had a big place way out in the country, about an hour outside town, isolated but beautiful. He lived alone except for a tiny white dog that looked like a walking cotton ball, and a few horses he kept in a stable out back. The property was massive, wide open fields, patches of woods, a small pond stocked with bass, and even one of those green John Deere gators to cruise around in. I didn't have anything better to do. I wasn't heading home until New Year's, and the idea of getting out of the dorms and spending a few days with a stocked kitchen and full privacy sounded pretty good. I invited my girlfriend at the time to join me. We'd been dating a few months, nothing serious, but she was fun and always down for something different. We packed up, made a grocery run, and drove out there the day after Christmas. The first 2 days were about as relaxing as it gets. The place had this calming silence to it that you don't realize you miss until you're away from the constant buzz of a college town. We rode the gator around the trails that cut through the woods, fed the horses, made easy dinners, and just chilled. The dog was high-strung but friendly, always trailing a few feet behind us like it had to supervise everything. The professor had a big flat screen and shelves full of old DVDs, so we binged movies each night, curled up under a throw blanket, lights out except for the TV glow. The second night, there was a heavy fog outside. I remember looking out the big kitchen windows and not being able to see more than 10 feet ahead. It wasn't spooky or anything, just one of those thick winter fogs that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller. We didn't think much of it, but then the third night came. It had started like the others. We ate leftover pasta, had a few drinks, watched something dumb on TV, and finally started winding down. It was probably close to midnight when we heard the dog start barking. Not the usual high-pitched yap she did when she wanted food or attention. This was different. She was pacing by the back door, growling and letting out short, sharp barks. At first, I figured it was just a rabbit or maybe a coyote. We'd seen tracks near the woods and heard them howling the night before. I told her to calm down and closed the blinds. The barking didn't stop. I picked her up and brought her into the living room, but a few minutes later, she ran right back to the door and started again. We still weren't that worried. My girlfriend thought it might be worth checking out, just to be sure. I joked about locking her out, which she didn't find funny, but she went out anyway with a flashlight. I stayed inside and watched her through the window. She didn't go far, just stepped onto the porch and swept the light across the edge of the yard. After a minute or so, she came back in and said she saw something move. She said it looked like a small, gray animal darting into the woods. Probably a coyote, maybe a raccoon. Nothing big. Still, we agreed to keep the dog inside for the night. I double-checked the locks and turned off most of the lights. The house was dead quiet again except for the soft hum of the heater kicking on and the occasional creak of wood settling in the cold. We stayed up for a bit, both of us a little on edge, but not saying it out loud. You could tell the mood had shifted. The dog, now sitting in my lap, would occasionally perk up her ears and stare at the windows, but she wasn't barking anymore. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. The guest bedroom was down the hall from the living room, cozy but small. We got under the covers without much talk, just glad the weirdness seemed to have passed. The silence settled heavy again, and after a few minutes, I started to drift off. That's when I heard it. It started faint, so faint I wasn't sure it was real at first. A soft sound like singing, but not clear, not musical. More like humming, or a lullaby whispered under someone's breath. It was slow, like the rhythm of someone trying to soothe a baby. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, not moving. The sound didn't stop. My mind started racing. Was it in the house? Outside, I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, maybe moving through the eaves or catching something on the porch. But I knew what wind sounded like. This was different. The tone was almost human. Still, I didn't say anything. I didn't want to freak her out. I stayed frozen, ears straining, heart picking up. Then she turned to me under the covers and said, low and firm, "We need to get out of here." I still didn't say anything. "We need to go. Now," she said again, sitting up. Her voice wasn't shaking, but it was the most serious I'd ever heard it. I asked why. "You didn't hear that?" she said, already grabbing her hoodie and sliding on her shoes. The singing, like a little girl, out by the window. That was it. I didn't need convincing after that. I threw off the covers and started pulling on my jeans and boots. I told her to grab the car keys and the flashlight. I kept trying to stay logical. Maybe it was a neighbor's kid playing a prank, maybe someone's radio, but nothing about it felt normal. We didn't pack anything, just grabbed our jackets, the dog, and got the hell out. I called my buddy from the car the moment we stepped outside. I didn't want to walk through that dark field without someone else on the line. Cell service was spotty, but I got enough of a signal. I told him to just talk to me while we got to the car. He was confused, but he did. The night outside was cold and still. The moonlight made the fields glow, but the woods looked darker than pitch. I kept scanning the edges of the trees as we walked. The dog was trembling in my arms, silent now. Every crunch of grass underfoot felt like a gunshot. We made it to the car, started it up, and didn't look back. We didn't talk much on the drive, just sat in silence with the heater blasting and the dog curled up on her lap. We crashed at my place in town. Didn't sleep much. The whole thing left this sour, unsettled feeling in my gut that I couldn't shake, like something had been off and I couldn't name it. Next morning, after the sun was up and it felt safe again, we drove back to clean up. I didn't want to leave the house in a mess, and I didn't want the professor coming home and thinking I was irresponsible. Plus, I needed to get our bags and stuff we'd left behind. The place was untouched. Nothing broken. Nothing stolen. The back door was still locked, blinds still down, the heat still running. The yard was empty, snow undisturbed. No tracks. No signs of animals or people. The dog acted normal again, running to her bowl and sniffing around like she'd just had a night out on the town. We gathered our things, checked the stables and the barn, and walked the edge of the yard. Still nothing. It was like nothing had happened at all. But I couldn't forget the sound. That soft singing, low and slow, rising just enough to cross the distance between window and bed. It wasn't a hallucination. I didn't imagine it. She heard it too. I still don't know what it was. Maybe someone was out there. Maybe a squatter had stumbled onto the property. Maybe a neighbor's kid got lost and wandered too close. Maybe it was some kind of wildlife mimicking sound. I know some birds and animals can make strange noises, but it wasn't a bird. It wasn't anything I could explain. I told the professor about it when he got back. Left out the part about how we bailed in the middle of the night, but I mentioned the barking and said we thought a coyote might have come close. He didn't seem surprised. Said he hears coyotes all the time, and they come right up to the barn sometimes. I didn't tell him about the singing. What was I gonna say? "Hey, I think someone might have been lurking around your house," whisper singing outside the window at midnight? It just sounded crazy. We never talked about it again, my girlfriend and I. We broke up not long after that, for unrelated reasons, and the story just kind of got filed away in the back of my mind. But that night stuck with me. I've been scared before, but not like that. Not a fear you can't name. Not that cold, paralyzing stillness of lying in bed and hearing something that shouldn't be there, something your brain can't categorize. It's not like the movies. There's no music, no dramatic scream, just this tight knot of tension in your stomach and the overwhelming need to be anywhere else. I've stayed in cabins since, camped in forests. I'm not paranoid, but I always double-check the locks now. I always keep a flashlight nearby. And when I hear something outside late at night, anything unfamiliar, I listen carefully. Not because I think it's something supernatural, but because I know that sometimes in the dead quiet of night, far from town and comfort, there really can be someone or something out there, watching, waiting, just outside the window. And if you hear them sing, you don't wait. You get the hell out. I grew up in a small village near the Czech border, tucked between hills and surrounded by forests and farmland. It wasn't even 100 people, maybe 60 or 70, and most of them were older folks who had lived there their whole lives. It was one of those places where everybody knew everything about everyone. You couldn't go to the village store for a loaf of bread without someone asking about your mother's back pain or your uncle's old tractor. Quiet, uneventful, and kind of frozen in time. When I was about 10, my world didn't stretch far beyond the village itself. My best friend lived 2 houses down, and we spent most of our time together. That November, we'd gotten snow early. The sky had gone gray for days and then finally opened up one night and dumped a thick, soft blanket of white all over the village. The next day was the best kind of Saturday for a kid. No school, fresh snow, and just cold enough to make your nose sting, but not so cold you had to go back inside after 10 minutes. That evening, after dinner, my friend and I went back outside. It was already dark, but the snow and the old streetlights gave everything this glowing look, like the village had been dipped in gold. We didn't care that the sun was gone. We played under the lights like we always did, throwing snowballs, sliding on the ice patches, trying to build snowmen that never looked right. We played like that for about 20 minutes, laughing and slipping and kicking snow at each other, when I looked across the pond that sat at the edge of the village. On the other side was a hill, and on top of that hill, half hidden by big old pine trees, was an abandoned house. Everyone in the village called it the Sety house, because it had once belonged to a family by that name. The house had been empty for years. Nobody really talked about why, only that they moved away or something, and it was slowly falling apart. The paint had long since peeled off, the roof sagged in the middle, and weeds grew so tall in the summer they nearly covered the porch. No one ever went there. Not because people were afraid, just because there was no reason to. It was too far from everything, too broken down to fix, and it belonged to someone no one had seen in a decade. I'd seen that house plenty of times before, and I never paid it much attention, but that night, something about it felt different. I saw a light. It was small, dim, and close to the ground, almost like someone was squatting near one of the trees in front of the house, holding a lantern or a flashlight. It didn't move, didn't flicker much, just kind of glowed steadily. It looked warm and yellow, like candlelight, not harsh like a flashlight or car headlight. I kept staring at it, thinking maybe I was just seeing things or maybe it was a reflection. But the more I looked, the more certain I became that it was real. It was just sitting there, low to the ground, and not high enough to be from a window, especially not the windows of that house, which I remembered being well above head height. At first I thought maybe it was someone from the village, but no one had any reason to go up there. There were easier paths into the woods, and no hunting allowed near the village. The only people who went into the forest in the winter were woodcutters, and they didn't work at night. The whole thing made me uneasy. My friend saw it too. We didn't say much. I think we were both hoping the other one would just laugh it off, or come up with some simple reason it could be there. But we didn't. We just kept glancing at it, and then at each other. The longer we looked, the heavier the feeling got in my chest. Eventually, we stopped playing and went home, trying not to look back at the hill too much. The next day, we brought it up to our parents. We weren't trying to make a big deal of it. We just wanted to know if maybe there was a reason for a light to be there. Maybe someone was doing something up there we didn't know about. But they laughed it off, said it was probably light from the street reflecting off a window. We tried to explain that the windows were much higher than where we saw the light, but it didn't matter. To them, it was just kids being kids, making ghosts out of shadows. We didn't let it go. We decided to walk up the hill during the day. We told ourselves it was just to prove our parents wrong. But really, we just wanted to stop being scared. If we could find a broken lantern or a patch of snow where light could reflect weirdly, maybe we could go back to just being normal kids who didn't have to think about weird lights in the dark. The hill was harder to climb than we expected. The snow was deep, almost 20 centimeters, and the pasture fences between the pond and the house were half buried, so we had to carefully climb over them. Our boots sank deep, and every step made a crunchy sound that echoed strangely in the cold morning air. When we got near the trees in front of the house, something made both of us stop. There were footprints in the snow. They weren't old animal tracks or something scattered by wind. These were clear, heavy human footprints. They came out of the woods, from a direction where there were no trails, no houses, and they crossed the pasture fences just like we had. Except they'd been made before the snow hardened overnight. The snow in the footprints was slightly melted and had refrozen, meaning they were made while the snow was still fresh and soft. That was either late last night or early in the morning. The steps led straight to the largest tree in front of the house, right where we'd seen the light. The snow there was trampled down, more than just someone standing. It looked like someone had knelt or crouched for a while, moving around in place. It was more packed than just footsteps, like someone had been doing something, waiting, maybe, or digging, or setting something down. We followed the steps from there. They led between the house and an old barn that was more collapsed than standing. The walkway was narrow and shaded even in daylight. As we moved into it, I felt a sharp crack under my foot. I thought it was a branch at first, but then I looked down and saw pieces of roof tile under the snow. All along that path, scattered and buried in the snow, were old, broken red tiles, like someone had climbed up onto the roof or thrown something down from above. But no fresh damage was visible on the buildings, not that we could tell. We didn't go much further. That narrow path felt wrong, too enclosed. The footprints continued, but we didn't follow them beyond the barn. We turned around and left, not talking much on the way back. Neither of us wanted to say it out loud, but we both knew what we'd seen didn't make sense. Nobody in our village would go up there for no reason. Nobody was missing. Nobody was known to wander around at night. We'd lived there all our lives. We knew the rhythms of the place. But for the next few weeks, we kept seeing the light. Not every night, but often enough that we noticed. Always in the same place, near that tree, low to the ground, unmoving. A few times I tried to convince myself it was some kind of trick. Maybe headlights from a distant road bouncing weirdly, or maybe someone had left something reflective there, or an animal with a glowing eye. But none of it made sense. Headlights moved. Animals didn't sit still in one place for half an hour. Reflections don't show up where there's no glass or water. And the thing was, we saw it again and again, and each time we looked up, we didn't want to keep looking. It was like seeing something private, something not meant for us. Not dramatic or loud, just quietly wrong. After about a month, the light stopped appearing. Just like that. One evening, it wasn't there. We checked again the next night, and the next. Nothing. Just the hill, the trees, and the broken house sitting dark and silent. You'd think we'd be relieved, but the feeling didn't go away. Every time I looked up at that hill, I felt like something was looking back at me. Not through the window or from behind the trees, just there, in a way I couldn't explain. Like I wasn't alone in the moment I turned my head. The snow stayed on the ground for most of the winter. Once it started melting, we went back up again. The footprints were long gone by then, but we checked the spot near the tree. The snow was patchy, revealing frozen grass and dead leaves beneath. We found nothing. No lantern, no garbage, not even a hint of what we had seen. The roof tiles were still there in the walkway, buried under muddy slush and debris from the barn. But otherwise, there was nothing new. As the years passed, I didn't talk about it much. People kept laughing when we brought it up, and eventually we stopped mentioning it. I think even my friend tried to forget it happened. But I couldn't. Every time winter came, and the first snow fell, I thought about that light. That hill. Those footsteps. That crushed patch of snow under the tree. I moved away years ago. Life pulled me to bigger towns and then cities. But I've visited the village a few times since. The house is still there, barely. It's more collapsed now, part of the roof caved in, trees growing close to the walls. The barn is almost completely gone. No one's touched it, just time and weather doing their work. The last time I visited, I stood by the pond again. It was autumn, no snow yet, and I looked up the hill just like I used to. There was no light, no movement. Just trees, branches swaying in the wind. And still, that feeling returned. Not fear, exactly, not anymore. But that weight in the chest. That sense of being watched. Like something I never understood was still sitting up there, quiet, patient, and uninterested in explaining itself. I don't know what we saw. I don't know who made those tracks, or why they stopped coming. I just know it happened. It was real, and no one will ever convince me otherwise. In high school, I had a friend named Steve. We weren't best friends, but he was part of the circle I sat with during lunch, played video games with after school, and hung out with on weekends when nothing else was going on. He was the kind of guy who could tell stories and get the whole table to shut up and listen. Sometimes they were dumb, sometimes funny, and occasionally they stuck with you. There was one story he told freshman year that I never forgot. It was the fall of 2007. Steve was talking about his older brother, Tim, who had gone off to college in New Hampshire a few years prior. I didn't know much about the geography out there, just that it was cold, rural in parts, and nothing like suburban Southern California where we lived. Tim had apparently gone to some small college up there, one of those places tucked into the woods with more pine trees than people. One night, according to Steve, Tim and his best friend decided they needed coffee. Not just any coffee, Dunkin' Donuts. I guess it was a thing out there, kind of like how In-N-Out is for us. The nearest Dunkin' was apparently across state lines, maybe in Vermont or Massachusetts. I never bothered to check a map. But to get there, they had to take a long, narrow highway that snaked through the woods. One of those roads that's a little too quiet at night, where you don't see headlights for miles and start to feel like maybe you missed a turn somewhere. It was around 2 a.m. when they made the drive. They got their coffee and some donuts, probably thinking the whole thing was just a fun, dumb late-night college adventure. They were on their way back, riding through the woods, when a red compact car pulled out in front of them from a side road. No lights, no indication that it had been waiting. It just appeared, slipping in front of them with perfect timing. Steve described it as an older-looking car, maybe from the late 80s or early 90s, the kind with the boxy frame and dull paint. The weirdest part wasn't the car itself, but its license plate. There were no state markings, no numbers. Just two letters, a black O and a green M. Tim noticed it right away. So did his friend. They said the back of the car looked like someone had scratched off the brand name, like the emblem had been forcibly removed. The paint was uneven, and there were scratches around the edges. Almost like the car had been tampered with or modified in some way. It gave off a weird feeling right away, like something about it didn't add up. A few minutes after OM pulled in front of them, little things started to go wrong. Tim's phone lost service, which maybe wasn't so strange given they were in the woods, but it had worked fine the whole way there. The jazz station they had been listening to suddenly glitched and started playing Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. Not a jazz version, the original. Tim thought it might have been a mistake by the station, maybe a joke, but there was no DJ interruption, no explanation. Just a grunge anthem blasting through a static-laced channel meant for smooth saxophones. They both got a bad feeling, like the air in the car had changed. Tim said it was like the temperature dropped a few degrees. Not freezing, just enough to feel like something was off. He let his foot off the gas, thinking it would be better to slow down, let OM pull further ahead. Maybe they'd stop seeing it, maybe it would turn off at the next exit. But OM didn't go anywhere. As soon as Tim slowed, the red car slowed too. Exactly the same. Tim dropped to 45. Omachid. He dropped to 35. Same thing. No brake lights, no sign of hesitation. Just a silent tail leading them deeper into the woods. That's when they started to panic. Tim told Steve he tried to accelerate, to just get around the guy and pass him, but as soon as he hit the gas, so did OM. Not in a casual way either. Not like a driver who doesn't want to be passed. OM accelerated in perfect sync, like it was wired to their engine. Every move Tim made, OM mirrored. They were on edge, hearts pounding, unsure what to do. Tim didn't want to pull over, didn't want to stop, didn't want to keep going, and couldn't call for help. It felt like a trap. The highway curved up ahead, a long bend with thick trees lining both sides. OM disappeared around the curve. Tim didn't follow. He pulled over instead and parked the car on the shoulder, headlights dimmed. They sat there in silence, trying to breathe, trying to think. There were no other cars. No sounds but the wind moving through the trees and the ticking of the engine cooling. They waited. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been 30. They didn't check. Eventually, they figured OM must have kept going. Maybe it was a weird guy. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was nothing. Tim started the car and drove forward, slowly, cautiously. The curve came into view, then passed behind them. And just ahead, the red car was there. Exactly the same distance in front of them as before. No way it could have been parked. It was moving, matching their speed again, like it had been waiting just far enough away to avoid being seen until it wanted to be seen. At this point, Tim and his friend stopped talking. They were both gripping the seats, leaning forward, eyes wide. They didn't try to pass again, didn't slow down. They just kept going. A few miles later, the road split. One side continued on toward the college town. The other disappeared deeper into the forest. OM didn't hesitate. It took the fork into the woods. No signal, no blinkers, just a smooth glide into darkness. Tim didn't even look back. He just kept driving until they were home. They didn't talk much about it after that. I think Tim told Steve because he needed to tell someone, and Steve told us because it was just weird enough to sound like a creepy story. At the time, I thought it was just that, a story. A good one, maybe exaggerated, maybe something Tim made up after a late night of donuts and bad coffee. That was until about a year and a half later. I was doing homework one night, late, probably past midnight. I had the local talk radio station on for background noise. Most of the time it was boring, just people calling in about traffic or local politics. But that night, they broke into the show with a news bulletin. A woman had witnessed a murder the night before in a nearby county. I don't remember all the details, but the part that got me was her description of the suspect's car. A red compact car, no brand or model markings. The only thing she could clearly see was the license plate, a black O and a green M. I froze. The pen slipped out of my hand. I stared at the radio, waiting for them to repeat it. I thought maybe I misheard. I turned the volume up, leaned in. They said it again. A red compact car with a license plate featuring a black O and green M. I didn't move for several minutes. It was like something cold slid into my stomach and sat there. The next day at school, I ran into Steve between classes. I didn't even have to bring it up. He was already talking about it, eyes wide, pale. We both heard the same thing. We both knew what it meant. OM was real. But that wasn't the end. In May of senior year, another friend of ours, Blake, had his own encounter. He was driving home from his girlfriend's house. It was late, around 2 a.m. again, and for some reason, he took the Canyon Highway. It wasn't the fastest way home, but he liked the quiet, or maybe he just didn't want to deal with stoplights. A few minutes into the drive, a car pulled out in front of him from a side road. Red compact, no lights, no warning. The license plate caught his eye right away. Black O, green M. Blake said he knew the stories. He'd heard them from me and Steve. He stayed way back, never tried to pass, never sped up. OM kept the distance exactly the same, like it knew the space between them was enough to keep control. Near the end of the canyon, OM suddenly made a U-turn and went back the way it came. No signal, no brake lights. Just a smooth turn and retreat into the dark. Blake didn't say anything for days, but when he told me, he looked like someone who had seen something he wasn't supposed to see. Years have passed since then. I don't live in California anymore. Steve and I lost touch after college. Tim moved somewhere in the Midwest, I think. I haven't heard about OM again, not directly. But every once in a while I check forums, news articles, anything that might mention a red compact car with that license plate. I've seen a few things, posts here and there, sightings in other states, different highways. Same story, a red car, scratched markings, a black O, a green M. No one knows who OM is. Some people think it's a serial killer who drives cross-country, staying just off the grid. Some say it's a group of people using the same car and plate to freak people out. I don't have answers. All I know is that the people who've seen it don't forget. The people who've been followed by OM feel it in their bones. I don't go out late anymore. I don't take back roads. If I see a red compact car pull in front of me on an empty stretch of road, I take the next exit, no matter where it leads. I don't need another sighting to know OM is real. I already believe. And if you're ever driving alone at night, and a red car with no markings slides in front of you, look at the plate. If you see a black O and a green M, do whatever you can to get away. Don't try to understand it. Don't follow it. Don't try to be brave. Just get off the road. That's all I know, and I hope it stays that way. I've always hated water. Not just hated, but feared it down to my bones. When I say that, I don't mean I didn't like swimming, or that I avoided the ocean because of jellyfish or sharks. I mean that I would scream until my throat gave out if someone even hinted at a bath. I mean I would claw at my own skin, crying so hard I couldn't breathe if I even saw a puddle after a storm. I mean real fear, the kind you don't understand, the kind that just lives in you like a shadow you can never shake. When I was a baby, I used to cry so violently during baths that neighbors once called the police because they thought I was being hurt. My foster dad told me that when he first got me, he tried to bathe me and I kicked so hard that I knocked the shampoo bottle off the sink and split my eyebrow open on the faucet. I was 3 then. He said I sat there in the tub, blood pouring down my face, but I didn't notice. I was too busy trying to get away from the water. They had to sponge bathe me standing up for years, And even then, I would squirm and sob like I was being tortured. No one ever told me why. I asked over and over when I got old enough to form real questions. I remember sitting on the edge of my bed when I was maybe 9, staring at my reflection in the closet mirror and asking my foster dad why I hated water so much. He would always just look tired when I brought it up. He'd say something like, "Some kids are just born with fears," or "maybe you had a bad experience you don't remember." But that never felt like enough. I would cry some nights just thinking about it. I'd picture myself drowning in shallow water, tiny hands splashing, lungs burning. I had dreams about it. Water in my nose, my ears, my mouth open in a scream that no one heard. I'd wake up gagging on air. Still, I learned to live with it. I made up excuses. I missed birthday parties at pools. I made friends who thought I just wasn't a swimmer, and I never corrected them. When I dated, I avoided the beach, hot tubs, even showers with someone else. I didn't like anyone seeing how bad it was, how badly it still affected me, even after all these years. It made me feel broken, weak. I didn't want to be the weird girl who cried at the sound of a faucet. By the time I turned 17, I'd gotten good at hiding it. I had friends, a boyfriend, a pretty normal life from the outside, but the fear never left. It just stayed quiet until it didn't. The party was at my friend Alicia's apartment complex. It was one of those places with a pool in the center, surrounded by little patio chairs and string lights that hung over the water. It looked nice, fancy even. I saw the pool as soon as I walked up, and my stomach did that thing it always did, tighten like a fist. I thought about turning around, but I didn't want to be that girl. Not again. The party was fine at first. Music playing, people talking, laughing. I kept to the food table and stayed as far from the water as I could without looking obvious. I had a drink in my hand, even though I wasn't drinking it. My boyfriend, Ryan, was off talking to someone, and I was just people watching when I felt someone come up behind me. It was this girl Alicia had introduced me to earlier. Katie, I think. She was new to the school, kind of bubbly, loud, always laughing too hard at everything. I barely knew her. I didn't hear what she said at first, just felt hands on my back, hard and sudden. Then the rush of air, the weightlessness, and then water. Cold, thick water all around me. I couldn't scream. I couldn't breathe. Everything inside me shut down. I sank just enough to feel like the world had disappeared. My arms flailed but didn't do anything. My legs kicked and hit nothing but water. My chest tightened. Panic screamed through me louder than anything I've ever known. I didn't even care about how I looked or sounded. I just needed out. Someone grabbed me. Strong arms pulled me up and out. I remember gasping like I'd never taken a breath before. Ryan held me, talking to me, but I couldn't hear him. I was crying so hard my throat hurt. I couldn't stop shaking. I curled in on myself and just sobbed. I think someone tried to cover me with a towel. I think someone said Katie was sorry over and over, that she didn't know. But I didn't care. I just wanted to go home. Back at the house, it was quiet. No lights except the one over the stove. I sat on the couch, still in wet clothes, wrapped in a blanket. My foster dad sat beside me, his arm around my shoulders. I hadn't said anything since I got in the car. He didn't push. He just held me. I don't know how long we sat like that. A while, I think. Long enough for my breathing to slow down and my hands to stop shaking. I felt like I was 6 years old again, like I just had a nightmare and needed to crawl into bed with someone. Being on solid ground felt like a miracle. Then, quietly, my foster dad spoke. His voice was low, almost careful. "There's something I should have told you a long time ago," he said. I didn't say anything, just listened. "You were put into foster care because your mother tried to kill you." I didn't move, didn't breathe. My mind went blank. "You were an infant, not even a year old. Your father found her. She had filled a bathtub and held you under." I felt like the floor dropped out beneath me. "She didn't deny it," he said. "When the police came, she told them exactly what happened. She said it was because she didn't like the way you looked at your father. She said you looked at him the same way you looked at her while she held you under." He paused, and for a moment all I could hear was the soft hum of the refrigerator across the room. I looked at my knees. My heart felt like it wasn't in my chest anymore. "She was jealous," he said, "of her own baby." I didn't cry. Not right away. I just sat there, frozen, as the weight of everything I had ever felt suddenly made sense. It wasn't just fear. It wasn't something random or irrational. It was memory. Somewhere deep in me, I remembered. My body remembered. The reason I screamed at bath time. The reason puddles made me panic. The dreams. The feeling of drowning. I had felt that once before. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't broken. I was hurt. Something inside me cracked. I pressed my face into the blanket and cried harder than I had at the pool. My foster dad didn't say anything else. He just kept his arm around me, holding me like he had when I was little. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about her. This woman I didn't remember, who gave birth to me and tried to take my life before I even had the chance to live it. I thought about the way she must have looked at me. I thought about her hands holding me under the water. I thought about how close I had come to never knowing anything else. And I thought about how all these years, people just said, "You're probably scared of water because of something you forgot." But I hadn't forgotten. My body never did. Over the next few days, things started to shift. I told Ryan what my foster dad said. He didn't know what to say, but he held me close and said he was sorry. That was enough. I didn't go back to school right away. I took a few days to sit with it. I kept remembering things I didn't realize were memories, like how I used to panic whenever I smelled certain soaps, or how I hated the sound of running water in the next room. I thought I was just weird, but now it all made sense. I started seeing a therapist. My foster dad helped me find someone who specialized in trauma, especially early childhood stuff. The first few sessions were mostly just me trying to say what happened without choking on the words. But it helped. It helped a lot. I wasn't cured overnight. I still avoided pools. I still couldn't take baths. But I wasn't scared the same way anymore. Now I had a name for the monster. Now I could see it clearly. That made it smaller somehow. Sometimes, when I'm standing in the shower with the water hitting the back of my neck, I close my eyes and remind myself where I am. I say, "You're safe. You're not there anymore. You're not her baby anymore." It's been a year since that party. I still live with my foster dad. He's not perfect, but he's good to me. He never lied to hurt me. He just thought I wasn't ready. Maybe he was right. Maybe I wouldn't have understood before. But now I do. I'm not broken. I'm a survivor. That word used to sound too big for me. I thought it was for people who'd been through real stuff, people in movies or books, not kids who screamed at puddles. But now I know better. I survived my mother. I survived something that was meant to kill me before I could even speak. And somehow, I made it here. I still don't love water. I probably never will. But I'm not afraid of it the way I used to be. Because now I know why. And knowing the truth, it set something free in me. Not the fear. That'll probably always be there, in some shape. But the shame, the confusion, the sense that something was wrong with me, that I was just strange or overreacting or weak. I'm not. I'm just someone who almost didn't make it. And now, every breath I take feels like proof that I did. I never really believed in all that supernatural stuff growing up. Ghosts, spirits, curses, Ouija boards. It all just felt like stories meant to scare kids or entertain people around a fire. My dad, though, he never saw it that way. He wasn't loud about it, and he never really told many stories, but I always noticed how he got tense whenever someone brought up Ouija boards. Not just uncomfortable, tense, like something inside him coiled up. He never laughed when people joked about it. If anyone suggested using one, even just for fun, he'd speak up in this low, serious voice and tell them not to mess with it. He never yelled, never got dramatic. Just this quiet kind of begging. Don't. Just don't. It was only when I got older that I asked him about it. I remember it clearly. I was about 17, just starting to think I knew everything about the world. We were sitting in the backyard, and I mentioned something about a few kids from school messing around with a Ouija board they found in an old attic. I said it with a smirk, trying to sound casual, but I could feel his mood change instantly. He sat up straighter, rubbed his hands together like he was cold, even though it was summer, and then he just looked at me for a long time, like he was trying to decide whether or not to say anything. Eventually, he told me a story that never left me. He was a teenager himself when it happened, probably around 16 or 17. He lived in a rundown part of a big city. He never said which city, but it was one of those places where buildings looked like they hadn't been repaired in decades, and you heard sirens most nights. He didn't have the best home life, and school wasn't much better. He wasn't into sports or clubs. His friends were like him, quiet, restless, and maybe a little reckless. He called them Jake and Kyle. The three of them spent most of their time after school wandering around, trying to avoid going home. They weren't bad kids, just bored, and looking for anything to feel like they were in control of their own lives. There was a cemetery they used to cut through on their way home from school. It was old, with cracked headstones and moss growing in all the corners. The place was big, huge really, bigger than most of the neighborhoods surrounding it. The city had grown around it, so now it sat in the middle of all the noise, like a dead patch in the middle of something alive. Most people avoided it. Even in the daytime, it felt heavy somehow, quiet in a way that didn't match the world around it. But to them, it was kind of perfect. No one bothered them there. It was the only place they could hang out and not worry about getting yelled at by some adult or getting jumped by other kids. There was a spot deep inside, under a big tree that had partially fallen over. The branches were thick and hung low enough to cover them from sight if anyone happened to be nearby. They had cleared out some of the leaves and junk and made it into their spot. Sometimes they smoked cigarettes, sometimes they just sat and talked. Sometimes they tried to scare each other by daring someone to walk deeper into the cemetery alone. Eventually, one of them, probably Kyle, since he was the one with a car and usually brought stuff, got his hands on a Ouija board. It wasn't one of those homemade ones either. It was one of those boxed ones with the printed letters, numbers, and the planchette, all tucked neatly inside. He brought it one day after school and pulled it out like it was some rare treasure. My dad told me he didn't want to do it, not because he believed in it, but because it just felt wrong, like they were crossing a line. But he didn't want to look scared, so he went along with it. They tried it once. Nothing happened. The planchette didn't move. They laughed it off, blamed each other for not doing it right, and just tossed it back in Kyle's car. A few days later, they tried again. Still nothing. It became this joke between them. Oh no, the spirits must be on vacation. Or maybe the ghosts are shy. It was all harmless fun, or so they thought. Then, one afternoon, they went to their usual spot again after school. Kyle had the board with him. They set it up on a flat piece of stone that stuck out from the ground. It wasn't a headstone, probably some kind of old bench or marker, but it was solid enough to rest the board on. This time, they decided to ask specific questions. Not just, is anyone there? But actual things. My dad said he still doesn't remember who asked it, but someone, maybe Jake, jokingly asked, "When will I die?" At first, nothing happened. Then the planchette moved. My dad swore up and down that none of them were pushing it. It slid slowly over the board, first to the number 1, then to the word week. That was it. 1 week. They laughed at it. Nervous laughter, maybe, but laughter all the same. They joked that Jake should start writing his will, or maybe wear a helmet for the next week. They didn't take it seriously. Who would? The next few days were normal. They hung out, went to school, nothing seemed off. My dad said Jake didn't act scared or anything. He brushed it off like the rest of them. Then, exactly a week later, my dad decided to head to their spot after school. Kyle had said he couldn't make it that day, but my dad thought maybe Jake would be there. The cemetery was quiet as usual. He walked past the rows of tilted stones, the broken fences, the dried-out flowers stuck in rusty vases. The tree they used to sit under was just up ahead. Jake was standing there. My dad said something about him looked off. His face was pale, his hands were shaking, and he kept looking over his shoulder like something was following him. When my dad got closer, Jake didn't smile or say hello. He just blurted out that Kyle had been in a car accident, that it was bad, that he might be dead. He told my dad to run to Kyle's house, to tell his parents, to do something. So my dad ran. He said he never ran that fast in his life. Through the cemetery, through the blocks of cracked sidewalks and broken fences, all the way to Kyle's street. When he got there were police cars outside. That was the first moment where my dad really felt like something serious was happening. He burst through the front door without knocking and shouted that he knew Kyle had been in an accident, that Jake had told him, that someone needed to do something. But Kyle was standing there, bruised, a little shaken, but alive. The room went quiet. Kyle's parents looked confused, and the officers just stared. Kyle looked even more confused than the rest. My dad was still catching his breath when Kyle asked, "Who told you that?" My dad told them Jake had, that he saw him in the cemetery. That Jake told him to run here and let everyone know. That's when Kyle went quiet too. Then he told my dad that Jake had been in the car with him. That Jake had been the one sitting on the side that took the full force of the crash. Kyle had blacked out for a second when the car was hit, but when he came to, The paramedics were already working on Jake. They wouldn't let Kyle near him. Jake never made it. My dad said he just stood there, unable to say anything. He couldn't make sense of what was happening. He had just talked to Jake. He had just seen him. They later figured out the timing. The crash happened less than 10 minutes before my dad got to the cemetery. There was no way Jake could have walked there, talked to him, and then died from injuries that quickly. And yet, my dad swore he saw him. Not a shadow, not a feeling. He saw Jake, heard his voice, watched his mouth move. It wasn't some ghostly shape. It was Jake. But he didn't talk about that part after. Not with anyone. He didn't tell Kyle or his family that he'd seen Jake. He didn't go back to the cemetery. In fact, he stopped going anywhere near it. Kyle eventually moved away a few months later. They didn't stay in touch. That whole year just faded into the background like something he didn't want to look at too closely. What stayed with him wasn't the death. It wasn't even the strange part of seeing Jake after he was already gone. It was the board. That cheap cardboard thing they thought was a joke. That said 1 week, like it meant nothing. Like it knew. He never touched one again. Never let one in the house. If he saw one at a yard sale or in a store, he walked the other way. He didn't get dramatic about it. He just wanted no part of it ever again. And that was the story he told me that day. No theatrics. No spooky music or glowing eyes or floating spirits. Just something that happened. Something that stayed with him. I think part of him still doesn't believe it himself. But I saw the way he looked when he told it. I saw how his hands shook, even after all those years. So no, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in curses or spirits or any of that. But I've never touched a Ouija board. I've never let one into my house. And if someone jokes about using one, I remember the way my dad's voice sounded when he said, "Don't." It wasn't a warning. It was a plea. And that's enough for me. When I was around 17 or 18, we lived in a small village called Shipton Bellinger, nestled in Hampshire, England. It was the kind of place that seemed forgotten by time, a quiet mix of cottages, narrow roads, and surrounding woods. Most people would probably describe it as peaceful, but to me, it was just boring. There wasn't much to do, especially for someone my age. I was in that strange place between being a kid and becoming an adult. I wasn't out drinking at pubs, didn't have many friends in the village, and I'd always had a hard time falling asleep. That last part, the insomnia, had been with me for as long as I could remember. At that time in my life, I had started getting really into fitness. I wasn't bulking or anything like that, but I wanted to be stronger, faster, leaner. With my trouble sleeping, I found the best way to burn off the energy in my body and clear my head was to run. It became a regular thing for me to go out late at night, sometimes even at midnight or 1 in the morning. That sounds stupid now, maybe, but I didn't think twice about it. It was quiet, no traffic, no people, just the cold air, the road beneath my feet, and my own breath. There was a route I liked to run. 2 towns near Shipton Bellinger, Tidworth and Ludgershall, sat not far off, almost forming an oval if you followed the roads between them and looped back to the village. It wasn't a long run, maybe 4 or 5 miles depending on where I turned. But at night alone, it felt a lot bigger. The roads were mostly back roads, the kind without any pavement, where trees pressed in close on both sides, and the only light came from the occasional house window or a random flickering street lamp. One night, I was feeling particularly restless. I remember it was cold, not quite winter, but the kind of night that made your breath puff out in little clouds. I dressed in a long-sleeve top, shorts over leggings, and running shoes I'd worn down to the point where the tread was almost smooth. I slipped out the front door without waking my parents and started jogging. I remember the rhythm of my footsteps, the sound of them echoing off empty buildings in the village, and then the long silence as I left the last few houses behind. I made my way toward Tidworth first, down the stretch where you sometimes get the smell of hay or animals if the wind shifts right. The run was uneventful. I passed a few cars parked on the roadside, their windows fogged up, the kind of cars that don't move for days. A fox darted across the road at one point, vanishing into the underbrush before I could get a proper look at it. I remember thinking it was small, too small to be the cause of the sounds I'd hear later. I kept going through Tidworth, and then curved around toward Ludgershall. The roads narrowed as I reached the edge of town again, leading me toward Castledown School. That school sat a little removed from everything else, near a stretch of woods and some empty fields. There was a back road behind it, a narrow lane with no lighting at all, just trees on both sides, and then open land beyond. It was always the darkest part of my run. I never liked it, but I'd gotten used to the feeling of unease, like something was always just beyond your line of sight. This time, I slowed down when I reached the street lamp just outside the school. It was one of those old-style lamps, yellowish light that barely covered a circle around the base. I stopped under it, breathing hard, and knelt to tighten my shoelaces. My left one had come loose and was flapping with every step. As I was crouched there, I heard a noise from the woods to my left. At first, I didn't think much of it. The woods make sounds. That's just what they do. Wind moving through branches, animals shifting through the undergrowth. But this wasn't wind, and it didn't sound like a single small animal either. It was more deliberate. A series of rustling, heavy footsteps. Not constant, but close together. I paused, holding my breath. The noise came again, closer. Thicker branches breaking, leaves crunching. I stood up slowly, heart thudding a little faster than it had from the run. I didn't see anything, just dark shapes of trees and a wooden fence separating the school grounds from the woods. Maybe it was a deer, I told myself, or a badger. Something bigger, sure, but still just an animal. Still, I felt it. That cold tickle down the spine that you get when something isn't right. I could have turned around. I could have gone back the way I came, but I didn't. I started jogging again, turning onto the back road that would lead me home. No lights, just black road, black trees, and my own breath in my ears. I tried to focus on the rhythm again, counting steps in my head to distract myself. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, they got louder. More branches cracking. Footsteps. Not heavy like a person in boots, but not light either. A weird in-between weight, like someone or something was deliberately trying to move fast without making noise and failing. It followed alongside the road, just beyond the fence line. I couldn't see it. I didn't want to look. I told myself it was still just an animal, even though the part of me that had kept me alive this long was already screaming to run. I picked up speed. My breath quickened, but the noise kept pace. Then I heard the metal fence rattle. Not just a brush, but a full-on shake, like something grabbed it. I froze for half a second, then bolted. No thought, just every muscle in my body firing at once. I ran like I had never run before. Full sprint, arms pumping, legs burning, lungs on fire. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Some part of me knew if I looked back and saw something, I would fall or stop or freeze, and I wouldn't get away. I kept repeating the same thing in my head. If it can catch me, it deserves me. Over and over. Don't waste time looking. You know it's there. Just run. My feet slapped the tarmac. My shadow jumped ahead of me with every step. My breath sounded like steam from a train. It was only about a mile back to the village, but it felt endless. Every bend in the road, I expected something to leap out. Every rustle behind me was another reminder that something had climbed a fence and followed me out of the woods. I thought maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a deer spooked by me. But that didn't explain the shaking fence, or why it matched my pace. When I finally saw the first lights of Shipton Bellinger again, I didn't slow down. I kept going until I was under a lamp post near the village sign. I stopped there, panting, bent double with my hands on my knees. I turned, squinting back down the road, trying to listen over the sound of my blood rushing in my ears. There was nothing, just empty road. I stood there for a full minute, maybe more, just staring. I wanted something to appear. I wanted proof I wasn't just scaring myself. But nothing came out of the trees. No sound, no shape, just the cold wind and the silence that follows it. Eventually, I turned and jogged the last bit to my street, trying to shake the tension out of my shoulders. I let myself into the house, locked the door, and went straight to the kitchen to get a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I didn't say anything to anyone the next morning. What would I say? That I ran from something I never saw. I never went running that late again. Not down that route. I changed my runs to earlier in the evening, and I stuck to better lit roads. Sometimes I tell myself it was just a deer or a boar. But I've seen those animals in the wild, and they don't follow people. They don't climb fences. I don't know what it was, and I'm glad I never found out. But I still think about that sound. The fence shaking, the matching footsteps in the dark. It wasn't just an animal, and it wasn't a person either. Whatever it was, it had every chance to catch me that night. And it didn't. It let me go. It was a Sunday afternoon about 25 years ago, and I remember the way the air felt that day. Dry and warm, a little gritty like it always is down in South Tucson. It was quiet, as Sundays usually were, especially in the industrial part of town where most of the businesses had their gates pulled down and their parking lots empty. The streets were long, flat stretches of cracked asphalt and faded lane lines. I was heading to a friend's place. Nothing unusual, just another weekend visit, the kind of trip I had made dozens of times before. I wasn't in a rush, but I was still moving along at a normal speed, about 40 miles per hour, just like the signs posted. It was a two-lane road, one lane going each way, and it was mostly deserted. The kind of road where the silence and emptiness start to make your own car sound louder than it is. As I came around a bend and the road stretched straight for what felt like miles, I saw a car ahead of me. A beat-up old sedan, maybe a Dodge or a Chevy. I can't quite remember the make now, but it had a dull gray body and mismatched side mirrors. It was crawling, doing maybe 15 miles per hour tops. No hazards on, no signs of trouble. Just slowly inching forward like it had all the time in the world. At first I figured the driver was lost or looking for an address, maybe old, maybe distracted. I followed behind for about a minute, giving some space, hoping he'd either speed up or pull over. But nothing, just that steady, slow roll. Eventually I decided to pass. The road was clear in the other direction. No traffic coming, flat visibility for at least a quarter mile. I checked my mirror again, eased into the opposite lane, and started to accelerate past him. It was a clean move. I wasn't even completely alongside him when it happened. Suddenly his car lunged forward, the engine revving like it had been holding back all along. Before I could react, he swerved hard to the left, smashing into the side of my car. The impact wasn't a gentle bump either. It was aggressive, full force, like he meant to do it. My tires screeched as I fought the wheel. My car jolted sideways, metal grinding against metal, and I was forced off the road and onto the shoulder. Gravel kicked up under my tires, and the whole chassis shook as I tried to regain control. I came to a stop tilted slightly in the dirt, just shy of a ditch. I sat frozen for a second, hands locked around the steering wheel, heart slamming in my chest like it was trying to beat its way out. My side mirror was cracked. I could smell burnt rubber and something else, oil maybe, or hot metal. I looked up and saw the other car now parked half a car length behind me, slightly turned, the driver's side door flung open. The man was already getting out. Tall, stocky, wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. His face was twisted in a scowl, and he moved fast, no hesitation. There was a kind of anger in the way he walked, like he was fueled by something deeper than just road rage. It wasn't a guy having a bad day. It felt personal, targeted. Time slowed down in that moment. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened, what to do next. I wasn't armed. Cell phones weren't what they are now, and mine was back in the glove box anyway. There was no one around. No other cars. No businesses open. Just me, this guy, and a dead stretch of asphalt in the part of town where the factories locked up tight for the weekend. Then I noticed them. Two men, standing maybe 10 feet from where I had come to a stop. They hadn't been there when I passed earlier, or maybe I hadn't noticed. One was pale, very pale, with short red hair and a lanky build. The other was Asian, a little shorter, stockier, wearing a light windbreaker zipped up to his chin. They weren't talking, weren't moving. Just standing there on the sidewalk beside a chain-link fence topped with rusted barbed wire, watching. What struck me first was how out of place they looked. Not just because they were standing in the middle of a dead industrial area on a quiet Sunday. It was more than that. They looked like they didn't belong in the scene at all, like they had stepped out of some other setting and landed there by accident. Their clothes were clean. Their posture was relaxed, almost casual, like they were just waiting for a bus or watching birds. But their presence was sharp, immediate. The man approaching my car slowed down. He had been charging toward me with that nasty look on his face, ready to yell or break something, maybe worse. But as his eyes flicked toward the two guys on the sidewalk, something shifted. It was quick, but I saw it. A pause in his stride. A second of confusion or hesitation. Then, without saying anything, he turned around, walked back to his car, and got in. I didn't wait around. I jammed the gear into drive and peeled off the shoulder, heart still hammering. I didn't look back until I was 2 blocks away, and even then, the street behind me was empty again. No sign of the man, his car, or the two figures who had been watching. I made it to my friend's house and parked out front, engine off, hands still trembling on the wheel. I sat there for a long while, just trying to catch my breath. I kept replaying it over and over in my head. The impact, the man getting out, and then those two just standing there. The neighborhood where it happened isn't a place people usually hang out, especially not on a Sunday. It's a working class, mostly Hispanic area with warehouses, loading docks, auto shops. No cafes, no parks, no real sidewalks to speak of. And it's not like they were near a bus stop or waiting for a ride. They were just there, not saying a word, not moving. I've thought about it a lot over the years. I've tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe they were workers from a nearby factory on a smoke break. Maybe they were waiting for someone. Maybe the guy who rammed me got spooked thinking they were undercover cops. I can think of all kinds of maybes, but none of them feel right. What I keep going back to is how they looked at me. Not like people watching a situation unfold, curious or nosy. Not like they were judging or worried or trying to get involved. They didn't show any emotion. They just stood there, calm, like they knew what was about to happen and were there to stop it from going further. And the man, the angry driver, he saw them too. That look in his eyes when he caught sight of them, that moment where his whole mood shifted, like a switch flipped. It wasn't fear exactly, but it was close. Recognition maybe, or the sense that he'd just lost whatever upper hand he thought he had. He changed his mind in an instant, and I don't think it was because of me. I never saw those two men again. Never came across them in that part of town or anywhere else. I told my friend what happened, and he was shocked, but there wasn't much more to say. It had happened, it was over, and I was lucky to walk away with just a scraped side panel and a heart still racing hours later. I didn't report it. What could I have said? A man intentionally hit me and then left when two strangers scared him off? I didn't have his plate. The damage was minor, and I didn't want to drag it out. Besides, something about it felt finished, like it had ended in a way I wasn't supposed to question. It stayed with me though. Still does. Even now, I think about how differently that day could have gone. If I'd been alone on that road, if those two hadn't been there, if that man had reached my door. I'm not religious. I don't believe in miracles or guardian angels or fate, but I do believe in timing, in things that don't make sense but still happen. Whatever those men were doing there, whoever they were, they stopped something bad from happening to me. I felt it in my bones. Maybe they were just two guys passing through, unaware of the role they played. Maybe they knew exactly what they were doing. I'll never know. But I remember their faces clearly even now, 25 years later. I can still picture them, standing silent and still on that quiet stretch of South Tucson Road, not moving, not speaking, just watching. And that's enough for me. I don't need an explanation. I don't need proof or closure. Some things happen once and change the way you look at the world. That Sunday was one of those things. And every time I pass by that part of town now, I slow down a little, look around, and wonder if maybe, just maybe, they're still out there. Not ghosts, not spirits, just people, maybe, who show up when someone needs them most, without ever saying a word. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, we lived in a quiet neighborhood in California. It wasn't a subdivision or anything like that, not one of those places with rows of identical houses and perfect lawns. Our house was older, kind of rustic, sitting on about an acre of land. We had neighbors, but they weren't packed in too close. You could walk to the end of the driveway and not see another person, especially at night. The property was big enough that I felt like I had my own little world out there, especially with all the space between the side yard, backyard, and the detached garage my dad had built himself. There were tall wooden fences separating the yards, but in some places the boards were spaced out just enough to see through. My room was on the side of the house that faced the side yard. That yard wasn't a place we used a lot, not like the backyard where we had a small garden and some chairs. The side yard was mostly dirt and weeds with a few bushes along the fence. That's also where our motorhome sat, parked under a tall metal cover with 4 legs sunk into the ground. It wasn't the prettiest setup, but it kept the motorhome safe from rain and sun. That motorhome had been on a lot of road trips with us, and sometimes I used to pretend it was a spaceship or a hideout. But most of the time, it just sat there, silent and still, covered in dust and spiderwebs. Evenings at our house were always quiet. My mom usually went to bed early, and my dad, well, he was a night owl. He liked to tinker in the garage behind the house, working on his tools, fixing up old lawnmowers or building things. The garage was detached, maybe 50 feet from the back porch, and it had its own lighting and a big workbench. It wasn't unusual for me to hear the buzz of a saw or the clink of metal long after it got dark. That was just my dad doing his thing. If I ever heard strange noises outside, I always assumed it was him. That night, though, the night I still think about even now, it wasn't him. It started like any other school night. I had finished my homework, brushed my teeth, and gotten into bed around 8. I remember lying there, not quite tired yet, just staring up at the ceiling. I used to do that a lot, especially when the room was quiet and dark. The hum of the old ceiling fan spinning slowly above me, the creak of the house settling, those sounds were normal, almost comforting. My blinds were closed, but the slats didn't completely block the outside light. Usually, it was just a dim orangish glow from the porch light or a bit of moonlight if the clouds were thin. But this night was different. I remember how sudden it was. One second the room was dark, the next it was filled with this strange yellow light. Not just a patch or a beam. The whole room lit up like someone had turned on the brightest light imaginable right outside my window. It wasn't white like a normal flashlight or warm like a lamp. It was this deep, almost unnatural yellow, like a hazy midday sun but with a sharper edge. I could see every single object in my room, every toy on my shelf, the texture of the blanket pulled up to my chest, even the dust in the air. I didn't move at first. I just laid there, eyes wide open, trying to process what was happening. I thought maybe my dad was outside, doing something with one of his work lights, but that didn't make sense. Even the brightest light wouldn't come through the blinds like this, and he never worked near the motorhome at night. That side of the yard didn't even have a decent path. After a minute or so, my curiosity took over. I sat up slowly, leaned over, and looked out the window between the slats of the blinds. I expected to see him standing there, maybe fiddling with something, maybe holding a light. But there was no one. No shadow of the motorhome, no outline of a person, no sign of anything at all. Just that yellow light filling everything. It wasn't even coming from one direction. It just was everywhere, like the air itself was glowing. Then I saw it. There was a figure in the yard, right where the motorhome usually cast its shadow. But I couldn't see the motorhome. I knew exactly where it should have been, right outside that window, tall and bulky under its cover. But it wasn't there, or at least, not that I could see. The figure was standing still in the light, facing my window. It was shaped like a person, kind of. It had arms, legs, a head. But it wasn't right. The proportions were off. The head was too big, round on top and narrowing down, and the body was too thin, almost bony. The limbs looked longer than they should have been, like someone had taken a human silhouette and stretched it slightly in the wrong places. It didn't move at first. It just stood there. I stared at it for what felt like forever. My hands were gripping the windowsill, but I couldn't feel them. My breath was shallow. I remember my heart thudding so hard I thought it might shake the bed. I kept telling myself to blink, to look away, but I couldn't. It wasn't fear exactly, not yet. More like confusion, like my brain didn't have a file to put this in. Then slowly, it raised one arm. Thin, too thin, like it might snap if it bent too fast. It raised it up to shoulder height, paused, and opened its hand. Then it waved. Not a frantic wave, not a signal for help, just a calm, almost friendly wave. The kind you give a neighbor when you see them across the street. And then it was gone. Just like that. The light disappeared in an instant. 1 second the room was bright as day. The next it was pitch dark. I blinked hard, trying to readjust. It felt like I had stared at the sun. My room was completely still again, the only sound the soft creaking of the house. I sat frozen in bed for a long time, listening. Nothing. I kept expecting to hear footsteps, or the sound of the motorhome settling, or even my dad calling from the backyard. But there was nothing. Just silence. Finally, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up. My knees felt weak. I walked slowly, quietly, out of my room, down the hall to the living room. My dad was sitting in his recliner, beer in hand, watching TV. The glow from the screen lit up his face. He looked up when I entered, but didn't seem surprised to see me. I stood there for a second, unsure what to say. I wanted to ask him if he had been outside, but part of me already knew the answer. I asked anyway. He said no. He hadn't left the chair since dinner. He looked at me a little closer, like he knew something was off, but he didn't press. I didn't say anything else. I just turned around and went back to bed. The next morning, The sun was bright and normal. Birds were chirping, dogs barking a few houses down, the kind of day that makes you feel like everything is fine. I went out to the side yard while my parents were still inside, half expecting to find something. A footprint, a burn mark, anything. But there was nothing. The motorhome was right where it always was, under the metal cover, covered in dust. I walked around it, even peeked under it. Nothing. The dirt was undisturbed. The bushes hadn't been touched. No signs of light or strange figures. Just the same old yard I'd seen 1,000 times. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. Not my friends, not my parents. Every time I thought about saying something, I stopped myself. It sounded too crazy. What could I even say? That a glowing yellow light filled my room and some tall, skinny figure waved at me before disappearing? I didn't have any proof. No photo, no sound, not even a witness. Just my own memory. As the years went on, I thought about it less. Life got busy. I moved out, went to school, started working, but every now and then, usually when I couldn't sleep, or when I passed by an old RV lot or saw that particular shade of yellow in a sunset, it would come back to me. That moment, that light, that figure. It's etched in my memory in a way nothing else from childhood is. I still don't know what I saw. I've tried to explain it 100 different ways. Maybe it was a dream, but I've never had one that vivid before or since. Maybe it was some kind of hallucination, but I wasn't sick, hadn't taken anything, didn't have a fever. I was fully awake. I remember the feel of the blanket, the exact pattern of shadows, the cold floor under my feet when I got up. It wasn't a ghost, and it wasn't some fairy tale creature. It didn't look like anything I'd seen in movies or books. It was just there, real in the moment, gone the next. And no matter how much time passes, I still see that wave in my mind. Slow, deliberate, and somehow calm. Maybe that's what unsettled me the most. It didn't seem dangerous. It didn't try to scare me. It just looked at me, waved, and vanished. Like it had come to be seen, and then left. I don't think it meant me harm. But I also don't think it was something I was supposed to see. I think about that sometimes, how the world is so full of rules and explanations and logic, and yet that night broke all of them for me. There was no sound, no evidence, just light, a figure, and a wave. And then nothing. But I remember. I always will. It was late afternoon when I finally got off the bus and started walking the familiar route back to my parents' house. It was a quiet Saturday in the middle of autumn. The leaves were turning colors, and the sky was covered in low, gray clouds that hinted at rain. I had spent the night at my friend Mark's house. We'd played video games until early morning, ordered too much pizza, and passed out on the couch watching old movies. It was the kind of weekend that used to feel normal when I lived at home, and that particular Saturday felt no different, at least until I got home. As I came up the driveway, I noticed that both of my parents' cars were gone. I thought that was strange because my mom had told me earlier in the week that they didn't have anything planned for the weekend. The porch light was off, the front door was closed, and the windows were dark. Still, I figured maybe they'd gone out for a quick errand. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The house was quiet, too quiet. Usually, if my parents were around, there'd be the faint sound of the TV or music coming from the kitchen. My dad might be puttering around the garage, or my mom would be folding laundry while humming to herself. But this time, nothing. Not even the sound of the old fridge humming in the kitchen. It was dead silent. "Hello," I called out as I closed the door behind me. No answer. I dropped my bag near the coat rack and stepped farther into the house. I called out again, this time a little louder. Still nothing. The air inside felt heavy. Not warm or cold, just still and thick, like something had pressed pause on the whole place. I checked the living room first. The TV was off, the remote sitting untouched on the coffee table. A glass with a ring of dried tea sat next to a magazine. It looked like it had been there a while. I poked my head into the dining room, then peeked into the hallway. Nothing. I walked down to the bedrooms. My parents' door was open, the bed made neatly, nothing out of place. Same with the guest room and my old room. Everything looked normal, too normal. By now I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Something didn't sit right. I wasn't panicking yet, but there was that slow churn in my stomach, like when you forget something important but can't figure out what. I figured I'd check the kitchen next. Maybe they'd left a note or something, maybe a clue as to where they were. I turned the corner and froze. Blood. Everywhere. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, just trying to process what I was seeing. The kitchen looked like a slaughterhouse. There was blood smeared across the countertop, splattered up the walls, pooled around the sink. It was on the fridge handle, the cabinet doors, even the floor. It looked fresh, still wet, dark red and thick. I took a slow step inside, my eyes darting around. The smell hit me next. That heavy metallic tang that you usually only catch a whiff of from a paper cut, but here it was overwhelming, thick in the air like hot iron. I backed up, my breath catching in my throat. I turned toward the phone mounted on the wall near the pantry. I needed to call 911, tell someone. But as I reached for it, I saw it too was covered in blood. The receiver was smeared, the buttons sticky with dark smudges. I didn't want to touch it. I stood there frozen, just staring at it. Then I looked past it, at the wall behind it. There were streaks of blood running down like something or someone had been dragged, and my eyes followed the trail down to the floor. There, leading away from the kitchen, was a thick trail of bloody footprints and smears that branched off toward the door to the basement and the door to the garage. My chest tightened. That sick, crawling fear crept into me. Whoever had done this might still be here. The idea hit me all at once, like ice dumped down my spine. I turned, heart pounding, and bolted out the front door without looking back. I stumbled out onto the porch, barely catching myself before I tripped. I screamed for help, not even sure what I was saying. I just needed someone, anyone, to hear me. My voice cracked from the strain, and just as I reached the edge of the driveway, a black and white patrol car turned the corner and pulled into the driveway. I thought I was hallucinating. It was too perfect, like I had summoned it. A second later, my mom's SUV pulled up behind the cop car. The driver's door flew open, and my mom jumped out. She was covered in blood. For a second, everything stopped. I couldn't speak, couldn't think. My knees buckled slightly. I thought she'd been attacked, or worse. Then, breathless and frantic, she shouted something I couldn't make sense of at first. It was only as she rushed past me, shouting toward the officer, that her words started to register. "We have to find his finger." I stood there in total disbelief as my mom hurried inside with the cop, right behind her. I didn't move. I just stared after them, trying to piece everything together. Over the next few minutes, the truth slowly unraveled, messy and surreal. My dad had been working in the backyard earlier that day, using the old chipper/shredder near the back fence. It wasn't a new machine. It had been patched up and repaired more than once. We used it to break down limbs and branches after storms or yard work. That morning, my dad had decided to finally tackle the pile of trimmed tree limbs that had been sitting there for weeks. Somehow, in the process of feeding a thick branch into the chute, his glove caught, and in a split second, his hand had been pulled in far enough for the machine to take the tip of his finger clean off. He'd screamed for help. My mom had heard him from inside and ran out. She found him clutching his hand, bleeding badly. She wrapped it up as best she could, called 911, and rushed him to the hospital. In the panic, they hadn't thought to leave a note, hadn't cleaned anything. The blood in the kitchen? It was from my dad's attempt to rinse his hand and wrap it up with towels before they left. He dripped blood across nearly every surface on his way to grab keys and shove his feet into shoes. The wall phone was what my mom had used to call 911. They were in such a rush, they hadn't even locked the door behind them. As horrifying as it had looked, they were both alive. Shaken, but alive. I sat on the porch steps with my head in my hands for a long time, trying to calm down. My mom came out at some point, apologized for the shock, and told me my dad was stable. They'd tried to reattach the finger, but without the severed part, there was nothing they could do. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the kitchen again. The streaks, the splatters, the smell. I couldn't shake the image of that blood-soaked phone. The next morning, my mom asked if I could clean up the chipper and move the pile of shredded wood chips somewhere else so it wouldn't attract animals. I agreed reluctantly. It wasn't like I had a choice. I walked out to the backyard with a shovel, gloves, and a trash bin. The air was cool, still damp from overnight dew, and the trees were silent. No birds, no wind. The chipper stood at the edge of the yard, a metal beast with dark stains crusted around the chute. I didn't want to look too closely. The pile of shredded wood chips was huge, maybe 4 feet high and spreading outward like a cone. I started by shoveling from the outer edge, trying not to think too much about what might be in the center. My hands shook as I worked. About an hour in, as I lifted a scoop from the middle of the pile, something pale caught my eye. I dropped the shovel and crouched down, squinting. It was a small shape, just under the surface, buried in the reddish wood fragments. I used 2 sticks to gently nudge it loose. It was a finger, white, swollen, and wrinkled, like it had been soaked in water. There were jagged edges at the end, bone barely visible. It didn't even look real. It looked like a prop from a Halloween store. I gagged, but forced myself to keep steady. I didn't want to touch it, so I maneuvered it between the sticks like oversized chopsticks and carried it, hands trembling, back toward the house. My dad was lying on the couch with a thick bandage over his hand, watching some home improvement show with the volume way too loud. I came in through the sliding back door and stood in the doorway, unsure what to do. He looked over. I didn't say anything. I just held it up. His face twisted. He didn't say anything either. His eyes went red and glassy as he leaned forward slowly. He didn't reach for it, just stared. After a long moment, he nodded. We didn't say a word. We didn't have to. Later that afternoon, we buried the finger in the backyard under the old dogwood tree, right next to the little wooden marker where we'd laid our dog to rest a few years earlier. We didn't have a ceremony or anything. My dad just stood there, silent, as I dug a small hole. I set the finger inside, then covered it with dirt and packed it down with the flat of the shovel. It didn't feel like a funeral. It didn't feel like closure, but it felt like something. In the weeks that followed, things went mostly back to normal. The kitchen was cleaned up, the chipper was sold off to a scrapyard, and my dad adjusted to life with 9 fingers. He cracked jokes about it sometimes, especially after a few drinks. He'd hold up his hand and say he was giving people 4.5 stars. But every so often, when the house got a little too quiet, I'd remember that moment when I walked into the kitchen. The smell, the blood, the silence that came before the storm. I'd remember how real fear doesn't come from movies or ghost stories. It comes from the ordinary turned upside down. A Saturday afternoon, a quiet house, and a trail of blood that leads nowhere good. And every time I walked past that dogwood tree, I'd glance down, reminded that a piece of my dad was still there, beneath the roots. A quiet reminder of how fast life can change, and how sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that end with everyone alive, because they're the ones that really happened. We had been living in Texas for a little over a year, renting this modest 2-bedroom house on the edge of town. It wasn't anything special, but it was enough. Enough for the 3 of us, me, my fiancé, and our son. He traveled a lot for work. That was just part of our life together. Packing, airports, goodbyes, reunions. It was normal. It became the rhythm of our relationship, and it worked. I held things down at home, and he chased contracts from state to state. We had learned to live in that kind of space, to love each other with miles in between. When the next job came through, it was for Pennsylvania. Not exactly around the corner, but we were used to that. The plan was to drive out after stopping in California to visit family. His parents were in Northern California. Mine were down south, about 6 hours apart. We figured we could break up the trip, spend a few days with each side of the family before heading east together. It all seemed simple, but from the moment the plan was made, I had this feeling. It started small, a tightness in my chest, an uneasiness I couldn't place. At first I thought I was just anxious about the travel. Moving was always a hassle, especially with a toddler. But this was different. It clung to me. In the days leading up to the trip, I found myself restless, snapping at little things. I couldn't explain why. And it all came to a head the night before we left Texas. We fought. It wasn't like us. We bickered sometimes like anyone, but this was different. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to leave Texas. I couldn't explain it. I remember standing in our bedroom with my arms crossed, shaking my head. He was calm, confused, maybe a little annoyed. He asked what was wrong, why I was acting like this. I couldn't give him an answer that made any sense. Just that I didn't want to go. That something felt wrong. He reached for me, told me we'd only be in California for a week, and that I needed to breathe. I remember how warm his hands felt on my arms, how steady his voice was. I gave in. I always did with him. We left Texas early the next morning. The road was quiet, sun barely up. Our son was still groggy, curled in his car seat, holding his blanket. I watched the sun rise through the window, watched the miles peel away beneath us. My stomach was in knots. The closer we got to California, the heavier the feeling became. We made it to his parents' house in the evening. It was the kind of house that always smelled like old wood and brewed coffee. Familiar. Safe. His mom greeted us at the door, arms wide, already crying. She adored her son, and she doted on our boy like he was made of gold. His dad was more reserved, but hugged me just as tightly. The night passed with laughter and photos and home-cooked food, but I couldn't shake the tension in my chest. The next morning, I got up early. Our son was already bouncing around the kitchen with his grandma. I stood in the doorway, watching them, and I just broke. It came out of nowhere. I turned and walked outside, down the porch steps, and started crying. Not just tears. I was sobbing. My whole body shook. I didn't know what was happening. I wasn't someone who cried easily, and yet there I was, hunched over, trying to catch my breath. He came out to find me, wrapped his arms around me, and didn't say anything for a while. I kept asking myself why I felt like this. Why was it so hard to leave him, just for a few days? It made no sense. We had done this so many times before. We weren't even fighting anymore. Everything was okay. He kissed my forehead and told me it wasn't like he was going anywhere, that we'd see each other in less than a week, that he loved me. And just like always, his calm settled me. I packed up the car, buckled our son in, and drove away. I watched him in the rearview mirror, standing at the end of the driveway, waving, until I turned the corner and couldn't see him anymore. The drive to my parents' house was long but familiar. I knew those highways like the back of my hand. My son slept most of the way, and I played music low, letting my mind wander. But no matter what I did, I couldn't push the heaviness off my chest. That strange dread was still there. Being home helped a little. My parents were thrilled to see us. My mom had decorated the guest room with toys and snacks, like I was still a kid. My dad gave me one of his quiet smiles and a long hug that made me tear up again. We settled in quickly. My son was spoiled from the minute we walked through the door. 2 nights later, I was sitting in bed, scrolling my phone. He called. His voice was soft, tired. I could tell he'd had a long day. We talked about random things, what his mom had cooked for dinner, how our son had fallen asleep with crayons in his hand, how the weather was oddly cool for that time of year. He sounded distant. Not emotionally, just physically. Worn out. I told him to get some rest. He said he would. We said goodnight. I plugged in my phone and laid back. I was out in minutes. I don't know how to explain what happened next. I didn't dream exactly, but I felt something. I was suddenly cold. Not like shivering cold, but this deep, hollow cold. Like every part of me was empty. It was like waking up underwater, like the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest felt heavy, and I had this overwhelming sense of sadness. Not regular sadness, but this deep, raw grief. And I was alone. So completely alone. Like I had been dropped into a void, and there was nothing but black around me. The silence was deafening. I remember lying there, unable to move, my heart racing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't cry. I just felt abandoned. Lost. I woke up sometime around 4 a.m., drenched in sweat. I sat up slowly, my hands shaking. The room was dark, and everything was still. I checked on my son. He was sound asleep in the bed beside me. I picked up my phone. No messages. No calls. I told myself it was just a bad dream. A panic attack maybe. Something stupid. I tried to go back to sleep, but I kept tossing and turning, staring at the ceiling until morning. That whole day I felt off. I kept trying to call him. I left voicemails, sent texts. Nothing. I checked his parents' landline. No answer. I tried not to panic. Maybe he was just sleeping in. Maybe he had taken a nap and missed my calls. I told myself it was fine. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I knew it like I knew how to breathe. When my phone rang around 6 p.m., I recognized the number. It was his mom. I answered quickly, already feeling sick. I don't remember much about that call. Just her voice breaking. The way she said my name like she didn't know how to say the rest. He was gone. She had gone to wake him and found him in bed, still peaceful. He hadn't made a sound. The paramedics said it was his heart. Undiagnosed heart disease. It just gave out. In his sleep. I couldn't breathe. I dropped the phone. My legs gave out. My dad caught me before I hit the floor, but I didn't even realize it. I remember my mom screaming my name. I remember the sound of my own voice crying, but it didn't feel like mine. Everything went dark and quiet inside me. Like that dream, but worse. Because now it was real. The days that followed are a blur. The drive back up to his parents' house felt endless. I remember staring out the window, holding my son's hand in mine, trying not to cry in front of him. When we pulled into the driveway, everything looked the same. The same flowers, the same porch light. But he wasn't there. The funeral was small. Family, a few close friends. Everyone kept telling me how sorry they were, how he was too young, how life wasn't fair. I nodded a lot. I said thank you. I held our son close. But inside, I was frozen, numb. I still think about that morning. The way I cried on the porch. The way I didn't want to leave. The way he held me. I think about that night when the cold came and everything went black. I know now what it was. I felt him leave. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. But I felt it. Down to my bones. There's no easy way to explain it. No logic that makes it make sense. But I know. The second he left this world, something inside me knew. It was like a string between us snapped. A thread pulled tight for years, stretched across miles and time, and every goodbye. And when it broke, I felt it. Life moves on, because it has to. Our son keeps me grounded. He's growing so fast. He looks more like his father every day. Same eyes, same crooked smile. Sometimes I catch him looking off at nothing, and I wonder if he feels it too, in some small way. I still live with that cold sometimes. It comes and goes, usually at night. I've learned to sit with it, to let it come and let it pass. It doesn't scare me like it did. It just reminds me that love like that doesn't disappear, even in silence, even in sorrow. I miss him every single day, but I carry him with me, in the way I talk to our son, in the way I smile at old photos, in the way my heart still aches and still beats. He may be gone, but he never really left. I was probably about 13 when I first heard the story. My dad told it to me one evening when we were sitting outside after dinner. He wasn't dramatic about it. He never is. He just told it in his usual quiet, straightforward way. Years later, without prompting, my auntie told me the exact same thing, same timing, same reactions, same detail. It was one of those moments that sticks with you, even though I wasn't there when it happened. It was the late 1970s. My dad was around 16 years old at the time, living in his parents' old house, the one on the corner with the red gravel driveway and the thick iron gate that was hard to close without scraping the concrete. My auntie, a few years younger than him, was still in school back then. My great-grandfather, my grandmother's father, had been sick for a long time. He was in his final days, confined to a bed in my grandparents' bedroom at the front of the house. The whole house had taken on that heavy, still feeling that homes get when someone is dying. It was quiet all the time, everyone moving slowly, voices lowered even when they didn't need to be. Their house was a typical older Australian home from that era. Brick walls, high ceilings, and heavy doors that stuck a bit in summer when the wood swelled. The windows rattled in the wind, but the air inside always felt still unless someone opened something. The waiting room at the front of the house sat just beside my grandparents' bedroom. It had old couches and a glass-topped coffee table with a carved wooden base that looked like something you'd find in a lawyer's office. There were 3 doors in that room. One went into my grandparents' bedroom, another opened into the hallway that led to the rest of the house, and the last one, the one that really matters, was the thick, solid wooden front door that led outside to the small front garden. It was late afternoon or early evening, the light outside already softening into that golden tone that only lasts a few minutes. The house was quiet, everyone waiting. My dad and auntie were in the waiting room, sitting near each other on opposite ends of the couch. My grandmother was in the bedroom with her father, sitting by his side, as she had been for days. My grandfather had stepped out to check something in the backyard, or maybe to grab something from the kitchen. That part isn't really clear. But my dad and auntie were just sitting there in silence. No music, no talking, just that waiting. The air in the room was thick. That's the word my dad used. Thick. Not hot exactly, but stuffy. No cross breeze, no airflow, just that stale kind of air you get when a house has been closed up for too long. The windows were shut, and the wooden front door was slightly ajar, not wide open, but not fully closed either. It was the kind of door that took some effort to open and shut. It didn't swing freely on its own. You had to turn the knob and pull, then push it shut hard so the latch would click. There were no gaps under it, no drafts. And it definitely didn't open or close on its own. My auntie was feeling cold, which was odd considering the stillness of the air, but she got up anyway and walked over to the front door. She pushed it closed and turned the old brass lock until it clicked, then pulled it to check. Locked. She didn't say anything to my dad, just sat back down and pulled her knees up on the couch, tucking her arms around them. My dad watched her do it, but they didn't speak. There wasn't much to say. They were just waiting. Minutes passed. Maybe 3, maybe a little more. Time moves slowly in moments like that. You're aware of everything. The way the couch cushion shifts when you breathe, the quiet hum of a fridge in another room, the muted creaks of a house settling in the evening. My dad said he remembered the smell most clearly. The dry smell of dust on old curtains and the faint sharpness of the cleaning fluid my grandmother always used to mop the hallway floors. He remembered that because it was what grounded him in the moment right before it happened. It was sudden. The sound came first, louder than it should have been for that quiet a house. The front door, locked, shut tight just moments ago, flew open with force. Not like it was pushed gently or nudged by wind, but like someone had grabbed the handle from inside the room and yanked it open violently, pulling it wide on its hinges. It opened outward toward the garden, slamming against the side wall and bouncing a little before swinging back with the same energy and slamming shut with a bang so loud it echoed through the house. Both my dad and auntie jumped, their hearts immediately racing. They stared at the door, frozen. My auntie was already on her feet again, though she didn't remember standing. My dad said it sounded exactly like the way someone would leave a house in anger. Like the kind of slam you do when you're done with a fight, when you want the noise to say everything you can't. It wasn't a random gust. It was deliberate, like purpose had been behind it. But there was no one there. They checked the handle. Still locked. The deadbolt hadn't turned, but the door had opened. There were no signs of wind, no open windows, no drafts. The trees outside weren't moving. The garden was calm. At that exact moment, right as the door slammed shut, they heard it from the bedroom. A long, broken sound, like a deep sob or a wail. My grandmother's voice. They rushed to the door and found her sitting beside her father's bed, her hands covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He had just died. There was no mistaking the timing. It was the same second. They both swear to it, even now. My auntie once told me she looked at the clock right before it happened, and again after, and not even a full minute had passed. My dad doesn't go in for exaggeration. He's the kind of person who tells things plainly, and his account has never changed. They had locked the door. It had stayed closed. No one had touched it. But something made it open like that, wide and fast, and slammed shut so hard that the pictures on the wall in the hallway rattled. No one came in or went out. Nothing was disturbed in the garden. But the feeling in the room afterward wasn't fear. It was just emptiness, like something had left. The rest of the evening went how you'd expect. The family gathered. A doctor came. Phone calls were made. My grandmother was inconsolable for hours, and then quiet for days after. The house went into that strange mode families slip into when someone passes. The rituals of grief, the tasks that keep your hands busy so your brain doesn't fall apart. But the thing that stuck, the thing that neither my dad nor my auntie ever forgot, was the door. They checked everything afterward. My grandfather even tried to recreate it, closing the door to the same angle, leaving it unlatched, seeing if it could swing open on its own. He opened and shut it from the garden, from inside the room, even stomped his foot on the floor to see if the vibration would cause it to move. But nothing. It stayed stubbornly still, like it always did unless someone turned the knob with purpose. My dad once told me he tried to push it just hard enough so that a breeze might do the rest. But even then it wouldn't swing with any kind of force. It always needed a hand behind it. My grandparents never talked much about the door incident. My grandmother had other things on her mind, and maybe part of her didn't want to think about it. But she did mention once, years later, that something about the house changed after her father died. Not in a haunted kind of way. Nothing strange happened again, but in how quiet it felt, how the light came through the windows differently, how the rooms never felt quite as full. It was like something had left with him, like his presence, even in his final days of barely speaking, had still filled some space in the house. And when he died, that space wasn't empty, it was cleared. The house has long since been sold. New families have moved in and out. I drove by it a few years ago just to see. The front garden has changed. The thick hedges were trimmed back, and someone painted the door a deep navy blue. But it's still the same heavy wood, still has the same iron handle, and still sits in the same frame that held it for decades. I don't believe in ghosts. Neither does my dad. We don't believe in doors slamming shut from spirits or signs from beyond. But we do believe in moments. Those rare, strange seconds when everything aligns in just the right way and something you can't explain happens right in front of you. It doesn't have to be supernatural to stay with you forever. Sometimes, it's enough that two people saw the same thing at the same time, and it shook them hard enough that the memory never changed, never faded. That door opened. It slammed shut. No one touched it. No one was near it. And it happened the second my great-grandfather passed away. It didn't feel like a ghost or a sign. It just felt like someone leaving, like the last step out the door, a goodbye without a sound, a moment no one tried to understand too much, because the truth is, sometimes the most real things in life are the ones we can't fully explain, and maybe that's okay. When I was 13, I lived in a small, quiet town in rural Zimbabwe, the kind of place where life moves slowly and the air always smells of dry grass, earth, and sometimes smoke from distant brush fires. We lived in a big, single-story house that sat right in the middle of a large plot of land. It wasn't anything fancy, just a long house with wide rooms, thick walls, and a tin roof that clanged and creaked whenever the wind picked up or when a sudden storm would throw down heavy rain. The garden around the house was massive. It wrapped all the way around, front to back, and my parents spent a lot of time planting things that didn't always grow. The soil was tough and dry, and you had to dig and turn it like you were fighting with it before anything would take. On the edges of the yard were guava trees, thick with gnarled branches, and a few dusty bushes that attracted insects. In the front, we had some flowers that came and went with the seasons, and on the sides, the ground was mostly bare, hard-packed, and cracked under the sun. One side of the house had this narrow stretch of garden, a sort of passage between our house and the neighbor's fence. It wasn't really used for anything. It was maybe 2 or 3 meters wide and about 20 meters long. The house wall on one side, a rough concrete fence on the other. At the far end of that strip was a small, old cement-lined pond. It was round, maybe 3 meters across and 1 deep, built low into the ground. It hadn't held water for years. It was bone dry when I found it, filled with dead leaves, broken sticks, some pieces of rusted metal, and layers of brown dust that had built up from years of neglect. One weekend, I had the idea to clean it out. It was one of those long Saturdays where time crawled by, and I didn't feel like staying inside. My mom didn't like us watching too much TV, and there wasn't much to do anyway. I figured I'd clear the pond, maybe see if we could refill it one day, use it for swimming or fish, or even just as a place to sit around. So I grabbed a metal rake, a shovel, and got to work. It took a few hours. The sun was beating down hard, and the dust stuck to my arms and face. I scraped out everything: leaves, sticks, clumps of dry mud, an old plastic toy I didn't recognize. I even scrubbed parts of the concrete with a broom dipped in soapy water from a bucket. By the time I finished, the pond was still cracked and old-looking, but clean. The bottom was rough and gray, with a thick crack running along one side like a lightning bolt etched in stone. I was proud of the work, even though I didn't really have a plan for what came next. A few days later, my friend Dan came over. He was one of my closest friends, a tall, skinny kid with sharp elbows and knees that always seemed bruised from climbing things he shouldn't. We usually played soccer in the front yard or threw stones at mangoes in the trees, but that day we were just messing around. I can't even remember exactly what we were doing, probably chasing each other, seeing who could jump the furthest, or making up some game. The kind of dumb, energetic stuff you do when you're a kid and your body's full of movement you don't know how to burn off. At one point, I found myself running around the side of the house, into the narrow garden path between the wall and the fence. The sun was starting to go down, and everything had that dusty orange glow to it. The air smelled warm and dry, like heat trapped in bricks. I remember hearing Dan's footsteps behind me, then nothing. Just me, running fast, feet slapping on the dirt, heading straight toward the pond at the end. I wasn't thinking about anything at all. I was just running. But when I got maybe 2 meters away from the pond, something happened. It was like my whole body locked up, frozen mid-step. I stopped so suddenly I nearly fell forward. My legs were shaking. My breath caught in my throat. It felt like a wall of something invisible had hit me, hard and fast. Not pain, not even panic, just this sudden, overwhelming dread that hit me like a crashing wave. My skin crawled. My chest tightened. My whole body buzzed like it had been plugged into a socket. It was like thousands of tiny needles rained down on me, stabbing my skin all at once. And I didn't understand it. There was nothing there, nothing that I could see. Just the empty pond, the cracked concrete, the dead dry grass around it. But something inside me screamed, "Don't move." I stood there, completely still. I didn't take another step. I stared at the crack in the side of the pond, my heart hammering in my ears. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. For a moment, time felt like it had stopped. Then, from that crack, a long shape began to slide out. Slow, smooth, quiet. It was a snake, dark, glossy, and thick-bodied. It moved like a rope dragged through water, steady, deliberate. It was maybe a meter long, maybe a bit more. Its scales caught the last light of the sun, a dull brown and black, blending perfectly with the dust and the cement. I knew exactly what it was before its full body even came into view. A Mozambique-spitting cobra. I'd seen them before in books, maybe once on a documentary on TV. But seeing one in real life, this close, was something else. It wasn't afraid. It didn't slither away. It just came out of the crack slowly and curled itself halfway along the edge of the pond, lifting its head slightly as if tasting the air. Its eyes were small and dark, and its tongue flicked in and out with calm, terrifying rhythm. I didn't move. I didn't even shift my weight. I just stood there, legs aching, stomach turning to ice, and watched. These snakes are known to be aggressive. Not just defensive, but actively hostile if they feel threatened. They don't just bite, they spit. Straight at your eyes. The venom can blind you, burn through skin. One strike and you're in serious trouble. And I had just run full speed straight toward its new hiding place. If I hadn't stopped, if something in me hadn't made me freeze, I would have been right on top of it. Maybe it would have thought I was attacking it. Maybe it would have spat or lunged. I could have been blind. I could have been dead. Eventually, the snake slipped back into the crack, as silently as it had come. I didn't turn around. I walked backwards, one slow step at a time, until I was far enough to turn and bolt. I ran back toward the open part of the garden where Dan had stopped, staring at me with wide eyes. I didn't say anything. I just sat down in the grass, heart pounding, hands shaking. It was over, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how close it had been. Not just the snake itself, but the fact that I had no warning. Nothing had told me it was there. No sound, no movement, no shadow. Just a feeling, this sudden, unexplainable fear that stopped me cold. I kept replaying it in my mind, over and over. The way I stopped, the way I stared, the way the snake moved. I didn't understand how I had known. It didn't make sense. But something deep in my body, in my instincts, had screamed that something was wrong. The next morning, I went out with my father and helped him fill the pond with sand. We didn't say much. He didn't know about the snake, just that I wanted the pond gone. I didn't argue. I shoveled dry earth into it for hours until it was full and flat, like it had never been there. We raked the top smooth and watered it down so the dust wouldn't blow away. After that, we avoided that part of the garden. We didn't grow anything there. We didn't play there. It became just another quiet part of the yard, shaded and dry, ignored. Years later, when I was older, I sometimes tried to explain what happened to myself. Maybe I heard something my conscious mind didn't register. Maybe the snake shifted slightly, and I caught it in the corner of my eye. Maybe my body picked up on something subtle. Heat, pressure, movement in the air. Or maybe it was just luck. Pure, blind luck. But I don't really believe that. There's something inside us, something ancient and buried, that still knows danger when it's close. Something that doesn't wait for reason or logic. That day, I listened to it without knowing I was listening. I froze because something in me knew I had to. And that single moment, that one pause, saved me. To this day, I don't walk past dry cracks in walls or piles of rocks without watching carefully. I don't run blindly through places I don't know. And I've never ignored that feeling again. That cold, buzzing fear that wraps around your spine and stops you in your tracks. I still remember the exact look of the pond. The way the cracks split the concrete. The way the snake emerged so silently, like it had always been there. And I remember how close I came to not seeing 14. It's strange how a single moment can divide your life so cleanly into before and after. Before that day, I thought I understood fear. After it, I knew what it felt like to stand at the edge of something final and walk away. That pond is gone now. Filled, buried, forgotten. But I haven't forgotten. I never will. It always takes a second for people to process what I mean when I tell them I live in a church. Not a converted one. Not one that's just styled like a chapel. A real one. A church built sometime in the early 1700s, complete with a steeple and all the old stonework. And out front, a cemetery. Actual graves with unreadable headstones, some tilted, some sunken into the earth like the ground was trying to forget them. My parents bought it decades ago. Said it had charm, history, and space. It was cheap too, which should have been a red flag. But they fell in love with it. And then I grew up in it. You'd think that living in a place like this would get boring eventually. You'd get used to the strange noises, the creaks in the walls, the moaning wind that gets trapped in the steeple and sounds like someone breathing through their teeth. But I never really got used to it. And I stopped trying after a series of things happened that I still can't really explain. It started slow, small, dumb even, but it built into something that still gets under my skin whenever I think about it. The first thing I noticed was the phone charger. I was going to bed, like usual, went to plug it in, and it wasn't in its usual spot. Not even close. It had somehow gotten under my pile of dirty clothes. I figured I'd just tossed it there without realizing. I mean, my room's messy. It's not like it was impossible. So I pulled it out, plugged it back in, went to sleep. But then it happened again the next day. Same thing. The cord was split in two, the charging cable and the block. And the cord part was under a different pile of clothes this time. I kind of froze for a second when I saw it, because I remembered exactly where I'd left it the night before. Right there on the nightstand, plugged in. Still, I'm not the type to jump to wild conclusions. I plugged it back in, shook it off, moved on. Third night, same thing. Except this time, when I was trying to push the block into the outlet beside my bed, I felt the phone vibrating in my hand. I didn't think much of it at first. Figured I was accidentally pressing the screen with my fingers as I braced myself. But when I finally looked at it, I saw I'd somehow pulled up the call screen and dialed 3 digits, 666. I didn't call it, obviously. I stared at it for a long time, just trying to understand how that had even happened. I wasn't typing, I wasn't looking. I was just jamming the charger back into the wall. It creeped me out, but I told myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe my palm pressed on it just right. That's possible, right? Then there was the man. It was a hot summer day, a couple years back. I was upstairs, just got out of the shower in the bathroom across the hall from my bedroom. You have to understand the layout to really get this. There's a long hallway that stretches from the bathroom, past my bedroom, all the way to my parents' room and a spare bedroom at the very end. When I opened the bathroom door, I instinctively looked down the hall. There was a man standing there, right by the spare room, not moving, just looking at me. He wasn't fuzzy, he wasn't shadowy. He looked real, solid. I remember his shirt. It was pale blue and looked kind of worn. His face wasn't scary, just blank. And then after 2, maybe 3 seconds, he turned and walked into the spare room. Like it was nothing. I stood there with water still dripping down my neck, towel half around my waist, just staring. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I was too stunned. And when I finally moved again, I went to check the room. It was empty. I don't know how to explain that one. I never saw him again. I even checked the doors, checked the windows, but nothing had been opened. No one was home but me. I didn't even tell anyone for a while, because what could I even say that would make sense? Then there was the dream. I think it happened after the man, but I'm not totally sure. Sometimes the order gets jumbled in my head. What I do remember is how real it felt, like vividly real. It felt like I was awake, except I couldn't move. In the dream, there were 3 little girls standing beside my bed. They were in white dresses, frilly, old-looking ones. Their faces weren't scary or strange. They just stood there, watching me, all night. I kept waiting for them to say something or move or vanish, but they didn't. They just stood there. It was like my brain had paused on a frame of a horror movie, but I had to live in it. When I finally did wake up, I was sweating like crazy, sheets soaked. It was like I'd run a marathon. I didn't sleep in that room the next night. Then there were the whistles. That happened 3 separate times, and each time it was with my girlfriend at the time. We'd be hanging out in my room, watching TV or just lying around, and suddenly we'd hear a whistle. A clear, human whistle. Like someone calling a dog or trying to get someone's attention. Every time it happened, we'd look at each other, wide-eyed. We always checked the hallway, checked the windows. Never saw anything. And the weirdest part? We were always alone in the house. You know how your body just knows when something's off? Like your skin tightens and your stomach dips? That's how it felt every time. Like something was just behind the curtain, just out of reach, but close enough that you knew it was there. One of the most distinct things that ever happened late one night. I was lying on my bed, watching TV, head at the foot of the bed for some reason. My guitar, a cheap acoustic one, was leaning against the wall next to me. It was close, within arm's reach. Out of nowhere, the strings strummed. Not just one string like it fell over and bounced. All of them, like someone had dragged their fingers across them. It was soft, not loud, but loud enough to make me jump. I turned my head so fast I got a cramp. The guitar hadn't moved. It was still leaning the way it had been. No wind, no window open, no reason. Another time I went into my room to grab something, can't even remember what, and I sat down on the bed for a second to check my phone. As I was reading a message, I felt the bed shift beside me, like someone had sat down. I didn't move, didn't look. I just froze. I could feel the dip in the mattress. I felt a tiny gust of air, like what you feel when someone flops next to you. And I heard it too, that soft rush of air. But no one was there. That was the moment I realized that whatever was going on wasn't just random. It was something. Maybe not a ghost or whatever, but something was happening. Too many things, too consistent. So I bought a cheap digital voice recorder online. Figured I'd do one of those sessions people do, ask some questions, see if anything came up. I sat in my room, recorder in hand, and started with the whistle. I asked about it. No sound, no change in the air. Dead silence. But when I played the tape back, there it was. That same damn whistle. Clear as day, right after I asked about it. I remember just staring at the recorder for a minute, listening to it again and again. My voice asking the question. Then silence. Then the whistle. So I kept going. I asked about the guitar. Asked if they liked it. Again, nothing I could hear in the moment. But on the playback, there was a soft giggle. Definitely female. Sounded young. Not creepy in a horror movie way, just eerie. Especially since I'd had that dream about the girls in white. Then I decided to go to the spare room, the one where I'd seen the man. I sat on the floor and hit record. I asked if there was anyone in the room, if someone had been watching me, and almost instantly, I felt the temperature drop. Not freezing, just enough to make my arms prickle. I asked again. The tape played back something I'll never forget. A voice, deep, heavy, male, but not clear. It wasn't words, but there were grunts. Like someone was trying to answer, but couldn't get the words out. One of them sounded like a low aha. It didn't feel fake. Didn't sound like anything I'd heard before. Not wind, not static. I kept asking questions. Then I asked if they could give me a sign, like a tap or something. That's when the tapping started. On the TV in the room. Not random. Precise. Once for yes, twice for no. I tested it. I asked if they were here. 1 tap. I asked if they were angry. 2 taps. I asked if they'd lived here before. 1 tap. It felt like I was having a conversation, but with something invisible. I don't know how long I stayed in there. Maybe an hour. Maybe more. But eventually, I stopped recording, stood up, and left the room. Haven't used the recorder since. It felt like I'd poked something I wasn't supposed to. Like I'd woken someone up. After that night, things went quiet for a while. No more guitar strums. No more whistles. The charger thing stopped happening. It was almost like whatever it was had said its piece and moved on. Or maybe it was waiting. I don't know. I tried to look into the history of the place, but most of the records were gone. Water damaged, destroyed, lost to time. I found a few mentions of the church being used as a temporary field hospital during a war, maybe revolutionary. Found some names buried out front that don't even show up in census records. But no smoking gun. Nothing evil. Nothing that could explain why my phone would dial 666 on its own. That part still bugs me. Because everything else, while creepy, felt neutral. Not good or bad. Just present. That one thing, though, that felt like something trying to get noticed. Something trying to provoke. I haven't experienced anything new in a while. Maybe it's done. Maybe it's just sleeping again. But I still live here. Still sleep in the same room. Still walk by that spare room every day. And sometimes late at night, I think I hear something shift on the mattress beside me, just barely. Like someone getting comfortable. But when I turn to look, there's never anyone there. I've been waiting for a long time to write this down. I don't really tell people about it much, but I figured if I was going to say anything, I should do it properly and write it all out exactly how it happened. If you're reading this, I hope you don't think I'm exaggerating anything, because I'm not. I've never believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff. Honestly, even when I was a kid, I thought those kinds of stories were made up or people's minds playing tricks on them. I always looked for the logical explanation. I still do. But what happened to me that day? Well, I still can't explain it. And I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. It happened a few years ago. My mom worked in real estate and would often visit houses by herself to check them out before showing them to potential buyers. She liked to go in first and get a feel for the place, see what needed cleaning, what the lighting was like, if the place was still furnished, that kind of stuff. Most of the time she went alone, but once in a while I'd go with her, especially if it was a weekend and I had nothing to do. It wasn't a big deal, and I'd just walk around with her while she looked at the rooms. Usually, the houses were empty and kind of boring. But this house was different from the beginning. I remember we were in the car when she told me other agents had said the house had a weird vibe. Some even joked that it was haunted. My mom didn't believe any of that, and I sure didn't either. She figured since it had that kind of reputation, it might be good to have someone with her, just in case. I think she said that more for fun than anything serious, but I went along. I didn't think twice about it. We pulled up to the place around noon. It was early spring, a little overcast, not too cold. The house sat on the edge of a neighborhood, kind of separated from the others. There were a few houses on the same road, but this one was tucked behind some overgrown bushes and trees. You could barely see it from the street. It was completely covered in vines, thick ones crawling up the walls and even hanging down from the roof like tentacles. A cracked sidewalk led from the street to the front door, and the grass was tall and yellowing. It hadn't been cut in a long time. I remember thinking the house looked like it had been forgotten. Not just empty, but like people had purposely stayed away from it. The windows were dirty, and you could only sort of make out the insides behind the glass. One of the front windows had a curtain that looked stuck in place, like it hadn't moved in years. My mom unlocked the front door, and we stepped inside. The air was stale. Not moldy or anything, just that dry, dusty air that you get in places that haven't been lived in for a while. The first floor looked pretty normal. Hardwood floors that were scuffed up and worn, walls that could have used a fresh coat of paint, old furniture still sitting in place. Nothing was broken or trashed. It just looked like someone had packed a suitcase and left one day without taking anything else with them. There was a coat still hanging on a hook by the door, a faded umbrella in a stand, a dusty old rug in the middle of the living room. We walked around for a bit. The kitchen had an old fridge that was still plugged in, humming quietly. There were a couple of cups in the sink, like someone had used them and then forgotten about them. The dining room had a long wooden table with 6 chairs around it. One of the chairs was pulled out, as if someone had been sitting there not long ago. It was odd, but I just figured maybe a previous agent had been there recently. The part that really got to me on the first floor was the television. In the corner of the living room was an old box TV, one of those big, heavy ones that sit on the floor. It was on. I'm not kidding. It was actually on. The screen was glowing faintly, playing a black and white documentary about World War II. I remember seeing tanks rolling across a field and soldiers marching in grainy footage. The volume was turned down low, but it was just enough to be heard in the quiet. It made the whole house feel colder. That constant low murmur of the TV combined with the silence of everything else, it was unsettling. My mom said it was probably on a timer or someone had forgotten to unplug it, but I could tell it gave her a weird feeling too. After checking out the downstairs, we went up to the second floor. The staircase was steep and narrow, the kind that creaks with every step. The upstairs hallway was long, with faded wallpaper that had peeled in spots, revealing the bare wall underneath. There were 3 doors along the hall. The first room was just a bedroom, simple, with a bed, a dresser, a small nightstand. The bed still had sheets on it. A single pillow. Dust lay thick on everything, undisturbed. It looked like no one had entered in a long time. Then we got to the second room. I'm not going to lie, when we opened the door, I stopped short. The entire room was filled with taxidermy animals. Real ones. Not toys or collectibles. Mounted deer heads on the walls. Stuffed raccoons and foxes, and birds arranged in poses like a museum. A bear, mid-roar, stood in the corner. It wasn't a huge room, and with all the animals packed in there, it felt cramped. like they were watching you from every angle. The smell was different too, not exactly rotten, but like old fur and dust and something chemical. I felt a chill in my neck. My mom just said something like, "Oh wow," and we stepped back out after a few seconds. It wasn't dangerous or anything, just deeply weird. But still, everything looked undisturbed. We moved on to the third room. It was another bedroom, smaller than the first, with just a single bed and a desk by the window. It felt more normal than the other two. Not much to look at. We glanced around and then decided to head back downstairs. As we were walking down the hallway, past the second room with the animals, I glanced back in, just out of curiosity. And that's when I stopped. There was a chair in the center of the room. It wasn't there before. I know that for a fact. We'd just been in that room maybe 10 minutes earlier, and there was nothing in the middle. We would have had to walk around it. It was a wooden chair with a red cushion on the seat. It looked old, like it belonged to a different era. But the strangest part was how it was placed, perfectly in the center of the room, like someone had taken the time to measure out the exact spot and set it there. Nothing else in the room had moved. The animals were still staring from the corners and walls, but now they all seemed to be looking at the chair. I didn't say anything at first. I just stood there, frozen, staring into the room. My mom asked me what was wrong, and I just pointed. She looked in and immediately went pale. She whispered something under her breath, and we left the house right away. Locked the door, walked to the car, and didn't say a word until we were halfway back home. That chair, it still gets to me. I've thought about it so many times since then. There was no one else in the house. We were together the entire time. Neither of us ever went off alone. No one came in behind us. We didn't hear a single sound the whole time we were upstairs. And yet, something had moved a chair from who knows where and placed it exactly in the center of the creepiest room in the house. I've tried to explain it. Maybe it was there the whole time, and we just missed it. But no, that doesn't make sense. The room wasn't that big. We both went in and looked around. You couldn't miss something like that. It would have been in the way. I remember exactly where I stood, just to the left of the bear in the corner. If the chair had been there, I wouldn't have had space to stand. It wasn't there. Then it was. We never went back to that house. My mom didn't put it on her list for showings. She said she didn't feel comfortable with it. A few weeks later, I asked if it had sold. She told me it had, but then said the new owners didn't stay long. I didn't think much of it until a year or so later, when I overheard her talking to another agent about it. The house had sold again, and again, over 5 times in just a few years. Each time, the new homeowners left within a few months. Some claimed the lights turned on by themselves. Others said they'd hear footsteps when they were alone. A couple said they felt like someone was watching them in certain rooms. I never heard anyone mention the chair. I don't know if anyone else ever saw it, but it was real. I saw it, and no matter how many times I go over it in my head, I can't explain it. It's not the kind of story that ends with a ghost or some dramatic event. Nothing jumped out at us. Nothing chased us. It was just a chair. One old chair, moved without a sound, without explanation, in a house that felt like it had secrets it didn't want to share. And that's what still creeps me out. I don't tell people this story to scare them. Honestly, it's not even that scary when you say it out loud. But when you live through something like that, something small but completely impossible, it changes the way you see the world. You start to notice little things more. You check behind you even when you know you're alone. And you don't laugh off stories like this anymore. I haven't been back to that neighborhood since. I'm not afraid of the house exactly, but I have no reason to be near it either. Some things are better left alone. Maybe there's a logical answer. Maybe someday I'll figure it out. But until then, that house, that chair, and the silence of that room will stay with me, clear as the day it happened. And I'll always wonder, what else was waiting in that house, just out of sight, quiet and patient, like it had all the time in the world. My friend Ryan and I had just graduated from college a week earlier. For years of long nights, part-time jobs, skipped meals, and coffee-fueled cramming were finally behind us. We were both exhausted and a little dazed, unsure what came next, but we figured we deserved to blow off steam before real life started. A trip to Florida sounded like the perfect way to say goodbye to our college days. We'd drive from our small Midwest town all the way down, hit some beaches, maybe a few clubs, soak in the sun and the freedom. The plan was simple: take I-75 south, stop in a few cities along the way, and then crash with Ryan's cousin who lived just outside Tampa. Our first major stop was Atlanta. We got in late afternoon and checked into a cheap motel just outside downtown. It was a hot, humid evening, the kind of air that sticks to your skin. We showered, changed, and grabbed an Uber into the city. Ryan had looked up a bar called the Highlander that people on Reddit swore was a fun, gritty dive. It didn't disappoint. Dim lighting, worn booths, loud music, cheap drinks. The walls were plastered in stickers and graffiti, and there was a strong smell of fried food and spilled beer. Perfect. We drank more than we should have, laughing over dumb stories from college, marveling that we were actually done. We made friends with the bartender, who poured us a couple shots on the house when we told him we had just graduated. There was a kind of invisible thread that binds people celebrating. Maybe it's youth or hope, or the buzz of knowing life hasn't worn you down yet. At some point, probably around midnight, we stepped outside to get some air. I remember leaning against the brick wall, blinking up at the orange haze of streetlights. That's when they walked up to us. A guy and a girl about our age, maybe a little older. He had short dark hair and wore a Cubs cap backwards. She was petite, in black jeans and a denim vest, with her long brown hair pulled into a messy bun. They smiled like they already knew us, like we'd all gone to high school together and were bumping into each other on the street. He said, "Where you guys from?" in this laid-back voice, like he already knew the answer. "Illinois," I said, "but small town, near Peoria." His eyes lit up. "No shit, we're from Rockford." We laughed. Small world. It was all casual after that. Where did we go to school? What did we study? What were our plans now? That sort of thing. Nothing deep, just easy back and forth like we'd known each other longer than 5 minutes. They'd just graduated too. Said they were taking a road trip down to Orlando, and then maybe Daytona. He told us they'd been dating for 3 years, and they were thinking about getting engaged soon. She smiled but didn't say anything, just kind of leaned into him. We talked for a while, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and then it was time to split. They said they were heading back to their hotel. We were going to hit another bar. They waved goodbye and walked off down the street. He had his arms slung around her shoulders, and they looked like they belonged to each other. Like one of those couples you see at a festival or concert and think they're going to be all right. They got into this sleek black BMW Z4 convertible. Even in the dim light, the car gleamed. It had a Chicago Bears decal on the back window. I remember that detail clearly. The top was down, and they pulled off into the night, laughing at something we couldn't hear. The next morning, we woke up in the motel feeling like we'd been hit by a truck. My mouth was dry as cotton, and my head pounded with every movement. Ryan wasn't doing much better. We downed some Gatorade and aspirin, packed up, and got back on the road. I remember the sky being this bright, mocking blue. The kind of color that makes you feel worse when you're hungover. We got on I-75 and started heading south. Traffic wasn't bad at first, and we made decent time. The road stretched out in that never-ending southern sprawl, flat, pine-lined shoulders, signs for boiled peanuts and fireworks, and the occasional billboard for personal injury attorneys. Then it stopped, just like that. About 50 miles south of Atlanta, we hit a wall of brake lights, bumper to bumper. No exits nearby, no way out. It was the kind of jam where people start getting out of their cars to stretch or pee behind trees. We sat there for over an hour, creeping forward foot by foot. The sun beat down through the windshield, and our hangovers twisted into something worse. We passed the flashing lights first. 2 cruisers angled to block the shoulder, their strobes cutting through the heat waves. Then came the fire truck, and then the accident. Just one car. Black BMW Z4, flipped onto its side, half on the road, half in the grass median. Crushed. The windshield was spiderwebbed. The frame bent like someone had tried to twist it into a knot. 2 blue tarps. One on the road, one on the grass. Not far apart. But what I remember most, what still wakes me up sometimes, is the severed arm. Pale, lying just off the pavement near the median. Still wearing a bracelet. No one had covered it. Like they missed it. Like it didn't count. I didn't want to believe it. But I knew. The decal was still there on the back. Chicago Bears. Same spot, same shape. There couldn't have been that many identical cars. And even if there were, I felt it. Deep down, I already knew. We didn't talk for a long time. Ryan just stared out the window, and I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I kept trying to think of their names, but I couldn't remember if they ever told us. Maybe they had. Maybe I'd just been too drunk to remember. That made it worse. It was like their names were the only proof they had ever existed, and I didn't even have that. Just a 15-minute conversation, some laughs, a wave goodbye. And now, we didn't stop again until we hit the Florida border. Even then, it was just a gas station to pee and switch drivers. Ryan didn't bring it up, and neither did I. But I saw how he looked at the road. A little more cautious. Like he was expecting something else to jump out at us. When we got to his cousin's place, we tried to act normal. Went to the beach. Ate shrimp from a roadside stand. Took pictures. Smiled. But the whole time, I kept seeing that arm. The way it was lying there like a forgotten piece of laundry. No ceremony. No dignity. Just part of someone who used to laugh and talk and plan a future. I wonder about them sometimes. What would they be doing now? Would they have gotten engaged? Married? Had kids? Would they have stayed in Illinois or moved south? I think about the look in her eyes when she leaned into him outside that bar. Like she trusted him completely. Like they had all the time in the world. We never found out their names. We tried searching the news that night, but all we found was a tiny blurb. Fatal accident on I-75 involving a single vehicle. 2 dead. Names withheld pending notification of family. That was it. No pictures. No mention of where they were from. No follow-up story. Just a couple of lines and then silence. I think about how close we were. We could have been in that car with them if we'd agreed to go back to their hotel instead of finding another bar. Or they could have come with us. We joked about it. Said, maybe we'll meet up again in Florida. But we didn't exchange numbers. There was no way to know who they really were. It stuck with me though. Still does. Not because it was gory or shocking, though it was, but because they were just like us. Graduates. Young. Figuring it out. Celebrating. On the road. Laughing. And then nothing. I'm older now. That trip was years ago. Ryan and I drifted apart after a while. Different jobs, different lives. But I still think about that night in Atlanta. About the two of them. The short moment they passed through my life, and then were gone. Sometimes I catch myself scanning the back of black BMWs on the highway, looking for that decal. I don't even know why. Habit maybe. Or maybe it's a way to remind myself how thin the line is. Between then and now. Between celebration and tragedy. And every now and then, late at night when the world is quiet, I wonder what their names were. I wish I knew. I wish I could say them out loud. Just once. So someone else would remember them too. I don't talk about this with people anymore. Not because I think they'd mock me, though that used to be a concern, but because it always leaves a weird heaviness in the air. I'm not saying I believe in the supernatural or fate or any of that, but this whole thing, it still sits with me. Sometimes it slips to the back of my mind for weeks, even months, but then something will pop up, a movie, a name, a phrase, and suddenly I'm back there, sweating through fevered sheets in 2006, asking a long-dead actor to save someone I'd never even thought about. It started in September 2006. I got sick. Not just the usual cold or flu, but the kind of illness that comes on fast and knocks everything out of you. I remember it started with a sore throat one night. Then by the next afternoon I was burning up, aching from the tips of my fingers to my back molars. Every bone hurt. I could barely hold water down. I didn't have insurance at the time, and I kept saying I could ride it out, tough it out from home. Dumb decision, I know. My girlfriend at the time, Rachel, was taking care of me as best she could. We were in our early 20s, just out of school, living together in a small one-bedroom apartment with thin walls and barely working AC. She ran around, changing out DVDs, bringing me wet cloths, swapping sweat-soaked sheets in the middle of the night. She even moved a fan right next to the bed and sprayed cool mist into the air with one of those dollar store spray bottles. I don't remember much of those days clearly, but she said I kept talking in my sleep. She wrote some of it down. When I finally started coming out of it, I was still weak, like my limbs were full of sand. I sat on the couch with a blanket over my shoulders, blinking at the screen while some old black and white movie played, trying to piece together what was real and what had just been the dreams or hallucinations. That's when Rachel sat next to me and asked, "Who's Donald Crisp?" I blinked, confused, because the name didn't sound totally unfamiliar, but it wasn't someone I consciously thought about. I told her the only thing I knew. He was an actor from way back, maybe the 30s or 40s. I remembered seeing him in some Lassie movies when I was a kid watching Saturday TV with my grandma, but I couldn't name anything else. She just looked at me funny and said, "You kept calling out to him." Like not yelling, just repeating his name. Then you said something like, "He has to save her." I asked you who he had to save and you said, "Butto is coming back home to die." I didn't have a response. I hadn't thought about Benazir Bhutto in years, and even then I knew barely anything about her. Just that she had been a leader in Pakistan and went into exile. I couldn't tell you a single policy, or even what year she had been in power. The whole thing struck me as bizarre, but I brushed it off. Fever dreams, weird brain chemistry. Who knows what the mind drags out when it's fighting off infection? Things went back to normal. The sickness cleared, Rachel and I got on with life. Work, bills, groceries. I forgot about it. Life doesn't give you much time to reflect when you're just trying to stay afloat. But then, in December 2007, I had that dream. I still remember every detail. The colors, the sounds, even the strange burnt smell in the air. In the dream, I was standing in some open square or courtyard, surrounded by low white buildings and dirt roads. It wasn't anywhere I'd been before, but I could hear a crowd, tense and murmuring. Then I saw her, a woman in a light blue dress and headscarf, standing on some kind of platform. She was waving, talking to the people. And then chaos. A crack of gunfire, people ducking. I remember seeing a flash of orange in the crowd, then an explosion. Everything blurred, but I saw her fall. People screamed. Smoke and fire rose. I was frozen. And then suddenly, I was in a room with wood-paneled walls and low leather chairs. The kind of old-fashioned lounge you might see in a club from the 1940s. A man sat across from me reading a newspaper. I knew him instantly, though I couldn't place from where. He folded the paper and handed it to me. No words, no expression. The headline read in bold blocky letters, "Bhutto killed in Sikh states." The paper was yellowed, soft at the edges like it had been handled too many times. The price on the corner said 5 cents. No date, just that headline. When I woke up, I was sweaty but not sick. I felt off though, unsettled. I didn't tell Rachel. Just went about the day, worked a shift at the bookstore, came home, ate leftovers. I told myself it was just a dream, a really weird dream. But 3 days later, on December 27, 2007, I saw the news. Benazir Bhutto assassinated. She was shot during a political rally. There was an explosion. She was in Pakistan. She had just returned from exile. I stood in front of the TV, remote in hand, not moving. Rachel came in and asked what I was watching. I didn't answer. I just sat down. I felt cold. Not the kind of cold you get from air conditioning or weather. A deeper cold, like something had slipped through, something I wasn't supposed to see. I still didn't say anything to anyone. What was I supposed to say? That I dreamed it? That I had some kind of vision in my sleep a few days before it happened? No one wants to hear that. People either think you're lying, or they start acting weird around you. But it didn't stop there. About a week later, I was flipping through channels late at night, unable to sleep. My head felt full, like there was static buzzing just behind my eyes. I landed on TCM, Turner Classic Movies, something I rarely watched unless I was bored out of my mind. A film called Jezebel was just starting. I was about to flip past it when I saw his name in the credits. Donald Crisp. I stared at the screen. The same name I supposedly mumbled in my fever. The same man from my dream. I watched the movie all the way through, not because I was interested, but because I needed to see his face again. When he appeared, I felt something inside me drop. That was him. That was the man from the lounge with the newspaper. It wasn't even a close resemblance or a maybe. It was him. I stayed up the rest of the night researching. Donald Crisp was a British-American actor and director. He was active from the silent film era into the 1950s. He died in 1974. That alone gave me pause. I had no reason to know who he was, no interest in early cinema. My knowledge of him was shallow at best, just that I might have seen him in some old Lassie movie as a kid. So why would my fevered brain choose him? Why would he show up in a dream over a year later and hand me a headline that came true 3 days after I dreamed it? I still don't have the answer. I tried to write it all down once, like a timeline. The illness in 2006, the fever, what Rachel told me I said. The dream in December 2007, the assassination, the newspaper headline, the TCM broadcast. Everything lines up, but lining it up doesn't make it make sense. Over the years, I've run into the name Donald Crisp a few more times, always unexpectedly. Once in a crossword puzzle, once mentioned in passing in a podcast I had on in the background while making dinner, once in a book about old Hollywood that I found on a bench at the park. Not left behind or discarded, set there deliberately like someone wanted me to find it. I didn't even take the book. I left it where it was. Rachel and I broke up in 2009. It had nothing to do with any of this. Just life, distance, change. But sometimes I wonder if it all affected me more than I let on. I became more closed off, more skeptical, but also less sure of things. Like I had seen behind a curtain, but had no idea what the play was about. I'm not saying I predicted the assassination. I didn't call anyone. I didn't send a letter or email. I didn't go to the authorities. I didn't do anything with it. And if I had, what would that have done? Who would have listened? I think about it sometimes when I get sick now. When the fever starts to rise, and I feel that buzzing behind my eyes. I wonder if it will happen again. But it hasn't. Not once. Nothing like it. Just that one time with Butto with Donald Crisp. Like a coin flipped and landed on its edge. Sometimes I dream of that lounge again. The old leather, the dim lighting, the soft tick of a grandfather clock somewhere out of view. But he's never there. The paper is never there. It's just me, sitting in the chair waiting. I always wake up before anything happens. I don't know what it meant, if it meant anything. Maybe it was all coincidence. Maybe I picked up on news in the background without realizing it. Maybe I had read about Butto returning, and it worked its way into my subconscious. Maybe Donald Crisp's name came from a rerun or something Rachel was watching. All plausible. All possible. But even after all these years, I still get that feeling in my gut when I see his name. Not fear, not awe. Just recognition. Like I was meant to notice. Like I was meant to remember. Back when I was in high school, I had this close friend named Katie. She lived a few miles out of town on this massive piece of land that had been in her family for generations. Her family was well off, not flashy or showy, just the kind of people who owned more land than they could ever possibly use. The property was so big, you couldn't see their nearest neighbor, not even with binoculars. Their house sat tucked away in a thicket of trees, about a 10-minute drive from the main road. It was the kind of place where you felt truly alone. Quiet, isolated, safe, you'd think. Katie lived there with her mom and her younger sister, Molly. Their dad used to live there too, but after the divorce, he moved into his own house. Still on the same property, but a few hundred acres away. You could technically walk between the two houses, but it would take you the better part of an hour if you weren't familiar with the trails. Most of the time, people just drove. For the most part, Katie's life seemed normal. She was smart, laid-back, funny. We used to hang out in her room, watching old DVDs or sneaking wine coolers from her mom's mini fridge. Everything seemed so regular on the surface. But then one day, Katie started talking about strange things happening in the house. She didn't act scared when she brought it up, more confused than anything. She said stuff like they'd come home and find the TV on, even though no one had touched it. Or they'd walk into the kitchen and find drawers left open, sometimes food left out on the counter. Stuff that didn't add up. Her mom thought it was the girls being forgetful, and Katie figured maybe it was just her little sister sneaking snacks or messing around. But then there were the other things. Katie once told me that sometimes, when she was already in bed at night, she'd feel her blankets get pulled up and tucked around her, almost like someone was gently making sure she was warm. She'd assumed it was her mom. She said it happened maybe once or twice a month, nothing regular. She never really thought much about it until Molly, her sister, brought up the same thing, that she sometimes woke up in the middle of the night to find herself tucked in, even when she hadn't been when she fell asleep. They asked their mom about it one night at dinner, just kind of casually, and she told them she hadn't done it. Not once. She wasn't the type, she said. She didn't believe in coddling once they were past a certain age. Katie said they all laughed about it at the time, but later that night, she couldn't fall asleep. She lay there, staring at her ceiling, thinking about all the times she'd woken up warmer than she'd gone to bed, about the faint creak in the floorboards she sometimes heard above her room, about the weird sounds they always chalked up to an old house settling. Looking back, Katie said she thought there were signs, things she missed, like how their cat would sit in the hallway and stare at the ceiling for long stretches of time, or how they'd sometimes hear what sounded like footsteps in the attic soft and deliberate, not like squirrels or raccoons. Her mom dismissed all of it. Animals in the walls, maybe. Or the wind. Always the wind. Everything came to a head one afternoon in early spring. The sun had just dipped behind the trees, and the sky was turning that deep blue color you get right before dusk settles in. Katie wasn't home that day. She had practice after school and ended up going to a friend's place after. It was just her mom and Molly. They'd been out running errands, groceries, post office, that sort of thing, and pulled into the garage around 7 or 8 in the evening. The garage was attached to the side of the house and had a door that led into the mudroom. That door, Katie told me, was always locked if no one was home. But that night, as her mom pulled the car into the garage, headlights sweeping across the far wall, they both noticed the door was slightly open. Not wide open, just enough to show the frame and the darkness behind it. And standing in that doorway was a man. Katie said her mom described him in almost too much detail. He was tall, but hunched slightly, like he'd been crawling or crouching for a while and hadn't fully straightened out yet. He was barefoot, wearing dirty jeans and a ragged t-shirt. His face was pale, smeared with grime, and his nose was running heavily. Snot just hanging there, unbothered. He was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling like he'd just finished sprinting. For a second, everyone froze. Katie said her mom didn't scream, didn't panic. She just stared at him, gripping the steering wheel, her other hand slowly reaching for the gear shift. The man started moving toward the back of the car, slowly, methodically, as if trying to block their only way out. But Katie's mom wasn't about to let that happen. She shifted into reverse and began backing up, keeping her foot steady on the brake, not slamming it, just easing the car out of the garage inch by inch. That's when the man lost it. He lunged at the car, slamming his fists against the back window hard enough to leave cracks in the glass. Molly was screaming, curled up in the passenger seat, while her mom kept backing up, never taking her eyes off the mirror. The man followed them for a few steps, banging on the side of the car, but eventually he stopped at the edge of the driveway and just stood there, breathing hard, watching them disappear down the road. They didn't go home. They drove straight to the nearest gas station with a payphone, maybe 15 minutes away, and called the police. Katie said her mom couldn't even get the words out at first, just said something about a man in the house, someone being inside. 2 sheriff's deputies were dispatched immediately. They waited at the gas station until the police told them it was safe to return. When Katie's mom and Molly got back to the house, there were half a dozen patrol cars lining the driveway. One of the deputies had been shot. Not fatally, but seriously. The man, the one from the garage, had been inside pouring gasoline all over the floors, the furniture, the walls. He had a lighter in his hand when they found him. No one knew if he was going to burn the house down with himself in it, or if he had other plans. Either way, it didn't happen. The cops caught him just in time. Katie didn't find out about any of this until later that night. Her mom picked her up from her friend's place, white-faced and shaking. The whole drive home, she didn't say much, just kept her eyes on the road. When they got to her dad's house, that's when she told Katie everything. They didn't go back to the house for weeks. Forensics went through it top to bottom. The attic had been the man's hiding place. He'd carved out a little spot behind some insulation and old boxes, made himself a kind of nest with blankets and pillows taken from the guest room. They found food wrappers, water bottles, even some of Katie's old toys that had gone missing years ago. There were signs he'd been living up there for months. They never figured out exactly how he got in. Maybe during a repair. Maybe through a vent or an unlocked window up high. However it happened, he stayed. Lived right above their heads. Listened to them move around. Ate their food. Watched them. The cops believed he'd been coming down at night, creeping through the house when they were asleep. That he was the one turning on the TV, opening drawers, tucking the girls in. Katie said the thought of it made her stomach flip for weeks. She couldn't sleep. Couldn't stop picturing this man, sweaty and hollow-eyed, standing over her bed in the dark, gently pulling her blankets up. The man had a record. Nothing violent before this, mostly trespassing, mental health holds, minor thefts. He had no known connection to the family, no reason to target them. That made it worse in a way. He just picked them. Picked their house because it was big and out of the way and full of hiding spots. He went to prison for 7 years. Attempted arson, breaking and entering, assault on an officer. Katie said those years were the only time she really felt like things were normal again. They sold the house after that. Moved into town. Her mom couldn't stand to be in that place anymore. Every creak in the floor, every rustle in the attic gave her a panic attack. The cop who got shot survived. Barely. The bullet missed a major artery in his leg by less than an inch. He told people afterward, some of them anyway, that he thought something saved him. That when he saw the flash from the gun, he felt something push him sideways. Not hard, just enough. He called it luck, or maybe something else. But that was his story. When the man got out of prison, it made the news, at least locally. Katie and her sister were in college by then, living in dorms, but they both started looking over their shoulders again. Their mom got a security system, a big dog, and carried pepper spray everywhere she went. Nothing ever happened. He never showed up again. But Katie told me once that the fear never really went away. That no matter how much time passed, she still sometimes woke up in the middle of the night and looked at her ceiling, listening. Just listening. And that was the part that stuck with me more than anything. Not the man, not the crime, but the way that silence changed. The way a quiet house never felt comforting again. How even the sound of your own footsteps could start to feel like someone else's. I still talk to Katie sometimes. We don't bring it up often. But once, years after it all happened, I asked her how she really felt about it. What it did to her. She didn't say much. Just that she double-checks her locks every night. And that she never, ever ignores weird little things anymore. Because you never really know who might be watching. Or how long they've already been there. I was about 13, maybe 14 years old, and I remember this one night so clearly that it still plays in my head more often than I'd like. It wasn't some wild adventure or some big event. It started off as just another regular night at home, in the same two-story house I grew up in, with the same routine I followed most evenings. Our house had this weird setup where the upstairs bathroom was actually more like a third story because of how the ground sloped downhill in the backyard. The window in that bathroom looked straight out over our backyard and into the woods beyond. It wasn't thick woods, just trees spaced out enough you could see pretty far in, especially in fall or winter. The tree line sloped up into a second neighborhood behind ours, but it wasn't packed with houses. Maybe 4 or 5 scattered homes, each tucked away enough to feel isolated. Anyway, I was getting ready for bed. Everyone else was already in their rooms. I had to use the bathroom, and being the lazy teenager I was, I didn't bother turning the light on. The hallway light was on behind me, and that was enough to dimly light the room. I walked in, closed the door but didn't lock it. I rarely did. The air was a little cool, the way it gets when the heat doesn't reach into the corners of the house. I stood at the toilet, just doing my thing, half asleep and zoning out. That window was right beside the toilet, like 2 feet to the left of me. It was always kind of eerie at night because with no lights on, it was basically a big black square. You couldn't see anything in the glass except your own reflection and the glow of the hallway behind you. But that night, as I stood there, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. At first, it looked like a faint glow in the trees, like someone way out there had a flashlight. But it wasn't a normal beam, not something you'd aim and point. It looked more like when you walk behind someone with a flashlight and the light spills out around them, kind of diffuse and soft. The glow just appeared, no slow approach, no flicker, just there. It wasn't flickering like a campfire or moving like someone walking. It was just there. I squinted at it for a few seconds, but I didn't stop what I was doing. I figured maybe someone in the development behind ours was out late, or maybe one of those motion lights had been triggered by a deer or raccoon. It wasn't unusual for wildlife to move through the woods. Our trash cans had been knocked over by raccoons plenty of times. Sometimes you'd even hear owls or coyotes back there. It was normal, but after maybe 30 seconds, I realized the glow hadn't changed. It stayed right where it was. No movement, no dimming, just a weird, pale light in the trees about a quarter mile away, far enough that it should have looked smaller or dimmer. But it didn't. I finished up, flushed, and kind of shuffled over to the window without thinking. I put one hand on the windowsill and leaned in a little, still not really worried, just more curious than anything else. That's when it changed. The glow, that soft outward spill of light, slowly turned toward me. It was like someone holding a flashlight who had just swung it around to aim directly at my face. But it wasn't a quick swing. It was smooth, controlled, like someone intentionally focusing it in my direction. And now the light wasn't soft anymore. It sharpened, narrowed, became focused. I could see the beam now, strong and clear, pointed directly at the window. At me. That window was high up. From where the light had originally appeared, it was probably about a quarter-mile away, and there was a hill between us. The backyard sloped down from the house, then back up as it merged into the hill and forest. That light should have bounced off branches or leaves, or at least lit up the yard below. But it didn't. It didn't light up anything except me. I could see its reflection in the glass, bright, solid white like a car headlight, but without the yellow tint. It wasn't flickering or bouncing like someone walking or running with it. It was steady, focused, and unnatural. Then it started to move. I don't mean it looked like someone carrying it and walking. The beam itself didn't shake or jitter. It stayed dead on my face, and it moved forward, toward the window, toward me. I didn't even feel my body start to panic until my chest got tight. It felt like my brain hadn't caught up to what was happening, but my body had already decided something wasn't right. I stood frozen, eyes wide, barely breathing. That light kept coming, staying locked on my face, no wider than the window pane but growing brighter. It didn't light up the room around me, just the glass and my reflection. It was like everything else didn't exist to it. It closed the distance faster than it should have been able to. That's what freaked me out most. It moved like it wasn't climbing the hill, like it wasn't slowed down by terrain or trees, like it was on a track, smooth and fast, coming straight across empty air. I couldn't see a shape behind it. No outline of a person. No shadows. Just the beam of light getting stronger and more focused until I could barely look at it. My heart started pounding, but I couldn't make myself move. I felt like if I stepped away from the window, the light might follow. I wanted to believe it was just someone screwing around, maybe shining a flashlight from a balcony or porch up the hill. But even as I thought that, I knew it wasn't possible. It was too high, too steady, too direct, and it was still coming. Then, finally, I snapped out of it. I backed away, nearly tripping over the small rug on the floor. I turned around and hit the light switch. The moment the room lit up, the beam vanished. Gone, like someone flipped it off in the blink of an eye. I rushed to the window again, but there was nothing. No glow, no faint beam, nothing in the woods. Just darkness. Cold, empty darkness. I stared for minutes, trying to make sense of it, but the more I looked, the more uncertain I felt. My own reflection stared back at me in the glass, warped slightly by the imperfections in the old window pane. Behind me, the bathroom looked just like always. Normal, silent. I didn't tell anyone that night. I didn't want to sound crazy. What could I even say? That I saw a weird light in the woods? That it moved toward me? That it vanished the second I turned the lights on? It didn't seem like something anyone would take seriously. I barely believed it myself. But that wasn't the end of it. For the next few days, I kept checking that window every night. I'd leave the bathroom light off, stand near the glass, and just watch. Nothing ever happened. No lights. No movement. Just trees swaying gently in the wind, shadows stretching across the yard, maybe a distant porch light from one of the houses up the hill. All normal. After a week or so, I stopped checking. Eventually, I convinced myself it had just been a weird trick of the light. Maybe someone really was out there, and I just imagined the rest. Maybe the way my eyes adjusted to the darkness played a trick on me. That explanation felt safer, easier to live with. But then, a few months later, in early spring when the snow had melted and the ground was soft and muddy, my mom asked me to clean up the yard. There were branches and junk that had blown in over the winter. I was dragging a tarp across the grass, filling it with debris when I saw something on the far edge of the yard, near the start of the trees. A small, circular patch of mud that had dried in a strange, perfect ring, maybe 3 feet across. At first, I thought it was just where water had pooled. But when I stepped closer, I realized the ground inside the ring was flat. Too flat, almost like it had been pressed down. Hard. There were no footprints, no tire marks, just that single, perfect circle. I stared at it for a while, then went back to work. I didn't say anything. I didn't really want to know more. That night, I closed the blinds in the bathroom. For good. I never saw the light again. But every so often, when the wind shakes the trees just right or I catch a flicker of something outside the corner of my eye, I remember that night. The way the beam moved, the silence, the precision, the impossible. And even now, all these years later, I still don't have a good explanation. Not a satisfying one. Not one that fits. But I know what I saw. And I know that whatever it was, it saw me too. Back in late 2002 or early 2003, I lived on this long, isolated road that stretched way out into what felt like the edge of the world. I don't think it even had a name that people used. Just one narrow strip of cracked asphalt, old and worn out, leading nowhere. There were no side streets once you got past the first few miles. No stores, no gas stations, no other roads that branched off. Just miles and miles of emptiness. Woods on either side, thick and quiet. Not the good kind of quiet either, the kind where it makes you feel like something is waiting out there. It didn't matter what time of day it was, there was always a kind of stillness that pressed in around the road. The kind that made you feel like you weren't supposed to be out there. We had no streetlights. Not one. At night, the road turned into this black ribbon that disappeared under your feet. On clear nights, moonlight helped a little, but when it was cloudy, it was pitch black. I used to watch people speed down that road like they were in a race, even though there were warning signs and tight turns that came out of nowhere. Accidents happened all the time. You'd hear the screech of tires, and then nothing. Sometimes you'd find a car in the ditch the next day, sometimes not. That night I was home alone with my ex. We were just hanging out, not doing anything special. I think we were sitting on the couch. I remember the TV was on, but I couldn't tell you what was playing. The windows were closed, but you could still hear outside pretty well, especially if something loud happened. Out of nowhere, we heard this crash. But it didn't sound normal. I've heard cars crash before. It's usually one loud bang, maybe a second one if the car hits something else. This time it sounded like metal being ripped in half and thrown into the air over and over. It sounded like a dozen cars crashing at once, or like one car crashing over and over, again and again. We looked at each other and just knew. Something bad had happened. No talking. We grabbed our shoes and ran outside. The air hit us like ice. It wasn't even that cold, but it felt wrong, like the world had just shifted a little to the left. We ran up the driveway, which was gravel and weeds, and when we hit the road, everything stopped. There was debris everywhere. I've never seen anything like it before. Pieces of metal scattered all over the road, tires lying by themselves like someone had just tossed them there. The pickup truck was completely destroyed. It looked like someone had picked it up and slammed it against the earth a few times before dropping it. The cab was crumpled, the bed was twisted. The whole thing was smoking, and the engine was still running, revving like it was trying to stay alive. There was no fire, but the smoke made it feel like there was. Thick, white plumes drifting up into the sky. It smelled like gasoline oil rubber. It was hard to see through the smoke, but you could make out shapes on the ground. People, not moving. One man was sitting in the middle of the road, just sitting there, his back hunched, arms limp, head down. He was making this sound that I can't even describe. It wasn't screaming. It wasn't crying. It was like a mixture of both, but with something worse underneath. Like he was broken from the inside. Like his soul was trying to crawl out of his mouth. It echoed in the dark, bounced off the trees, and hit us in the chest like a wave. I stood there. I didn't know what to do. I think I was frozen. I could feel my ex behind me, standing still too. We didn't say anything, didn't move. It was so dark. I could see the outline of the man, and I knew there was someone lying next to him. I couldn't see him clearly, but I knew he was dead. You could feel it. The way the guy was making that sound, the way the body didn't move at all. Just still. Too still. Then the sirens came. The flashing lights. First the cops, then paramedics. And finally, a life flight helicopter. The flashing lights lit up the whole road. And that's when everything went from bad to worse. With the spotlights on, you could see just how bad it really was. Blood everywhere. The road was soaked. The gravel by our driveway was soaked. There were pieces of bodies mixed in with the debris. That part, I don't remember seeing. But I know it happened. My neighbor told me later that I stepped over a piece of someone's leg and didn't even notice. He said I was calm, just walking around like I was in a trance. I don't remember that. My brain refuses to give me that image. It's like it locked it away and threw away the key. I only remember that man sitting in the road, that horrible sound he made, and the way the trees shook when the helicopter flew low overhead, that sound of the blades chopping through the air. It felt like it was scraping the sky. The wind it kicked up made the trees bend and sway, like they were trying to get away from it. The paramedics worked fast, but there wasn't much they could do. 2 of the guys were already gone, dead on the scene. The third one, the one making that sound, he survived. I don't know how. I don't even know how he was still sitting up. His clothes were soaked through. His face was pale under the blood. After that night, I heard he fled the country. They were migrant workers, probably scared of what would happen. I never saw him again. The cops stayed out there for hours. They brought out floodlights. You could see everything under those lights. Too much. After a while, they brought out body bags. Not to carry anyone away. The ambulances had already come and gone. These bags were for pieces. Small pieces. Stuff the impact had torn apart. I didn't watch. I went back inside. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape of that man in the road. Heard that sound. I laid there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to come up. For days afterward, the road in front of our place was stained red. It didn't rain for a while, so the blood just sat there, soaking into the cracks. I could see it every time I looked out the window. It was like a reminder that it had happened, that it wasn't just a nightmare. Neighbors talked about it for a few days. Then it faded, like everything else. People forget. They move on. But I don't forget. Even now, when I hear a car go too fast down a narrow road, I freeze up. When I hear a crash, my stomach turns to ice. That sound the man made, that lives in my head. It crawls out sometimes, when it's quiet at night and I'm alone. I still can't picture the scene clearly. It's like looking through fog. I know what happened. I know what I was told. I know what I must have seen. But it's all locked away. Like my brain knew it was too much. And maybe that's a good thing. The wreck changed the way I looked at that road. I used to think it was just a lonely stretch of asphalt. Now, every time I see a turn in the dark, I wonder if someone's going to make it around, or if I'm going to hear that sound again. It's strange how one night can change everything. After that, I started leaving a porch light on. Even though we had no street lights, I figured it helped a little. At least it made the dark feel a little less endless. Life kept moving. I eventually left that house, moved away from that road. But the memory followed me. It still does. It doesn't come up often, but when it does, it hits like a freight train. It was one of those nights where reality just cracked open and showed me what it was really made of. Not ghosts or monsters, just real life, real pain, real blood, real death, and a man sitting in the middle of the road, screaming into the night while everything burned around him. That was the worst night of my life, and I remember every piece of it, except the parts my mind won't let me see. My mom told me this story a few years ago. She doesn't talk about it often, and to be honest, it stuck with me in a weird way. It wasn't the kind of story she told to scare anyone or to be dramatic. It wasn't even like she believed anything supernatural happened. My mom's the kind of person who believes what she can see and touch. She's a Christian, takes her faith seriously, and doesn't put stock in ghost stories or anything like that. But she told me this happened, and she said she still doesn't know how to explain it. It all starts with my great-grandmother Florence. She was in her 80s by the time this happened. I never met her, but from what my mom says, Florence was a strong-willed woman, proud and very particular about things. But as she got older, dementia took hold. It wasn't just forgetting names or misplacing things. It got bad. She started confusing people. She would think people were still alive who had died long ago. She didn't always recognize her own kids. One of the saddest things my mom said was when Florence's little white dog, Fluffy, died. That dog was everything to her. After it passed, she had it cremated and kept the ashes in a little urn on the fireplace mantel. When my mom used to visit her, Florence would pick up the urn, shake it gently, and tell her to say hello to Fluffy. My mom did it, even though it felt weird, because arguing would just confuse Florence more. She says it was sad to see someone you loved slowly lose parts of themselves like that. Anyway, the real story is about something that happened after my mom's Aunt Lucy passed away. Aunt Lucy was one of Florence's daughters, so she was my mom's aunt. Lucy had a sudden heart attack and died in her sleep. It was unexpected, and the whole family was shaken. Florence was already in a fragile mental state, so they decided not to tell her right away. They figured it was best to wait until after the funeral, so she wouldn't be upset or confused by all the people and emotion. They didn't want to risk her breaking down in front of everyone or causing a scene. So my mom and her aunts and uncles made all the arrangements for the funeral. They chose a dress for Lucy to be buried in. It was a pale blue dress, formal but not flashy. My mom remembered it because she helped pick it out. Lucy hadn't worn it often, and my mom said it wasn't something Florence would have seen, especially not recently. They had the funeral at a small church near where Lucy lived. It was a closed service, mostly family and a few friends. They had an open casket, which my mom said she didn't think twice about at the time. A lot of people in the family are traditional that way. The day after the funeral, the family went over to Florence's house to break the news. My mom said they were nervous. They weren't sure how she'd react. She might forget who Lucy was, or she might take it hard. Either way, they knew it wouldn't be easy. When they told her, Florence didn't cry. She didn't even look surprised. She just looked at them kind of blankly and said Lucy had been by the house the day before. Everyone kind of froze. My mom said she remembers feeling this weird chill in the room, even though it was the middle of the afternoon and warm outside. Someone asked Florence what she meant. Florence said Lucy had come by and she seemed upset. She said Lucy kept repeating the same thing. "They're looking at me. I don't like them looking at me. I told you I didn't want them looking at me." She said Lucy was agitated, pacing the room. Florence said she tried to calm her down, but Lucy wouldn't sit. She just kept saying she didn't want them looking at her. At first, they thought it was just Florence's dementia. Maybe she had dreamed it or imagined it. She did things like that sometimes. But then she said something else that made everyone stop. Florence said Lucy had been wearing a strange dress. She described it in detail, light blue, with tiny white buttons down the front, long sleeves with lace at the cuffs, and a high collar. My mom said her stomach dropped. That was the exact dress they had buried Lucy in. Florence had never seen it before. She hadn't left the house in weeks. There were no photos of the dress, and they had picked it out after Lucy died. There was no way she could have known about it. My mom said no one really knew what to say. They stood there in Florence's living room, just quiet. Some of the family tried to brush it off, saying maybe she'd seen the dress years ago and remembered it, or maybe they had mentioned it and forgot. But my mom said she was sure no one had told Florence anything about the dress. It was just too specific and too fresh. Florence even mentioned a small tear in the hem, something my mom had noticed when they dressed Lucy for the viewing, but hadn't thought was worth fixing. For a while, they let it go. They didn't want to press Florence too much. But later that night, my mom couldn't stop thinking about it. She kept replaying what Florence said. "They're looking at me. I don't like them looking at me." It hit her that Lucy had never wanted an open casket. She'd mentioned it before, kind of offhand during another funeral years ago. She said it made her uncomfortable, the idea of people staring at her body. She didn't want to be remembered that way. My mom had forgotten about it, or maybe just didn't think it mattered. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. Maybe they had gone against Lucy's wishes. Maybe that explained why Florence imagined her like that, upset and pacing, saying she didn't want people looking at her. Maybe it wasn't anything strange or supernatural. Maybe it was just guilt. Maybe they were all projecting their own unease onto Florence's words. But then again, Florence had described the dress exactly. That part still didn't make sense. For the next few weeks, things settled down. Florence didn't mention Lucy again. She went back to her routine, such as it was. Her mind was slipping more every day. She started needing help with basic things. The family took turns checking in on her, helping with meals, medication, laundry. She never brought up that day again. But my mom said the house felt different. She didn't know how to explain it. Just a heaviness. Not like anything was there, but like something had passed through and left a mark. She said she felt it the most when she stood near the mantel, next to Fluffy's urn. Florence still made her say hello to the ashes every time she visited. One day, my mom asked her if she remembered Lucy coming by that day. Florence just looked confused and said Lucy hadn't visited in a long time. It was like she'd forgotten all about it. Eventually, Florence passed away in her sleep. Peaceful, no pain. She was buried next to her husband, in the same small cemetery where Lucy was. The family kept things quiet. They didn't talk much about what happened. Every now and then, my mom says she thinks about that day and tries to explain it. She tells herself maybe Florence had heard someone talking about the dress. Maybe she saw a photo of it and no one realized. Maybe it was just coincidence. But deep down, she says she doesn't really believe that. There are too many little details that don't add up. She still doesn't believe in ghosts. She says she doesn't think it was that. But she also doesn't think it was nothing. Maybe it was the mind holding on to something. Maybe it was grief playing tricks on all of them. Or maybe, in the way that old minds sometimes see things we don't understand, Florence really did have a moment of clarity. A moment when something reached her that the rest of them missed. The whole thing stayed with my mom, even now. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't meant to be scary, but it was real. Something happened that day that no one could explain, and no one ever tried to explain again. My mom says she doesn't need to understand it. Some things happen, and we just carry them with us. That's all she ever says about it. I was 15, and I'd spent the afternoon at the beach near our apartment in Cancun. The sea was warm, and the sun had beaten down until my skin felt tender and heavy. When I came back, sand clung to every inch of me. Thirst hit me as soon as I stepped in the door. I just wanted a hot shower and something to eat. My stomach growled. I drifted through the apartment, past the kitchen, into my room. I dropped my towel and flip-flops by the door and grabbed fresh clothes. My mind wandered. I could almost taste the cold soda and chips waiting on the table. Second-hand excitement of an easy dinner warmed me even more. In the bathroom, I stepped in and shut the door behind me. The tiles were cool under my feet. The room smelled of soap and damp. I flicked on the shower and the water rushed out in strong, steady streams. I peeled off my sandy clothes, reached for the soap. Everything felt normal, quiet. I could hear the hum of the apartment's air conditioning, distant laughter from other holidaymakers in the next units, the buzz of flies, everyday sounds. That's when something heavy clunked onto my hand. It was a sudden weight, a thud, sharp and electric. I jerked back, yelling out loud. My heart raced, my hand felt trapped. I stared in shocked silence. There, sitting on my open palm, was a creature that was completely wrong. Black, large and ugly, with an armored body and so many legs it made my skin crawl. It covered my hands back, each leg clinging, hooked. For a moment it didn't move, but that stillness was worse than motion. It had to be a spider, I thought, though I'd never seen one so huge. A tarantula-looking thing, except I made a snap judgment, panic flooding every nerve. I froze. I wasn't from here. Back in England, I barely handled common house spiders. Here, thousands of miles from home, I felt small and helpless. Feverish adrenaline took over. I told myself this was do or die. I remember thinking, this is the moment when I become a man. I'd hear the story later at home, that I faced down a monster on holiday and won. I pictured marching it out to show my family, capturing it like some proud hunter. I took a breath and roared, some loud, savage guttural sound that surprised me. Then I lifted my hand, shaking it, trying to fling the thing away. The shower was still spraying, pouring over me, water drumming on my shoulders, hiding my trembling. I was on top of the toilet seat, bracing myself. The thing fell off with a thud onto the floor. I saw it lying there, legs curled or maybe unmoving as if dead. For a moment I thought, I did it. Relief flooded me. My heart slowed until another pulse hit. Check it. I lowered one foot back down, ready to stomp maybe, to finish it off. Only then, I heard movement. A faint scuttle. I reeled back, boots slipping. The beast, or whatever at this point, monstrous creature, was moving again. My bravado drained, replaced by terror. I screamed, sharp and high like a little kid. I felt sick, my vision blurred, my pulse rattling in my ears. I backed away, scrambling, only to slam against the toilet seat again for support. The thing began climbing again. It went up the bathroom door, each leg working inch by inch. It waited there, near the top. Its shadow fell across the pail with like some living stain. I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. The water still ran, washing away sand, dripping off my hair, pooling around the drain in my feet. My flip-flops lay scattered by the door. I wanted them, but couldn't bring myself to go. The creature's presence made my skin crawl. Its shape made me want to vomit. I was trapped, feeling smaller than ever. It felt like a simple spider, but this one had grown into my nightmares. Then I noticed something. I was staring at its legs. There were only six legs, not 8. Something started to shift in my head. A 6th finger on a glove doesn't match. A mismatch like that slowly pulls you out of fear. I blinked. The creature's legs were long and spindly, more jointed than a spider. The body was wider. My breathing slowed. I thought, this isn't real. It can't kill me. I tried naming it in my head. Its shape, broad body, long legs, hairy shell, felt familiar. Then I saw it, a crab. A big old black crab without pincers. My first relief blinked away as I processed it. A crab. Not a spider. Not a tarantula. The fear collapsed in little shards of embarrassment and relief all at once. I watched it quiver as it edged away from the door, scuttling closer to me. I realized then that it was just a crab that had somehow found its way into the building. No magic, no monsters, just a stray creature. The door had been shut tight, but maybe for a moment it slipped, or it came in hidden in luggage, or coral someone brought back. I shook off my wet hair, water dripping down my face. My heart still pounded, but the fear was fading, leaving behind adrenaline and exhaustion. Carefully, I grabbed a pan from under the sink, cooking pan by the cabinet. It felt heavy in my hand, awkward and clanging. I edged forward, mind trembling, and scooped the crab up. It skittered around in the pan, clicking on ceramic and metal. It looked wild, angry now, but smaller, less monstrous. My legs shook as I carried it out. As I passed the hallway, I could hear my parents in the living room. The sound of cutlery, a TV murmuring, the soft thud of the front door occasionally. The building felt calm again, normal. The panic in my veins drained away with each step. I reached the apartment door, opened it slowly, the corridor light flickered. No one noticed me. I tiptoed past them. Outside, the air was thick, warm. I stepped onto the balcony, pan still clutched in one hand. The lagoon was just below, water shining dark green under streetlights. Somewhere off I heard distant giggles, the splash of a pool. I didn't want to think about sand or food anymore. I just wanted this crab gone. I loosened my grip, tipped the pan carefully. The crab slid out and into the grass near the water's edge. In the dark, I watched its tiny form scuttle away, disappearing near the reeds. In that moment, something solid settled in me. Triumph, not the kind I'd imagined, no parade, no medals. Just the end of my own fight. I'd screamed, I'd panicked, but I hadn't fled the apartment. I'd faced it, even if it was only a crab, not a tarantula. That was enough. I closed the balcony door quietly. I crept back inside. My clothes were soaked, dripping water onto the floor. I moved past the kitchen, where the table was still set. Chilled soda, tortilla chips, guacamole, cut fruit. My stomach rumbled again. I paused. Did I deserve it? Probably. I took my plate, poured a drink, and ate slowly. The sound of crunching chips echoed, comforting. I closed my eyes between bites, feeling the warmth of the apartment, the hum of the aircon. Afterward, I stood by the window looking out at the lagoon. Light reflected off the water, shadows of trees shifting with the breeze. A frog croaked somewhere nearby. I still felt that quick pulse in my chest, fear remembered. But there was calm too, deeper than the water beyond the glass. The night felt good. I'd seen something scary, something I thought was going to kill me, but it hadn't. It was just a crab. Yes, it was something I didn't want in my bathroom. Yes, it looked horrible for a minute. But now here I was. I'd gotten through. I'd like to think that crab wandered into the lagoon and didn't mess with the alligators, if there were any. I like to picture it in the dark water, safe, not under a bathroom door again. There was one final bit of satisfaction. I had a story now. A real story. Yes, not the monster tale I'd built in my head, but a story. I swallowed the last chip, washed it down, and headed to bed. My bed felt soft and safe. My towel was dry. The rest of the night passed without incident. No spiders, no crabs, just normal sleep. And in the morning, I woke up knowing I was a little braver than the night before. When I was a kid, probably around 8 or 9, I used to stay over at my grandma's house a lot. She had this old 2-story place that always smelled faintly of cinnamon and dust. The kind of smell you don't really notice until you're older and realize it only comes from old houses with thick carpet and furniture that's been around forever. Her guest room was at the end of the hall upstairs, right next to the closet where she kept all her extra blankets and a weird collection of umbrellas, some broken, some still good. The room itself wasn't anything special, just a twin bed with a squeaky frame, a dresser that smelled like mothballs, and curtains that never quite kept the light out. I remember the sheets had these faded little flowers on them. They were scratchy, not like the soft ones at home, but I liked them anyway. There was something about the way everything in her house stayed the same, like time just didn't move there. One night, I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. It wasn't easy. That house creaked in all the wrong ways when it got quiet. The air conditioner didn't reach upstairs too well, so the room would get this weird stale heat in the summer. I kept flipping over, left side, right side, back again. Every time I got close to drifting off, I'd hear the house settle or a car drive by outside, and it'd jolt me back awake. I remember one time rolling over to face the edge of the bed, my back to the wall. I opened my eyes and just froze. There was this kid standing right next to the bed, just looking at me. It wasn't like when you see a shadow and your brain fills in the rest. I mean, I saw him. He looked maybe a little younger than me, pale, almost glowing. His skin had that kind of soft shine like when light hits milk. He was wearing these old-fashioned clothes, like suspenders and a button-up shirt that looked like it belonged in a photo from the 1940s. He had a birthday present in his hands. Big square box, wrapped in bright red paper with a big gold ribbon on top. He also had a party hat, tilted slightly on his head. The kind made out of cardboard with an elastic band under the chin. His face was blank, not smiling or sad. Just there, staring. I didn't even blink. I just rolled back over as fast as I could, shut my eyes, and forced myself to fall asleep. I didn't move. I didn't open my eyes again that night. The next morning, everything was normal. Grandma made eggs and toast. The sun was pouring through the kitchen windows. No mention of anything. I didn't say anything either. It felt like one of those dreams that are way too real to be just a dream, but you convince yourself otherwise because the truth feels worse. Years passed. I mostly forgot about that night. Not completely, but I filed it away in the weird childhood memory drawer. The same place as dreams about flying or moments where you swear you lost time. Nothing else happened in that room, at least not to me. When I was maybe 15 or 16, we moved into a new house across town. First night there, we didn't even have everything unpacked. My mattress was just on the floor, and the boxes were all around the room. I remember that night clearly. I had been exhausted from moving, and I thought I'd fall asleep instantly, but I just laid there, staring at the ceiling. The house was quiet, but not in the comforting way. It was like everything was listening. It was my first night sleeping in a totally new room, unfamiliar walls, new shadows. I was lying on my back when I noticed something in the corner of the room. There was this really bright light, not like a night light or a reflection from a car. It wasn't moving or flickering. It was just there, solid and sharp and white. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But it stayed. Then it moved. Fast. It shot across the ceiling, swooped down like a bird, and passed directly over me. I felt the air shift, like when something big flies close by. A loud buzzing filled the room, like a mix between a power line and a swarm of bees. It wasn't in my ears, it was in my head. As it passed over, I remember feeling my whole body tighten, like I had tensed every muscle at once. Then it was gone, out through the bedroom door in silence, but my ears kept ringing long after. I just laid there, staring at the ceiling again, too scared to even breathe deeply. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, but it was the kind where you wake up more tired than when you went to bed. That light never came back. Not in that house, anyway. I told myself it was some kind of hallucination, or stress, or light from a street lamp outside somehow bouncing weird through the windows. But there weren't any street lamps. Our road didn't even have sidewalks. After those two things, I started noticing smaller stuff. Little weird moments. Like when I'd be sitting in my room with the TV on behind me, and suddenly the sound would get muffled, like someone had walked between me and the TV. But when I turned, there was no one there. It happened a few times, usually when I was alone. Once or twice, I even felt the slight pressure in the air, the kind you get when someone passes behind you. But nothing. Just the room, empty, quiet. I chalked all this up to my mind messing with me. Maybe it was tiredness or imagination, or the brain trying to fill in blanks. I never saw that glowing kid again, never saw the light, but the strange small moments kept coming every so often. And then one day, something happened that brought it all back. I was visiting my grandma again, years later. I think I was in my 20s by then. We were there for a family gathering. She still lived in the same house. It looked smaller than I remembered, but everything inside was still exactly the same. Same blankets in the closet. Same mothball smell in the dresser. That guest room hadn't changed a bit. My uncle had moved in with her a couple of years earlier. I guess he hit a rough patch and stayed to help take care of her too. One afternoon, I was talking with him in the backyard, just catching up, and he mentioned something weird had happened. He said he woke up one night and felt someone sit down on the end of the bed. Just enough weight to feel the mattress dip. He thought maybe the dog had gotten into his room, but when he looked, there was nothing there. No dog, no one. A few minutes later, he felt the bed lift, like whatever it was had gotten up. No sound, no sight, just the pressure and then nothing. I didn't tell him my story. Didn't tell him about the glowing kid, or the present, or the light that swooped over me. It didn't feel helpful. It just stuck with me. The same room, a decade apart, two people, same kind of moment. Now looking back, I still don't know what any of it meant. I never saw anything else quite like those nights again. I live in a different city now, different house, and things have been mostly normal. But I still get the occasional weird moment. The feeling that something moved in the corner of my eye. The sudden shift in the sound of a room, like something passed by that I couldn't see. I've stopped trying to explain it. I don't jump to ghosts or aliens or anything like that. I think some things just happen. Our brains are weird, and maybe they pick up on stuff we don't understand. Maybe there are patterns we don't notice until we're older. Maybe being a kid makes you more open to strange moments, and maybe they never go away, just get quieter as you grow up. All I know is, that glowing kid with the birthday present, I never want to see him again. And sometimes, when I wake up at night and the room's just a little too quiet, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't rolled over and shut my eyes. It was a regular Tuesday when everything changed. I remember the sky was overcast, not raining, but heavy like it wanted to. I was in the living room, half watching TV, half scrolling through my phone when Mom's phone rang. She answered quickly, and even though I couldn't hear what the person on the other end was saying, I saw her face fall. The muscles in her cheek tightened, and her lips pressed together. Her eyes shifted, then widened. She looked at me and mouthed, "It's about your Uncle Dennis." I sat up straighter. My heart started pounding before I even knew what was going on. Uncle Dennis had always had heart problems, but he brushed them off like they were just a nuisance. He'd been in and out of checkups for years, and every time someone brought up his condition, he waved it away like a fly buzzing too close to his face. He was that kind of person, always the optimist, always the clown, always the one making everyone else laugh, even when he was in pain. Mom ended the call and told us he was in the hospital. Something about his heart finally catching up to him. Her voice was trembling, but she tried to stay calm. We didn't have time to panic. We needed to call him. We sat on the couch together, Mom, Dad, my little brother, and me, and we got on speaker with the hospital. They patched us through to his room. When he picked up, it was like a punch to the gut. He was joking immediately. "Don't worry," he said, his voice a little raspy but unmistakably cheerful. The old ticker just wanted a bit of attention. Diva, that one. We all laughed, sort of. Mine came out more like a sob. I was already crying by then, trying to laugh along but failing miserably. I kept wiping my face, frustrated that I couldn't hold it together. He kept talking, making silly little jokes about the hospital food, about how the nurse had accidentally called him Dennis the Menace, and he leaned into it like it was a badge of honor. But even through the jokes, I could hear it. The way his breathing was slightly labored. How he paused a little longer between words. Like every sentence was costing him energy. Still, he kept the mood light. That was just who he was. Always making sure everyone else felt okay, even if he wasn't. I wanted to say something. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to say I loved him, but I couldn't get the words out. I kept choking on my own voice. It felt like I was drowning on dry land. And then the call dropped. It wasn't dramatic. It just cut off. Maybe the nurse needed to check on him, or maybe his battery died. Maybe they hung up because he needed rest. I don't know, but I didn't get to say anything. Not even bye. I sat there for a long time, the phone still in my hand, the home screen glowing in my lap. My mom had started crying. Dad had wrapped an arm around her, and my brother was just staring blankly at the TV. The next morning, we got the call. He was gone. The hospital told us that he had passed away during the night. Peacefully. Quietly. No drama, no noise. He just slipped away. They said he had told the nurses earlier in the evening to make sure his family knew first. That we should be the first ones to find out. I didn't cry right away. I think I had run out of tears. Or maybe I just didn't believe it yet. I went to my room, shut the door, and lay down on my bed. I stared up at the ceiling, waiting to feel something, but it was like my body and my brain had disconnected. Like I was hovering above everything. Then, the next morning, something strange happened. I woke up. I didn't ease out of sleep, or roll over, or stretch. My eyes just flew open. like someone had snapped their fingers in front of my face. It was 4:17 in the morning. I remember because I glanced at the clock on my nightstand. The room was completely quiet. No wind, no cars outside, nothing. Just silence. Then I saw it. Something small, glowing faintly, bouncing off the walls. I thought maybe I was still dreaming, or maybe a car's headlights were passing through the window, but it didn't behave like light. It moved with purpose. It zipped from one side of the room to the other, then slowed and hovered. It wasn't a shape exactly, just a soft, round glow. An orb, maybe. I don't know what to call it, but it didn't scare me. That was the weirdest part. It didn't feel threatening. It felt familiar. I didn't say anything right away. I just watched. Then it zipped over toward my wall, the one with a little collage of photos. It hovered directly in front of the picture of Uncle Dennis and me, the one from my 8th birthday. He had a party hat on and was pretending to eat the whole cake while I giggled beside him. My throat tightened. I sat up slowly, not blinking. I didn't want to scare it away, if it could be scared. I didn't ask anything out loud. I didn't want to break the silence. But I knew. I knew it was him. And then something happened I can't really explain. I didn't hear a voice, not in the normal way, but something brushed against my ear. A whisper, so soft it was barely there. Because it fucking wanted to. It has his rights. It hit me like a train. That was the punchline to our favorite joke. One he told every time we talked about rules or authority or some ridiculous law. He'd start the setup with something like, "Why did the chicken cross the road without asking permission?" And I'd laugh even before the punchline because I knew it was coming. He'd grin, wait a beat, then drop it. Because it fucking wanted to. It has his rights. Hearing it in that moment, even just the echo of it in my head or memory or wherever it came from, made everything come loose inside me. I broke down. I buried my face in my hands and sobbed like I hadn't the day before. Not the quiet kind. The loud, shaking, heaving kind that leaves your whole body exhausted. I don't know how long I sat there, but when I looked up again, the orb was gone. My room was normal. The clock now said 4:39 a.m. Just 20 minutes. But it felt like a lifetime. The next day, I didn't tell anyone. Not right away. I didn't want people to look at me like I was making it up or like I'd lost it. But I knew. I knew what I saw. And more than that, I knew what I felt. He was okay. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't a haunting. It was just a moment. A connection. Like somehow, in those last moments, he found a way to let me know he was all right. That he remembered our joke. That he was still the same old Uncle Dennis. And maybe it was just my brain trying to comfort me. Maybe it was a dream, or my imagination, or some leftover spark of grief manifesting in strange ways. But I don't think so. Because the next week, I printed out that photo of us and put it in a frame. I hung it right where the orb had floated. Every time I look at it, I hear that punchline in his voice. And I smile. It still hurts. Losing him will always hurt. But that morning gave me something I didn't know I needed. Closure, maybe. Or peace. Or just a reminder that love doesn't end when a person's heart stops beating. It sticks around. In jokes, in photos, in sudden memories. It shows up when we least expect it, just long enough to let us breathe again. I miss him. I always will. But now, when I cry, it's not just from sadness. It's from love. From knowing I got one last moment. One last reminder of who he was. And every time I think of that line, I say it out loud. Because it fucking wanted to. It has his rights. Then I laugh. And I keep going. The sun was barely up when I started walking that morning. The air had that heavy, gritty feeling it gets before a storm, but the sky stayed dry. I'd been drifting for a while, sleeping in ditches, under porches, sometimes in tool sheds if people didn't mind or didn't notice. I did what I could to stay fed, offering to sweep up, move boxes, paint fences, whatever kept me under the radar and away from the foster system. I was a runaway, about 16 or 17, and had been on the lam for some time by then. The kind of time where the days blur, and the walking never ends. Walking had become second nature. 8 miles one way back and forth felt like just part of living. But that morning, I had a reason to walk, a side job at a hardware store in town. It wasn't much, but it was honest and they paid in cash. That was all I needed. I walked along the shoulder of the road. Dirt stuck to the sweat on my legs. My backpack was light, but bounced with every step. It had a bottle of water, a change of socks, some crackers, and a small tin I kept money in. Nothing fancy. The cars that passed didn't usually bother me. Most folks looked away when they saw someone like me. I kept my head down but my ears open. It wasn't safe to ever truly relax. Around the 3rd mile, I heard an old truck coming up behind me. I didn't turn to look. I just kept walking, counting the seconds it took to pass. The engine sputtered a bit, that old metal kind of groan. When it finally passed, I caught a glance from the corner of my eye. 2 men, both older than me, maybe in their 40s or 50s. They looked at me too long. I felt it before I even turned my head slightly. That weight of being watched. I knew what that look was. I kept walking. Then the truck suddenly screeched. The tires cut into the shoulder dirt as it pulled a sharp U-turn behind me. I didn't stop. My pace stayed steady, but I listened harder. They pulled up on the side of the road again, engines still idling, doors creaking open. I heard them talking, loud, calling out, the kind of words that make your stomach twist. Vulgar things, awful things. Things I had heard before, but never wanted to again. I didn't respond, didn't turn. I just kept moving, listening to every single footstep, every crunch of gravel. One of them laughed. It wasn't a friendly sound, more like someone enjoying a hunt. Then it got quiet, too quiet. No footsteps, no words, just wind. That silence was louder than their yelling. I knew what that meant. They were up to something, maybe getting back in the truck, maybe trying to split up. I didn't have time to wait. I ran. My legs kicked into motion before I even had the full thought. Thank God for soccer back in school. I knew how to run. I knew how to pace myself. And I knew how to run scared. My bag flapped against my back, the strap cutting into my shoulder. I stayed on the shoulder of the road, then veered off slightly into the brush to get out of their line of sight. Behind me, I heard the truck rev again. They had started it up. My breath burned in my throat. I wasn't screaming. I needed all the air I could get. I looked ahead and saw the faint edges of town. Maybe another half mile. I could make it. I had to make it. The truck came up behind me again, slower this time, like they were trying to cut me off. I dodged left through a small gravel lot and made a beeline for the nearest building. It happened to be a pediatrician's office. I saw a couple coming out, baby in a car seat, walking to their car. Clean folks, neat clothes, probably middle class. The kind of people who could think I was crazy, dirty, or dangerous. I didn't care. I ran straight at them, slowing only enough not to scare the baby. I was panting hard, sweat streaking my face, hair stuck to my forehead. I gestured toward the truck that was now slowly circling the parking lot like a shark in a kiddie pool. I put my hands up slightly to show I wasn't armed or dangerous. I remember shaking my head, trying to explain with as few words as I could. Whatever they saw in my face, it must have been enough. The guy unlocked the door. The woman looked back at the truck, then at me. There was fear in her eyes too. She told him something I couldn't hear. He nodded. I climbed into the back seat, sitting next to the baby carrier. My hands were shaking. My chest still ached from the run. They drove off fast. No one spoke at first. I just sat there, watching the truck shrink in the distance. They didn't follow. Maybe they knew better now that there were witnesses. Maybe they figured I wasn't worth it. I still remember how quiet it was in that car. Just the baby making soft cooing sounds, like nothing had happened. The couple drove me straight into town. The woman used her phone, fingers tapping quickly. I knew she was calling the cops, but I didn't say anything. I didn't stop her. By the time we reached the hardware store, the police had already been notified. She pulled up to the curb. I said thank you. They didn't say much, just looked at me the way people look when they see something broken in the road, but don't want to touch it. I didn't wait around. I thanked them again and disappeared down the alley. I knew better than to stick around when cops were nearby. I didn't want to go back to that foster house. I'd take my chances on the road. That wasn't the first time something like that happened. Wasn't the last either. But it was one of the times that stuck with me. The feeling of being hunted. The sound of tires on gravel. The look in someone's eyes when they see you as something less than human. When they think no one will miss you if you disappear. I kept walking after that. Different towns. Different names. Always on the lookout. But I never forgot that day. I never forgot how fast it all turned. How quiet things got right before danger hit. How strangers can save you and others can end you. People don't talk about it much, but for a girl alone on the road, the danger isn't always in the woods or the wild. It's in the way men smile. It's in the cars that slow down just a little too much. It's in the silence between footsteps. I learned a lot on the road. How to read people. How to use my legs. How to ask for help without sounding crazy. I learned that you don't have to look strong to be strong. You just have to survive. And to the women out there, the girls, the ones still figuring it out, you have to know your strengths. Not the kind you brag about, but the kind you keep close to your chest. Learn to listen more than you talk. Keep your feet ready to move. Watch everything. Stay aware. No one's gonna hand you safety. You take it. You make it. I made it. I'm still here. I heard this story from my friend some years ago, and it stayed with me. He wasn't directly connected to the woman it happened to, but he knew her by some extension. Something like a friend of his uncle's, or someone his uncle worked with. That part's a little vague, and it doesn't really matter, because the story itself is sharp and defined in my memory like a wound that never quite healed right. What matters is that it happened, and that it was real. No dramatics. No ghost stories. No superstition. Just something genuinely disturbing, made worse by how easily it could happen to anyone. She was an outdoors enthusiast, from what I was told. A serious one. Not the weekend hiker who shows up in brand new boots and a camelback they don't know how to use. She knew what she was doing. She'd been at it for years, comfortable alone in the wild. She preferred it that way. She'd go on solo retreats often, just her, a backpack, her tools, and a camera. She didn't blog or post her trips anywhere. This wasn't for show or ego. She did it for herself, to disconnect and feel free and quiet in places where few people ever stepped. People like her, they thrive on solitude, and they know the land well enough to respect it. They know what they're doing. That part always struck me. Because when someone that competent has a brush with something dark, you stop thinking it's about bad luck or poor planning. You start wondering what else is out there that skill can't protect you from. She went on what was supposed to be her biggest solo trip yet. Longer than her usual, more remote, more intense. I don't know the exact location, but the Andes were mentioned. It tracks too. Remote, beautiful, harsh. She was supposed to be out there for about 2 weeks. She planned her route, stocked up, checked in with some park authority or registry like experienced hikers usually do. She wasn't reckless. She was just experienced. Confident. Some people feel more themselves out there than they ever do in a city or even around other people. That was her. From everything my friend told me, the trip went fine. Great, even. She saw what she wanted to see. Took photos. Hiked through rough terrain. Slept out under open skies. Dealt with weather and terrain and solitude like it was second nature. No injuries. No illnesses. Nothing out of place. No encounters with dangerous animals or bad weather. No missing time. Just a long, hard, fulfilling trip that ended exactly the way she intended it to. She got back. Spent some days recovering, got back to her life. Then, a week or two later, she got her photos developed. This was a few years back when some people still used film for the texture and aesthetic. She liked the look of analog photos, I guess. Or maybe she didn't want to rely on anything digital out there, didn't want to bring a phone or risk batteries dying. She had a basic camera, nothing fancy. The roll was mostly what you'd expect. Landscapes, mountain ridges, a stream or two, some forest. Lots of shots of the terrain. A few close-ups of moss or bark or snow. The kind of stuff you take when you're alone and notice things that most people miss. She even had some selfies, not the kind people post online, just little reminders. Her standing in front of a rock face. Her beside a trail marker. Just small documentation that she was there. And then there were the ones she didn't remember taking. They weren't blurred or accidental snaps. They were clear. Framed. They were taken at night. Inside her tent. Of her. Asleep. Not one. Not two. Several. At first, she didn't get it. It didn't make sense. She lived alone. She always kept the camera zipped in her pack, which she stowed inside the tent at night. Even if she'd been sleepwalking or something, which she never had before, how would she have taken such steady, well-framed photos of herself, lying down, clearly asleep? The angles didn't match what she could have done. And she looked truly asleep. Body heavy, slack face, breathing visible in some of them from the movement blur of her chest. Eyes closed, mouth slightly open in one, and whoever took the photos had been inside her tent. It hit her like a truck, all at once. Someone had been out there, not just nearby. not just passing through. Someone had entered her tent. At night, while she slept, and they'd taken photos. She tried to rationalize it, thought back through every day of the trip. Had she seen anyone? No, not a single other person. Not a camper, not a hiker, nothing. No voices, no tents in the distance. No signs of others at campsites she passed through. It had felt completely empty. That's part of what made it such a good trip. So quiet, so still. But clearly it hadn't been. There were no signs of forced entry. The tent wasn't slashed. The zipper worked fine. Her pack was undisturbed. Nothing was stolen. She had a knife, and it was still where she kept it. She hadn't been touched. Nothing was broken, but the photos were real. And whoever had taken them had been close enough to lean over her while she slept, probably breathing inches from her face. Close enough to touch her if they'd wanted to. But they didn't. All they did was take pictures. That might be the worst part of all. The uncertainty. The fact that nothing happened, and yet everything did. She didn't tell many people, from what I understand. Just a few. She didn't report it. Who would she report it to? There was no evidence. The photos were the only thing, and even those didn't show a person, just her. Always her. She never found out who it was, or why they'd done it. Was it a stalker? A random lunatic? Someone who'd been living out there, unseen, like those rare cases you hear about? Or just a passerby who happened to stumble on her camp and made a sick decision? There was no way to know. And that was it. That was the end of it. She stopped going on solo trips after that. Or at least, she didn't go on any more that she told people about. She stopped taking her camera with her. Some people would have moved on, chalked it up to a 1-in-a-million encounter. But she couldn't. The idea of sleeping alone in the dark, in a thin nylon tent, with nothing but a zipper between her and a stranger, it was ruin for her. And that's the part that really gets under my skin. It wasn't the attack, because there wasn't one. It wasn't violence or screaming or blood. It was the knowledge that someone was there, that they were careful, that they waited until she was asleep, that they took their time, that they left quietly, leaving nothing behind except the images, that they knew she'd find them later. Or maybe they didn't care. It was someone who didn't need to hurt her to scare her. Someone who wanted to be there, to see her asleep, vulnerable. Someone who got close enough to photograph her face from just a few feet away. And she never woke up. That's what keeps me up some nights when I think about it. The fact that you can be that deeply asleep while someone watches you. That you can be completely unaware of danger even when it's already inside the tent. That someone could be that quiet, that deliberate, that close. She wasn't naive. She wasn't careless. She did everything right. And it didn't matter. She only found out weeks later, when she developed the film, when she looked at those glossy prints and saw her own face, relaxed and peaceful, completely unaware that someone had been standing just inches away, with a camera in their hands and intentions no one will ever fully understand. And then she had to live with that knowledge, not knowing when it happened, which night, whether they came back more than once, whether they'd followed her from the trailhead, whether they watched her from the trees, whether they're still out there, doing it to someone else. She was never the same after that, and I don't think I would be either. I lay in bed the first night feeling Oslo's silence press against the window. The building creaked like an old ship settling into its wooden bones. The plaster walls were thick and the ceilings high, mid-1800s architecture, they'd told me. It had character, they said. I didn't want character, though. Character sounded charming. This place felt empty, or worse, full of something I couldn't name. I lived there with 2 girls from my writing class. We split rent snugly. I took the main living room-turned-bedroom on the ground floor. They had 2 upstairs rooms. The layout was odd. Long central hallway, kitchen at one end, bathroom in the middle, and that cold room at the other. Everyone avoided it. It stayed locked. We called it the cold room. From day one, the cold room unsettled me. I stepped inside once to drop a box. The instant I crossed the threshold, the temp dropped at least 10 degrees. I remember the slap of cold air, how it felt more alive than the rest of the flat. My breath hissed in my throat. There was no draft I could see. Windows shut, radiator dead. I slammed the door behind me and nearly slapped the lock shut with shaking hands. In the hallway, I froze, certain I heard children crying. Soft, distant, impossible to locate. It sounded close, like someone sobbing behind the cold room wall. But then it stopped, and I told myself it was the pipes. And yet, every time I passed that door I felt watched. My skin prickled. The house's silent groans after midnight felt like warning. I told myself it was old building noises, wood settling, heat escaping. But whenever I walked past that heavy wooden door, I almost ran. A few nights later, I woke gasping. My bed shook slightly. My heart raced. Growling. There it was, low, guttural, like a big cat near enough to bite. I stared into darkness. My limbs were frozen. I tried to lift an arm, but gravity pinned me down. The sound, weird, not animal, not human. A snarl. Bars of pain pressed on my chest, making air scarce. Seconds stretched. I willed myself awake. My mind fought. Then, like pulling teeth, I forced my eyes open fully. The room was empty. The blankets lay limp. My window shut. My phone screen flickered 3:17 a.m. No device active. I sat upright, my back drenched in sweat, heartbeat drumming in ears. After that, I stopped sleeping deep. I learned to jolt awake at every creak. Over the next week, small things changed. My toothbrush moved from counter to sink. Half-drained glass of water on my nightstand emptied overnight. Lights flicked off mid-read. I chalked it up to fatigue, city life, deadlines, exams. Then the cat died. One afternoon, the two girls were in the kitchen. I was writing at the narrow dining table. Their cat, black, small, a year old, patted in, meowed, yawned. I looked up. It stumbled, ears flattening. Next thing, it hit the bathroom. We heard panicked mewls, worse than normal pleading. We rushed in. It lay on tile, body rigid, tongue lolling, eyes dilated. Gasping sound. Heart-wrenching. My throat clenched. The girls knelt. I pressed my hand on its flank. Nothing but a faint pulse. I stepped back, eyes watering. It cried once more, a sound between mew and howl, body convulsed. And it died right there. 10 minutes, maybe less. No seizure history. No prior health trouble. We felt stricken. Vet later found no illness. Cause acute heart failure, or we don't know. I hated that bathroom. Felt hollow now. The tub, the faucet, the white tiles, they all felt. Something watched. I washed dishes there now with goose flesh. Nights became exercises in endurance. I lay awake, listening. The building's bones sighed. My breath loud. Floors above shifted, but I lived below. If anything passed overhead, I felt vibrations. My mind imagined steps, someone pacing behind the walls. My toothbrush vanished twice more. Light bulbs blew on my side of the hall. I found one shattered in a puddle of glass on the carpet. One night the hallway smelled like rotten meat. I snapped awake at 2 a.m., nose stinging. I flipped on lights. Nothing. The smell lingered for an hour, until it just faded. The other girls joked I was losing it. I checked cameras, none. I told them we should move. They agreed. Within 2 weeks, I packed and was moving out. Now I live in a house in Grunnerlocke. My room warms, locks latch solid. I sleep. I write again. The absence of growls, of child cry echoes, of smells, makes me realize how twisted the apartment was. I'm not a believer in ghosts. Atmosphere maybe. Stress maybe. Old construction definitely. But something in that flat ran deeper. Maybe the cat had a tumor. Maybe I dreamed some nights. But the heaviness, when I walked in the cold room, I felt fear as old as blood, as if centuries of something had settled under the floorboards. Maybe children did die there once. Maybe someone kept a pet that fell sick. Maybe the building had quirks. Whatever it was, it pulled at your chest. It made the air stale, the wood alive, the pipes moan. I left, and that place finally lost me. I drive past it sometimes. The building stands silent, windows dark. I feel relief, not guilt, not regret. It didn't follow me. No dread, just emptiness. And finally, peace. I stepped onto the back porch of the rented beach house, just as dusk was settling in, a gentle breeze brushing my face. My wife had already gone inside, preparing for the night. I paused by the sliding glass door, closed it, and stood there a moment, listening. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that coaxes your ears into expecting sounds that never come. I rubbed my hands, already feeling the coolness of the evening, and made my way toward the propane heater next to the gas stove. Something smelled off. The strange scent hit me before I even noticed the pilot light was out. It was faint, almost sweet gas. The thought clicked in my mind cold as ice. I bit back the surge of anxiety and stepped back outside, lantern in hand. The wooden deck beneath creaked softly beneath my weight as I descended the steps. I could feel the smile fade from my face as I scanned around the yard. Nothing out of place, just the empty sand dunes and distant water lapping at the shore. It was 6 months ago, though since that night, I've often forgotten the date. What I will never forget is how it felt. My chest tightened as I located the gas line shutoff valve by the basement door. I knelt, lantern illuminating the metal fixture. My fingers trembled as I turned the valve. All around me, the small, simple deck fridge hummed in the silence. I stared at my own reflection in the fridge door, paled face, goosebumps climbing up my arms. Then I heard it. Someone, some voice, asked, "What are you doing?" The question cut through the hush. I froze, head snapping toward where I sensed movement. My heart thundered in my ears. My first instinct was to call out to my wife inside. But once the words formed in my mind, out came a single phrase: shutting off the gas. The voice sounded so real, so measured, I never hesitated. Just answered. And when the words died in my throat, I realized what I'd done. I'd responded to nobody. Everything went silent again. The air felt colder. I blinked hard and whispered to myself, "No one's out here." But in that moment, something in the way I spoke the words made me feel like I was lying, to myself at least. My eyes darted across the yard. I looked upward at stars punching holes in the sky, down at the sandy path leading away from the deck. I spun around, checking corners, peanut shell quiet everywhere. I told myself maybe it was the pipes, some trick of the wind through the gas line, or an echo. I tried to laugh it off, the ridiculousness of it. But every step toward the basement door felt like I was not alone. Goosebumps prickled across my flesh as I reached for the door handle. Inside, the house felt too warm, with the lights bringing false comfort. I rushed in, closed the door hard behind me. My wife looked up, toothpaste foam at the corners of her mouth, brushing. She glanced at me, sick look in her eyes. Something told me she heard nothing, saw no one. I mumbled something about a gas smell, the pilot light. She lowered her brush, unlocked the basement door. "Heck of a night to go down there," she said, calm because she didn't know what I'd felt. A weak attempt at humor. I managed a nod, and she went back to brushing her teeth. Her back to me. Distant ocean whispered through the open window. I could taste the salt. That night, I barely slept. Every creak, every wind-blown palm frond, every hush of the draft through the siding made me bolt upright. I told myself I wasn't being a coward. I stared at the clock, midnight. 1:30. 2. I paced, hands clamped around a mug of warm tea I made. But the tea actually made it worse. My body trembled. Tea didn't help. By 3 a.m., I found the keys, my wife still asleep despite the darkness in my eyes, and I drove us home. The next day, the couple who owned the house looked like they'd lost color in their cheeks when we told them. They exchanged shaky glances, like they'd been expecting us to confirm something. Finally, they spoke. We haven't told many people, but Guy before us died. Gassed himself. They dropped the words like stones into water. Even now, I can see the way their shoulders slumped, eyes haunted. He'd been living alone for 3 weeks before he did it. No note, no explanation. Just gone. That voice I heard. "What are you doing?" So clear it was as if he watched me all that time. Maybe from inside the walls, maybe standing somewhere just out of sight. Maybe neither explanation, but either way real enough to rattle me. No ghost stories, no phantoms. Just a man who died that way speaking to me in a moment when I was fiddling with the same gas valve he used. That proximity, that timing, it felt like he wasn't done, like it happened right there. Since then I can't even tell the story without my skin crawling. I never believed in haunted houses or anything spooky, but that night I found myself not sure. The memory of that question, something so ordinary, then so out of place, has stuck. Every time I tell it, I see the same headlights passing on the road, the same windows lifeless, the same wind whispering through the broken pilot light. At the end, the gas was off. Nothing happened. My wife and I woke up next to each other, alive. But every time I step near a gas appliance, now I instinctively pause, pulse tightening, thinking, maybe I'll hear that voice again. It's been 6 months now. The house's owners painted over the walls, changed the gas lines, replaced the stove. They say it's safer. But I don't need a stove or gas line to remember. Because in my mind, the quiet still rings with the echo of, "What are you doing?" And I know, for the rest of my days, what that meant. He wasn't gone. Not really. I've been carrying this story inside me for years, and I've always wanted to share it. I still don't really know how to explain all of it, but I know what I saw, what I felt, and what I lived through. And it still affects me to this day, every single day. I think part of me is writing this down now just to get it out of my head, maybe make peace with it somehow. But this is true, every part of it. And I swear on my life that I'm not making anything up. When I was 19, I met a girl who changed my life. We were both young, just trying to figure out life. She was from a native background and had grown up on the reserve, but she'd moved to the city, and that's where we met. We started seeing each other, and before long we had 2 beautiful daughters together. We were just kids ourselves, really. I had a couple of jobs, she was at home with the girls, and we struggled like a lot of young couples do. Money was tight most months. Rent, bills, diapers, it all stacked up fast. By 2005, we were renting a small house. It wasn't much, but it was ours. 2 bedrooms, a little yard in the back, old wood floors that creaked when you walked on them. I remember the walls were that kind of beige that looks like it used to be white a long time ago. The house was always a bit cold, but it was quiet. We made do. Our daughters shared one bedroom, and we had the other. At night, when the kids were asleep and the house was quiet, that was sometimes the only peace we had. Around that time, her youngest brother, Clinton, came to stay with us. He was only 16. A good kid. Polite, funny in a quiet way, always respectful. He was taking a break from life on the reserve and wanted a change of scenery. I liked having him around. He helped out with the kids, watched TV with me, kept to himself mostly. He'd sleep on the couch in the living room. Just a teenager trying to figure out his path. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night for no reason. The house was dead quiet, but something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt uneasy. I got out of bed and walked down the hall toward the living room. Clinton was still asleep on the couch, lying on his back, blanket pulled up to his chest. And then, out of nowhere, he sat up. Not like a slow waking up movement. He just jerked upright, eyes still shut. He didn't say anything, didn't look at me. And then he started howling. Not screaming or crying, howling. Like a wolf. It was deep and raw and didn't sound human. I just froze. It wasn't a sound I'd ever heard come out of a person. It felt ancient somehow. Animalistic. It lasted maybe 15 seconds, and then he lay back down like nothing had happened. I stood there in the dark, trying to understand what I'd just seen. I told myself it had to be some weird dream. Maybe he was sleepwalking or having a nightmare. Teenagers go through weird phases. But it unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. 2 nights later, Clinton surprised us. He said he wanted to take us all out for dinner. Not just a fast food meal either. He wanted to go to the Keg. I remember raising my eyebrows. The Keg isn't cheap. I asked him if he was sure, and he just nodded and smiled. So we all went. The kids got dressed up. My girlfriend curled her hair and put on some makeup for the first time in weeks. Clinton wore a button-up shirt that didn't really fit him, but he looked proud. We sat there at that table, eating steak and sipping pop, laughing like a real family. I remember looking across at Clinton, and he was smiling, but there was something in his eyes. Not sadness exactly, just something I couldn't place. Like he already knew something we didn't. The next morning, he was gone. I thought maybe he had walked to the store or gone for a smoke. But a few hours later, we got the call. Clinton had died in a car accident on the highway heading back toward the reserve. Just like that. One day he was buying us dinner, the next he was gone. My girlfriend collapsed to the floor, sobbing. I just stood there in shock. We couldn't understand it. He hadn't said goodbye. He hadn't mentioned going anywhere. The funeral was held on the reserve. It was my first time going there. Her family was crushed, especially her older brother, Joe. Joe was the tough guy of the family, always the protector, but that day he was broken. I watched him hug Clinton's tombstone like it was the last thing holding him together. He didn't want to leave the gravesite. He kept whispering things to the stone, rocking back and forth. I gave him space. Later that night, the community gathered around a fire to honor Clinton. The fire was big, tall flames licking up toward the sky, surrounded by friends and family. People shared stories about Clinton, cried, hugged, passed around food. I remember sitting quietly, just staring into the flames, letting the heat hit my face. And then I looked up. There was one black crow circling above us. Just one. It flew in slow, tight circles above the fire. I thought it was strange because I didn't see any other birds in the sky, not even far off in the distance. Just this one. It flew around us for a while, then finally flew off toward the trees. I didn't say anything about it. Maybe it was just a bird, but it felt like more than that. We went back to our life in the city, trying to heal, trying to move on. But a month later, another phone call came. Joe had been killed. Same cause. Car accident. Same stretch of road near the reserve. It was unreal. 2 brothers, gone just weeks apart. My girlfriend crumbled. She wouldn't get out of bed. She barely ate. When we went back for Joe's funeral, it was like déjà vu. The same tombstone hugging, the same sobbing. Except this time it was her clinging to Joe's grave the way he had clung to Clinton's. I stood there holding our daughter's hands, trying to stay strong. That night, they held a fire for Joe, too. And I swear, when I looked up into the sky, there were 2 black crows flying in circles above the flames. Again, no other birds in sight. Just the 2. They didn't land, didn't make a sound. They just circled. Something in me shifted that night. I wasn't a superstitious guy, but I couldn't ignore the pattern. Clinton howling like a wolf. The last dinner. The dreams. The birds. It felt like something was moving around us, just outside our understanding. A couple months passed. Life got quiet again. Then one morning my girlfriend sat up in bed, pale and shaky. She said she had a dream. In the dream, our house burned down with all of us inside. She was crying when she told me. Said it felt more like a warning than a dream. Said she needed to get out of the house. So she packed up the kids and stayed with her friend across town for a night or 2. That night, I ran into my old high school buddy Tim. We used to play music together, and since my girlfriend was away, I invited him over. We jammed for hours, laughing, drinking beers, playing guitar loud enough to shake the windows. It felt good to blow off steam. Tim left late, and I crashed on the couch. Next morning, I got up early and headed to work like usual. About an hour into my shift, I got a call. My house was on fire. I didn't believe it at first. Thought it had to be a mistake. But I raced over, and there it was, our house, completely burned to the ground. Police tape everywhere. Smoke still curling up from the ashes. It looked like something out of a movie. Everything we owned was gone. Clothes, toys, photos. Everything. But my family wasn't inside. If they had been, they'd be dead. That dream saved them. After that, everything started to fall apart. My girlfriend couldn't take it anymore. The grief, the fear, the sense of doom. She moved back to the reserve to be with her family. I got custody of the girls. It wasn't easy, being a single dad, but I had to stay strong for them. Eventually, I met someone new. We got married, and the girls split time between our home and weekends with their mom on the reserve. In December 2007, just before Christmas, I got a call from my ex. She wanted to take the girls for the break. She sounded different. Her voice had this shaky edge to it, like she was scared or hurting, but trying to sound normal. I told her I'd think about it, then hung up. An hour later, I got another call. This time from her sister. She'd been killed. Car accident. Again, she wasn't wearing her seatbelt. The only one in the car who died. I had to tell our daughters the next morning that their mother was gone. I don't know how I got the words out. I remember their faces, the way they cried, the way their little shoulders shook. I'll never forget it. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. The funeral was cold. Snow falling lightly over the fields of the reserve. As we were leaving, I had this feeling wash over me. I knew, somehow I just knew, what I was about to see. I looked up, and there they were. 3 black birds, circling the sky above the fire they had lit in her memory. No other birds. Just those 3. It wasn't random. Not anymore. I knew it then. It was them, Clinton, Joe, and her. Together again. The months that followed were hard. Grief comes in waves. Sometimes I could smile, other times I couldn't breathe. Then one night, my new wife and I were lying in bed talking about the trial of the drunk driver who had killed my ex. The local paper had been covering it, and I mentioned one of the articles. My wife rolled her eyes and said something that made my stomach turn. I don't know why you care so much. Your ex was a bitch to you anyway. I didn't say anything, but it stayed with me. It hurt, because no matter what happened between us, she was the mother of my children. She deserved respect. The next morning, I walked out to my car, and what I saw made me stop cold. My car was covered in bird shit. Not a few spots. I'm talking about layers. Like 50 birds had all taken aim at once. I looked around. No trees. No birds in sight. None of the other cars on the street had anything on them. Just mine. It wasn't normal. I stood there staring at it. I don't talk about it much. Not because I'm scared of it or ashamed, but because it's not something people really understand unless they've lived it. My family's always had something different going on. It's not everyone, just some of us. My dad, my grandma, my uncle, me, and one of my cousins. We don't see ghosts walking through walls or hear voices in the night. It's more subtle than that, like something just under the surface of life. Like the moment before thunder, when you can feel the pressure change in the air, and you just know something's coming. It happens maybe once every couple months. Not often, but when it happens, it always feels the same, real. Like something cuts through the noise of normal life and taps you on the shoulder. It's always personal, always comes with that same heavy sort of clarity. And the thing is, it's not something we chase or try to bring on. It just shows up, when it wants to. There are a lot of stories. I could fill a book with them, but two of them, two in particular, stick with me. One happened to my dad and me a few years ago. The other happened when he was a kid. They're different stories, but I think they're tied together in some way. Not just by the family connection, but by whatever this thing is that runs in our blood. The first one started on a cold morning. My dad was getting ready for work. He works early, leaves the house before sunrise most days. He always showers first thing, gets his head together under the hot water, wakes himself up. That morning, he told me later, while he was in the shower, he started getting flashes of a man, dressed in full military uniform. Not a moving vision, not like a movie. Just these still images in his head, coming fast and sharp like old photographs. No sound, no explanation. Just this man, a war vet by the look of it, standing there in his dress blues. Hat on, medals pinned to his chest. Just looking ahead. He said it happened more than once. He'd soap up his hair, rinse it out, and then bam, there the guy was again. Then he'd shake it off, tell himself it was nothing. Maybe something he saw on TV last night, or a face from a dream he didn't remember. He got dressed, got his coffee, got in the truck like always. But the flashes didn't stop. He said they weren't constant, but they came in and out, like waves. And there was something else, something physical. A weird pressure in his thigh. Not pain, just pressure. He said it felt exactly like when you've got a thick wallet in your back pocket, and you forget to take it out before you sit down. That solid, immovable weight that digs into you, just enough to feel off. He kept checking his pants. Nothing was there. No wallet, no phone. The sensation wasn't going away. It wasn't painful, just weird. He tried to shake it off. Drove to work. Tried to get focused. But the uniformed man kept flashing in and out of his mind, and the pressure in his thigh stayed. That same day, I was going through my usual morning. Nothing strange happened when I woke up. I wasn't thinking about anything heavy, just trying to get moving. I had a little time before class and figured I'd run a few errands, grab coffee. But when I got in the car, I had this weird feeling. Not in my head, but in my chest, just above my heart. Not like a heart attack or anything scary like that. It didn't hurt. There was no pressure, no shortness of breath. It was just a feeling, a pull. That's the best way I can describe it. Like a pull on something deep inside me. Not physical, but not emotional either. Just there, present. I remember putting my hand over it, like I was trying to figure out if I'd dropped something heavy on myself and forgotten. I sat there in the car, engine running, just holding my hand over my chest and thinking, what the hell is this? It wasn't bad, just strange. Unsettling in a quiet way. Like someone was trying to tell me something, but without using words. I ended up calling my dad. I don't remember exactly what made me reach for the phone. We don't usually talk during the day unless something's going on. But that day I felt like I needed to say it out loud to someone. When he answered, I told him about the weird feeling near my heart. Not expecting much. I thought maybe I was just being dramatic. He got quiet. Then he said, I need to call Grandma. That's all he said. I didn't ask questions. We've done this before. When he says that, it means something happened. Not just a coincidence. Something real. He told me later that the moment I said heart, he knew. Because the medals he'd seen on the uniform in those flashes, they were pinned right above the heart. And that pressure in his thigh, that felt just like where someone would carry a wallet. He said he didn't think of that until I called. He just knew something was lining up. Something was asking to be seen. We called Grandma on speaker. She answered in her usual calm voice, but I could tell she knew something was up. My dad didn't waste time. He just said, "Were you touching anything today? Anything related to your dad?" There was a pause. I'll never forget how quiet it got. Not even breathing, just the low hum of the phone. Then, finally, she said, "Yes." She told us she had been going through an old trunk in her room that morning, one she hadn't opened in years. She said she didn't even know what made her open it. Something just pulled her toward it. Inside, she found a box wrapped in old cloth. Inside that was her father's wallet, his military service ribbons and awards, and a photo of him in his full Air Force uniform. The same uniform my dad had seen. The same spot above the heart where I'd felt that strange sensation. The same area of the leg where he always kept his wallet. She hadn't told anyone about it. Not a soul. She hadn't even taken the items out of the trunk in decades. We didn't really talk after that. We didn't have to. We just sat with it, let it settle into the space between us. Not scared, just quiet. There was a sense of peace to it, in a way, like something had come full circle. Like he, my great-grandfather, had just wanted to say hello, or maybe remind us that he's still there, still watching. The second story's a little different. It happened long before I was born, when my dad was a kid. He shared a basement bedroom with one of his brothers. 6 kids in the house meant tight quarters. The basement was partly finished, old wood paneling, low ceilings, shag carpet. It always felt a little colder down there, even in the summer. There was a TV room next to their bedroom. My grandparents would sit there at night, watch the news or a movie, unwind before bed. The kind of setup where the kids would go to sleep first, and the parents would stay up a little later. One night, out of nowhere, my dad woke up screaming. He was maybe 9 years old at the time. Not just scared, but shaking, crying, completely inconsolable. My grandparents rushed in, trying to calm him down. He was curled up in bed, sobbing, could barely speak. When he finally did get the words out, all he said was, "They all died. Everyone. Off a mountain. Help them. Please. Someone help them." That was all he could say. Over and over. He didn't know who they were. Didn't say any names. Just kept repeating it. They all died. My grandma stayed with him the rest of the night. Held him until he calmed down. He didn't sleep after that. Just stared at the ceiling, eyes wide open. The next morning, she opened the newspaper while drinking her coffee. The front page showed a picture of a train derailment in the mountains, somewhere in South America. A passenger train lost control on a high curve. It fell off the tracks and plummeted into the ravine below. Every single person on board had died. The article said there were no survivors. Hundreds of people. Gone. Just like that. No one in our family had been on that train. We didn't know anyone in South America. But somehow, that night, my dad had felt it. Felt it so clearly that it pulled him out of sleep and sent him into a panic. He was just a kid, had no frame of reference. He wasn't dreaming about trains or mountains. It just showed up, raw and real. Stories like that, they don't go away. They stick. They sit inside you. You can't explain them, and honestly, we don't try to anymore. We've all just accepted that this thing, whatever it is, comes with our bloodline, like brown eyes or a stubborn streak. I've never tried to control it. It doesn't feel like something you can summon. It shows up when it wants to. And every time it does, there's that same quiet recognition, that same strange peace. Not joy, not fear, just a deep, still kind of knowing. My dad says his grandma was the same way. She'd get that look sometimes, like she'd already seen the end of the story before the first chapter even started. My grandma tries not to talk about it much. It's too personal for her, brings up too much of the past. But I can tell when it happens to her. She gets quiet, reflective. Her hands will hover over objects longer than normal, her eyes kind of unfocused, like she's listening to something nobody else can hear. It's not about seeing the future. It's not about talking to the dead. It's about connection. That's what I've come to believe. Deep, honest, blood-deep connection. Between people. Between generations. Between moments in time. I don't need to understand it. I don't need it to make sense. All I know is that it's real. It's happened too many times, to too many of us, in too many specific ways, to be a coincidence. And when it happens again, and I know it will, I'll listen. I'll stop what I'm doing, and I'll listen. Because sometimes you don't need words. You just need to be still long enough to feel the pull. To know when something is trying to reach you from beyond memory, beyond understanding. And when it touches you, even just for a moment, it leaves something behind. A trace, a thread, a presence you can't explain, but you know it's there. like pressure on your thigh, like a whisper above your heart, like the sound of voices on a mountain you've never seen. We don't talk about it much, but we always know. It was 2002, and I was hitchhiking across the US, going wherever the wind and my thumb took me. I was 24 at the time. That summer, I had heard through the grapevine about a rainbow gathering happening out in Missouri, deep in the Mark Twain National Forest, just outside of a little town called Ironton. I'd been to a few gatherings before, never anything huge, but always good people, open fires, potlucks, drums in the night, peace signs, dogs running around off leash, and the sort of freedom that only exists when you're nowhere near pavement or clocks. I'd caught a ride with a guy named Travis, or maybe it was Trevor. I honestly can't remember anymore. He drove an old, beat-up Dodge, then that rattled like bones in a bag every time it hit a pothole, which was often. We'd been on the road most of the day, stopping here and there for gas station food and a quick smoke in the shade. I think we made it into the hills around 11 p.m. It was pitch dark by then. The moon was thin that night, and the stars overhead were clear and thick like spilled salt. We turned off the main highway onto this narrow state road that supposedly led us into the forest toward the gathering. That road was barely lit. No street lamps, no traffic, no signs really. Just dark trees pressing in from both sides, tall and unmoving like they'd been watching travelers pass for 100 years. We'd been told there were stone cairns, stacked rocks, discreet and subtle, marking the turnoffs to the seed camp, but in the dark, they were impossible to spot. Even with the van's high beams cutting through the night, everything looked the same. Walls of green-black trees, dense brush, and shadows that swallowed everything just beyond the ditches. After maybe 15 minutes of creeping along, and not wanting to get completely lost, we pulled off the road onto a wide patch of gravel next to a clearing and decided to wait until morning. I stretched out in the back of the van, while Travis slumped into his sleeping bag up front. No street sounds, no distant engines, no hum of electricity, just crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. At first, it felt peaceful, but maybe an hour after we laid down, we started hearing this sound. It was faint at first, so faint that I thought it was just the wind twisting through the trees, or maybe something creaking in the van. But after a while, it became unmistakable. It sounded like children. A lot of them, laughing, yelling, squealing like kids do when they're running around a playground. The kind of high-pitched, chaotic noise that comes from pure energy and too much sugar. At first I thought it might have been people from the gathering who had already set up camp and had brought kids with them. It wouldn't be unusual, but it was well after midnight by this point, and the sound kept going. It didn't drift like normal sound does. It didn't get closer or farther away. It just stayed out there in the dark, somewhere off in the woods, always the same distance away, like it was surrounding us but never coming near. I sat up a few times and peered out the window, but I couldn't see anything. Just black trees swaying against a darker sky. I didn't wake Travis. He seemed out cold, and I figured I was just overthinking it. Maybe there was a house out in the woods I couldn't see. Maybe it was a weird echo from somewhere miles off. My mind flipped through explanations until I fell into a fitful sleep, waking now and then when the sounds surged louder. At one point, I swear I heard what sounded like a jump rope hitting pavement, like a slapping rhythm, soft but steady. But there was no pavement out there, just dirt and rocks. By dawn, the sounds had stopped. The woods looked the same as they had in the dark, thick, overgrown, and absolutely still. Travis yawned himself awake, and we climbed out to stretch and piss on the edge of the ditch. We didn't say much, just gathered our stuff and drove further down the road until we finally spotted one of the cairns we'd missed the night before. We followed a barely there trail into the woods until we reached seed camp. It wasn't much. Maybe 12 or 15 people had already arrived, scattered tents and tarps tied off to trees, a makeshift fire pit in the center. Everyone was chill, friendly, the kind of crowd that smiled with their eyes and offered a bowl without asking if you were hungry. We spent the morning helping set up shelters, gathering fallen branches for firewood, figuring out a gray water trench, that kind of thing. One guy was trying to rig up a camp kitchen using cinder blocks and driftwood. Another group was clearing brush to make space for a drum circle area. I settled in fast. Those early days of a gathering always felt good, like everyone was putting down roots together. We built something out of nothing. Around the second afternoon, a few of us decided to go exploring. There were 4 of us, maybe 5, wandering off into the hills to look for deadwood and maybe stumble across a fresh spring. Missouri in the summer is sticky, dense with green. The air felt like soup, and every time we moved through brush, we kicked up the smell of wet leaves and old earth. We followed deer trails and dry creek beds, checking under fallen logs for mushrooms, snapping dead limbs off standing trees for kindling. At one point, someone shouted that they found a big flat stone perfect for sitting on, so we all clambered up a hill to check it out. That's when we found the foundation. At first, it didn't look like much. Just some rectangular stones half swallowed by the forest floor, with a few iron rods sticking out like broken ribs. The house that once stood there had long since rotted away. Whatever would remain had been overtaken by moss and mold. Trees had grown up through the space, thick trunks splitting the footprint of what had once been rooms. You could sort of make out where the corners had been, where a wall might have stood, but nature had done its job, swallowed it all up. It was eerie, sure, but in the way all abandoned places are. There was no real path to it. No driveway. No mailboxes or fences. Just this silent ruin, tucked deep in the trees, hidden from the world. We poked around out of curiosity. Someone joked about treasure, old tools or antique bottles, something cool we could bring back to camp. But there wasn't much. A few rusted nails, a piece of rotted out door frame, bits of shattered porcelain, maybe from a sink or a toilet. Then one of us found a shoe. It was small, like really small, meant for a kid. The sole had cracked open, and the fabric was half consumed by dirt and mildew, but it was unmistakably a child's shoe. A few yards away, we found another, then another, all different styles, all in different states of decay. Some had buckles, some had laces, some were brightly colored with cartoon characters barely visible on the sides. The kind of shoes you buy for toddlers when they're too small to care about fashion. We kept walking the perimeter, and that's when we noticed them in clusters. Shoes everywhere, some lying out in the open, some half buried in leaf litter, some poking up through the mud as though trying to escape. Then someone found the garbage bags. They were black, torn open by time and animals, full of shoes, just shoes, no clothes, no tools, no bedding or household stuff. Just dozens, maybe hundreds, of children's shoes. They were damp and moldy, some hardened by exposure, others still soft like they'd only been thrown out recently. A few were even still tied together, laces looped like they'd just come off a store shelf. But others were caked in what looked like dirt, and, I don't know. I tried not to look too closely. It felt wrong. We didn't talk. Nobody said anything for a while. We just stood there, staring at this pile of tiny shoes in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick forest and silence. Eventually, we left. No one wanted to take any of them back, even as a weird trophy. Something about that place was off. I don't mean haunted or cursed or anything like that. Just deeply wrong. Like a wound that the forest had tried to cover but hadn't quite healed. Back at camp, things moved on like normal. More people showed up every day, and soon there were over 100 of us. The drums started at dusk and didn't stop until near sunrise. Potlucks fed everybody. Dogs barked and played. There was music, poetry, impromptu workshops. On the surface, it was beautiful. But for me, the shoes stuck in my head. I couldn't shake it. I didn't tell most people. What would I even say? It would just turn into some rumor, maybe a campfire story. A few nights later, after one of the evening circles, I sat with an older woman who'd been to dozens of gatherings. She said she'd been coming to that forest since the late 80s. I asked her if she ever heard of anything weird out there. She looked at me for a long time before answering. Then she said that decades ago, there used to be an old homestead out in those hills. A man lived out there with his wife and kids. Story was they kept to themselves. No one knew much about them, and then one year, they just disappeared. People assumed they moved away. She said that sometime in the late 70s, local hunters started finding stuff out there. Bits of clothes, broken dolls, but no one ever followed up. It was just one of those things that faded into rumor. She never mentioned shoes, but I didn't press her. The gathering ended like they all do. People drifted off, returning to towns or the road. I caught a ride out with someone heading west. Before I left, I walked back to that foundation one last time. I don't even know why. Closure, maybe. I don't know what I expected to find, but the shoes were still there. Damp, moldy, dozens of them scattered like they'd grown out of the ground. I didn't take anything. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the trees, trying to understand how something so awful could just sit out here, unnoticed, for so long. I never went back. Never told the police, either. What would I say? That I found a pile of shoes in the woods? In the middle of a national forest with no clear evidence of anything except time and decay. I was probably in 7th grade when this happened, 13 years old, give or take. That weird age where you're just old enough to think you're smarter than adults, but still stupid enough to do things that make you realize how much you don't know about the world yet. My best friend at the time, I'll call him Jake, lived out in the country, about 10 minutes outside a small town, but his house might as well have been on another planet. His family had a big property, wide open front yard, a gravel driveway that snaked all the way up to their house, and then pastures and woods that stretched out behind it like something out of a postcard. We used to spend weekends at each other's places all the time, but there was something about his place that always felt more like an adventure. That night, we were hanging out in his room playing video games, talking crap, throwing snacks at each other, just doing the usual middle school sleepover stuff. At some point, one of us, probably him, got the idea that we should go out and wrap houses. Toilet papering people's yards, trees, porches, whatever. We thought it was hilarious. We had done it a couple times before in our neighborhood, never got caught, and we felt like pros at it. That stupid, invincible feeling you get at that age. We asked his dad if we could go out. He was sitting in the living room watching TV when we asked. It was probably around 9:30 or 10 p.m. His answer came fast and sharp. No, not tonight. He didn't really give a reason, just said we needed to stay in and not leave the house. He even got up and locked the front door. Looking back, that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Jake wasn't the kind of kid to take no for an answer. He had this defiant streak, especially when it came to his parents. They were strict and old school, and I think sneaking out was just as much about getting one over on them as it was about wrapping houses. I wasn't as bold as him, but I was also too much of a coward to say no once he got an idea in his head. So we waited, played more games, waited for the house to go quiet, waited for his parents' bedroom door to shut, waited for his younger sister to fall asleep. Just waited. Sometime around 1 a.m., we crept down the hallway in our socks, carrying a giant black trash bag filled with rolls of toilet paper. We had it all planned out. Go down to the road, walk a few blocks to this kid's house we didn't like from school, do our business, and be back before anyone noticed we were gone. His house sat at the top of a long gravel driveway, maybe 150 yards from the road. It curved gently through the front yard, with trees and bushes dotting the sides and a porch light that we were careful to avoid. The night was heavy with humidity, and the sky was overcast. No moon, no stars, just a low haze that made everything look like it had been dunked in dark water. The gravel crunched softly under our shoes, but we tried to walk light, keeping low, glancing back at the house every few steps. By the time we got to the bottom of the driveway, I was sweating from nerves. Not because we were about to vandalize somebody's house. That didn't even register as wrong to me back then, but because of how quiet it was. No bugs, no frogs, no wind. Just that sticky, late summer silence that feels unnatural out in the country. We hit the pavement, just stepping onto the shoulder of the road, when Jake suddenly froze. "I hear a car," he whispered. I hadn't heard anything at first, but then I did. That low, distant hum of tires. Growing. Approaching. We didn't waste time. We jumped down into the ditch on the side of the road and hit the ground hard, the grass tall and prickly against our faces and arms. The black trash bag crinkled as Jake pulled it down beside him, and we both lay there, hearts pounding, eyes straining to see. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a car sped past. It was going fast, probably doing 60, and it looked like some kind of small, dark sedan. No lights inside, no obvious markings. Just a blur of headlights and the hiss of tires before it was gone. We stayed down a few seconds longer, listening. Nothing. The sound faded. Jake stood up first, dusted himself off, and pulled the bag up. "Let's go," he muttered. But then he stopped again. His head snapped up. "Shit," he whispered. "It's turning around." I followed his gaze and looked down the road. Far away, barely visible, I saw the glow of red brake lights. Then the car started to swing left in the road, an unmistakable U-turn. It was coming back. We dove back into the ditch, this time lower, trying to squeeze ourselves flat into the grass. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd puke. It didn't make sense. Why would someone turn around on a country road in the middle of the night? They couldn't have seen us, could they? We were wearing dark clothes. The ditch was deep, and it was practically pitch black out. No way. But the car came back anyway. Slower this time. It passed us on the opposite side of the road, creeping by like it was hunting something. The headlights rolled over the grass across the street, lighting up the trunks of trees and the edge of someone's barbed wire fence. I barely breathed. I could hear Jake breathing next to me, short and fast, like a panicked dog. The car kept rolling, and for a moment I thought it was leaving. But it didn't. Jake reached over and grabbed my arm, hard. He peeked up over the lip of the ditch again, and I saw his shoulders tense. It's coming again. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to believe it. But I turned my head and saw it too. Those tail lights once again, red glowing orbs in the black, doing another U-turn. It came back slower this time. It crossed to our side of the road. This time, it rolled by even more deliberately, like the driver was searching for something. The window was cracked open on the passenger side, and I could hear a faint hum, like a radio maybe, or the wind dragging through the car. Then it stopped, right over us. Not beside us, directly over us. The car idled there, engine low and steady. The headlights lit up the ditch across the road, casting long shadows into the woods. We didn't move, didn't breathe. I couldn't even blink. I just stared straight ahead at a clump of grass inches from my nose, waiting to hear a door open, waiting to hear footsteps, waiting to hear anything. Then it slowly started rolling again. It drove a little farther, maybe 30 yards, then stopped again. Waited. Then it moved on. But it wasn't gone. It came back. Again. Same pattern. Slowly creeping. Stopping. Then looping around. It happened at least 2 more times. By then, Jake and I were completely frozen, paralyzed by something we hadn't felt before. Not fear like being scared of getting in trouble. Not fear like a movie jump scare. This was different. This was animal fear. Instinctual fear. Something wasn't right. The last time it passed, it went a little farther down the road than before. We watched it go, saw the tail lights dim in the distance. We didn't wait this time. We jumped up, dropped the trash bag where we stood, and ran. We didn't speak, didn't look at each other, just ran. Sprinting up the gravel driveway was harder than I expected. The sharp stones slipped under our shoes, kicking up and crunching loud in the night air. I kept glancing back, terrified I'd see headlights pulling in behind us, but the road stayed dark. We got to the porch, yanked the front door open, slammed it shut, locked it, then locked it again. We turned off the porch light, crept into the living room, and sat on the couch trying to catch our breath. I remember my shirt clinging to me, soaked with sweat. My mouth felt like sand. I thought I was going to puke. Jake turned off the video game TV, then shut the blinds. We just sat there, wide-eyed, waiting. Then I looked through the side window by the front door. At first, I didn't see anything. The gravel at the bottom of the driveway was barely visible in the dim light from the porch. But then my eyes adjusted. The car. It was sitting at the end of the driveway. Lights off, just idling. I remember that exact moment. My blood went cold. It wasn't headlights this time. I couldn't see it clearly. But the outline was there, unmistakable. A car just sitting there, watching, waiting. We didn't talk, just stared. We moved away from the windows, pulled the curtains tighter. We grabbed what we could, plastic baseball bats, a couple old hockey sticks from the garage. We shut off every light and stayed in the living room, backs to the wall, weapons in our hands. I kept imagining what I'd do if the door handle turned, if a shadow crossed the window, if someone knocked. I didn't sleep. I don't think Jake did either. We just waited. Eventually, maybe an hour later, the sound stopped. We didn't hear tires, didn't hear the engine pull away. It just wasn't there anymore. We stayed up until the sun rose. The first crack of daylight over the trees out back felt like someone lifting a lid off my lungs. The fear didn't go away, not completely, but it eased enough that I could breathe again. We opened the curtains slowly, cautiously. No car, no sign of anything. Just the gravel driveway stretching down to the road like always. We never told his parents. Never told anyone, actually. We just carried it. I think we were too scared of getting in trouble. But deep down, it wasn't about the wrapping houses or breaking the rules. It was something else. To this day, I don't know what that car was doing. Maybe it was some drunk looking for a driveway he missed. Maybe it was someone messing with us. Maybe it was a neighbor who thought we were stealing or tagging mailboxes. Maybe. But the way it circled, the way it stopped over us, the way it came back, again and again, in complete silence. I'll never forget how that felt. And every time I think back to that night, the sweat, the smell of crushed grass, the itch of panic crawling up my spine, I remember the way it felt to see that car just sitting at the bottom of the driveway, waiting in the dark. And I'm 13 again, staring out a window, gripping a plastic. It was late fall during my sophomore year of college when it happened. The days were getting shorter, and the nights felt colder, darker. Heavier in a way I couldn't explain back then. I had two close friends who were into urban exploration just like I was. We didn't really care for bars or loud parties. What we liked was the quiet thrill of stepping into forgotten places, the kind of spaces that had been left behind and locked out of memory. There was something about old, abandoned buildings that pulled us in. We had already explored a couple old train yards, a closed-down hospital, and an ancient brick factory that had been gutted and left to rot. But none of that prepared us for what we found that night. I don't remember exactly who brought it up first. One of us had heard from a friend, or maybe a post online, I can't recall, about this abandoned town in the foothills outside the city. Not a single building or a shut-down warehouse. An actual whole town, just sitting there behind a fence, empty and dark. Supposedly, the place had been fenced off years ago and just left to decay. There were rumors about it. Weird ones. Stories of squatters, strange figures seen at night, unexplained noises. But nothing concrete. Of course, we didn't believe any of that. It sounded like a perfect place to explore. We planned it for a Friday night. We waited until late, almost midnight, before heading out. We wore black, hoodies, jeans, gloves. Nothing flashy, no bright logos. Just in case someone spotted us, we wanted to blend into the dark. We packed flashlights, extra batteries, a few bottles of water, and headed out in my friend's car. The drive up to the foothills was quiet. No one talked much. There was a sort of nervous anticipation in the air. It wasn't fear. Just that strange feeling you get when you're about to step into something unknown. We didn't drive all the way to the site, obviously. We parked off a narrow road maybe a mile away. You learn quickly that you don't park too close when you're exploring off-limits places. People notice cars. Cops get called. So we parked down a slope off the road, behind some trees, and made the rest of the way on foot. The road we walked was completely dark, no lights anywhere. It cut through the trees and curved slightly uphill. Every step we took was loud to us, gravel crunching under our shoes, branches snapping underfoot. We stayed quiet, barely speaking. It wasn't until we crested the top of the road that we saw the place. Not the buildings, not yet, but the fence. A tall, chain-link fence ran along the edge of the hill, topped with barbed wire. From where we stood, we could just make out the tops of a few structures silhouetted against the sky. There were no lights, no sounds. Just whine through the brush and distant crickets. The way in wasn't obvious. We'd heard that the best entrance was a cutout section of fence hidden partway up the side of a hill, opposite a red house that was supposed to be nearby. The red house was our marker. So we started moving slowly, scanning the area. And sure enough, after a few minutes we spotted it. An old red house, set far back from the road, with a rotting porch and shattered windows. No lights, no sign of life. Across from that house was a thick patch of brush that sloped steeply up into the hillside. We knew that had to be the path. It was harder than it looked. The brush was dense, tangled with low branches, thorns, and undergrowth. Every step had to be careful, or you'd trip or slide. We didn't use our lights unless absolutely necessary. We climbed in near silence, helping each other up when the slope got steep. Finally, after a long crawl through dirt and vines, we saw it, a small, jagged hole cut into the fence, just big enough for one person to squeeze through at a time. The edges were sharp and rusted, like someone had hacked through it with bolt cutters years ago. The ground around it was uneven, with loose dirt and exposed roots. If you lost your footing, you could easily slide back down the hill. We took turns crawling through. One of us held the fence open slightly, while the others squeezed in. Once we were all through, we stood up, brushed off the dirt and leaves, and looked around. And that's when it really hit us. We were standing in the middle of a ghost town. Not a fake one or some tourist thing. A real town that had once been alive and was now just empty. Cracked streets ran between rows of buildings. We saw what looked like a small market, maybe a general store, a gas station with rusted-out pumps, houses with sagging roofs and windows blown out. Further back, we could make out the skeleton of an apartment complex, 3 stories tall, weathered and dark. Everything was quiet, completely still. Not even wind here, like the air was thicker somehow. We didn't speak. We just started walking. We headed for the apartment complex first. It was the largest structure and seemed like the best place to start. The walk there was short but eerie. Every step we took echoed slightly off the buildings around us. The pavement was cracked and scattered with debris. Chunks of concrete, broken glass, rusted metal. We passed a few old cars, totally stripped, some flipped onto their sides. Nature had started to reclaim the place. Weeds pushed through the cracks in the asphalt. Vines clung to the walls. Just before we reached the front doors of the apartments, I heard it. A single beep. Short, sharp, electronic. I froze. It was faint, but it was there. I turned to the others. They heard it too. We stood still, trying to pinpoint the sound. It came again. Beep. Maybe every 6 seconds. Then silence. We figured it might have been some old smoke detector or electronic toy left behind. Who knew? We pushed on and entered the first apartment building. The smell hit us immediately. Mildew, rot, something metallic and old. The air was heavy. Our footsteps echoed down the hallway. We went room to room, slowly. Most were empty, just stripped down drywall and dirt. One room had a stained mattress on the floor, some broken furniture, and a pile of clothes that looked decades old. Nothing too wild, but the beeping didn't stop. It kept happening, always somewhere in the distance. Never closer, never fading. We moved to the next apartment. The front door creaked open, and what we saw stopped us in our tracks. The entire living room was filled with black trench coats. Dozens of them. Some hung neatly on the wall. Others were folded on the floor. A few were hanging from the ceiling on wires, like they were suspended in midair. There were no signs of who they belonged to. No personal belongings. No dust either, like someone had been maintaining them. The weirdest part was that none of the other rooms had anything in them. Just that one space, packed with those coats. We didn't touch anything. We just walked slowly around the room, trying to make sense of it. The silence was intense. Then we checked upstairs. One of the bedroom doors was shut, locked tight. We didn't force it. Something about it felt off. When we left the apartment, the beeping had changed. It wasn't just one sound anymore. Now there were several beeps coming from multiple directions. Some faster, some closer. We looked around, trying to figure out where they were coming from. It started to feel like we were being tracked. Every time we moved toward one building, the beep would speed up and grow louder, then stop. Then another one would start from somewhere else. We started walking faster. The air felt wrong now, like we were no longer alone. We weren't joking around or talking anymore. No one laughed. No one suggested checking out the next building for fun. We just kept moving, scanning the windows, the rooftops, the alleys. Then we saw the White House. It was old and sagging, with its roof partly caved in. But what caught our eye was what was in the yard. Leading from the edge of the cracked street, all the way up to the front door were neat, square piles of shattered glass. Dozens of them. Perfect little cubes made of broken window shards and bottle pieces. Like someone had intentionally collected the glass and arranged it that way. They sparkled in the moonlight. That's when it clicked. Someone was living here. Maybe multiple people. They weren't just camping. They were organized, watching us. As we stood frozen, staring at the glass, a blinding light hit us from the second-floor window of the White House. A flashlight. Then more lights from behind us. From the apartment. From the alley. From another house. Lights switching on, sweeping across the street, bouncing off buildings, casting long, jerky shadows of us as we stood there. Then the beeping surged. Dozens of beeps, all around, overlapping, faster and faster. Some high-pitched, some low. Some long, some short. Like alarms. Motion sensors. Devices we didn't recognize. We didn't speak. We just ran. I don't remember who moved first. Maybe it was me. But we all broke into a sprint at the same time. Our shadows danced and stretched ahead of us with every flash of light. The beams tracked us, moved with us, like we were being hunted. One of my friends fell, hard. I heard the thud behind me, skidded to a stop, turned. He was already scrambling up, blood on his hands. Didn't matter. He was back on his feet and running again in seconds. We didn't know where we were going. We just ran. We cut through yards, over fences, past rusted-out cars and garbage piles. Then finally I saw it, the hole in the fence. One friend was already squeezing through. I reached it next and turned to help the last guy. He grabbed the edge, and I pulled his arm, helping him through. That's when I saw the lights coming toward us. They bounced and flashed through the trees behind the fence. Getting closer, I dropped and crawled through. The hill was steeper than I remembered. I slid most of the way, tearing through branches, scraping my arms and legs. We landed in a tangle of weeds and dirt, but we didn't stop. We kept running, down the brushy hill, through the trees, back to the road. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I grew up in a small town in Florida. One of those places where if you blink, you'll miss it. Nothing really big ever happened there. It wasn't the kind of place you'd see in movies or read about in books. Just flat roads, lots of open sky, and stretches of two-lane highways lined with palmettos, live oaks, and utility poles. Everyone kind of knew everyone, or at least knew someone who knew someone else. You could drive from one end of town to the other in under 15 minutes. It felt tucked away, surrounded by flat land and scattered patches of forest. In the winter, the population swelled because of snowbirds, mostly older folks from up north who'd come down to avoid the cold. They'd rent condos and park their RVs and fill up the grocery stores for a few months, then disappear again in the spring. The rest of the year, the town felt like it was running on half power. Quiet, still, especially after dark. Nighttime was different there. There weren't many streetlights except in the few busier parts of town. Once you left those behind, it got real dark. The kind of dark where your headlights felt like they were cutting into a solid wall of black, and you couldn't see past the trees lining the road. The kind of dark where even familiar places felt strange. When I was 16, I had a boyfriend who lived on the other side of town. He didn't have a license yet, so on Friday and Saturday nights, I'd drive over to his house after dinner and hang out for a few hours. He lived in a lower-income neighborhood, older houses, some in bad shape, cars up on blocks, overgrown lawns, chain-link fences leaning sideways. His house was near the back of that neighborhood, close to where the paved road ended and dirt tracks started. My parents were okay with me going over there, as long as I got home at a decent time, usually by 10:30. The drive home only took about 15 minutes, mostly along country roads. Hardly any cars, just a few scattered houses and long stretches of dark nothing in between. That one night, it was a Saturday, I think. Sometime in the fall maybe, because I remember it was cool enough for the windows to be rolled up, but not cold enough for the heater. I left his house around 10:15, said goodbye, got in my car, and started heading home like always. As I pulled onto the main road out of his neighborhood, I noticed a pickup truck turn onto the road ahead of me. It wasn't unusual, exactly, but still it stood out. It was late. Roads were usually empty by then. I remember it was an older truck, maybe an early 2000s Ford or Chevy, dark-colored, kind of beat up. The brake lights glowed as it slowed at the stop sign, then turned onto the same route I needed to take. I didn't think too much of it at first. Just another car. But something about the way it was moving started to bother me. It was going slow, slower than the speed limit. It wasn't like it was trying to get somewhere, more like it was just drifting along. And I got this strange feeling, like the driver was watching me. I couldn't explain it, just a gut thing. I stayed a couple car lengths back, trying not to jump to conclusions. It was probably nothing. Still, after a mile or so of following behind, I decided to pass. The road was straight for a good stretch, and I could see ahead clearly. I signaled and moved into the other lane, sped up slightly, and started to go by. As I got even with the driver's side, I looked over. I didn't mean to, it was just instinct, I guess. The man behind the wheel turned and looked straight at me. It wasn't a glance. He turned his head fully, locked eyes with me through our windows, and stared. Hard. His face was intense. That's the best word I can think of. Not angry, not even mean, just this cold, fixed stare. His mouth was closed tight, no expression. His eyes didn't blink. It only lasted a second or two, but it felt longer. I looked away immediately, heart pounding, and got ahead of him. My first thought was that I was overreacting. People look at each other on the road all the time. Maybe he was just surprised to see someone out driving alone. Maybe he wasn't even looking at me, just happened to turn his head at the wrong moment. But then I looked in the rearview mirror. He sped up. Not enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. He was closer now than he had been when I passed. I told myself it didn't mean anything. Maybe he was just picking up speed again. Maybe he had somewhere to be. Still, I got nervous. I took out my phone and called my dad. I didn't tell him exactly what was happening, not right away. I just said I was on my way home and wanted to talk while I drove. I told him how dark it was, how quiet, how there was hardly anyone else out. He said okay and started talking about something, probably something casual to keep me company. But I kept glancing in the mirror. The truck was still there. It followed me through every turn. It kept the same distance. I tried changing lanes, then going a little faster, then slower again. It stayed with me. I went through the center of town, past a few closed-up gas stations, and the Walgreens with its big lit sign humming like always. No other cars. No people. Nothing. And still that truck behind me. By the time I got to the outskirts of my neighborhood, I was shaking. I was trying not to let my voice crack on the phone. I didn't want my dad to know how scared I was. But I must have said something, or he must have heard something in my voice, because he asked if everything was okay. I told him there was a truck behind me, and that it had been following me ever since I left. That I passed it earlier, and the guy looked weird. That it was still there, still behind me, and I didn't know what to do. He told me he'd be outside waiting. The turn into our neighborhood is easy to miss at night. There's no streetlight there, just a small green sign and a mailbox on a wooden post. I slowed down, checked the mirror again. The truck was still behind me. I made the turn. It was a sharp right, and as I did, I looked back one last time. The truck had stopped. Just stopped. Right there at the entrance to the road. The headlights stayed on, pointing straight ahead. The engine idled. He didn't turn in after me, but he didn't keep driving either. I couldn't tell if he was watching, but it felt like he was. I pressed the gas and flew down the last few streets, heart pounding, tires humming on the pavement. I remember my hands shaking on the wheel, my foot almost missing the brake as I pulled into our driveway. My dad was there, standing outside, arms crossed, watching the entrance to the street. I don't remember if he was wearing shoes. I just remember him walking straight to my car as I parked and asking, "Where is he?" I looked back, but the truck was gone. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it had already passed by. I didn't see it again, not that night. Later, when we talked about it, my dad said he did see a truck drive past the street a minute or so after I pulled in. That it didn't turn around, just kept going. I never saw that truck again. Never saw the man behind the wheel either. I started leaving my boyfriend's house earlier after that, or he started coming to my place once he got his license. For a long time after that night, I couldn't drive alone after dark without thinking about that stare. That look. The way he just watched me, silent, like he was trying to decide something. I don't know if he meant to scare me, or if he was planning something worse. I don't know why he followed me that far. He didn't try to run me off the road. Didn't yell anything. Didn't try to block me in or get out of the truck. Just followed. Quiet. Deliberate. I still think about it sometimes when I'm driving alone at night. Even now, years later. That feeling of headlights behind you. The way you start to question whether you're imagining it, whether you're just being paranoid. The way the dark turns everything into shadows. How silence makes everything louder. I don't know what he wanted. I don't think I ever will. But I know this. Whatever made him stop, whether it was seeing me call someone, or seeing my dad waiting for me, or something else, I'm glad he did. Because if he had turned in behind me that night, I don't know what would have happened. I remember exactly how the night felt, warm, but heavy with the kind of humidity that makes your skin stick to anything it brushes. I was 15, standing under a street lamp outside my grandma's house, right at the corner of Elm Street and the middle road that runs through the housing addition where most of the Kiowa families in our hometown lived. The air smelled faintly of cut grass from the fields just beyond the barbed wire fence, and there was the faint sound of cicadas in the trees above. I was with two friends, both also from families who lived nearby. We were laughing about who had the scariest family story or who got in the most trouble that day. It was just a normal teenage night, with nothing to suggest what came next. The houses around us had their porch lights on, soft yellow glows that reflected off the concrete driveways. One house a little further up, the one across from my grandma's, had music muffled out onto the street. Life felt safe, routine, familiar. We had grown up here, every path and every tree was mapped in our brains. Yet all that steadiness snapped in a moment. I first noticed it when I looked toward the barbed wire fence along the connecting street. The fence separated the housing addition from a series of farmers' fields, big open swaths of tall grass and crops. A street lamp illuminated one end of it, but further in, a couple of large trees with thick, low branches cast deep shadows. That's when I caught the shape. A creature, or something like it. It was sitting upright near the fence where that side street begins. I stopped in mid-sentence, the words flicking out of my mouth before I could do anything about it. My eyes locked onto this dark shape. It sat on its hind legs like a dog, like a coyote or maybe a big wolf, but it didn't quite fit any real animal I'd ever seen. Its fur looked all black, but because it was so still, I couldn't make out details. It faced toward us, not the tall grass beyond, but was almost right at the fence line, just behind the line of shadow. We all froze. I pointed out onto the dark patch, voice almost whispering. "What is that?" My friends turned. The one closest to me shivered, though the night was warm. The other took a step forward, but then hesitated. All three of us stood still, breathing hard, eyes wide, convinced the others had lost it or were about to bust out laughing. But they weren't. We stared back at that shape in the shadow. I swear I could hear my heart thumping in my ears. It was quiet. No breathing, no rustle, no movement. Just that rigid silhouette and those glowing eyes. The eyes. They were soft yellow, like old street lamps, or soft candlelight seen in a twilight window. They weren't bright enough to be electric, just a dull, liquid glow. They weren't moving. They simply reflected the street lamp's light and seemed fixed on us. Time stretched. Seconds became minutes. I could taste the fear in my mouth. It felt metallic, hot. I looked down at my hands. I remember seeing my fingers shaking when I forced them to stay still. Every hair on my arm stood on end. Then, suddenly, the creature shifted. It lifted its head just slightly. Then, in one smooth, eerie motion, it twisted around, crouched low, and leapt over the fence. Just like that. A perfect arc of muscle. It vanished into the darkness of the field. No sound. The grass was tall and dry beneath the fence. Branches and leaves lay thick. Yet it made no rustle. No snap of twig, no rustle of grass. Nothing. And just like that, the spell broke. I jerked my head toward my friends. Their faces were pale, eyes huge and staring. My voice, when I found it, came out as a high-pitched gasp. "Why, you saw that, right?" They nodded so fast I thought they'd snap their necks. We didn't hesitate. We bolted, away from my grandma's house, down the sidewalk toward my friend's grandma's place, across 2 streets. We didn't look back. Not once. Our shoes slapped on the pavement. Our breaths came sharp and loud. We nearly tripped over each other on the way. When we reached my friend's grandma's porch, we crept up the steps. The porch light was warm, a cocoon of yellow that felt safe. She opened the screen door before we even knocked. She was wearing the plaid nightshirt she always did when she sat in her rocker in the evening. Her face went from calm to alarmed in a second. "What's wrong?" I don't even remember what I said. The words tumbled out. We told her everything. How we were all just hanging out under the lamp, joking, and saw a creature sitting there, staring at us, glowing eyes. Then it jumped the fence and vanished. I was shaking so hard my voice dropped at the end of sentences. Her face didn't change. She polished her glasses with a tissue and nodded slowly. "That's what I thought," she said softly. No poker face. No pretending this was nonsense. She closed the screen door behind us and sat us down at her kitchen table, offered us water. My friend stared at his glass like he didn't trust even plain tap water. We all drank. She told us, "There are things out there you can't explain. Things in the dark. But if it wasn't doing something to you, then don't worry too hard. Just something curious. Might have followed you for a bit, then decided you were too loud or too strange. All I know is, it didn't follow you in." Her voice was firm, calm. I could feel her strength, the kind of stoicism of someone who has lived long in a place where mystery happens regularly. She sighed and wiped her hands on her apron. "We Kiowa folks, our elders always say there's old business in the land. And that doesn't mean native spirits or fairies or ghosts. There's animals, old ways, memories of others. Sometimes a coyote. Sometimes something else. Doesn't have to hurt you just because it's there. She paused, smiled at us gently. You're safe now. That's the important thing. Go on home now. Everyone nodded. The air in the kitchen felt thick. My ears were still ringing. We didn't want to linger. We walked the 3 blocks back to my grandma's. The night still hummed with life, but the silence under the trees felt sharper now, a hollow waiting. We didn't talk. The only sounds were our footfalls and the low hum of the street lamps. When I got home, stepping onto the porch, I scanned the field beyond the fence. There was no shape there. Just dark, empty farmland beyond. I couldn't see anything that tied to what we'd seen, but I could still feel something out there, watching. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake until dawn, the image of those glowing eyes embedding itself behind my eyelids. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, the moonlight playing tricks, a stray dog or coyote resting on its haunches. But no coyote would sit so still, so quiet, and let you stare for minutes. No animal would jump that fence so quietly. In the morning light, the street seemed harmless again. Normal. Other kids rode their bikes. Grandmas watered flowers. But in the back of my mind, something shifted. The world felt larger at the edges, darker. The fence and fields looked the same, but they held an area of possibility I couldn't ignore. In the days that followed, I asked a few older relatives about it. Some shrugged it off. A couple said people had seen strange creatures in those fields before, big black shapes, glowing eyes, but nothing harmful. One distant cousin described seeing a huge black dog running straight through a hayfield. No sound as it ran, not even rustling stalks. Another heard an odd yip late at night, high-pitched an animal but wrong pitch. It didn't belong to any known critter. I came to think of it as the thing. Not a ghost, not a spirit, not a monster from storybooks, but something old and wild. Maybe a rare animal, a big cat someone released years ago, maybe adapting and breeding in isolation. Maybe a new mutation of feral dogs. Maybe something that straddled the line between familiar and unknown. Whatever it was, it had presence, intelligence, curiosity. I never went out under that street lamp again after dark. Never again hung with friends until late in that corner. I started tucking in earlier, staying inside more, paying attention to the fields instead of me. It became habit. Safety. I'm grown now and live an hour away, but when I go home, I still drive past that corner, windows up and speed slow. I don't stare at the field. I don't want it to look back. But sometimes, just for a moment, especially on calm, still nights, I swear I catch a glance of 2 yellow dots, and I press the gas a little harder. I still wonder what it was. A creature adapting in secret, an echo of something left behind on Kiowa land. Nothing magical, nothing whimsical, just something real and lingering. In that moment I learned how deep the dark can get, how small we feel when it comes and stares. I learned that mystery isn't always fun, that some questions we don't need answers to. The world is full of things we can't explain. That night showed me, and it stayed with me, quiet, patient, watching. It was my freshman year of high school, and I had joined the marching band mostly because I didn't know what else to do. I played trumpet, not that well, but I could memorize the charts and keep in step. In Texas, football isn't just a sport, it's a religion. If you were in band, you were at every game, no exceptions. Home or away, blazing hot or pouring rain, we showed up in full uniform. And our home stadium wasn't some little field either. It looked like a college stadium, with massive concrete bleachers, a huge jumbotron screen, full concession stands, and enough seats to hold more than 9,000 people. It was overwhelming at first, but I got used to it. That night, the air was warm, not hot, just warm in the way Texas feels in late October, when the breeze carries the scent of sweat and turf and something faintly metallic. I remember the exact shade of green of the AstroTurf, how it glowed unnaturally under the floodlights, almost too perfect to be real. The field was spotless, every white line crisp, every yard marker precise. The jumbotron flashed our school colors and pixelated messages of encouragement. Go Shaps. Defense. We believe. It was loud, it was constant. You could barely hear yourself think, which was the point. It was a machine of noise and spirit and rhythm. I was sitting in the band section, trumpet resting on my knee, uniform coat zipped all the way up, shakos on our heads. We were high up on the home side bleachers, but still close enough to see the game clearly. Sweat pooled behind my knees and under my arms, but you just learned to ignore it. All around me, my section mates were either cheering or slouching, depending on how the game was going. We had already played the fight song at least 10 times. The percussion section was hyped, banging out cadences on the rims of their drums, snare stick spinning. The cheerleaders were lined up near the end zone, and the highline dance team shimmered with glitter under the lights every time they moved. People stood and shouted from the stands. Parents, alumni, students, everyone had a role. This was the kind of night where the energy buzzed off your skin. The game was going well. The Chaparrals were up by 2 touchdowns, and we were just counting down the last few minutes. Everyone was loose, relaxed, ready to celebrate another win. I had already started putting my sheet music back into my flip folder, thinking about the snacks my parents would bring me after the game. Maybe a Dr. Pepper and some nachos. Maybe I'd ask to stop at Whataburger on the way home. I wasn't really paying close attention to the field anymore. I was just watching the clock, waiting for the win. And then it happened. A loud crunch. Not a pop or a thud. A crunch like plastic being stepped on, but heavier. Everyone heard it, because it was the kind of hit that makes people stand up. One of our players had been tackled. Hard. You could tell by the way the bodies scattered, how the momentum of the pile stopped abruptly. A flag fluttered from one of the ref's hands. The cheerleaders were mid-clap but froze. The announcer said nothing. It was just quiet for a moment. He didn't get up. That part stuck out immediately. Usually they pop back up, jump or jog, or at least sit up and wave to show they're okay. Trainers come out sometimes, and the player walks off, maybe a bit slow, but walking. Not this time. He was on his back. Still, the trainers ran out. One knelt by his helmet. Another waved over someone else. Players dropped to one knee, helmets off. That's when the noise started to fall apart. The band stopped playing first. We didn't get an order, we just all sort of stopped, as if someone hit a mute button. The drums slowed, then went silent. Then the cheerleaders quit chanting. They just stood there, like dolls that someone had turned off. Even the student section, which was usually rowdy and laughing and shouting, quieted down. It was like a domino effect. The sound died in layers. First the performance sounds, then the shouting, then even the casual conversations, until all that was left was the hum of the stadium lights and the chirp of bugs drawn to them. You could hear the bats darting through the air, snatching moths out of the glow above us. It went on. He didn't move. The medics came next. A golf cart with a stretcher, but soon after that, an actual ambulance drove onto the field. Its headlights were harsh and blinding, cutting across the grass like they didn't belong. I remember thinking how strange it looked, an ambulance in the middle of the end zone. It sat there idling, engine rumbling, red and white lights blinking in the quiet. The paramedics moved slowly and carefully. A neck brace, then a board, then straps. It took forever, and we watched every second. Then came the sound. A single wail, high-pitched and raw, cracked the air like lightning. It cut straight through the silence. At first I didn't even know what it was. It sounded like something dying. Then it happened again, and again. A woman, wailing. She wasn't screaming words, not really. Just noises of grief. Loud, open cries that echoed across the stadium. You could hear them clearly, even up where we were. I think that was his mom, and we all just sat there. Nobody moved. Nobody whispered. I remember shifting in my seat and feeling my trumpet slide a little against my leg, and even that sound felt too loud. The lights were still bright, the field still clean and perfect looking, but everything felt wrong now. The kind of wrong that settles in your stomach and makes your hands go cold. The woman kept crying, the kind of cry that goes beyond tears. That sound didn't stop when they loaded him onto the stretcher. It didn't stop when the ambulance doors closed. It didn't stop when it pulled away slowly and exited the stadium. You could still hear her, faintly, even after the sirens started. It just kept ringing in my ears, like it was stuck there. They didn't finish the game. The clock still had time on it, but none of that mattered anymore. People began leaving slowly, like they weren't sure what they were supposed to do. The band director told us to pack up our instruments and stay quiet. We carried our horns in silence, single file down the concrete stairs, shoes squeaking against the polished floor of the band hall. No one joked. No one spoke. Later, I found out that the kid had shattered his C4 and C5 vertebrae. His spine snapped. He was paralyzed from the shoulders down. No movement, no feeling. Just like that. 1 second you're playing a game you love in front of thousands of people. and the next, your life is never the same again. He lived for a while like that. Years, actually. I remember hearing updates occasionally, mostly from upperclassmen who knew him personally. He had gone through rehab, breathing assistance, therapy. People tried to keep hope alive, saying maybe he'd get some feeling back, maybe he'd regain some movement. But it didn't happen. Eventually, someone told me he died at 20. Complications. Something about his lungs or his heart. I don't know the details. I didn't ask, but I still think about that night. Not the game itself. Not the plays. I don't even remember his number. What I remember is the sound of 9,000 people sitting in complete silence. I remember the color of the turf and the blinking of the ambulance lights. I remember the smell of sweat soaked into the band uniform and the feeling of the metal bench under me. But most of all, I remember that cry. That scream of a mother who had just watched her son break forever in front of her. That sound stays with you. I don't play trumpet anymore. I stopped band after freshman year. I told people it just wasn't for me, and maybe that's partly true. But really, I didn't want to sit in those stands again. I didn't want to watch another kid go down and have to wait for them to get up, because now I knew sometimes they don't. Sometimes, all that's left is the silence, and that one awful sound that never really leaves you. When I was about 7 or 8, I remember this one night so clearly, even though it was so long ago. I don't remember the exact date or even the day of the week, but the memory of how I felt, how deeply unsettled I was, has never left me. It started off as a regular evening, one of those nights when everything feels normal, safe even, and you have no reason to expect that anything will go wrong. I had been staying up later than usual with my older sister downstairs. She was a few years older than me, and sometimes she would let me hang out with her and watch TV if our parents were busy or already in bed. It made me feel older, like I was getting away with something. I don't know why, but that night I was in a sleeping bag. Maybe I had brought it down for fun, pretending I was camping in the living room, or maybe we were planning to sleep downstairs at first and changed our minds later. All I know is I had the sleeping bag with me, and it felt special somehow, like it added to the coziness of the evening. I remember the glow from the TV lighting up the dark room, the way the shadows moved along the walls when the picture on the screen changed. We watched some cartoon or kids movie, and I must have fallen asleep or started dozing off, because at some point I got really tired. My sister did too, and she turned off the TV. We didn't speak much, just gave each other that tired look that says bedtime. So, I picked up my sleeping bag and headed upstairs to my room. The hallway was quiet, the kind of quiet that only exists in houses at night. You know, the one where the air feels still and thick, and every creak in the floorboards under your feet sounds like it echoes through the whole house. I didn't feel scared, not yet. I was too sleepy to really think about anything except crawling into bed. I brought the sleeping bag with me because I had this idea in my head that I'd sleep in it inside my bed, like I was double wrapping myself in comfort. It made sense to me then. I climbed onto the bed, unzipped the top of the sleeping bag a little, and slid in, pulling it up tight under my chin. It was warm, familiar, and for a little while, everything was fine. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly. That's the part one don't remember. What I do remember, what snapped me awake like a jolt of lightning, was this loud, sharp thump. It was right next to my head. I felt it more than I heard it, like something had hit the mattress hard. Not the floor, not the wall. The mattress. And not just anywhere on the mattress, but inches from where my face was resting. It was sudden, like someone had smacked it with a fist. I shot awake, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. For a second, I just lay there frozen, trying to make sense of what just happened. I didn't move. I didn't even open my eyes all the way. I remember thinking maybe something fell. Maybe it was just a weird dream. The sleepiness was still heavy in my head, and that part of your brain that tells you everything is fine was trying to take control. So I closed my eyes again, telling myself it was nothing. Probably a shifting blanket or something falling off a shelf. It made sense in that half-asleep logic kids have. I sank back into sleep, or I tried to, but my body was still tense, waiting. Then it happened again. Another impact, this one harder than before. Same spot, right next to my face, like someone was deliberately trying to hit that area of the bed to wake me up. And this time there was no pretending I imagined it. The entire bed shook, like something heavy had landed on it. My eyes flew open, and I sat up fast. My breathing was shallow, and I remember my hands were shaking. I didn't even take the time to unzip the sleeping bag. I just wriggled my way out and jumped off the bed. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. I didn't want to see anything. I just wanted out of that room. The hallway felt longer than usual, the shadows darker. I ran straight to my sister's room, which was just down the hall. I didn't say anything at first. I just stood in the doorway for a second, catching my breath, trying not to cry. She was already in bed, half asleep herself, and I remember the look on her face when she saw me, annoyed and confused. I didn't care. I told her something hit my bed. Twice. I didn't try to explain it more than that. I couldn't. I was too scared. I just asked if I could sleep in the other bed in her room, and I climbed in without waiting for her to agree. The rest of the night was quiet. At least, nothing else happened to me. But the fear didn't leave. I laid there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to listen past the sound of my sister's breathing to make sure nothing else was happening in the house. Eventually, I fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. But in the morning, things got even stranger. We woke up to a loud bang, something heavy falling. We both sat up at the same time, startled. It came from my room. I didn't want to go, but we had to. When we opened the door to my bedroom, the first thing we saw was the wall where I had all my posters. Every single one of them had fallen off. Not ripped, not slid halfway, completely on the floor. Some were even folded or crumpled in weird ways, like they hadn't just slipped from the wall, but had been torn or yanked down with force. We didn't say much, just stared. My sister kind of laughed it off, trying to act like it wasn't a big deal, but I could tell she was unsettled. She kept glancing around the room, like she was expecting to find something or someone hiding there. There were also a couple of garbage bags outside my room that had been sitting there for a while. My mom had asked me to take them down, but I hadn't yet. They were knocked over too. Not just tipped, but scattered, like someone had kicked them or stepped on them. The hallway looked like someone had stomped through it. No windows were open. No fans. No pets running around. Nothing that could have caused it. We cleaned it up. Didn't say much more. But I didn't sleep in that room for at least a week after that. I stayed in the spare bed in my sister's room every night. And every night I kept listening for that sound again. The thump, the hit, the sudden pressure on the bed. But it never came back. For a long time, I tried to explain it away. Maybe I kicked the wall in my sleep, and it shook the posters loose. Maybe the garbage bags tipped because I brushed them while running out of the room. Maybe the sleeping bag just shifted weirdly and made me think the mattress was hit. But none of those things really fit. I wasn't close enough to the wall to kick it. The posters were on a different wall entirely. And the way the mattress had shaken, I remember that feeling. It wasn't subtle. It was strong, directed, intentional. Like someone was trying to wake me up on purpose. And the weirdest part is, it never happened again. Not once. No other strange noises in the night. No other things falling over. Eventually, I moved back into my room, and everything went back to normal. But for that one night, something felt very wrong. Not in a ghost story kind of way. Not like I saw glowing eyes or floating shapes. Just wrong. Like something that wasn't supposed to happen, happened. And I'll never know exactly why. Now, looking back on it as an adult, I try to think through every logical explanation I can come up with. Was it vibrations from a passing truck? A minor tremor? The house settling in the night? All possible, but none of them quite fit. It felt too specific, too focused on me in my bed. Maybe I was just at that age where imagination and fear can team up and make anything feel real. But I wasn't dreaming. I know that. I felt it. I heard it. Twice. There's something unsettling about being that young and having something happen that you can't explain. Not because it's supernatural, but because it just doesn't fit into what you know about the world. It's like realizing too early that not everything makes sense, that sometimes things happen and no one can give you a good reason why. It's not a story I tell often because it sounds small, silly even. No ghosts, no monsters, no one got hurt, but it scared me more than anything else in my childhood. And it stuck with me all this time. Maybe it was nothing, or maybe it was something I wasn't meant to understand. Either way, I'll never forget it. I moved into the house about 4 months ago. It's an old place, not falling apart or anything, but definitely not new. The kind of house where every little thing feels like it has a story, though mostly I just noticed that by how weird the wiring and switches are. I'm not an expert or anything, but the electrical setup was the first thing that caught my attention. Light switches that don't seem to go anywhere obvious, and sometimes flipping one would turn on a light in a room I wasn't even in or do nothing at all. I thought maybe it was just an old house thing, wired this way, and that over time, maybe previous owners did random repairs or added things. One thing in particular got under my skin quickly: the outdoor light just outside my bedroom window. It's one of those old-fashioned porch lamps on a metal arm sticking out from the wall, right there maybe 10 feet away from where I sleep. Some nights it's on, other nights it's not. The weird part is, it's often on in the middle of the night, sometimes late at night, like after midnight, sometimes even closer to 3 or 4 a.m. There is no obvious switch inside the house that controls it. I tried to find one, went room to room, flipped every switch I could find, even the ones I thought were dead or unused. No change. The light stayed on or off regardless. At first, I figured maybe someone in the house was accidentally flipping some switch during the day, and then flipping it off later, or it was on some kind of timer. But no timers made sense, and no pattern fit. I kept the curtains drawn tight at night, because the glow from that light was distracting. It was almost like it was watching me, even though I knew it wasn't. I remember one night when it was really bugging me. The light was shining through my curtains again, making the whole room feel like it was awake when I was trying to sleep. I got up, tired but annoyed, and decided to track down the switch again. This time, I pulled open every panel I could find, even in the basement, to look for extra switches or circuit breakers that might control that light. I checked outside too, around the porch and walls. Nothing. No obvious sensor either. The next day, I asked the electrician who came to fix a separate problem: a flickering light in the kitchen. I mentioned the outdoor lamp, hoping they might shed some light, pun intended. The electrician shrugged and said old houses sometimes have outdoor lights on a separate circuit or switch buried somewhere obscure. I nodded but didn't feel satisfied. Weeks passed, and the light kept turning on and off randomly. I made a habit of checking the window before going to bed. If it was on, I'd close the curtains tighter. Sometimes, it was off and I'd open the window a crack to get fresh air, only to have the light flick on minutes later. It felt like it was responding to something, but what? Then a couple weeks ago, I finally figured it out. I was up late one night, maybe around 1 a.m., working on my laptop in the living room. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wood settling. I noticed the outdoor light outside my bedroom window turned on. I paused and looked toward the window, noticing the shadows just outside shifting slightly in the dark. Curious, I quietly walked to the window and peeked through the curtain, trying not to make noise. I couldn't see much, just the dark shape of a bush and the side of the porch. Then, out of the corner of my eye, something moved. A figure, at first just a shadow, but then clearer. It was a person, standing just a few feet from the wall beneath the light. I couldn't see their face, just the dark outline against the dim glow. The light had turned on right when they moved close, and it stayed on as long as they stood there. I froze. My heart started racing. I hadn't expected anyone to be outside at this hour. The light was a motion sensor. That's what turned on the lamp. It wasn't some weird electrical quirk or random switch. It was tied to movement right outside my window. The sensor was hidden or tucked away in the lamp fixture somewhere, wired separately from any inside switch. The problem was, why was someone standing there in the middle of the night? I backed away from the window, keeping quiet. I didn't want to alert whoever it was that I saw them. I watched for a while, barely breathing, as the figure stayed just outside the light's reach, occasionally stepping in and out of the glow. The house was in a quiet neighborhood, but not totally secluded. Still, this late at night, no one should be wandering around like that, especially just outside a bedroom window. I tried to stay calm and think logically. Maybe it was a neighbor checking something, or someone who got lost. But no, the way they stood there, just moving a little here and there, didn't feel right. It felt like they were waiting for something, or maybe watching me. I debated what to do. Call the police? That seemed extreme, but at the same time, I wasn't sure if this was just some harmless late-night wanderer or something worse. Eventually, after about 20 minutes, the figure moved off. The light switched off a moment after they left the sensor area. The house felt quiet again, but I wasn't calm. After that night, I kept a close eye on that outdoor light. I started checking it whenever I was up late, and sometimes I would catch movement, shadows slipping past, or a figure lingering nearby. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes the light would switch on and off seemingly on its own, but only when something or someone moved. It became clear that someone had been coming around the house at night for weeks, maybe months. That explained the light turning on randomly, the feeling that something was off. I decided to install security cameras. I bought a few wireless cameras and placed them near the porch, the driveway, and right outside the bedroom window. It wasn't an expensive system, but enough to catch any movement and record video. The next few nights were tense. I kept the cameras on and checked the feeds regularly. The first few nights, nothing. No movement. The light stayed off or came on only when I went outside or the wind blew a branch. Then, on the fourth night, I saw it. A figure creeping around the corner of the house, moving slowly but deliberately. They stopped just beneath the light outside my window, triggering it again. The light switched on, illuminating their face briefly in the camera's night vision. It was a man, maybe late 20s or early 30s, wearing dark clothes, a hooded sweatshirt. His face was hard to make out, but I saw enough to know he was watching the house. My heart pounded as I watched him glance up at the window, then slowly move away into the shadows. The light switched off. I reported it to the police that morning. They told me they would send patrols through the neighborhood, but said it might be a neighbor or someone passing through. Still, the cameras kept recording. Over the next few nights, the same figure showed up sporadically, always stopping by the light sensor. Sometimes he stayed longer, pacing or looking up at the windows. Sometimes he just passed by. The scariest part was knowing this wasn't some glitch or accident. Someone was coming around my house at night, watching me from just outside my bedroom window, using the darkness and the light sensor to remain hidden or stay just out of sight until the light turned on. I changed the locks and installed better outdoor lighting all around the property. I made sure curtains stayed closed tight at night. I got a dog for company and security, though the dog mostly just barks at squirrels and mail carriers. Even with all the changes, the feeling of being watched lingered. I still check the cameras every day, and every night I glance out the window, half expecting to see that light turn on. It's been weeks now since I last saw the figure, but I know it's only a matter of time before he comes back. Whoever it is, he knows the house, knows when to come and where to stand to trigger that light, and he's been doing it for months without me noticing. That outdoor light isn't just a sensor. It's a beacon that lets him know when I'm there, when I'm watching, and maybe when I'm alone. Living here, I learned that sometimes the weird wiring and random light switches aren't the scariest part of an old house. The scariest part is knowing someone else is out there, watching, and you have no idea when they might step back into the light. It was the middle of a summer night in Minnesota, and the silence inside my dad's house felt heavier than any thunderstorm outside. I'd come up for the summer to stay with him, in a small town where the fields stretched for miles and the air smelled of corn and pine. The house itself was old, thin walls that offered no cover, floors that creaked at the slightest weight. Nothing in that house was solid, nothing felt safe. I was sleeping in the guest bedroom. My bed sat in the center, and to the right was an open closet. Inside the closet, a full-length mirror faced me. At the foot of the bed was the doorway, just a couple of feet away. That layout should have given me comfort. In theory, I'd see anyone coming. In theory, I was protected by distance. But theory and reality are often miles apart. I woke up at exactly 2:54 a.m. I know the time because I checked the dim clock on my phone. I couldn't sleep. My mind buzzed with thoughts of unfinished summer assignments and distant school drama and the rustle of wind through trees. I reached for my old iPod, one of those brick-shaped devices from another era, but the battery was low, only 4%. I was too lazy to get up and find the charger. So I lay there bored, with nothing but the dark ceiling above me and my own racing thoughts. Eventually, I rolled to the other side of the bed and closed my eyes tighter, searching for sleep. But sleep didn't come. Instead, I heard it, the doorknob jiggling. A low, insistent twist and shake, as if someone was on the other side, trying desperately to enter. The sound echoed in the silence, magnified by my pounding heart. My breath caught. The knob rattled again, louder this time. Instinct took over. I opened my eyes and stared at the door. It stopped jiggling. I watched it. It opened, just wide enough to let a sliver of dark hallway light inside, maybe 6 inches. That tiny gap felt like a wound in the reality of the room. I thought for a split second it was my older brother playing a prank. We liked to mess with each other. Without thinking, I closed my eyes again. Maybe if I played it cool, he'd get bored. I lay there, waiting for footsteps, for laughter. I waited for something. Then I heard the footsteps. Heavy, slow, uneven, like someone carrying weight. They moved through the threshold, crossed my room at the foot of the bed, and stopped in the middle. My heart thudded loud enough that I could hear each pulse. I opened my eyes on instinct. The door hadn't swung wide open. It remained just a crack. In that sliver of space, I could only see darkness. No face, nothing. Then the real fear hit. From behind me, at my back, I felt the weight of being watched. A presence colder than winter pressed against the back of my head. Every inch of my body stiffened. I forced my eyes closed, pulled the blanket up over my shoulders and head, burying myself deeper into its folds. I held still. I tried to control my breathing. I waited. My mind drifted to dumb things to keep it from freaking out. Summer camp memories, my last math test, my best friend's laugh. But none of it worked. The fear sat inside me like a rock. Minutes passed. An eternity of silence, save for my ragged breaths and my racing heart. I thought I might pass out. The fear was so thick I could taste it. Then something shifted inside me. My eyes snapped open. I peeked over the blanket. My chest tightened, my breath caught. I forced myself out of the cocoon. Every part of me shook. I looked to the right, where the mirror sat. I didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to feel anything. But I forced my eyelids open. The glass reflected the dim light in the room. Nothing. I blinked. Still nothing. And then I saw it. A silhouette. A man-shaped figure crouched right next to my bed, outside the mirror's frame. He leaned over, one arm reaching toward me. His body was large, hunched forward. The curve of his spine, the angle of his head, it looked so deliberate, so alive. My eyes widened. I couldn't look away. My skin felt like glass, ready to shatter. My mouth went dry. The arm froze midair. I could feel his fingers brushing the air near my face. I wanted to scream, but my throat screamed for silence. I reached with my hand, feeling around the mattress until my fingers found my cell phone, pressed the screen, and accidentally hit play on my music app. Taylor Swift's Love Story poured out of the speaker, soft but real. The silhouette stiffened. For a moment, nothing moved. Then it went away. Just like that. A fading breath in the darkness. The weight lifted from behind me. I could hear the song humming through the quiet night. I sat there, heart pounding, back pressed against the headboard. I watched the mirror, willing something to come back. But nothing did. The man was gone. I didn't dare touch the iPod again. I left the phone on, volume low but steady. Love Story looped, because I sat there all night, holding it, eyes fixed on the door and mirror, waiting for that presence to return. It never did. When dawn finally came, the sun cut through the thin curtains in pale rays. I collapsed, physically and mentally exhausted. By the time my dad came in around 8, I hadn't slept. I hadn't moved. He asked if I was okay. I lied. I said I wasn't feeling well. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't tell him I was too scared to check the doorway, the floors, the hallway. The rest of the summer went on. I stayed in that guest room every night, still strapped to my phone for that song. I slept with lights on. I refused to go in that room alone during the day. Every creak, every whisper of wind felt like a warning. I drank coffee at breakfast to hold me together. I looked for logical explanations, drafts, wildlife, my own imagination, but nothing fit. Nothing explained footsteps at the foot of the bed, the doorknob jiggling, the crouched man next to me. The night after, I was ready. I stayed up, head propped with pillows. Love Story played again. I waited. I heard the whisper of wind outside, the occasional cricket. Nothing else. That night, the room stayed still. I realized how much I missed normal silence, drifting off without fear. I slept eventually, and the song faded out, but I reached back and pressed it again if I woke up. By the end of the summer, I tightened the door, somehow felt in control again. One night, I packed for camp, and I looked over my shoulder. The room was empty. No shadows, no silhouettes, no footsteps, only me and my breath. I never told anyone about what I saw, not really. I said I got scared, that I had trouble sleeping, but I never said the word ghost. I didn't say apparition, demon, spirit. I just said, something that vanished when Taylor Swift started singing. A pattern. When I left Minnesota at summer's end, I gloved the guest room in silence and locked the door behind me. I slept on my parents' big bed that night. No creaks, no footsteps, just normal darkness, just normal noise. Back home, the memory faded into the background of life. But I still keep Love Story on my phone, and every time I hear that opening guitar, my skin tingles. I don't get chills or goosebumps. I feel safe. And I remember, that night Taylor Swift did something no lock, no door, no amount of rational thought could. She gave me back control. Because sometimes, when the house is quiet, I still imagine that crouched shape, frozen by a song. And I think, maybe it was never about ghosts at all. Maybe it was about fear. Fear that dissolves when you give it something soft, something human, something strong enough to break its hold. That summer taught me something terrifying. Fear isn't always logical. You can't argue with it, but you can soothe it with a song, a story, a moment. By the time I stepped onto my plane to leave, I felt it, the end of that story. I was done being watched. I was done being scared. Minnesota was miles away. The silhouette was left behind, replaced by sunrise and air conditioning and a playlist that felt more like armor than music. I never stayed in that house again, but I keep a song ready. And if I ever get that feeling again, like something's watching, I'll push play and let the melody heal what fear broke. When I was around 9 years old, I had a room that made me feel uneasy in a way I've never quite been able to explain. It wasn't anything obvious. It was just a simple blue room with hardwood floors. The kind of room that would probably look peaceful or clean to anyone else. But to me, every time I was in there alone, something felt off. I lived in that room until I was 10. It was a little upstairs room at the end of the hallway. The walls were painted a soft blue color, the kind people might choose for calmness, but it only made the quiet feel heavier. It wasn't cluttered. My parents always made sure we kept our rooms clean. I had a small dresser, a bunk bed, a rug near the side of the bed, a small bookcase that leaned slightly to one side, and a radio on the shelf across from my bed. The floors were this worn, smooth hardwood. They creaked a bit when you walked on them, which isn't unusual for an older house. But at night, that creaking sound would sometimes happen when no one was walking. There was a small cabinet door on the lower part of the wall in the corner. It was square-shaped, probably 2 feet wide and 2 feet tall. My dad explained that it led to the pipes under the bathtub. It had one of those twist latches, so it stayed closed, but it never really sealed all the way. It always felt cooler near that corner of the room, even in summer. Sometimes at night, I'd hear a faint scratching noise coming from it. It wasn't loud, but it was real enough to make me turn over in bed and stare at it, waiting for something to move. It wasn't unusual for bugs to come out of there. Earwigs, silverfish, little beetles. Sometimes they'd scuttle across the floor and over my radio. A couple times I saw one crawl on my bookshelf. I didn't tell my parents. I guess I thought it was normal, or that they'd just say to keep the room cleaner or something. I started to develop this little habit of running and jumping into bed so that the bugs wouldn't crawl on my feet. My bed was a bunk bed. I always used the top one, not because I liked it more, but because I didn't like the idea of being on the bottom where I couldn't see everything in the room. The top bunk gave me a view of the door and most of the floor. It felt safer. At night, I'd read under the blanket with a flashlight. I didn't like turning on the main light before bed. It felt too harsh. The flashlight beam was softer, and it made the room feel smaller, which weirdly helped me feel more in control. I'd fall asleep with the flashlight beside me, turned off, just in case I needed to grab it again quickly. The hallway light would stay on, and I always slept with my door open. It made me feel less alone. That feeling of being watched was strongest when I was about to fall asleep. I never saw anything. There wasn't any shadowy figure or face in the closet or anything dramatic. It was just a constant awareness of the room. I was aware of every noise, every draft, every shift of the shadows when a car passed outside and its lights briefly swept across the wall. I never really relaxed in that room. I got used to sleeping half alert, my ears picking up sounds even when I was dreaming. But nothing that strange ever happened. Not really. Just that thick, creepy atmosphere. And maybe that would have been the end of it. Just a weird room I didn't like, if not for that one night near the end. It had been a regular evening. I remember reading a Goosebumps book, something about a haunted camera or a mask. Those were always my favorites. It was late, and I was under the blanket with my flashlight again. The house was mostly quiet, but I could hear the TV downstairs, muffled voices and background music from whatever my parents were watching. It comforted me a bit. I knew I wasn't completely alone in the house. Eventually, my eyes got heavy. I turned off the flashlight and laid there, just listening. It was warm in the blanket, but I kept my head out so I could see the hallway light. I don't know why I always looked that way. I never expected to see anything. It was just something to do while waiting for sleep. That night, I heard footsteps on the stairs. They were slow, not heavy, just deliberate. I froze for a second. It wasn't unusual for my sister to come upstairs around that time, and sometimes my dad would check to make sure we were all in bed. But this didn't sound like either of them. I don't know why. I just remember the sound. One step, then another, and then it paused. I was still lying flat, not even moving, but my heart had started to pound a little. I wasn't scared exactly, not yet. Just alert. I stared at the hallway from my spot on the top bunk, trying to see the bottom of the staircase. That's when I heard it. A voice. It wasn't loud. Just a single word, said casually, but somehow off. Hello. It was right outside my door. My whole body locked up. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared. The voice hadn't sounded like my sister. It hadn't sounded like my dad. And it wasn't a whisper. It was a normal volume, like someone checking if someone else was awake. But there was no emotion in it. No follow-up. No shuffling feet or knocking. Just that word. Then something stepped into view. It wasn't clear at first. I blinked a few times, trying to make sense of it. A dark shape stood just past the doorframe. It wasn't leaning in, just standing there. I thought it was a shadow at first, but it didn't match any of the angles from the hallway light. It was darker than the rest of the hallway. It didn't glow or move or flicker like some horror story. It was just standing still, blacker than the shadows around it. My breathing got shallow. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even reach for the flashlight. I just watched. After a few seconds, it moved. One step forward towards my bed. I remember feeling this sudden pressure in my chest, like I couldn't breathe right. I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't thinking anything at all. Just pure panic. I finally grabbed the flashlight and flicked it on, shining it straight at the thing. The light hit the floor, the dresser, part of the bookshelf, but the figure didn't change. It was like the light didn't touch it. It didn't cast a shadow. It didn't get clearer. It was still just this dark shape. I started crying then. Not quietly. I cried like I did when I was younger and had scraped a knee really bad, loud and ugly. The kind of crying you can't stop once it starts. The door slammed somewhere in the hallway. Then another door opened fast. I heard my parents' footsteps, fast and loud. My mom called my name, and a second later, the figure was gone. Just like that. I don't know how it left. I don't remember it walking away. It was there, then it wasn't. My mom rushed into the room, and the light from the hallway flooded in. They asked me what happened. I couldn't say. I think I just kept crying. I didn't mention the figure. I didn't talk about the voice. I just said something like, I had a bad dream. And they believed me. They comforted me, got me a glass of water, and stayed with me until I calmed down. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I laid there with the flashlight in my hand, my parents sitting on the floor beside my bed, whispering to each other. We moved a couple months later. My dad got a new job, and we ended up living in a different town. I got a new room. It was plain, but it never gave me that feeling. I didn't have to run and jump into bed. I didn't sleep with the flashlight. I still used the top bunk out of habit, but that was it. Sometimes I think about that room. I don't hate it. I don't think it was haunted. I don't even believe in stuff like that. I honestly think I was just scared of a lot of things back then and didn't know how to explain it. Maybe I did fall asleep that night and just had a vivid dream. I've had dreams like that before, where I'm sure something happened and then realize I'm still in bed. Maybe I was halfway asleep and imagined the whole thing. I've gone back and forth on it so many times. But here's the part that sticks with me. I've had bad dreams since then. I've had sleep paralysis. I've had nights where I woke up convinced something was in the room. But I've never cried the way I did that night. Not before or after. Whatever I felt, dream or not, it was real enough to make me scream and cry like I was in danger. I remember that feeling better than anything else. I remember the panic, the weight in my chest, the way my legs wouldn't move even though my mind was screaming at me to run. I don't try to figure it out anymore. It's just something that happened. I was 9. I was scared. Whether it was a dream or not doesn't even matter to me now. All I know is I don't ever want to feel like that again. And I haven't. Not in any room since. Last month, my father mailed me a small package. I wasn't expecting anything from him, so it caught me off guard. Inside was a DVD, just a plain white disc with the word memories written in blue marker. There was no note, no case, nothing else inside the envelope. I thought maybe he had meant to send me something else, but when I popped it into my laptop, it loaded up a simple menu screen. A list of video dates ranging from 1999 to 2002, the years I was a little kid. I recognized most of the footage immediately. My 7th birthday party, where I cried because my cake had a picture of a cartoon I didn't like. Christmas morning with my brother, me in footy pajamas tearing open wrapped boxes while my mom laughed from behind the camera. Old hockey games, backyard barbecues, school plays. All the usual stuff that gets recorded when you're the youngest kid in the family and still considered cute. I sat through about an hour and a half of it, half watching while scrolling my phone. It was sweet, a bit boring, and honestly kind of comforting. I hadn't thought about those years in a long time. It was strange seeing myself at that age, so small and full of energy, running around like I had no idea how much life was ahead of me. Then I saw a video that was different. The thumbnail showed the backyard. The title just said, Summer 2001. No specific date. I clicked it, expecting more of the same. But this one started with a low angle, almost at ground level. I didn't realize at first where it was being filmed from, but the angle was strange. The lower part of the screen was cut off by what looked like a window frame. After a few seconds, it became clear. The video was shot from the basement, looking out through the window. I was in the frame, 7 or 8 years old, shirtless, and wearing those bright red swimming trunks I remember hating. I was jumping into a plastic kiddie pool, the kind that folds when you try to dump it out. I splashed around, jumped back out, and leaped in again, over and over. I was laughing, having the time of my life. The camera zoomed in slowly, first on my face, then pulled back, then in again, over and over, like the person filming couldn't decide whether to watch me close or from a distance. I thought maybe it was my dad playing around with the zoom, but then I remembered he wasn't even home that summer. He had broken his leg and was in the hospital for over a month. My older brother had gone to stay with our aunt in another town. It was just me and my mom at home, and there she was in the background. You could see her in the corner of the frame, kneeling in the garden, planting something. She looked over at me every now and then, smiled, then went back to work. She was close, 10, maybe 15 feet from me. Close enough that if anyone else had been nearby, she would have noticed. That realization hit me hard. The person filming was in the basement. Our basement. We didn't have any relatives visiting. No friends staying over. The basement windows weren't the kind that opened. They were those narrow rectangular ones that sat just above the dirt line, meant to let in a little light. You couldn't access them from the inside without crawling on your stomach. And from the outside, they were small, well-covered, and partially hidden by the flower beds. But someone was in there, watching me, filming me. The video lasted for a little over 5 minutes. Toward the end, the camera just held on me while I sat in the pool, splashing and laughing. Then it panned slowly back, as if the person was backing away from the window. The last second of footage was just the dark inside of the basement, barely visible shelves, dust, concrete walls, before it cut to black. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I called my mom and asked her if she remembered that summer. She said she did, clearly. It was the summer she had her flower phase, when the backyard was full of pots and tools and seed bags. I asked her who could have been filming that video. She didn't answer for a while. Then she asked me to send her the footage. A few hours later, my phone rang. It was my mom. She was crying. That was all the confirmation I needed. It wasn't her. It wasn't my dad. It wasn't anyone we knew. I showed the video to my brother a few days later. He watched the whole thing without saying a word. Then he looked at me and asked, "How the hell did that end up on Dad's disc?" That was the question. That disc had been made from old camcorder tapes, converted to digital. My dad was always pretty good at backing up old home videos, even if he wasn't the most tech-savvy. But if the video came from the basement, then that means someone used our own camcorder to film me. That camera was kept in the hall closet upstairs, high on a shelf. No one could get to it unless they were already inside. And yet, we had no signs of a break-in. No thefts. Nothing went missing. No one felt unsafe at the time. My mom was always close when I played outside, especially near water. She never left me alone, especially not with a stranger in the house. So how did it happen? The only thing I can think of, the only thing that makes sense, if you can even call it that, is that someone had already been in the house. Maybe hiding, maybe living in the basement. It sounds insane, but I've read stories about people who secretly lived in attics or basements, hiding while the homeowners went about their lives. Maybe this was like that. Maybe that day they saw me outside, got curious, found the camera, and filmed me. Maybe they had done it more than once. I dug up the old family tapes. My dad had given me a box of them years ago when he was cleaning out the garage. Most were unlabeled. I went through as many as I could, frame by frame. Some had the usual stuff: birthdays, Christmases, family trips. But one tape, just one, stood out. It had only a few minutes of footage. Most of it was black, but there were brief, barely visible clips. A shot of my bedroom door at night, a close-up of the hallway, the laundry room, the garage, places you wouldn't bother filming unless you were documenting the layout of the house. I recognized the footage. I didn't recognize the voice. At one point, there's a low murmur in the background, like someone talking to themselves. I had to boost the audio and replay it multiple times. It wasn't clear, just mumbling, but it didn't sound like my dad. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. I kept all the tapes. I copied the videos to an external hard drive, just in case. Then I boxed up the originals and sent them back to my dad. I didn't tell him why. For days, I thought about the basement, the window, the angle of the shot, the focus on my face, the way the camera lingered too long, like the person behind it didn't just want to record a memory. They wanted to watch, study, possess. It messed me up. I stopped sleeping properly. Every night, I'd wake up with this feeling that someone was watching me. Rationally, I knew I was safe. I live in a different city now. That house was sold years ago. But something about knowing that someone had been inside my childhood home without our knowledge, someone had stood in the dark and filmed me like that, it triggered something deep in me. I kept remembering the feeling I sometimes had back then. When I was a kid, I'd sometimes wake up at night, feeling cold and weirdly exposed. I'd always assumed it was just nightmares or childhood fears. But what if it wasn't? What if someone had been watching me, not just through a window, but from inside? After a week of sleepless nights, I finally called the current owners of the house. I still had their number from a Facebook group where the old neighborhood kept in touch. I made up a story about misplacing something sentimental and asked if they'd ever had trouble with the basement. They said yes. Apparently, a year ago, they had to redo the basement insulation. When they ripped open the walls, they found evidence that someone had been living down there. Old food wrappers, blankets, even a small flashlight, all stuffed into a crawl space behind one of the shelving units. They assumed it had been a squatter from before they moved in. But hearing that, everything clicked. Someone had been there. I don't know how long they stayed. I don't know if they ever left. But they were there long enough to use our camera, long enough to know our routines, long enough to know when my mom would be in the garden and when I'd be alone. That footage should not exist. But it does. And that terrifies me more than anything. I don't talk about it with my family anymore. We all saw it. We all know what it means. But there's nothing more to say. We moved on, like people do. But something about it follows me still. Not in a haunted way. Not in a ghost story way. Just in the way that now I know something I can't unknow. That sometimes the scariest things don't make noise. They don't break in. They wait. They blend in. They observe. And they leave behind tapes. I'm so glad I don't live there anymore. The summer after my first year of college, I took a job working as a morning cleaner at the local movie theater. It wasn't the kind of job you bragged about, but it paid decently, and I needed something to keep me busy and earn some cash while I was home. The theater was fairly new, built in the early 90s, located out in a semi-rural part of town. It was tucked away from the main streets, kind of in the middle of nowhere. The surrounding area was a mix of wetlands, some old farmland, and land owned by the nearby nature center. It was quiet, isolated, and that gave the whole place a strange vibe, especially during the early morning hours. The theater itself had 12 screens, 3 large ones for medium-sized ones and 5 smaller screening rooms. The building was spread out, with the lobby at the front, then hallways branching off to the theaters. The setup meant that some theaters were tucked away in corners or down long corridors, making them easy to forget or avoid, especially when you had a shift that started at 4 a.m. and went till 10. I usually worked with one or two other friends, but often you were alone in a part of the theater for long stretches of time. You had your iPod to keep you company, music drowning out the silence, but the quiet felt heavy. My shift would start early. I'd wake up just before 3:30 a.m., get ready, and drive about 20 minutes to the theater. The road to get there cut through empty fields and patches of thick trees. At that hour, the sky was still dark, and the only light came from my car's headlights cutting through the early morning fog. The theater's parking lot was almost always empty, except for maybe one or two other cars belonging to the cleaning crew. When I arrived, I'd usually be one of the first people there. I'd clock in, get my cleaning supplies, and start my rounds. The first thing was to unlock all the front doors, then head upstairs to the projector rooms to turn on the lights in the theaters. This task was simple but weirdly unsettling. The projector rooms were up a flight of stairs, a narrow corridor lined with giant cardboard cutouts of movie characters. In the dim light, these figures looked oddly lifelike, and your mind played tricks on you. I learned quickly to avoid staring at them too long. The first couple of weeks were normal. I cleaned seats, threw away popcorn bags, swept and vacuumed floors, wiped down sticky surfaces. I got into a rhythm. I'd wear my headphones, mostly playing music to keep my mind off the silence. Occasionally, I'd run into the other cleaners or the day shift staff who arrived around 9 or 10 to take over. We'd exchange notes about maintenance issues, like a flickering light in Theater 3 or a broken soda machine. But something about Theater 5 was off. Nobody wanted to clean it. It was located behind the bathrooms in the lobby, down a long, narrow hallway. It was the most isolated of all the theaters, surrounded on all sides by walls, with no windows. When you were in there, especially at 4 a.m., you were completely alone. People who cleaned Theater 5 reported headaches, nosebleeds, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched. Even the manager seemed reluctant to send anyone in there unless they absolutely had to. Yet, for some reason, I was the one assigned to clean it most mornings. At first, I didn't think much of it. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but the feeling of unease was real. There was a heaviness in the air, like something was lingering just beyond your sight, something waiting. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. One morning, I was in Theater 5, finishing up throwing away cups and trash left behind by the last moviegoers. I had my iPod in, the volume turned up, but I kept getting the feeling that someone was standing right behind me. Every few seconds, I'd stop what I was doing and turn around. No one was there. The empty rows of seats stared back at me, dark and silent. At one point, I even took out my earphones and shouted hello, just to break the tension. Silence. Nothing but the hum of the ventilation system and the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. I told myself it was nothing, kept working, sweeping under the seats. Then suddenly I heard footsteps. Not slow, careful steps, but fast-running footsteps. I froze, my heart pounding. I looked toward the entrance to the hallway leading into the theater, and for a split second, I caught sight of a small figure, a little boy with blonde hair, running and turning the corner out of sight. Instinct took over. I dropped my broom and chased after him, racing down the long hallway into the lobby. But there was no boy. I scanned the empty lobby, called out, but no answer. The only person I could see was my boss, Jeff, standing outside by the front doors on a smoke break. I asked him about the boy, and he just laughed. He called the kid Charlie. Charlie was a name the staff had given the little troublemaker who was often reported running around Theater 5. Customers, especially women, complained about a blonde boy making noise, knocking things over, and disappearing before anyone could catch him. Charlie was more of a nuisance than anything dangerous, but he definitely added to the theater's weird atmosphere. Some joked he was the son of the tall man, a much darker figure no one really wanted to talk about. The tall man was a tall, lanky man in a black suit and bowler hat. Women had complained to the staff that he followed them from theater to theater, sometimes even into the bathrooms. Employees reported seeing him sneaking into theaters only to disappear when they tried to approach him. Teenagers working the day shift referred to him as the tall man, and there were police calls. Nobody knew who he was or how he got in, but his presence was real and chilling. I had yet to meet the tall man until a couple of weeks after my encounter with Charlie. One morning, I was the first to arrive, and was tasked with turning on all the theater lights. Usually, we carried flashlights in the projector rooms, but that morning, I couldn't find mine. We later found it in the trash, probably knocked down by Charlie during his morning antics. I walked slowly down the long, dark corridor of the projector rooms, flipping switches to light up the theaters below. The corridor was lined with life-size cardboard cutouts of movie characters, making the dark hallway feel like a strange museum. I was whistling the Andy Griffith Show theme song to myself, trying to keep my mind off the shadows and the eerie silence. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the cutouts move. I stopped, heart pounding. The figure was no cutout. It was a person, a tall, thin man hunched over, whistling my tune back to me, but slow and drawn out. His face was hidden in shadow, outlined only by the red glow of the exit signs and the faint light from the projector monitors. He stood up slowly, revealing himself to be at least 7 feet tall. His walk was strange, like a limp or a waddle. He started moving toward me, still whistling quietly. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. My mouth felt dry, my tongue heavy like cotton. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned, and disappeared into an office down the hall. I ran down the stairs as fast as I could and waited outside the theater until the rest of the crew arrived. I told them what I saw, and they confirmed it. The tall man was real. But they said he wasn't dangerous, just there. That morning was the last straw for me. I put in my 2 weeks' notice that day. I didn't want to work in a place where something so strange and unsettling could exist. The job had started out as just a summer gig, but it had turned into a waking nightmare. After I left, I kept thinking about that theater, the quiet halls, the long empty corridors, the feeling of being watched even when no one was there. I still wonder who that tall man was, why he was there, and what he wanted. But some questions don't have answers, and maybe it's better that way. Even now, when I drive past that old theater, especially late at night, I still feel that uneasy chill. It's like the building remembers, like something inside it is still waiting in the dark. And I'm glad I'm not the one walking those halls anymore. I was 17, working at this country club on the edge of a rich city about 20 minutes from where I lived. The place was fancy, big green lawns, perfectly trimmed hedges, tall trees casting long shadows over smooth concrete paths. The clubhouse was this old, stately building with white columns, shining windows, and a big porch where members could sit with their drinks and look out over the golf course. I worked there on weekends, usually Saturday nights, cleaning up after events or helping in the kitchen. It was quiet, nothing like the noisy places closer to the city. That Saturday night was like any other. The club had closed around 10, and I was headed home. My car was old, a beat-up little sedan with scratches along the side from years of careless parking in tight spots. I didn't mind. It got me where I needed to go. The roads from the club to my house were mostly straight stretches, cutting through the edges of the city and some quieter neighborhoods. I usually took the same route because it was quick and easy, main roads, a few traffic lights, nothing complicated. Some parts touched Detroit, but I never found it too bad. I knew to stay alert, but it was late, and the streets were mostly empty. I was tired, but ready to get home. The road I took was long, maybe 6 miles or so. 3 lanes on either side, wide and open. I remember the night being unusually still. The streetlights flickered a bit, casting pools of dim yellow light on the pavement. A gentle wind stirred some leaves along the sides of the road. The city was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels a little too empty. That's when I noticed the car behind me. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it. But then I caught it in my rearview mirror. A black sedan, headlights on, a little ways back but definitely behind me. The driver didn't flash their high beams or honk, just followed at a steady distance. I figured maybe they were going the same way. It happens. But as I kept driving, the car stayed close behind me, mirroring my every move. I changed lanes once to pass a slow truck, and the car switched lanes too, moving directly behind me again. It was odd, but not immediately scary. Maybe they were lost or confused. But then the pattern started to bother me. Every time I hit a red light, the car was right behind me. I could see the driver's shape faintly through the windshield. Young, maybe around my age, but I couldn't make out any features clearly. No one else was on the road, just me and that car. I drove carefully, watching my mirrors constantly, trying not to panic. My heart started beating faster. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I speed up? Should I slow down and let them pass? The road was empty except for us, and the car never tried to pass or pull alongside. No flashing lights, no honking, no sudden stops. Just following, steady and deliberate. I tried to tell myself maybe the driver was drunk or confused, but that didn't make me feel any better. I passed a gas station and thought about stopping there, but the car stayed behind, not pulling in or driving off. The silence in the car was deafening. No radio, no music, just the hum of the engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. Then the car started to follow my turns. I was approaching the neighborhood near my house. I took a right onto a smaller street, one that led closer to my neighborhood but wasn't a main road. The car made the same right turn. I took a left, trying to confuse whoever was behind me. The car turned left too. I began to panic. I started driving down side streets, weaving through blocks, taking random turns, even looping the same block twice. I slowed down, sped up, changed lanes, even stopped at a few intersections longer than I needed to. The car stayed on me, never flashing its lights or making a sound, just trailing behind like a shadow. I was sweating now, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I thought about calling the police, but I was scared. What if they saw me on the phone and the driver got aggressive? I didn't want to risk anything. The streets grew quieter. The houses here were spaced out, yards big and dark, some with no porch lights on. I kept driving, the car still there behind me, a constant presence. Finally, I reached the street where I lived. I pulled into my driveway, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. I killed the engine and sat there, staring straight ahead. The street was empty, but through the window, I could see the car park just a house down and across the street. Headlights off now, but engine probably running. I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't move. I just sat, trembling, watching. After a few minutes, I woke my mother quietly, whispering that someone was parked outside, watching the house. She was groggy but alert, her face tight with concern. She called the police immediately. While we waited, the man got out of his car and started walking up and down the sidewalk, just a few houses down from ours. He stopped a few times, looking around, staring at houses like he was trying to decide something. After a while, he stood completely still, his back to us, staring at a house several doors down. The police arrived quickly. Their flashlights shone bright across the street, cutting through the dark. The man paced back and forth a few times before he was approached and questioned by the officers. Later, one of the officers came to our door to explain what was going on. It turned out the man was about my age and had been drinking heavily. He'd been on his way to a party somewhere in my city, but didn't know exactly where. Somehow, he started following me from the country club because I was young and headed in the right direction. When the police showed up, they found him relieving himself on the sidewalk. The officer reassured us that it was a coincidence and nothing more, but the relief didn't come immediately. I kept looking out the window for a while after the man was taken away, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. That night left a mark on me. After that, I couldn't just get in my car and drive off without feeling like someone might be behind me, watching, waiting. I found myself checking over my shoulder constantly, glancing in the rearview mirror, even when the roads were full of cars. I also had something else, something that no one at the time really understood. I have sleep paralysis. It's an extreme case. Some nights, I can go for weeks with episodes every night. I'd wake up frozen, unable to move, feeling a weight on my chest or a presence in the room. Sometimes I'd see things, shapes in the shadows, someone standing just at the foot of my bed, or a figure perched silently in a corner. The hallucinations sometimes lasted longer than the paralysis itself. Most nights, I'd wake up terrified, but manage to calm myself down and fall back asleep after a minute or two. But there were worse episodes, where I'd have to force myself out of bed and turn every light on in the house just to feel safe. The strangest hallucination came one night when I woke up and looked out my bedroom window. I saw someone sitting in my car, fiddling with the ignition, trying to start it. I watched for a full minute, unable to move or fully open my eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. I barely made out a face in the dim streetlight, and then suddenly snapped out of it. I threw on some pants and ran outside, but no one was there. The car was locked, silent, and empty. That night, I felt the most alone I ever had. The two experiences, the night I was followed and my episodes of sleep paralysis, blurred together in my mind over time. The fear, the helplessness, the watching and waiting, all mixed into one constant feeling of being vulnerable in a world that sometimes felt too big and too dangerous. But I kept going. I learned to trust my instincts a little more, to look around and stay alert. I talked to my mom more about the things I saw and felt, and she was patient, listening even when she didn't fully understand. Now, years later, I look back on that night and the nights after and realize something important. Fear is a powerful thing, but it doesn't have to control you. The world can be scary, and sometimes people can be dangerous without meaning to be. But the best thing you can do is hold on to what you know, to the people who care, and to your own strength. I never saw that man again. He was just a drunk kid lost in the night, making bad choices. But that night changed me. It taught me that sometimes the scariest things are the ones that don't shout or chase, but quietly follow, waiting to see what you'll do next. And sometimes the darkest nights are the ones where you have to fight to stay awake, fight the shadows in your own mind, and keep moving forward even when it feels impossible. That summer, when I was 23, was supposed to be simple. I only worked part-time at a small bookstore downtown, so I had plenty of free time. On my days off, I liked to go to the county pool. It was one of those public pools with tall chain-link fences and bright blue water, the kind where families brought their kids, and you could smell sunscreen mixed with chlorine in the air. There was a big grassy area where people laid out towels, some umbrellas for shade, and several lifeguard chairs strategically placed around the pool. It was busy most days, full of chatter and laughter from kids splashing and parents watching from the sidelines. I always went alone. I liked the quiet freedom of it. I would bring a book, usually some light fiction, something that didn't require much thinking, and settle into a spot somewhere near the middle of the towel area. The pool was crowded enough that I never felt alone or in danger, and I liked that about it. It was a safe place, or so I thought. That day was typical at first. The sun was high and warm, but not too hot yet. I arrived mid-morning, around 11 a.m., when the crowd was already starting to build, but not overwhelming. I picked a spot on the concrete near the shallow end, where families with toddlers tended to hang out. I laid out my towel carefully, smoothing it flat, and laid down on my stomach, propping my chin on my hands. I pulled out my book and started reading, the sound of splashing and distant laughter filling the background. At some point, I noticed a man set up his towel a little too close to me. It was odd. There was plenty of space around, but he picked the spot just inches from my feet. I glanced at him briefly. He was middle-aged, maybe in his early 40s, dressed in plain swim trunks. He didn't look threatening, just quiet and keeping to himself. I tried to brush off the weird feeling that crept up. I told myself the pool was safe, that people wouldn't be so careless. Still, I shifted my feet a little to keep some distance. Time passed. I read for an hour or two, occasionally getting up to swim a few laps. The water was refreshing, and it helped pass the time. I liked the way the sun warmed my back when I laid on my towel afterward, my skin slightly damp and glistening. I was relaxed, feeling calm and detached from the usual stresses of work. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, I laid down on my back, the book resting beside me on the towel. I was just starting to doze off, the warm sun making my eyes heavy. Suddenly, I felt something strange near my feet. It was subtle at first, just a small movement in my peripheral vision. I opened my eyes fully and sat up quickly, trying to shake off the lazy feeling. That's when I saw it. Right at the edge of my towel, barely inches from where my feet had been, was a small camcorder, old-fashioned and bulky. It was resting on a towel that clearly belonged to the same man who had set up nearby earlier. The zipper of the bag was slightly open, and the camera was pointed directly at me. Specifically, it was aimed at my bikini area. I felt the blood drain from my face. My heart pounded so loudly, I was sure people around could hear it. I tried to think, to process what I was seeing, but my mind raced in a jumble. All the what-if scenarios I'd ever imagined flashed through my head. Smashing the camera, confronting the guy, calling security immediately. But none of it happened. I froze, rooted to the spot by shock, embarrassment, and confusion. The camcorder sat there, quiet but accusing. I could almost feel the weight of it, like it was watching me even when I wasn't looking. The pool around me, usually full of life and noise, felt distant, like I was in a bubble of silence. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for my phone, trying to steady myself. Finally, I forced myself to get up and find a lifeguard. I walked over to one of the tall chairs where a young lifeguard was scanning the pool. Without saying much, I pointed toward the man and the camera. The lifeguard jumped down, moving toward the man immediately. I stayed back, watching as the man, realizing he'd been caught, quickly gathered his things. He didn't say a word, didn't look at me, just shoved the camcorder into his bag, zipped it up, and hurried toward a back exit near the maintenance sheds. I felt numb as I watched him disappear. The lifeguard stayed with me for a few minutes, asking if I was okay. I wanted to scream, to cry, to tell them how violated I felt, but my voice wouldn't come. I just nodded and shook my head. Later, I filed a police report. The officers were polite, asking questions and taking notes, but they told me there wasn't much they could do without evidence or a suspect caught on the spot. The man was gone, and the camera was with him. Somewhere out there, he had hours of footage of me in my bikini, completely unaware. The days after that incident were hard. I kept thinking about what had happened, reliving every second of that moment by the pool. I felt exposed, unsafe in a place that I had always thought was secure. I couldn't help but wonder if the man had done this before, if someone else had been recorded without knowing it. I didn't go back to the pool for a long time. When I finally did, I felt constantly on edge, watching people carefully, scanning the crowds, moving my towel frequently. The sense of calm I once felt by the water was gone, replaced by a lingering unease. It wasn't just the camera. It was the fact that someone had chosen me, had watched me without my knowledge, had invaded my privacy in such a personal and degrading way. That feeling stayed with me, even when I was far from the pool, in my own home or out with friends. I never saw that man again, and I don't know if the police ever found him. Sometimes I think about the footage, where it might be, who else might have seen it. It's a dark thought, but it's part of the story now. What I learned from that summer is that creepy isn't always obvious. It's not always a scary face or a threatening voice. Sometimes it's quiet and hidden, something that leaves you feeling small and vulnerable without anyone else noticing. And it's that kind of creepiness that stays with you, changing how you see the world, how you trust it. That summer changed me, not just because of what happened, but because I had to find a way to keep going afterward. I had to remind myself that I was not at fault, that the man's actions were wrong, and that I still deserved to feel safe, even if it took time to get there again. The pool, the water, the sun, they all still hold memories. But now, whenever I go, I carry a quiet vigilance with me. And that, I guess, is how life goes on. Back when I was in 7th grade, my daily routine was pretty simple. My dad usually drove me to and from school, but sometimes he couldn't make it. On those days, my mom would walk all the way to school, pick me up, and walk back home with me. It was a bit of a trek, but I never minded because it meant I got to spend a little extra time with her, and the walk felt safe since she was always there. I knew the streets and the paths we took like the back of my hand because I'd done it so many times. One day, I told my mom I felt ready to walk home by myself. I wanted that independence, and she agreed, even though I could tell she was a little worried. She told me to stay on the main streets, avoid shortcuts, and if anything felt wrong, I should come back or go somewhere crowded. I promised I'd be careful and that I'd call her when I got home. That morning felt like a big step toward growing up. The walk home started like it always did. The sun was dipping lower, the air was cool but not cold, and the sidewalks were busy with other kids and people heading home or running errands. I knew I had about 10 minutes left before I'd be at my street, the part of the neighborhood where I felt completely safe. Then it happened. A white truck slowed down next to me as I was walking. The windows were rolled down, and a man called out, asking for help. I remember how his voice sounded, not loud, but a bit too eager, like he was forcing friendliness, trying too hard to seem normal. I was naive and innocent, but something inside me told me to be careful. Still, I was raised to be polite and helpful, so I walked over to the window. The moment I got close, something about him made me freeze inside. I don't remember exactly what, but there was this awful feeling crawling through my skin. Then I noticed it. His pants were unzipped. I didn't want to look, but my eyes caught it anyway. His thing was hanging out, limp and disgusting, with some sticky, shiny goo around it. My stomach turned, and I wanted to pull away, but he was talking to me, asking where some street was. I was new in the neighborhood and didn't know the area well, so I told him I wasn't sure. but maybe he could find the Walmart. That was the only direction I could give him. He didn't like that answer. He asked me to get in his van to show him where Walmart was, but I refused immediately. I said I'd draw him a map instead. That's when it got worse. He took out a crumpled piece of paper and a pencil. As he pushed the paper toward me, he grabbed my hand suddenly. My skin crawled so badly just remembering this. He forced my hand toward himself and made me touch him. The sticky goo got all over my fingers and palm. I felt trapped and sick, but he kept doing it over and over. I tried to pull away quietly, but he held on tight. Finally, I jerked my hand free and ran. I didn't even look back, just ran as fast as I could, tears blurring my vision. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. Then I saw his truck again, a little ahead, pulled over and with the engine off. I panicked harder than I ever had in my life. I didn't want to get caught or be forced back. I ran back toward the busiest place nearby, a Chinese restaurant packed with people eating and chatting, the smell of soy sauce and garlic wafting through the open doors. I stopped just outside the entrance and collapsed against the wall, crying hysterically. My whole body shook. I felt dirty, scared, and so small. I thought maybe I could go inside and ask for help, but I didn't have any money. What if they asked me what I wanted to order? What if they called the police? I didn't want anyone to know. I just wanted to be invisible and safe. So I stayed by the door, sobbing quietly for what felt like an hour, until I dared to peek outside and saw that the truck was gone. When I was sure the man wasn't around anymore, I slowly, carefully started walking home again. When I reached the house, my mom was already leaving. She had this worried look on her face, like something told her I wasn't okay. When she saw me, with tears still on my cheeks and my eyes red, she asked what was wrong. I felt so embarrassed, like this was my fault. I shook my head and said I'd tell her later, not wanting to admit what happened. Inside, I immediately went to the bathroom and washed my hand over and over with soap until it burned. Then I grabbed rubbing alcohol and scrubbed it again. I made a silent promise to myself never to use that hand again if I could help it. When I finally told my mom everything, she was furious, not at me, but at the man, at the world, at the fact that this happened at all. She asked if I remembered what the truck looked like, the license plate, what he looked like. But my brain had blanked all of that out, overwhelmed by fear. I couldn't remember the details clearly. I only remembered how trapped and dirty I felt. She told me she had a gut feeling that something was terribly wrong before I even got home. That feeling had been gnawing at her all afternoon. I begged her not to tell my dad or my sister. I was too embarrassed. I thought it was my fault somehow, even though I knew it wasn't. I don't know why I thought that way. I think it was because I felt powerless and ashamed, like maybe I should have been smarter or faster or stronger. But I wasn't. I was just a kid. In the days that followed, the memory stayed with me like a shadow I couldn't shake. I became quieter, more cautious. I avoided going out alone as much as I could, and I never told anyone at school. I didn't want to be seen as weak or as a victim. My mom stayed close by, watching me with tired eyes, always checking that I was safe. She made sure I never walked home alone again. Looking back, I realize how lucky I was. That man could have done so much worse. I think about that moment a lot. How quickly a walk home can turn from ordinary to terrifying. How someone you think you can trust suddenly becomes the thing you fear most. I also think about how victims like me often feel guilty or embarrassed, even though it's never their fault. The way I blamed myself felt so strange, but I understand now that it's a natural, painful part of surviving something awful. Years later, I'm still careful about who I trust, and I still carry the weight of that day with me. But I'm also stronger, wiser, and more aware. I tell my story not to scare anyone, but to remind people how important it is to listen to those gut feelings, to teach kids about safety without shame, and to support those who have been hurt without blame. Because sometimes the scariest monsters don't wear costumes. They just hide behind a smile and a friendly voice. And all it takes is a moment to change everything. I know I'm kinda late telling this, but whatever. This whole thing's been stuck in my head for a while, and I figured it's time I put it all down. It's a long story, so buckle up. It was a regular weekend, me and my friends Mike, Haley, and Lois just hanging out like we always do. We had grabbed some pretzels and sodas from 7-Eleven, the usual spot, and we're sitting outside on the curb, just talking and joking around, nothing special. The sun had already set, and the streetlights were casting this orange glow over everything. The air was cool, the kind of quiet where you can almost hear your own heartbeat. Out of nowhere, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Melanie, someone I didn't hang out with much but knew from school. The message read exactly: "So me and Jill found this creepy abandoned house, and we want to go in." It sounded dumb at first, like some teenage dare, but something about it got to me. Maybe it was the way it was worded, like they'd already been there, seen something, but wanted us to come check it out. I looked over at Haley and Lois. They weren't super convinced either, but Melanie was good at convincing people when she wanted to be. After a bit of back and forth, Haley and Lois agreed to meet Melanie and Jill. Mike wasn't coming. He said he had family stuff, so it was just us 6 now. We met up with Melanie and Jill at the edge of the neighborhood around 11 p.m. The streets were mostly empty except for the occasional car passing by, headlights slicing through the darkness. The house was only a few blocks from where we met, but the walk felt longer, heavier. We joked to keep things light, but the chill in the air was starting to get to me. When we finally got to the house, it was exactly what you'd expect. An old, rundown place that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The windows were boarded up with thick wooden planks, some nailed crookedly, some falling off completely. Paint peeled off the siding in big strips, the front steps sagged, and the whole thing seemed like it was barely hanging on. The backyard gate was open, which was weird. Usually, these places have everything locked up tight to keep kids out. The yard was small, just a rectangle fenced in, and smack dab in the middle was an old pool covered with one of those blue tarps. The tarp sagged in spots and looked like it hadn't been touched since who knows when. Melanie and Jill had already scouted around and found a lock on the back door. They didn't waste time. With a rock, they smashed the lock open. It wasn't loud enough to wake the neighborhood, but it was satisfying. The door creaked open slowly, like it was complaining about being disturbed after all these years. We slipped inside one by one. The first thing I noticed was the stale smell, a mix of dust, mold, and something else I couldn't quite place. The floorboards groaned under our feet. The walls were cracked, wallpaper peeling off like dead skin. Light from the windows was blocked, but there was just enough streetlight filtering in to see. At first, the house seemed normal, just neglected and old. I was with Jill. We stayed close while everyone else wandered off to explore on their own. We climbed the creaky stairs quietly, trying not to make a racket, but every step was loud in the silence. At the top, we went to the first door on the right. Before we even opened it, Jill was shaking. Her hands were trembling, and she kept looking over her shoulder like she wanted to run. I wanted to tell her it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling either. I pushed the door open, and inside was a small, dim room with mirrors covering every inch of the walls. Right in the center was a chair, old and dusty. On the floor around the chair were shards of broken glass, probably from the mirrors, and a dark red liquid smeared here and there. It was dried blood, no doubt. I don't know why, but Jill calmed down when she saw it. She moved closer, running her fingers over the chair as if it held some secret. Then, without a word, she insisted we check out the attic. I pulled the string hanging from the ceiling, and the attic stairs unfolded with a loud creak. The opening was small, barely big enough to fit through without crouching. The air that came from the attic was colder, thicker, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Jill went up first, crawling on her hands and knees into the cramped space. I followed right behind, trying to keep my breathing steady. The attic was cluttered, old boxes, broken books, random junk left behind. It smelled like dust and decay, mixed with something faintly chemical, maybe old paint or cleaning supplies. We were just poking around, shining our flashlights on the stuff when we heard it. A low, guttural growl. It was sharp, close, and totally unexpected. We froze. My heart slammed against my chest so hard I thought it might burst. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw it. A girl, lying on the floor, but not like any girl I'd ever seen. Her skin was pale gray, almost like she hadn't seen sunlight in years. Her hair was black and tangled, hanging down in matted clumps. She was watching us with cold, dark eyes, growling like an animal ready to strike. Jill screamed, losing her footing. She fell through the gap where the attic stairs folded up, a hole just big enough to swallow her. When she hit the floor below, the stairs slammed back up, cutting me off in the attic. Panic hit me like a freight train. I grabbed the multi-tool from my hoodie pocket, smashing at the attic stairs, desperate to get down. The growling got louder, closer, like something was dragging itself up behind me. My hands shook so bad I could barely hold the tool. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my leg, cold, fast, and terrifying. I swung the multi-tool as hard as I could, smashing the stairs. One of the wooden slats broke, and the stairs came down with a loud crash. I lost my balance, falling hard onto the floor below. I heard a sharp snap. Pain shot through my wrist. I looked down to see it was swollen and bent wrong. But whatever was behind me was gone. Jill, meanwhile, was nowhere to be found. I tried yelling her name, but my voice cracked. I struggled to stand, pain burning in my wrist, and stumbled outside the house. Haley and Lois were waiting on the porch, faces pale with worry. Jill never came back. We searched the house, called her name for hours, but she was gone. No trace. The only thing left was the broken lock on the back door and the lingering smell of something wrong in that house. I never told anyone about what I saw in the attic. The girl, the growl, the way Jill fell and disappeared. People ask about Jill sometimes, but I just say she had to leave town. Truth is, I don't know what happened to her, and part of me still hears that growl when it gets quiet at night. That house is still there, waiting. And I know if I ever go back, it won't be empty. When I was about 13, my grandparents owned a house on a waterfront property tucked away on a heavily wooded peninsula. It was the kind of place that felt like its own little world, surrounded by tall trees and thick brush that seemed to stretch forever. The house itself sat near the edge of the water, facing a big, calm body of water that looked almost like a lake, but was actually part of a bay. My grandparents split their time between that house and Florida, living in Florida for about half the year, so most of the time the house was empty. When they left, they let their adult kids use it as a vacation home. I was lucky enough to get to go there sometimes with my family, and those trips still stick with me in ways I can't fully explain. The woods around the house were full of little streams. They wound their way through the thick trees and dropped into the water near the house. Most were shallow and moved quickly, but some had pockets of deep, still water. Those spots were like little swimming holes, quiet, hidden places where the water was cool and slow-moving. One particular swimming hole was my favorite. It was down in a little hollow off one of the bigger streams. The water there was dark and cloudy, and the bottom was soft and muddy. I always thought it was much deeper than it really was. When you're a kid, everything looks bigger, and everything feels bigger, especially when you're scared. The swimming hole was maybe 12 to 15 feet deep, but it felt like a bottomless pit. The water was murky, so when you went deeper than about 3 feet, you couldn't see anything around you. It was just a strange, dark blur. What made the swimming hole even cooler, or maybe more dangerous, was the rope tied around a thick tree limb hanging over the water. It stretched out far enough that you could run and swing off it and drop straight into the water below. It was my favorite way to jump in, especially on hot afternoons when the sun made the water feel warm and inviting. Everyone who went there loved that rope. It gave you the feeling of flying for a second before you hit the water with a splash. I can still remember the day I decided to go swimming there alone. My parents were taking a nap back at the house, and the afternoon was quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you think you're the only person in the world. It was so peaceful I thought it would be the perfect time to swim by myself, to challenge myself a little. I was 13, and I wanted to prove I could do things on my own, even if it was something as simple as swimming in that deep hole. No one told me not to, and at the time, I didn't think twice about going by myself. When I reached the swimming hole, I felt the warm sun on my back and the soft wind through the trees. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles. The rope swung gently in the breeze. I pulled it back as far as I could, away from the edge of the water, until I was standing on my tiptoes. Holding the thick, rough rope in my hands, I ran full speed, feeling the rush of air in my face. Then I was flying airborne and dropped into the dark water below. The water was cold and heavy around me. I sank deeper and deeper, not stopping, until my feet touched the bottom. The mud squished between my toes. I was thrilled. I had done it. I had reached the bottom. But when I pushed off, I expected to shoot back to the surface, the way I always had before when I played in shallower water. Instead, I barely moved. I pushed again, harder this time, but I was stuck. Something was holding me down. My heart started to race. I kicked and pulled, but I couldn't break free. Panic began to grow inside me. The first thought that came to mind was that my shorts had caught on something. I imagined a submerged log or a stump snagging the fabric, holding me in place. But in the back of my mind, a a darker fear took hold. What if it wasn't just a stump? What if something was holding me down? That kind of thought had no place in reality. But when you're drowning and your lungs are burning, the mind spins in strange directions. My vision started to narrow. The edges of my sight darkened, fading into black. A tiny circle of light remained in the center, flickering and flashing like little stars. My lungs screamed for air. I felt the sharp burn inside them as they tried desperately to pull in oxygen that wasn't there. My muscles grew heavy. My arms and legs felt like they belonged to someone else. My eyes started to roll back in my head. The will to fight slipped away. And then, just as I was about to give up, something happened. I remember feeling a pair of hands grabbing hold of me underwater. Strong hands that pulled at my shorts, freeing them from whatever had caught me. Those hands grabbed me, lifted me off the bottom, and carried me upward through the murky water. The dark blur around me faded as I was pulled toward the surface, light breaking through the water like a warm promise. When I broke the surface, I gasped for air, sucking in deep, desperate breaths. I kicked my legs and swam to the shore as fast as I could, still trembling with fear and shock. I looked back at the swimming hole. The rope swung gently, untouched. The water was calm again, as if nothing had happened. I never saw who saved me. There was no one around, no sign of another person. The only proof I had that something had gone wrong was the huge tear in one leg of my swimming trunks. It looked like the fabric had been ripped apart by force. I was lucky to be alive. Thinking back, I know now that the person who pulled me free wasn't real. It was a trick my mind played on me when I was close to blacking out. My body fought to survive in ways I couldn't control, and my mind created an image of a savior to help me keep struggling. Somehow, I managed to tear free from the snag myself, though the exact moment is a blur in my memory. My body must have floated back to the surface naturally, or maybe I swam up without fully realizing it. That moment changed how I saw everything. I never went back to that swimming hole alone, and I never trusted the calm, dark water the same way again. It was a sharp lesson in respect for the power of nature, and a reminder that even the safest places can hide danger. From then on, I always made sure to swim with someone nearby, and I learned to listen to that small voice in my head telling me when to stop, when to be careful, and when to be afraid. I remember the quiet walk back to the house, my clothes still dripping wet, my heart pounding like I had just run a race. The woods were alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves. The sun was starting to lower, casting long shadows across the path. The smell of the water mixed with the scent of moss and pine filled my nostrils. Everything seemed the same, but I wasn't. I was different. I understood something new about fear, about survival, and about the fragile line between being safe and being in danger. That day, I learned how thin that line really is. I've had sleep paralysis moments off and on for about a year now. Usually, they come during the day, in the afternoons when I'm curled up on the couch for a quick nap. It's always the same feeling. I know I'm awake, but my body just won't respond. It's like my mind wakes up, but my muscles don't get the memo. My eyes open, but everything feels heavy, disconnected, and it's terrifying in the worst possible way. I'm not one for scary stories, ghosts, or anything like that. I try to keep my feet planted firmly in reality, because I don't believe in anything otherworldly. But sleep paralysis is something else. It's a cruel trick of the brain that feels like a trap. You're stuck inside your own body, unable to move or speak, while your senses are alive and alert. Sometimes people talk about shadow people or tall figures looming over them during these moments, but I've never had that. My episodes usually happen while I'm half sitting on the couch, slouched awkwardly, somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. No shadowy figures, no voices, just the crushing, paralyzing silence and immobility. I live with a small toy poodle. She's an anxious little thing, tiny and restless, always moving, always looking for a warm lap or a soft blanket. Occasionally, when I'm napping on the couch, I'll let her lie on my stomach. She doesn't like it much. She's never one to stay put for long. Usually, if I hug her gently and hold her there, she'll tolerate it for a while, but the moment I let go, she hops off. She never listens to my calls to come lie down on me during these naps. It's like she knows it's a fragile moment for me and respects that by keeping her distance unless invited. One afternoon, I was feeling especially tired after a long morning of work. The sun was streaming in through the living room window, casting warm light across the worn cushions of the couch. I settled in, pulling a thin blanket over my legs and propping my head on the armrest. My poodle wandered around the room for a bit before curling up on the rug nearby. I felt my eyelids grow heavy almost immediately. I don't remember exactly when I slipped from wakefulness into that strange in-between space. What I do remember is the terrible sensation of my body not matching my mind. My brain was becoming clear, sharp even, but my arms, legs, and throat refused to obey any commands. I was trapped in myself. The couch beneath me felt firm but somehow unreal, like I was watching the whole scene from outside my body, but still inside it at the same time. My heart started to race, panic creeping up from my chest to the back of my throat. I wanted to scream, to shout, to move even the smallest finger, but nothing responded. I focused on my breathing, trying to stay calm. In those moments, panic only makes it worse. My chest tightened, but I reminded myself this was just a sleep disorder. No ghosts, no demons, just a glitch in how my brain wakes up. Then suddenly my poodle barked. It was a sharp, surprised little bark, not aggressive or scared, just alert. My heart jumped. The sound pulled me out of the fog like a rope. Then, even more unexpectedly, she hopped up onto my stomach, all on her own, and lay down, completely still. She stared intently at the wall across the room, head tilted just a bit, ears perked. She didn't move a muscle, didn't twitch or look away. Just lay there quietly, but alert. Her sudden presence, and the weight of her small body pressed gently on my chest jolted me fully awake. I blinked several times, swallowing hard, still catching my breath. My body finally obeyed, and I sat up straighter, looking down at her curled up on me. I was shaken, more than I expected to be. I've read about how dogs can sense things humans can't: anxiety, danger, illness. I thought it was just a comforting habit for her to lie on me when I napped, but this felt different. It was as if she knew something was wrong, even before I did. Her staring at the wall made me feel uneasy too. It was like she was watching something I couldn't see, or waiting for something. I rubbed her soft fur for a while, trying to settle my nerves, but my mind kept racing back to that frozen moment. The panic, the helplessness, the weird timing of her bark and her decision to climb up on me. Sleep paralysis is terrifying enough on its own. It's a weird, helpless limbo where your brain is awake, but your body is trapped in a dream-like paralysis. For me, it's always been a frustrating and lonely experience. No strange figures, no frightening shadows, no voices whispering in my ears. Just silence and stillness. But that day, my poodle's behavior added a new layer to the experience. A reminder that even in the midst of helplessness, there can be unexpected signals from the world around me. Since then, I've thought a lot about that moment. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, and I know my poodle isn't some kind of guardian angel. But there's something about the way animals pick up on things, subtle shifts in body language, tiny changes in scent or energy, that we humans often miss. Maybe she heard the change in my breathing, or sensed my panic even before I realized it. Maybe her bark was a way to snap me out of it, or maybe it was just coincidence. But whatever it was, it helped. After that afternoon, I started paying more attention to how I prepare for naps. I made sure to keep the room quiet, the light soft, and I tried to lay down flat instead of slouching, hoping it would reduce the chances of sleep paralysis. I also found comfort in having my poodle nearby, even if she didn't lie on me every time. Those episodes didn't stop completely, but they became less frequent. And whenever they happened, I remembered that day, that strange, quiet moment when my little dog chose to climb onto me, barked once, and stared at a blank wall, helping me break free from the paralysis. I don't have a spooky story about shadow people or dark figures. I don't have chilling voices whispering threats. But I have that moment, the weight of my poodle's small body on my chest, her sharp bark, and the way she looked toward the empty wall like she was waiting for something unseen. It's enough to remind me that even in our most vulnerable moments, we're not always completely alone. I remember that summer like it was yesterday, even though it's been years now. It started with a group of us, just a bunch of high school kids with too much time on our hands and a craving for a little adventure. We were always looking for places to explore, spots that were off limits or forgotten by most people. That's how we ended up at that old abandoned house on the edge of town. Nobody really knew the history of the place, but it sat there, falling apart slowly, like it was waiting for someone to come poke around. The house itself was nothing spectacular from the outside, just a typical rundown structure with peeling paint and windows either smashed or boarded up. The yard was overgrown, weeds taller than my knees, and a few trees leaning crookedly as if they had been fighting against time. But the thing that caught our attention was the basement. This wasn't a normal basement that was just a dark hole under the house. No, it was a walkout basement style where most of it was underground, but one side had a door that led outside. The door was old and wooden, weathered from years of rain and sun, but it still looked like it could open if someone wanted to get inside. The catch was the door was nailed shut. Not just a couple of nails here and there, but a huge wooden board nailed across it in thick, rusty nails. It looked like whoever did that wanted to make sure nobody ever went down there again. We had gone into the house a couple of times before, sneaking in through a broken window or a side door, just to mess around and explore, but the basement door had always been off limits. No one could open it. The board looked like it had been there for a long time, maybe years. The wood was dark and warped, and the nails were crusted with rust. One hot afternoon, curiosity got the better of us. We were hanging out near the house, and someone jokingly dared us to break in through that basement door. The idea was crazy, but the more we talked about it, the more we wanted to see what was inside. We didn't expect much, just some old junk or maybe some forgotten furniture. But the mystery was too tempting. We found a crowbar lying in the backyard, probably left there from some old work, and took turns trying to pry the board off. It took a while, a lot of sweating and grunting, but finally the nails gave way and the board crashed to the ground. The door creaked open slowly, the hinges squealing in protest. A gust of cold, stale air rushed out from the basement, hitting our faces and making the hair on my arms stand up. It was like the air itself was thick with something old and heavy. We grabbed flashlights and climbed down the narrow, steep stairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath our feet. The basement was dark, but our lights cut through the shadows, revealing piles of junk, old furniture covered in dust sheets, and cobwebs hanging like curtains in the corners. At first, it was just what you'd expect, dusty, old, forgotten stuff. But as we moved deeper into the basement, one thing caught my eye. Right in the middle of the floor, there was a small patch that was completely clear of dust, like someone had swept it clean recently. And sitting right in the center of that spot was a piece of paper with a red rose on top of it. The rose was plastic, obviously fake, but the weird part was that it was spotless, not a speck of dust anywhere on it. The paper was also completely clean, which didn't make sense given the rest of the basement looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I remember kneeling down to look closer. The paper had a large pentagram drawn on it, with strange symbols circling the edges. I had seen pentagrams before, mostly in movies or on the internet, but this one looked different, like it was drawn with a steady hand, carefully made. The symbols around the edges weren't letters or numbers I recognized. It was unsettling, like it didn't belong in that dusty old basement. There was no explanation for how it had gotten there or why it looked so fresh. That spot was so out of place that it gave me chills. We didn't stick around long after that. The air seemed to get heavier, and every sound in the basement felt amplified. The dripping of water somewhere, the creak of the old house settling, even our own breathing sounded loud in the silence. We climbed back up the stairs quickly, replaced the board on the door the best we could without nails, and left. None of us said much on the way home. The whole thing just didn't feel right. The strangest part came a week or so later. I was cleaning out the back seat of my truck when I found something folded up under the seat. A piece of paper I didn't remember putting there. When I unfolded it, my stomach dropped. It was the same piece of paper with the pentagram and strange symbols from the basement. It was the exact same one. I was sure I hadn't taken it. I asked my friends if any of them had brought it back, but they all denied it. No one would admit to it, and I wasn't about to accuse anyone. But I still can't explain how it ended up in my truck. I kept that paper for a while, mostly out of curiosity, mixed with a strange sense of unease. I never really looked too closely at the symbols after that day. The whole thing felt like a puzzle with no answer. Why was it there? Who had left it? And why was it kept so clean in that dusty basement? After that experience, I avoided that place. I never went back to that basement, or even near the house again. The house eventually got demolished a couple years later, but I still think about that piece of paper. I can't shake the feeling that whatever was there wasn't just forgotten junk. It felt deliberate. Someone wanted us to find it, or maybe it was left there as a warning. I never told anyone else this story. It's easy to dismiss as just some dumb kids messing around, But that paper wasn't something kids would make. It felt serious and strange, like it belonged to something bigger than us, something old and hidden. It's a weird memory that still sticks with me, especially when I'm alone or driving late at night. I don't know what the symbols meant or who put that rose and paper there, but I'm glad I never tried to dig any deeper. I've got another story, something about a house I lived in later that had regular ghost tours and paranormal investigators showing up. But that one's even stranger in its own way. Maybe I'll tell it sometime. For now, though, that basement and the paper with the pentagram are enough to keep me thinking. One school holidays, my family and I were staying in Renmark, a small country town out in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't the kind of place where much happened, and I usually found the quiet a little boring, but the wide open spaces and the warm, dry air had a certain charm. We were staying near my grandparents' place, which was right in the heart of town. Their house was old but solid, with a big front porch, and it sat on a quiet street lined with gum trees and the occasional power pole. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, or at least thought they did. One afternoon, my brother and I decided to go down to the local soccer pitch to kick the ball around. The pitch was just across the street from my grandparents' house. It was a decent-sized park, mostly flat and grassy, surrounded by a low chain-link fence and a few large, leafy trees that cast long shadows as the sun began to dip toward the horizon. It was late afternoon, and the light was soft and golden, making everything look warmer and friendlier than usual. We had the whole place to ourselves, which was pretty normal because not many kids were around. School holidays in a small town like Renmark meant most of the other kids were off visiting relatives or just lazing about at home. We spent about half an hour kicking the ball back and forth, racing each other to see who could run faster or do more tricks with the ball. It was easy to forget the quiet because the simple joy of just playing outdoors took over. When we finally decided to head home, we walked out of the gate and across the cracked footpath leading back to the street. That's when I noticed the old beige car. It was parked behind some trees just across the road, sitting there with its engine quietly running. At first, it didn't really seem strange. Old cars like that were pretty common around town, and sometimes people just waited in their cars, maybe calling someone or checking their phone. But something about the way it was parked caught my attention. As we started walking, the car pulled out slowly from behind the trees. It didn't speed off like you'd expect if someone was just leaving. Instead, it moved very carefully, almost creeping along behind us, as if it was trying not to be noticed. My brother and I both glanced back, feeling the unease growing like a knot in our stomachs. The car was definitely following us. We didn't say anything, but I think we both knew we needed to get away from it. We picked up the pace, walking faster, then jogging. The car matched our speed, staying right behind us, keeping a steady distance, but not far enough to be comfortable. It was unnerving, this slow, deliberate following. The street was quiet. The houses were mostly closed up with the curtains drawn. I felt like everyone else had gone indoors, leaving us alone out here. The shadows grew longer, and the air started to cool as the sun dropped behind the low hills on the edge of town. The car kept inching closer. Suddenly, the car sped up. We both turned to look, startled by how fast it moved all of a sudden. And then, just as quickly, the car slammed on the brakes and stopped abruptly. I could see the driver ducking down low inside the car, as if trying to hide or avoid being seen. That was when panic hit me full force. I wasn't stupid. I knew something was seriously wrong. My brother and I broke into a full sprint, running as fast as we could down the street. Our feet pounded against the cracked concrete, hearts pounding just as hard in our chests. The dry dust from the gutters kicked up in little clouds as we rushed past the familiar front yards, the houses blurring past like ghosts. The beige car immediately hit the gas again, roaring to life behind us with a low rumble that shook the air. It accelerated, closing the distance fast, its headlights glowing bright in the dusk. We ran without looking back, adrenaline pushing us forward. Every step was desperate, every breath sharp and ragged. The street seemed to stretch on forever, but finally, we reached the front of my grandparents' house. I flung open the gate and darted onto their front porch, my brother right behind me. We both stopped, gasping for air, and watched as the car pulled up fast to the edge of the street. The car's horn blared suddenly, loud and sharp, echoing off the houses on either side. The sound made my stomach twist into knots. The driver stayed inside the car, The windows rolled up, but the sudden honk felt like a threat, like a warning or a challenge. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the car sped off, tires squealing slightly as it disappeared around the corner, leaving us trembling on the porch. I was only 12 years old then, but I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. The way the air felt heavy and hot, the way my hands shook even after the car was gone, the pounding of my heart that didn't stop for minutes. My grandparents came out when they heard the commotion, but we didn't say much. We were too scared, and it was hard to explain without sounding crazy. After all, nothing had actually happened. We hadn't been touched or grabbed, but the fear was real. That incident stayed with me. For a long time, I tried not to think about it, tried to pretend it was just a random stranger with no bad intentions. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there who shouldn't be. Someone who had been watching, waiting, and following. It wasn't until years later that I heard the news on TV. The local paper and the news station ran a story about an old man who had been caught in the Renmark area. He had been arrested for attempted abduction and assault, things that made my stomach churn. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The car, the slow creep, the sudden speeding, the ducking driver, it had all been him. I realized how close I had come to something much worse than just a scary afternoon. That knowledge didn't make me feel safer. It made me more aware of how fragile safety really is. The quiet streets, the friendly faces, they could hide danger just as easily as a dark alley in a big city. Since then, I've never taken my safety for granted. I pay attention when I'm out alone. I don't ignore that little feeling in my gut when something doesn't feel right. And I try to remember that sometimes the scariest things aren't stories with monsters or ghosts. They're just real people with dark intentions, lurking quietly in the background, waiting for a chance. That day in Renmark was a harsh lesson. It taught me that danger doesn't have to be loud or obvious. Sometimes, it just waits in an old beige car behind some trees, creeping slowly behind you when you least expect it. And when it shows itself, it's already too close. I remember the day I got Spock like it was yesterday. I was maybe 3 or 4 years old, just a little kid, and he was my teddy bear with those sharp, pointy ears that made him look like no ordinary bear. That's why he was Spock, like the character from Star Trek. I loved him so much that I couldn't imagine going to bed without him. He wasn't just a toy, he was my comfort, my closest friend. We were inseparable, and even when my older brother used to tease me, I held on to Spock tight. One time, my brother snatched Spock right out of my hands and started punching him over and over. I don't remember why exactly he did it. Maybe he was annoyed or just wanted to see me upset. I burst into tears, heartbroken not just because he was hurting my teddy, but because I felt helpless watching it happen. Looking back now, I laugh about it. It seems so childish. But back then, it felt like the end of the world. There was another time, though, something that changed everything. It wasn't funny at all, and I'll never be able to forget it. I think I was around 8 years old, but honestly, that part is fuzzy. My memories from that time are sharp in every other way except for how old I was exactly. I'm sure everything else really happened, because the feeling of that night still stays with me. It was one of those moments that you don't want to believe, but you know you can't forget. It was a regular night, or so I thought. I went to bed just like usual, clutching Spock close to me. He was always there, right by my side, the last thing I saw before I drifted off to sleep. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, because I don't remember the moments before waking up. But then I woke up. It was one of those times where you wake up suddenly, heart racing, confused about where you are and what time it is. My mind was foggy, my thoughts slow to come back to me. The room was dark except for a little moonlight sneaking through the curtains. As I blinked and tried to figure out what was happening, one thing hit me immediately. Spock was gone. Not just misplaced or tossed aside. He was missing. That feeling hit me hard, like a punch to the gut. I didn't want to just brush it off or go back to sleep and pretend it was all a bad dream. I needed to find him. I needed Spock. I sat up in bed, trying to remember if maybe my mom had taken him for some reason. Maybe she thought he needed a wash, or maybe she moved him somewhere safe. But none of that made sense because I hadn't heard anyone come in or out of my room, and I would have noticed. So, I got out of bed, quietly but determined. I didn't want to wake anyone, but I needed to check. My first stop was my mom's room. I stepped into the hallway, and it was colder than I expected. The The house was unusually quiet. No sounds of the TV or anyone moving around. I reached my mom's door and knocked lightly. No answer. I thought maybe she was asleep, or maybe she'd gone to check on my brother. So, I walked down the hall to his room. I kept turning on the lights as I went, flicking them on and off, trying to find someone. His room was dark, too. No sign of him. I felt the fear creeping in now. Not just because Spock was gone, but because the whole house was empty. No footsteps, no whispers, no breathing but mine. It was the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. I walked downstairs slowly, hoping to find someone in the living room or kitchen, maybe a faint glow of the TV, something. But the house was dead quiet. Not even a shadow. My mind raced with questions. Where was everyone? How could the house be so still and empty in the middle of the night? I remembered then, the basement. I had forgotten all about the basement. We didn't go down there often, and honestly, I was scared of it. It was dark and always smelled like damp wood and old tools. The kind of place that felt alive with its own cold breath. But maybe, just maybe, Spock was down there. I approached the basement door carefully. It was slightly open, just a crack, and that made my heart pound faster. Up to this point, I had stayed quiet, not making a sound, almost like some part of me hoped this was all a bad dream I could wake from. But I had to know. I pushed the door open slowly, and my voice came out louder than I expected. I screamed, "MOM," as loud as I could. No answer. The darkness inside the basement was thick. I took a step down the stairs, my hand fumbling to find the light switch. When I finally found it, I flipped it on, and the basement lit up in its harsh, flickering glow. That's when I saw Spock, his little pointy ears, and worn out for peeking out from behind a heavy toolkit. It was like someone had deliberately left him there, like he was being hidden or abandoned. I didn't want to go closer. There was something about that basement, that night, that filled me with dread, like I was being warned to stay away. I grabbed Spock as fast as I could and ran back upstairs. I didn't look back. I climbed into bed and hid under the covers, holding him tightly, trying to shake off the cold fear that had settled deep in my bones. Morning came, or so I thought. I was woken by my mom calling breakfast from downstairs. Relief washed over me. It had all been a nightmare. I was safe. I got up, and to my surprise, I found myself still under the bed, not in it like I thought I'd fallen asleep. Had I been sleepwalking? That seemed kind of cool at the time. But then the strange things kept coming. At breakfast, my mom and brother both asked me why all the lights were on in the house when they got up. My brother even joked that if it was me, I was in trouble. I asked if anyone had left the house during the night, but they looked at me like I was crazy. Later that day, I told my mom everything: the missing Spock, the basement, the lights, the fear. She looked worried and checked the house herself, including the basement, but Spock was never seen again. I don't know what happened to him, or why that night felt so real. Maybe I sleepwalked, maybe something else happened that I don't fully understand. But one thing I know is that losing Spock wasn't just losing a teddy bear. It was losing a piece of safety I'd always counted on. After that, things at night didn't feel quite right anymore. I never found out where Spock went or why the house was empty that night. But I'll never forget how that darkness felt, the way the silence screamed louder than any noise, and how the basement held a secret I wasn't meant to find. The truth is, some things stay lost, and sometimes the scariest stories don't need monsters, just the quiet, empty spaces we thought we knew so well. That night in 2005 is etched in my mind with a sharpness I can't shake, no matter how many years pass. I was 21, maybe 22. I don't remember the exact month or day anymore, but the feeling of it, the weight of what happened, still sits heavy inside me. It wasn't just a bad night, it was the worst day of my life. It changed me in ways I didn't fully understand then, and probably still don't now. I've thought about writing this down for a long time, but every time I tried, it felt too raw, like reopening a wound that never healed properly. But it needs to be said, even if this story never reaches anyone. It started out like any other evening. I went to see a movie with a friend of mine. Nothing special, just a normal Friday night hangout. We laughed, joked, watched the film, and then got back to my friend's place to drop him off. The drive was short, just about 3/10 of a mile to my house from there. I remember thinking how close everything was, how small the world felt in those moments. Just a few minutes between places, between lives. The evening was quiet, peaceful even. I pulled into my driveway and parked the car in the garage. The house was still, dark except for the soft glow from a few night lights in the hallways. I stepped inside through the garage door, closing it quietly behind me. The familiar creak of the floorboards greeted me, and the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My stepbrother was already up, waiting inside the kitchen. He looked at me, his face serious but calm, and told me to call my brother. I nodded, still unwinding from the movie, and just as I was about to reach for my phone, there was a sharp knock at the front door. I froze for a second, surprised. At that hour, who would be knocking? I wasn't expecting anyone else. I walked to the door, the sound of the knock echoing in the silent house. When I opened it, there was my friend. But something was wrong. He was holding his son, only 3 or 4 months old, in his arms. The baby was limp and blue. His skin had this awful, unnatural shade that made my stomach drop and my heart seize in terror. For what felt like an eternity, I just stood there staring, unable to speak, unable to breathe properly. The world seemed to narrow down to just that terrible, blue little body in his arms. Then, panic hit me all at once. I yelled for my parents, both nurses, to wake up. I ran through the house, shaking their bedroom door, screaming for them to get up and come quickly. The sound of my voice was frantic, raw, desperate. The whole house suddenly stirred. Lights flicked on, doors opened, and my family rushed out into the hallway. My friend was still holding his son, and now the weight of what was happening settled on all of us. My parents moved fast, taking over immediately, grabbing the baby, trying to perform CPR. My brother joined in, his face pale and tense, hands shaking as he helped. I was on the phone with 911, talking to the dispatcher, repeating what I saw, trying to hold it together. The minutes stretched on forever. I counted them in my head, but lost track after a while. 35 minutes on the phone with 911. The entire house focused on trying to save this little life. My parents' hands moved expertly but gently, their faces tight with concentration and fear. The baby didn't respond. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the paramedics took over in the driveway, continuing CPR. I remember standing outside, watching them work for another 25 minutes, my mind racing and my heart breaking. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only minutes, the paramedics told us they were taking the baby to the hospital. My friend, his wife, and I got into the car and followed the ambulance. The drive was a blur. I sat in the back seat between them, holding their hands, feeling completely powerless. We arrived at the hospital, and I sat with them for 3 hours in the emergency room. The doctors and nurses worked hard, but it was clear the situation was grim. They never sugarcoated it, never gave false hope. I just sat there, a silent witness to their heartbreak, unable to find words to comfort them, only able to be present. When the hospital finally pronounced their son gone, the weight of it all crashed down. The staff asked questions, police came by to take statements, and the house was searched afterward. Their home turned upside down as officers collected diapers, clothes, and whatever else they thought might help piece together what happened. By the time I got home that morning, it was 9 a.m. I collapsed into bed at 11, utterly drained, my mind racing with everything I had witnessed. Sleep came in fits and starts, heavy and restless. The days that followed were some of the hardest I've ever known. I tried to keep a sense of normalcy, but everything was fractured now. My friend's wife couldn't let go of the grief. She dressed their son's teddy bear in the same clothes he'd worn that night and pushed it around the house for weeks. It was heartbreaking to see someone lose so much and hold on to any small piece of their child, even if it was just a stuffed animal. For me, it took about a week before I started to feel normal again, if normal could even be used to describe it. The memory of that night, the sound of my friend's voice, the image of that tiny, lifeless body, they all stayed with me like a shadow. Looking back now, I realized that day was a turning point. It showed me how fragile life is and how quickly everything can change. I learned what real grief looks like, what it feels like to be helpless in the face of tragedy. But I also learned the power of being there for someone, even when words fail. That night will always be with me, but so will the strength I saw in my friend and his wife, their fight to carry on after losing everything. It taught me about pain, yes, but also about resilience. Even now, I remember that evening not just for the loss, but for the way we all came together in the darkest moment. It was the worst day of my life, but it also showed me the best parts of being human, the love and support that shines through even the deepest sorrow. Almost 5 years ago, I found myself at my grandma's pasture, out in south-central Kansas, fishing by this little creek that runs through her land. The pasture is huge, several hundred acres, mostly open fields with patches of woods scattered around. But that creek runs through a fairly thick section of trees and brush. There's a small dam where the creek pools up, and just downstream of it is a modest waterfall that spills over some rocks. It's not a big place, but it's peaceful, quiet, except for the sound of the water and the birds. It's the kind of spot where you can get lost in the stillness and almost forget the world outside the pasture. That evening, the sun was dipping low, the kind of twilight when everything starts to blur into shades of gray and the colors drain out. The light was fading fast, but I wanted to squeeze in a little more fishing before packing up. I'd been walking the creek for a while, casting my line into the water and hoping for a bite. My vehicle was parked a good mile away, back across the pasture and near the main road. I was almost done for the day, ready to head back to the truck and call it a night. I'd just hooked a decent-sized bass, a good fight, nothing huge but enough to make me smile, and was bringing it in when something across the creek caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe a stray dog, but then I saw it clearly. It was standing there, just on the other side of the water, among the trees and low brush. It was about 4 feet tall at most, but it wasn't any animal I recognized. It was strange. Its skin was pale gray, almost sickly looking, like it had been living in the shadows for too long. It didn't have any hair. Its head was shaped kind of like a cat's, but hairless and stretched oddly, with smooth, almost translucent skin pulled tight over its skull. The face had no fur, no whiskers, just this weird, smooth surface with eyes that seemed too big for the head, and they were fixed right on me. The body was thin but looked surprisingly strong, more human than animal, thin arms and legs that looked capable of quick movement, but not bulky or muscular, just lean. It stood perfectly still, staring at me, and I felt this immediate rush of something I can only describe as wrong. Like I'd stumbled on something I wasn't supposed to see. The creature's head began to rock slowly from side to side, almost like it was moving to a rhythm only it could hear. The motion was smooth but unsettling, almost like it was mocking me or warning me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My fishing pole was still in my hand, but I slowly reached down and grabbed my fillet knife from my belt, careful not to take my eyes off the creature. I didn't want to make any sudden moves, but I felt threatened. That feeling dug in deep, clawing at my gut. It was instinctual. The knife felt cold and solid in my hand, and I gripped it tightly, ready to defend myself if I had to. The creature then made a sound. It wasn't anything like I've ever heard before. It was loud, sharp, and high-pitched, a screech that cut through the quiet like a knife through fabric. It was the kind of noise that makes your skin crawl and your ears ring long after it's gone. I flinched, and in an instant, it turned and vanished into the woods like a shadow slipping away. I stood there frozen for what felt like minutes, my breathing shallow and quick. The woods went silent again, but the feeling of being watched lingered heavy in the air. I wanted to move, to run back to the truck, but my legs felt like they were rooted to the spot. I finally forced myself to turn away and walk back the way I came, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of the creature or movement in the trees. By the time I reached my truck, the sky had almost completely darkened, stars starting to prick through the night. I sat inside for a long while, the door locked, staring out at the woods. My hands were still shaking, and I could barely make sense of what I'd seen. I kept telling myself I must have been mistaken, or that my eyes were playing tricks on me in the fading light. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. Since that night, I've only told 3 people about it. I didn't want to sound crazy or be laughed at. Most people wouldn't believe me, and honestly, I'm not sure I'd believe someone else if they told me a story like that. But it stuck with me, like a dark weight I carry whenever I'm out near those woods. Other people who live or fish around that area have mentioned seeing strange lights or hearing weird noises down by the creek, but no one ever talked about it openly. It's like there's some silent understanding that some things are better left alone. Now, whenever I fish there, I carry a gun. It's not because I'm paranoid, but I'm cautious. The last thing I want is to be caught unprepared if that thing ever shows up again. I don't go out there late anymore either. I stick to daylight hours and keep my phone close. The woods feel different now, quieter in a way that's almost too quiet, like the trees themselves are watching. The memory of that creature's eyes, wide, unblinking, and filled with something I can't quite describe, haunts me. It wasn't animal or human, and it sure as hell wasn't anything natural. But whatever it was, I never want to see it again. So that's my story. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I swear on everything I've got that it happened just like I said. And it scared the hell out of me. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I went to my first sleepover at a friend's house. It was a big deal for me at the time because I'd never stayed overnight anywhere but my own home. I'd been to his house plenty of times during the day, maybe a dozen times or so, and I knew there was something off about that place. Not in a haunted by ghosts way, but just creepy. The kind of place where you notice weird noises that don't have clear sources, and where certain rooms always felt colder or darker than others. But at 5 years old, you don't think about that stuff much. You just think about spending the night at your friend's house, staying up late, watching cartoons, and eating snacks. That day, I remember being excited. We played all afternoon, running around the backyard, playing video games, and eating pizza. The house felt normal enough in the daylight. I was comfortable. But as evening came, things started to feel different. The air felt thick, like when a storm is about to hit, but you can't see any clouds yet. The room seemed darker, even though the lights were on, and the shadows looked longer and deeper. It was the kind of darkness that makes you squint, trying to see if something's moving in the corner of your eye. It's hard to explain, but there was a feeling of tension in the house, like something was watching us, but not in a friendly way. We settled into the living room, where his parents had set up some blankets and pillows for us to camp out on. I could tell my friend was uneasy too. We were just kids, so we didn't say much about it at first. But the silence between us felt heavy. The TV was on, but the sound was low, and it didn't really help fill the quiet. The shadows on the walls flickered with the light from the screen, but it didn't feel like they were just shadows anymore. At some point, I looked at him and asked what was going on. He didn't really have an answer, just that it didn't feel like the house he knew. He said something like, "This doesn't feel like the one that's usually here." Hearing that made my stomach twist. If this was his house and it didn't feel right to him, then what the hell was going on? I was already starting to regret agreeing to stay the night. The house was oddly quiet except for the TV, but the silence felt unnatural, like the kind of quiet you get when everyone's holding their breath. We tried to laugh it off, but the laughter sounded hollow, like it was coming from a different room. The room seemed bigger, the corners darker. I remember the air feeling colder, and my skin prickling like when you walk outside after being inside a warm house. Eventually, we decided it was better to get out of the living room and go to his parents' room to sleep. The idea was to stay somewhere safe, where the adults were, but just the thought of moving through the house made my heart race. To get to his parents' room, we had to go through the kitchen, and the kitchen had a basement door, a narrow, creaky wooden door with peeling paint and an old rusty handle. I remember the kitchen was dimly lit with a single yellow bulb hanging from the ceiling. The counters were cluttered with dishes and empty boxes. The fridge hummed quietly in the corner, and the floor felt cold beneath my bare feet. As we stood in front of the basement door, the air seemed to change. It got heavier, like it was pressing down on my chest. Then, without warning, the door slammed open with a loud bang that echoed through the kitchen and into the rest of the house. I jumped back, nearly tripping over my own feet. My friend grabbed my hand, and we both froze, staring at the dark opening. The basement steps disappeared into the blackness, but I thought I saw something, or someone moving down there. It wasn't a person exactly. It was on all fours, crawling or creeping, but its movements were unnatural. Its head looked wrong, like it wasn't quite attached properly. It tilted and twisted in a way that didn't make sense. I don't really remember the details clearly now, but it looked like something that shouldn't be there. We both screamed, the kind of terrified scream that comes from deep inside your throat, and bolted back to his parents' room without looking back. Inside his parents' room, the lights were on, and it smelled like lavender and soap. We piled under the covers, trying to convince ourselves everything was okay, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. We stayed awake for hours, jumping at every creak or whisper of noise from the house. Neither of us wanted to talk about what we saw, but I knew he remembered it as clearly as I did. I found out years later he still thinks about that night, which makes me sure it wasn't just a nightmare. The next morning, everything looked normal again. The house was bright with sunlight, the air smelled fresh, and the noises of the day, birds, distant cars, footsteps, made the house feel alive again. We didn't bring up the basement incident, but I remember how relieved I felt leaving that house. I never went back for a sleepover, and honestly, I tried not to think about what happened down there. Even now, years later, the memory sticks with me. It's not about ghosts or monsters from stories. It was just a weird, real fear. The kind you feel when something's wrong, but you can't explain it. The kind that makes your skin crawl and your heart race, even if nothing ever happened again. That first sleepover didn't just suck. It left a mark, one I still can't quite shake. After a long day at school, I was completely wiped out. The kind of tired where your whole body feels heavy, like it's just sinking deeper into the couch no matter what you do. I came home, dropped my backpack by the door, and didn't even bother changing out of my clothes. I just crashed right on the living room couch, fully dressed, with my phone in my hand. The house was quiet. My parents were out for the evening, and my sister had already gone to bed hours ago. The lights were off, except for the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the blinds, casting soft stripes on the floor. It was easy to drift off with nothing but the hum of the quiet house around me. I must have fallen asleep pretty fast, because I didn't hear anything until my phone started buzzing in my hand. I was dreaming of nothing at all, just floating in that heavy, drowsy space right between sleep and wakefulness, when the vibration pulled me up. It was exactly 1 a.m., or so I remember checking the screen. The text was from my sister. Odd, since she usually wouldn't be texting at this hour unless something was wrong or urgent. I blinked my eyes open slowly, my head heavy and fuzzy, and started to reach for my phone to check the message. But then I noticed something else, something terrifying, and everything froze inside me. Standing just a few feet away from me, in the dim dark of the room, was a man. He was facing away from me, just standing there, completely still. The way he was positioned was strange, like he was deliberately blocking the little light coming from the phone screen, so I couldn't see his face. My heart jumped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The phone vibrated again, and at that exact moment, the man stiffened as if the sound triggered him. Slowly, he began to turn around. Not like a smooth or casual movement. No, this was slow and deliberate, like he was controlling himself carefully, inch by inch. I forced my eyes to stay nearly shut, pretending to be asleep even though I could feel every hair on my skin standing up, every muscle ready to spring, and my chest tightening with pure panic. When he finally faced me, I caught a glimpse of his face in the pale glow from my phone. It was hard to make out details, but I remember the cold blankness in his eyes and the way he stared right at me, like he was measuring me, deciding something. The whole room felt unbearably heavy and quiet, except for the faint buzzing from my phone, and I could barely breathe. The man didn't say a word. He just stood there, staring, for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then he started to back away, slowly and carefully, making sure he didn't make a sound. He moved toward the back door of the house, still facing me just over his shoulder, like he was keeping tabs on whether I was really asleep or not. I could hear the soft creak of the wooden floorboards under his shoes as he slipped out the door. It shut behind him with a low click that echoed in the quiet room. My whole body was frozen, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of my chest. For a few long moments, I just lay there, barely daring to breathe or move, waiting for something else to happen. Then the adrenaline hit me like a freight train. I bolted upright, every nerve screaming. I grabbed my phone, hit the lock button, and sprinted to the back door to lock it tight. I double-checked the deadbolt, slammed it shut again, and even checked the other locks just to be sure. I was shaking, my hands trembling so much I had to sit back down because I felt like I might fall over. The whole house was quiet again, but the sense of danger lingered like a shadow hanging over everything. I was on edge, eyes darting to every window, every corner of the room, listening for any sound, anything unusual. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next. Call the police? But for some reason, the idea felt absurd, like it would be a waste of time, or that they might not believe me. I don't know why I thought that, but I just sat there frozen and scared, feeling stupid for not doing something. I never left the couch the rest of the night. Instead, I reached under the cushions and pulled out a small folding knife I keep hidden there, just in case. It's not much, but at least it was something. I gripped it tightly, waiting, watching, and hoping I wouldn't have to use it. The minutes stretched on endlessly. I felt every creak in the house, every rustle outside, my ears straining to catch any sound that didn't belong. I was exhausted but too afraid to sleep, and the long hours crawled by. Dawn finally broke, and the first light made the shadows retreat. Only then did I finally feel safe enough to put the knife away and lie back down, still alert but no longer frozen in fear. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was not to call the police. That man could have come back, or worse. Maybe I thought it wouldn't happen again, or that I'd imagined it, but deep down, I knew exactly what I saw. I should have made that call, and maybe that would have kept me safer. But I didn't, and I spent that night wide awake, heart pounding, mind racing with every terrible possibility. Since then, I never leave my doors unlocked. I check every lock twice before I let myself relax. And the knife stays under my couch cushions, always ready. I still don't have a new change of pants, but at least now I'm a little more prepared. It was early September, just after school let out for the day. The air had that sharp edge you get at the end of summer. Not quite cold, but heavy with the promise of the coming fall. I was walking home, taking the usual route that led me up my street from the bottom entrance. My house sits right at the top of the street, so this walk always felt like a slow climb, the kind that gives you time to think, but also makes you notice everything around you. Across the main road from my house, there's this large farm. It's a wide, open field with long stretches of crops and a few old barns. Nothing fancy, just the kind of farmland that's been here for ages. That day, as I reached the bottom of the street and started walking up, something caught my eye, something I hadn't seen before. Right there in the field opposite my house, there was a white tent set up near the edge of the crops. Behind it, several police cars were parked in a messy cluster, their lights off, but their presence impossible to miss. I wasn't expecting any of this, and it felt strange seeing the quiet farm suddenly filled with flashing blue and red lights, officers milling about, tape stretched between trees, and people standing nearby just staring. Up ahead, near the top of the street, there was a small crowd gathered, standing right next to my house. I didn't know many of the people, but enough neighbors and locals had come out to see what was happening. The buzz was low, the kind of quiet tension you get when something bad is unfolding, but nobody really knows the full story yet. I edged closer, trying to piece things together. The rumor was almost too chilling to believe at first. One of the farmer's workers, out harvesting crops that day, had stumbled upon a dead body buried in the field. But it wasn't just any body. It was nothing but a skeleton by the time they found it. The remains of someone who'd been there for years, hidden beneath the earth. They said the farmer was arrested on suspicion of murder, but no one knew the details yet. The whole thing felt like something out of a crime drama or a scary novel, not something that would happen just across the road from my bedroom window. For the next few days, the police presence didn't ease up. Officers were everywhere, some digging carefully through the soil near the tent, others taking photos, marking spots, and examining the scene with those serious, methodical faces you see on TV. The tent seemed to be their base of operations, a temporary headquarters set up in the middle of that peaceful field. It was surreal watching all this unfold in what was normally a quiet, familiar place. The neighbors and local reporters showed up in waves. Cameras and microphones appeared, journalists asking questions, and trying to catch any new piece of information. It felt invasive, like the whole street had suddenly been turned inside out and placed on display. We weren't used to this kind of attention. Normally, the worst news we heard was about someone's lost pet or a minor accident down the road. From my bedroom window, I had a clear view of the entire scene. The crowd thickened by the hour. People laid flowers at the fence bordering the farm, small bunches tied to the wire or placed carefully on the grass. Candles flickered in the evenings, their flames dancing in the light breeze, soft and eerie in the dusk. The flowers and candles weren't just gestures, they felt like offerings, little markers of respect for someone nobody really knew, yet everyone felt sorrow for. Eventually, the police announced that the bones belonged to a woman who had gone missing over 10 years ago. She was a prostitute, and her disappearance had been part of a grim pattern, one that pointed to a local serial killer who preyed on women in the area. The news spread fast and wide. The idea that this serial killer had operated so close to home, maybe even nearby, sent a wave of unease through the community. People who had thought the worst was far away were now forced to realize it had been lurking in our own backyard, hidden just beneath the surface. As for the farmer, after the investigation, he was cleared of any wrongdoing. The suspicion lifted, but the damage was done. The quiet of the farm had been shattered, and a dark history was now tied to the land right across from my home. People continued to come by the fence for weeks afterward, leaving flowers, wreaths, and notes. It was like the community was trying to heal itself by acknowledging what happened, by remembering her. For me, it became something else entirely. I couldn't shake the fear that settled in my chest every time I looked out the window at that farm. I had always been fascinated by true crime, but this was different. This was real. This wasn't a story on a podcast or a TV show. It was outside my window, part of my daily life. I became obsessed with the idea that serial killers often return to the scenes of their crimes, that they lurk in the shadows where people least expect them. Every person who came to leave flowers or light a candle seemed like a potential suspect in my mind. I imagined that one of them could be the killer, standing there among the crowd, watching, waiting. The unease followed me inside the house. At night, when everything was quiet and dark, I would stare out at the farm and imagine what had happened there, years ago and recently. The thought of someone being murdered so close by, hidden away in the earth beneath the crops, made the ground beneath my feet feel unstable, like the earth itself was holding a secret too terrible to be spoken aloud. Even after the police left, the silence over the farm felt heavy, loaded with something I couldn't explain. Life around the street tried to return to normal, but for me, that normal never really came back. The presence of the crime, the mystery of the missing woman, and the shadows of the killer lingered like a permanent stain on the place I called home. When I was about 12, we lived in a pretty big house. It wasn't an old mansion or anything fancy, but it was huge for a normal family. The rooms seemed endless, stretching far beyond what I needed or even understood. Sometimes I'd wander down hallways that ended in empty spaces or peek into closets that were so big I could imagine setting up secret forts inside them. The house had this hollow feeling, like it was waiting for someone else to fill it up. I spent a lot of time there alone because my parents were busy with work or errands, and my siblings were out with friends most afternoons. The quiet felt both peaceful and strange, like the house was holding its breath. The kitchen was the heart of the home. It had this big island right in the middle with a sink built into it, and that's where I usually sat to do my homework or eat. The counters were polished, and the wood floor creaked, just a little if you walked a certain way. The kitchen looked out to the living room and a long hallway that led to the bedrooms and the front door. We had a security system, something my parents insisted on because the neighborhood was safe, but they didn't want to take any chances. It was the kind that beeped loudly every time a door or window was opened, even if it was just a crack. The sound was sharp and quick, almost like a warning. One afternoon, I was sitting at the kitchen island, just starting on my math homework. The sun was dipping lower outside, spilling warm light across the countertop. My notebook was open, pencil in hand, but I was distracted, thinking about what to do after school, or maybe what show I'd watch on TV later. The quiet was thick, the kind that can make little sounds seem huge. Then, out of nowhere, the front door slammed open with a loud bang, making the house shudder. The security system let out its loud, shrill beep. 1, 2, 3 quick beeps that echoed through the hallways and bounced off the walls. My heart jumped because I thought, cool, Mom's home early. I figured she forgot something at the store and was back before I expected. I turned toward the door to see her come inside. But then I heard something else, a set of footsteps. Not slow or careful, but fast and heavy, like someone running. They pounded against the hardwood floor, getting closer and closer. My breath caught in my throat. I looked up just in time to see a dark shadow hurtling straight at me, grinning in a way that twisted my stomach. It wasn't my mom, not anyone I knew. The face in the shadow was like something out of a nightmare. That grin stretched too wide, too sharp, like it belonged to a stranger who was dangerous. My body froze. I couldn't move. My brain couldn't catch up. The figure was about to crash into me, but at the very last second, it swerved sharply and ran down the hallway toward my parents' room. A sudden scream cut through the air, loud, blood-curdling, full of fear. It tore through the quiet house and felt like it scraped at my eardrums. The sound wasn't a shout or a yell. It was raw, a pure panic that came from somewhere deep inside. I swallowed hard, heart hammering against my ribs. Then came the noise of glass breaking, something sharp shattering on the floor, and the sound of things being thrown around, crashing and falling. The chaos was terrifying, like the room was being torn apart by an invisible storm. Then everything stopped. The silence was worse than the noise. I waited, frozen in place, unable to do anything but stare down the hallway. The door to my parents' room slowly opened, and the shadow stepped out. It stopped right in front of me. I could almost feel the air grow colder. For a long 5 seconds, it just looked at me. The grin never left its face. It was like it was enjoying the moment, feeding on my fear. Then, without a word or a sound, it turned and walked down the hallway, out the front door, which was still open wide. The security system beeped again, quieter this time as the door closed behind it. And just like that, it was gone. I sat there, frozen for a while longer, my hands gripping the edge of the island so hard my knuckles turned white. My breathing was ragged and uneven. I wanted to scream or run or call someone, but I couldn't. My mind was still trying to process what had just happened. After what felt like forever, I grabbed the phone and called my parents. They were at the store but rushed home as fast as they could. When they arrived, they checked their room carefully. There was a broken vase on the floor, shards of glass scattered across the carpet. The sink was running, water spilling onto the tile. There was a crack in the shower wall, jagged and deep, like something heavy had hit it hard. Various soaps and lotions had been knocked over, bottles rolling around on the floor. My parents comforted me, but the house felt different after that day. The safe feeling was gone. I never forgot the shadow's grin or those screams. From that day on, I refused to let my parents leave anywhere without me. I stayed close to them, a quiet guard against whatever that had been. Even now, years later, whenever I'm alone in a big empty space, I can still feel that cold look in my mind, that terrible grin waiting just behind the corner. I was young, maybe 10 or 11, and I'd like to say that what happened was just a kid's mistake, a dumb moment of being reckless. But I can't pretend it was just that. Sometimes I think maybe I was just stupid. I remember that day so clearly, like it's burned into my memory, every little thing about it. It wasn't something out of a scary story or some ghost tale. It was just real life, messing up in a way that scared me more than anything I'd ever imagined. It all started because I got a new bike. Not just any bike, but the kind I'd been begging for all year. It was bright red with shiny silver handlebars that caught the sunlight in a way that made me think I was the coolest kid in the whole neighborhood. I remember the feeling of sitting on it for the first time, my feet barely touching the pedals, the thrill of knowing this was mine and mine alone. My parents had told me over and over not to go past the end of our street, but that didn't matter to me. I was young and full of that kind of stubbornness that makes you think you know better than grown-ups. So as soon as their backs were turned, I took off. The street I lived on was quiet. The kind of place where you could hear the birds chirping in the morning and the faint hum of cars passing far away. It was lined with houses that all looked kind of the same, small lawns, white fences, a few trees. I had ridden up and down it 1,000 times, but that day I felt like I wanted more. I wanted to see what was beyond, just a little bit. So I pedaled hard, faster than I ever had, until I reached the edge of my street and crossed over into a nearby neighborhood. It was a little bigger, a little busier, with sidewalks that stretched on for blocks and houses packed a bit closer together. I felt a strange mix of excitement and freedom. I was just minding my own business, cruising slowly now, taking it all in. The sun was warm on my face, and the wind messed up my hair. And for a moment, I forgot the rules, forgot the warnings my parents had drilled into me. Then I saw him. The van. It pulled up slowly from behind me, a dull white van with no windows in the back. It rolled up like it belonged there, but something about it made my stomach twist into knots. The man inside was watching me closely, eyes not quite friendly, and when he asked if I needed a ride, something inside me screamed no. But I said no anyway, my voice probably shaky. He kept asking questions, like he didn't want to leave me alone, like he was trying to convince me to get in. The whole thing felt wrong, like I was caught in some trap I didn't know how to escape. I didn't wait around to find out what would happen next. I spun my bike around and started racing home as fast as I could. Every pedal stroke was panic. My heart pounded like it was trying to jump out of my chest. I looked back and saw the van making a U-turn, coming after me. I could feel the fear rising up cold and sharp, and I knew I had to do something drastic. There was a busy street coming up, one I wasn't supposed to cross alone. Cars were speeding by, and for a split second I froze. The van was getting closer, and I realized I couldn't wait. I pushed myself to the limit, pedaled hard, and darted across the road, my breath catching as a car screeched to a stop just inches away. I was so close to getting hit, but I didn't stop to think about that. I just kept going, my legs burning and my lungs screaming. Instead of going all the way back down my street, I took a sharp turn and headed toward my neighbor's house behind mine. I knew they had a big yard and a small fence around it. I figured if I could get in there, maybe I could hide. The thought of getting caught was terrifying, but the idea of that man finding me was worse. I ditched my bike near the fence, the grass soft beneath my hands as I climbed over. The small fence was easy to get over, but then I had to reach over the top of my own larger fence that separated my backyard from theirs. My fingers scraped the rough wood, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I dropped down into my backyard and didn't look back. Once I was inside the safety of my own yard, I crouched down behind a bush and peered through one of the holes in the wooden fence. The street behind my neighbor's house was quiet, but I could see the van moving slowly along it. The man was driving by looking for something, or maybe someone. When he saw my bike sitting there in the yard, he slowed down even more. For a moment, I thought he might stop, maybe come inside the fence. But after waiting a bit, he quickly drove away. I stayed crouched there for what felt like hours, though I'm sure it was only minutes. My hands trembled, and tears slipped down my cheeks. I was too scared to move, too scared to go out and get my bike, too scared to even call for help. Eventually, my neighbor found the bike and brought it back to me. I never told my parents what had happened. I was sure I'd get in trouble for leaving the street, and honestly, I was too ashamed. It seems stupid now, but that's how kids think sometimes. After that day, I never went past the end of my street again. The freedom I'd craved was replaced by a cold understanding of how dangerous the world could be. I learned that rules are there for a reason, and that sometimes, the things we want the most can lead us into the scariest situations. Years later, when I think back to that afternoon, I don't just see a kid being reckless. I see a moment that taught me to be careful, to listen, and to trust my instincts. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale that scared me. It was real life, and that's what made it so terrifying. September 11th, 2001, started out like any other day. I was in 4th grade, about to turn 9 in a week, and I was excited, more than excited really. I had birthday plans swirling in my mind, little things to look forward to like cake, friends, and presents. The classroom felt normal, warm with the noise and chatter of kids working on projects or just waiting for the day to pass. I remember sitting at my desk, pencils sharpened, papers spread out, everything the way it usually was. Then, around 9 o'clock in the morning, everything started to feel strange. Our teacher suddenly stepped out of the room to take a phone call, and when she came back, her face wasn't quite the same. It was tense, serious, and maybe a little scared. After a while, she called me up to the main office. I didn't understand why. I was still so young and oblivious to what was really going on. I thought maybe it was something about my birthday, or maybe my mom had come to bring something. Walking down the hall, the sounds of the school seemed to fade, replaced by this quiet, heavy feeling. When I reached the office, I saw my mother waiting there. She had my older brother with her, and my baby brother, just 6 months old, was in her arms. Her eyes were red and glassy like she'd been crying or holding back tears. She looked tired, like someone who hadn't slept or maybe hadn't stopped worrying for hours. The only words she could say were something terrible happened. That's all I remember hearing, but her face said everything. It told me the world had suddenly changed, even if I didn't quite understand yet. The ride home felt long, though it probably wasn't. My mom and my older brother tried to explain bits and pieces. They told me about the planes, the buildings, the city I knew but now felt far away and strange. They talked about the World Trade Center, about towers that were supposed to stand tall forever but had fallen. It was hard to picture. How could buildings just fall like that? My mom kept looking at the phone, hoping for a call or message. She told me she hadn't been able to reach my dad, who worked as a New York City police officer. He'd been on duty for 20 years, and I guess everyone was worried about him because he was there, somewhere in the chaos. When I got home, the TV was on, showing images that I still remember clearly. Smoke rising in thick black clouds, people running through streets covered in dust and ash, firefighters and police officers rushing toward the danger instead of away from it. The sound of sirens was constant, like a nightmare soundtrack. I didn't feel scared like I thought I should. I didn't cry or panic. Mostly, I was worried about my mom. She was quiet, sometimes staring at the screen, sometimes just holding my baby brother close. The news kept replaying the same terrible scenes over and over. I tried to make sense of it all, but it was too much. Hours passed. Time felt strange, stretched out and heavy. Finally, my mom got a call. My father was alive. She breathed a sigh that sounded like she had been holding her breath for days. The relief was overwhelming, but so much had changed. Later, I found out more details. My dad had been scheduled to be in the second tower that morning, helping to evacuate people when the building collapsed. But because another officer who was supposed to finish his shift before him got back late, my dad hadn't gone in on time. Instead, he was a couple of blocks away when the tower fell. It's hard to explain how something so small, just a few minutes, could have saved his life. If that other officer had been on time, my dad would have been in the building when it came down. My family might have been torn apart. Years later, I thought about it a lot. I thought about how luck, chance, and timing had changed everything. How one person being late saved another's life. How close my family had been to losing everything. That day left marks on all of us. My father came home, but he was different. He carried the weight of what happened, the lives lost, the friends who didn't make it out. The city changed, the country changed, and my family changed too. My dad retired not long after. The memories too heavy to carry every day. But he was alive, and we were still together. That's what mattered most. September 11th, 2001, wasn't just a day of destruction and fear. For my family, it was a day of survival, of hope, and a reminder of how fragile life can be. It showed me that sometimes life is saved by moments so small, they almost don't seem real. I don't think I'll ever forget that day, or the way it shaped who I am. And I know that, no matter what, I am here because of one man's lateness, one tiny twist of fate that saved my father's life. When I was about 8 or 9, I lived in this old, creaky house with my family. It wasn't a big house, just the kind where all the rooms felt close together, and every little sound echoed down the hallways. I was seriously afraid of everything back then, and honestly, I think I still am to some extent. The dark felt endless, the shadows looked alive, and every unexpected noise made my heart jump like I'd just seen a monster. One night, I woke up to this strange sound coming from the living room. It wasn't the usual creaks and groans the house made when the wind blew. This was different. It sounded like someone was messing with Legos, those tiny plastic bricks we all had scattered around the house. The noise was soft, but it was definitely there, like little clicks and clinks, as if someone was stirring up a bucket full of those tiny pieces and maybe banging them against something hard. I lay frozen in bed at first, my body stiff and my mind racing. My parents' bedroom was just down the hall, so I decided I had to get there. On the way, I passed my brother's room. The door was cracked open just enough for me to peek inside, and there they were, both my brother and his friend, sound asleep, no sign of anyone messing with Legos. That made me feel a tiny bit better, because it meant the noise wasn't coming from there. I tiptoed the rest of the way to my parents' room and slipped under the covers between them. I shook them gently, trying to wake them up because I was genuinely scared. But my parents, well, they sucked at taking me seriously. They just grumbled and told me to go back to sleep, like it was nothing. I remember feeling frustrated and helpless. It's like they didn't get how much the noise was freaking me out. I tried lying still in their bed, hoping I could fall back asleep, but the clicking and clinking kept going, dragging on like some slow, annoying song that just wouldn't quit. The more I heard it, the louder it seemed. After a while, my fear turned into this weird kind of determination. I decided I had to see what was going on in the living room for myself. Maybe if I saw it, I could understand it and stop being so scared. I got out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and crept down the hallway. The house was pitch dark except for the faint light spilling out from the kitchen, which was next to the living room. I pressed myself against the corner of the wall right outside the living room, my heart hammering so loud I thought it might give me away. I peeked out just a little bit, barely daring to look. And then I nearly shit my pants. There was a kid, a chubby little boy, sitting with his back to me in the middle of the living room floor. He was stirring around a big bucket of Legos, like he was searching for something, and there was a pen lying next to him. The kid didn't seem to notice me at all, just focused on whatever he was doing. He wasn't moving fast, just quietly digging through the bricks. For a moment, I couldn't move or breathe. My brain scrambled to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was this kid? Why was he in my house, in the middle of the night? Was I dreaming? Was this even real? I blinked, trying to convince myself that maybe I was imagining it. But no, he was still there. The sound of the Legos scraping together was so clear now. I felt like I was going to scream or run, so I bolted back down the hallway, faster than I've ever run before in my life. I jumped into bed and pulled the covers over my head, shaking and breathless. I remember lying there, wide awake, wondering if I was dreaming. Everything felt unreal, like my mind was playing tricks on me. Eventually, my mom got up and went to the living room. I heard the soft sound of her footsteps, and then the faint noise of something being moved around. She came back and said something about the bucket of Legos being tipped over on the floor. I remember looking around and seeing the scattered plastic bricks, and the bucket lying on its side like it had been knocked down. I don't really remember if the pen was still there or not. That detail kind of faded away over time. That was the night I learned two things. First, that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but just things you don't understand. And second, that my parents wouldn't always be there to protect me, even when I was scared out of my mind. I never figured out who the kid was or how he got in, but the memory stayed with me, like this quiet warning that sometimes fear doesn't need a face to be real. That summer was something I'll never forget. Twice over, I found myself in places that got under my skin so deep I still get chills just thinking about it. This isn't a made-up story or something from a movie. It's real, and it shook me to my core. Where I live, there's a lot of talk about skinwalkers and strange things that go bump in the night. Honestly, I never took those stories seriously. I thought maybe they were just legends people told to scare each other, stories to keep kids away from dangerous places. But there's this one spot, right next to a bluff just outside town, where those stories seem to cling to the air like mist. I always stayed clear of it, but curiosity got the better of me one night. It was late, around 1 a.m., when my friends and I decided to check out the place. Getting there was tough. The area is fenced off almost completely, except for this one rusty gate that's always left open. That's the only way in. Driving through that gate felt like stepping into a different world. As soon as my truck rolled under the arch of the fence, a cold wave passed over me, like the air itself was warning me to turn back. My buddy in the passenger seat was half asleep, eyes barely open, but the rough ride woke him up with a start. The bumps in the road were hard enough to snap anyone out of a daze. Then I saw him pale as a sheet, staring wide-eyed. The look on his face was one I'd never seen before, pure raw fear. Without saying much, he told us to leave immediately. His voice shook. I was about to brush it off, tell him he was just tired or imagining things, but then he said something that stopped me cold. He told us he saw a little girl running up the hill beside the bluff. She was moving fast, almost too fast, and disappeared before we reached the top. The weird thing was, when we finally cleared the hill, there was no one there. Nothing. It felt like the place had swallowed her whole. I wanted to believe he was just tired, or maybe his mind was playing tricks because it was so late and the place was creepy. But his reaction stuck with me. We left quickly that night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A few weeks later, some of the same friends and I went back. This time it was just getting dark, so I felt a little braver. The sun was dipping low, and the sky was a mix of orange and purple. The temperature was dropping fast, and the shadows were stretching long and thin across the ground. The bluff was huge, with steep drops and deep clefts carved out over time by rain and wind. We hiked down a narrow path that led through some rocky outcroppings and thick brush. My friend and I were a little ahead of the group. We were joking, trying to lighten the mood, but then we both froze. There was a noise, low, rough, and definitely alive. At first, I thought it was a dog or maybe a coyote, which are common around here, but this sounded different. It was closer, heavier, like something bigger was moving through the brush nearby. We didn't see anything, but the sound made the hair on my neck stand up. Without saying a word, we both turned around and ran back up the hill to meet the others. When we got to the top, we looked back toward the place where we'd just been standing. There was a man, just standing there, staring at us. Not moving, not making a sound, just watching. His eyes were dark and unblinking. The way he stood, like he had all the time in the world to just stand there and watch us, made me feel like a trapped animal. I didn't know who he was or why he was there, but it was enough to make us pack it up and head home. Still, we were dumb enough to go back later that same night with even more friends. It was a different vibe then. The night was cool but calm, with a soft breeze rustling the leaves. We were messing around, driving up and down the uneven trails in a lifted truck, crawling over rocks and roots. I was sticking my head out the window to spot trees and boulders so the driver didn't hit anything. Then it happened. A scream, high-pitched, pure terror, cut through the night air. It was the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. I jumped back into the truck, heart pounding like a drum. I asked everyone if they'd heard it, but no one else had. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me again, I thought, convincing myself it was just my imagination. But later, the driver said he heard it too, right where we had been rock crawling. It wasn't a coincidence. I felt it deep down. Something was wrong there. After that night, I never went back. Even now, whenever I'm near that bluff, or even just think about it, my skin crawls and my breath catches in my throat. The fear isn't about ghosts or monsters. It's about the unknown, something out there that doesn't want to be found, watching, waiting, and maybe even following. That place taught me that some stories aren't just stories. Some warnings are real, and some fears come from things you can't explain, no matter how hard you try. I haven't gone back, and I don't plan to. Not because I'm superstitious, but because some places don't want you there. And the last thing I want is to be caught alone out there in the dark, where the night hides more than just shadows. I never thought much about taking back roads. I'm a paramedic, and I usually stick to the fastest routes, interstates, highways, stuff that gets me where I need to be quickly. Time matters in my line of work. But this one day, for some reason, I decided to take a detour. Maybe I was tired of the same stretch of road, or maybe I thought a change of scenery would clear my head between shifts. The sun was just starting to drop below the horizon as I pulled off the interstate onto a winding two-lane road that cut through thick forest and rolling hills. At first, it was peaceful, the kind of quiet you only get when you're miles away from any town, away from the hum of traffic and neon lights. Trees on both sides leaned toward the road like they were watching, their leaves rustling softly in the early evening breeze. The air smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. I kept my windows down a crack, listening to the occasional call of a bird settling in for the night. As I drove, the asphalt gave way to gravel. The road narrowed and started to curve more sharply, dipping down into shallow valleys and rising again over small ridges. I glanced at my GPS, which stubbornly kept saying recalculating. This wasn't the route I usually took, but I figured it would save me maybe 10 or 15 minutes if it all connected back to the main highway. About 15 minutes in, the gravel turned into dirt, soft and loose under my tires. I kept going, though a small part of me started to wonder if I was making a mistake. The road was barely wide enough for one car in places, and the trees were so close in that their branches scraped the sides of my truck. Then I saw it. Ahead, up the road, something dark and jagged caught my eye. At first, I thought maybe it was just a fallen tree or a pile of old logs, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. 3 cars were smashed together in a twisted mess, their metal crumpled and paint scratched and flaked off. One was flipped slightly on its side, the other 2 crushed front to back, almost like they'd slammed into each other in some kind of terrible pileup. The smell hit me before I even got out of the truck, a heavy, sickening mix of burnt rubber, gasoline, and something else that made my stomach turn. Bodies were sprawled across the road, some motionless, some slumped in the wreckage, others lying face down in the dirt and gravel. My paramedic instincts kicked in immediately. I wanted to rush over, pull people to safety, check for pulse, start CPR if I had to. But there was something off about the whole scene. The way the cars were positioned didn't make sense, like they'd been arranged carefully rather than smashed in a real crash. The bodies didn't look right either. There was no blood, no obvious injuries on any of them. No shattered glass scattered around like I'd expect. It was too quiet. I climbed out of the truck and paused for a moment, scanning the wreck. That's when the feeling hit me. You know that gut instinct, that tiny whisper at the back of your mind telling you something's wrong? Yeah, that. I backed up a few feet and looked in my rearview mirror. All the bodies that had been lying limp were suddenly sitting up, their heads turned slowly to face me. Their eyes were fixed on me, wide and unblinking. It was the most unnatural thing I've ever seen, like mannequins coming to life. Before I could even react, movement caught my eye from the edge of the tree line. More figures started to step out of the shadows, men, women, kids, all staring at me silently. Maybe 50 of them. They weren't running, yelling, or waving, they just stood there watching. I froze. My heart slammed in my chest, adrenaline flooding my veins. I didn't hesitate any longer. I slammed my foot on the gas, squealing tires on the loose dirt as I spun the wheel and ripped back down the road the way I came. My mind was racing. What the hell had I just seen? Was it some kind of prank, a sick joke, or something worse? I didn't stop until I hit the highway again, the bright lights of passing cars washing over me like a shield from whatever that place was. I kept driving for another hour straight, not even glancing back. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bodies sitting up, staring. I thought about calling someone, the police maybe, but what would I say? 3 crashed cars with no real damage, bodies that weren't really dead, and 50 people hiding in the woods? It sounded crazy. Days later, I found out from a local that those back roads were known for being used by a group of mountain folks who liked to mess with travelers. They'd set up fake accidents, even fake injuries, just to scare people and keep them off their land. A territorial thing, apparently. Some said it was a long tradition. Others just called them dangerous and warned not to get involved. I never went back there. Since then, I stick to the main roads, and whenever I'm out on those long drives, I remind myself that some things aren't worth stopping for, even if you're a paramedic with a job that depends on saving lives. I've always been freaked out by ghosts and demons, even if I never let anyone know how bad it really was. I used to tell myself they weren't real, just stories made up to scare people into behaving or believing. I held on to that for as long as I could, because deep down, I was scared that maybe they were real. Not in the movie sense with things flying around or people getting possessed, but in a quieter, weirder way. A way that made you question whether what you saw or felt really happened. My grandmother didn't help. She was a heavy drinker, the kind of woman who mixed scripture with vodka, and always seemed to be caught halfway between a prayer and a rage. She was a Christian in a way that felt more like a threat than faith. She said she saw things, dark things, demons, shadows that clung to people like cigarette smoke. I thought it was the alcohol, or maybe her own trauma twisted into something she could label and try to fight. She would walk into my room some nights while I was asleep and anoint my forehead with oil, drawing crosses. Sometimes I'd wake up halfway, feeling the cold dab of oil and her breath above me, whispering a prayer under her breath. Other times, I'd wake up in the morning and just smell it on my pillow, sweet, heavy, and strange. That's when the fear started, I think. It settled in me like mold, quiet and slow, until it became something I just carried. But nothing ever really happened. Not for a long time. I still slept with the light on most nights. I avoided mirrors in the dark. I always closed my closet doors. And I told myself it was just habits, nothing serious. Just little kid stuff I never outgrew. Then my great-grandmother died. I didn't know her very well. She lived a few towns over in an old house that smelled like lavender and mothballs, and the kind of furniture no one makes anymore. I remember her voice more than her face, low and soft, like it was always on the edge of disappearing. She was always polite to me, but I didn't spend much time with her. Still, when she passed, my mom took me along to help clean up her house. I didn't want to go. I don't remember why exactly. I think I just had a bad feeling, even back then. Something about the idea of going through someone's things when they'd only just left felt wrong. But I didn't argue. The day we went to the house, it was quiet. Too quiet, really. The funeral had been earlier that morning, and afterward, most of the family had gone to another relative's house for food and conversation. My mom stayed behind to start packing things up, and I went with her because she didn't want to leave me alone. She told me more people might come by later to help, so I figured it wouldn't just be the two of us for long. I was 6 or 7, I think, old enough to remember it clearly, young enough to still believe in things without needing proof. We got to the house in the late afternoon. It was cloudy, with that kind of heavy air that presses down on your skin. The house was old, but not falling apart. Just the kind of place where everything had a layer of stillness to it. The curtains barely moved, even with the windows open. The clocks ticked louder than they should have. I remember the wood floors creaking no matter where you stepped. The smell was the same: lavender, dust, and something else. Something sour underneath it all, like old water trapped behind the walls. My mom got to work in the kitchen and living room, packing up dishes and taking photos off the wall. I wandered through the house, not really looking for anything, just bored. I peeked into each room, dragging my fingers along the wallpaper. When I got to my great-grandmother's bedroom, the door was cracked open. I pushed it wider and stepped inside. It was dim, the curtains drawn halfway. The light from the hallway stretched across the bed, and in the middle of the room stood a little girl. She was wearing a yellow dress with pink flowers on it, like something out of an old photo. Her hair was brown and tied in 2 low pigtails. She didn't seem surprised to see me, just smiled a little and asked if I wanted to play hide and seek. I assumed she was one of my little cousins. I didn't recognize her, but then again, there were always new kids at family things, second cousins, kids of family friends. I just figured she came with someone who was helping out. So I said yes. She said she'd count first. She knelt down at the edge of the bed, pressed her face into the blanket, and started counting out loud. I didn't wait around. I looked around the room for somewhere to hide, but it was pretty bare. The only spot that seemed even halfway decent was the closet at the foot of the bed. I opened the door and slipped inside. It was a deep closet with a low-hanging rod and old coats pushed to one side. There were boxes on the floor, the kind with handwritten labels on the top. I stood there, heart racing, thinking I'd get found in seconds. I was never good at hiding. I always picked the most obvious spots and got bored waiting. But this time, I wasn't found. I waited listening, expecting her to open the door and laugh or shout, "Found you." But nothing happened. I didn't even hear her footsteps. I kept waiting. 10 minutes passed. Maybe more. It felt like forever. At first, I thought maybe she gave up. Maybe she got distracted. Maybe someone called her away. I remember feeling a little proud that I had hidden so well. That's when I decided to come out and look for her. I reached for the doorknob. It didn't turn. At first, I thought I was twisting it the wrong way. I tried again. It didn't budge. I pressed my face to the crack in the door and saw only darkness. I jiggled the knob harder. Still nothing. There was no lock on the inside. Not the twist kind. Not the button kind. Just a smooth round knob that should have opened without effort. My hands started to sweat. I tried again, harder this time. I shoved against the door. Nothing. That's when the panic set in. I yelled. I screamed for my mom. I started pounding on the door with both fists. The air in the closet felt tighter, heavier. I remember breathing fast, then faster, until it felt like I was sucking in nothing at all. My vision went dark at the edges, and the sound of my own voice echoed weirdly in the small space, like the walls were soaking it up. No one came. I remember the way my legs shook, how I dropped down onto the boxes and curled my knees up, crying into my hands. I thought I was going to pass out. I thought I was going to die there, in a stupid closet forgotten. And then the doorknob turned. Just like that. Smooth, quiet. The door swung open slowly. No one was there. Not the little girl. Not my mom. The bedroom was still and empty. The air felt cold, like a window had been left open, but the curtains weren't moving. I stood up and looked around. The door to the hallway was shut. I didn't wait. I ran to it, yanked it open, and sprinted down the hallway. My feet slapped against the plastic runner mat, and somewhere in the middle of it, I felt warmth down my legs. I didn't stop. I ran out the front door and into the yard where my mom was standing, talking to a neighbor. She turned to look at me with shock and annoyance on her face, and asked why the hell I had peed myself. I was crying, trying to talk, trying to tell her what happened, but it all came out a mess of words and gasps. She didn't believe me. She thought I had gotten scared and locked myself in by accident. But when I showed her the closet, she got quiet, because there was no way to lock that door. Nothing on the knob, no latch, no mechanism, just a regular old closet. She still didn't believe me though, or maybe she didn't want to. Later, she told me no one else had come by the house. Everyone else had gone to eat after the funeral. I was the only kid there. I never saw that girl again. We left that evening after packing a few boxes. I remember sitting in the car, wet pants, a scratch on my arm from pushing against the door, and the feeling that I had almost disappeared in there. Like if the door hadn't opened when it did, I would have been gone forever. Like something in that house didn't want me to leave. I don't know what it was. I don't think I'll ever know. Maybe it was just a trick of my own brain. A child's imagination under stress. But I didn't imagine the closet being locked. I didn't imagine the doorknob turning by itself. I didn't imagine my mother telling me no one else was in the house. I never told anyone else about it for a long time. It sounded too ridiculous. Hide and seek with a girl no one else saw, ending with me screaming inside a closet. Even now, I don't know what I believe. I still tell myself ghosts and demons aren't real. I have to, because if I let myself believe that moment was real the way I remember it, then I have to believe in something else too. Something much worse. All I know is that I was a kid, and for one terrifying moment, I thought I had been left behind in a place I didn't belong, and that something was watching me from the other side of that door, waiting for me to stop screaming. It never has a clean ending. There were no answers, no big reveal, just a scared little kid who ran back to the only adult around and got scolded for making a mess. But I remember every part of it, and I've never played hide and seek since. It was around 2 a.m. on a cold, quiet night. I was working as a lieutenant in charge of security at a National Guard airfield. Not a place where you'd expect anything exciting to happen. Just rows of buildings, a motor pool, hangars, and a lot of locked doors. Nights were usually long and uneventful. Most shifts were filled with me walking the perimeter, checking doors, shining my flashlight into dark corners, and drinking too much coffee just to stay awake. But that night was different. We had a building on the edge of the airfield, kind of set off from the rest. It was the main drill hall with a handful of attached offices, conference rooms, and storage spaces. Pretty standard. It was old, but functional. The lights buzzed faintly, and the air always had that dusty metallic smell. Most nights, I just did my rounds, checked the doors, made sure nothing looked off, and moved on. But every once in a while, I'd go inside and do a full walkthrough. It wasn't required every night, but I liked to stay sharp. That night, I decided to walk the whole building. I took my time, walked through the main doors, checked each office one by one, locked from the outside, peeked through the windows. Empty. Conference room, empty. Storage closets, clean and quiet. The drill floor was huge, echoey, and dead silent. I didn't even hear the buzz of the vending machine that usually hummed in the corner. That should have been my first clue. I took the usual route. Main door, right turn, through the hallway past the small kitchen area, supply room, and admin offices. Everything was just as it should be. Locked, dark, and still. I walked through the drill hall one last time, did a slow loop around it, making sure all the equipment was where it should be. Then I made my way back to the front. I remember the sound of the door latch clicking as I pushed open the front doors. I stepped out into the cold. The airfield was across the street, dim orange lights casting long shadows across the tarmac. I stood there for a second, taking in the quiet. Then I heard it. Behind me, clear as anything, I heard someone sprinting down the hallway. Not just walking, not some vague shuffling sound. I mean running. Heavy footfalls pounding against the floor, echoing off the walls. I could tell exactly where they were, coming from down the hall and to the right. I spun around, heart hammering, hand already going to my sidearm. I pulled it from the holster, safety off, and shouted down the hall for whoever it was to stop. No hesitation. I didn't even think. Just instinct. I took off running, gun drawn, boots hitting the linoleum in rhythm with my heartbeat. At the end of that hallway were a pair of double doors. They led out into the motor pool, a secured lot with Humvees and utility trucks. Those doors were closed. Locked. The kind of lock you can't mistake. I could see the red light blinking on the access reader, signaling it hadn't been opened. I reached them in seconds, but there was no one there. No one had passed through. I turned around, breathing hard. The hallway was long and straight. Nothing. Just the hum of the old ceiling lights and the faint buzz from the electrical room. I went back the way I came, cleared each office again. Same as before. All locked from the outside. I even rattled the handles. Nothing moved. I kept my weapon out, sweeping each room as I unlocked and relocked them. Still nothing. Not a single sign of anyone. I even checked the bathrooms. The stalls were empty. The mirrors were foggy from the cold creeping in, but there was no sound but my own breathing. I ran the loop again. This time slower, more methodical. I cleared everything the way I was trained. Took me almost 15 minutes. I checked vents, closets, crawl spaces. Nothing. I kept thinking maybe someone had slipped in during a drill earlier that day and was messing around. but there was no place to hide. Feeling tense and on edge, I went back into the drill hall. That massive, echo-filled room that always seemed a little too empty. And that's when I noticed the fan. It was a freestanding industrial fan. The kind we only used in the summer when the room turned into a sauna. It hadn't been on all winter. But there it was, sitting near the center of the room, humming away like someone had just plugged it in. I stared at it. I hadn't turned it on. No one should have. It wasn't even plugged into the wall last time I saw it. I said aloud, more out of confusion than command, "Is anybody here?" The fan stopped. Instantly. Not gradually, like a normal fan coasting to a stop, but like someone had yanked the cord or hit a switch. It just died. And then the cold hit me, like stepping into a freezer. The kind of cold that cuts through your jacket and settles into your bones. I looked around, expecting to see a vent had blown open or maybe a door cracked. But everything was sealed. It wasn't a draft. It was something else. The room just changed, like something had stepped in. I didn't say anything else. I just backed out of the hall. My gun was still in my hand, but it felt useless. I holstered it without thinking and walked, calmly at first, then quickly, back toward the front doors. I didn't lock them. I didn't check anything else. I crossed the street and went straight into the main airfield building, where our security office was. I sat down in front of the monitors and started reviewing the camera feeds. I ran the playback on every hallway I'd been through, from the moment I walked in until I ran out. Nothing. Just me. No doors opening. No movement. No fan spinning. Just me, walking around like a lunatic with a gun in my hand, looking over my shoulder like something was chasing me. I backed the footage up again, watched the hallway where I heard the running. Not a single frame showed movement. No shadows, no glitches, no motion alerts. Just me, reacting to something that wasn't there. I went over it for almost an hour. Tried to convince myself there was some explanation. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was pipes banging or HVAC noise or a raccoon in the ceiling. I tried to make it make sense, but nothing lined up. The footsteps were real. I didn't imagine them. The fan turning on. The way the room went ice cold. That wasn't a hallucination. I can still remember the feeling in my chest. That tightening, like I was being watched. Like something had stepped into the room with me. After a while, I just turned the monitors off. I sat in silence until the end of my shift, sipping coffee that had gone cold without me noticing. The other guys came in at 6. I didn't say anything. Just nodded, said goodnight, and went home. I barely slept that day. My mind wouldn't let it go. I kept thinking I missed something. I even went back the next night, did the same walkthrough. Nothing happened. Everything was quiet. Normal. Like that night never even happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling. That building felt wrong after that. Like the air was different. Like there was something in it that didn't want to be seen. Over the next few days, I kept trying to rationalize it. Told myself it was stress. Long hours. Too much caffeine. I talked myself out of reporting it. What was I going to say? I chased a ghost that night. Nobody would believe me. Even I barely did. But I kept replaying it in my head. That run down the hallway. The locked doors. The silence. The fan. The cold. The camera showing nothing. It was too much. My job was to be the calm one. The logical one. But I couldn't trust what I was seeing anymore. I couldn't walk into that building without my hand twitching near my holster. I started dreading the night shifts. Started counting the hours until I could go home. 2 weeks later, I handed in my resignation. I told them it was personal reasons, burnout, whatever sounded clean. They offered me time off, a transfer, lighter duties. But I was done. I couldn't walk that hallway again. I didn't want to hear footsteps behind me with nothing there. I didn't want to feel that cold again. People asked me why I left. I never gave a real answer. What would I say? That a fan turned on by itself and a hallway filled with footsteps that never showed up on camera? That I felt something watching me in an empty room? No one would understand. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And even now, years later, I still think about that night. I still see that dark hallway when I close my eyes. Still hear those steps. Still remember how the air went cold, like something brushed past me and didn't want to be found. I can't explain it. I don't try to anymore. But I never went back. And I never will. When I was 17, my dad moved into a new house. My parents had been divorced for years by then, and he'd been doing this thing for a while, buying older, rundown houses, fixing them up on his own, and then either renting them out or selling them for a profit. It was kind of his side hustle, though he was damn good at it. He didn't care how bad the place looked when he bought it. He always saw the potential. Usually the houses were in some state of disrepair, always old, with weird layouts and outdated kitchens, sagging porches or leaking basements, but he always fixed them up into something nice. He took a lot of pride in it, and it made him happy. This new house wasn't much different at first glance. It was a 2-story place on a quiet street, just on the edge of a small town. You could tell it had been loved at some point in the past. The architecture was kind of charming in that old lady decor way, with faded yellow shutters and a cracked walkway made of red bricks. The bushes out front were overgrown and full of dead leaves. I remember when we pulled up, it had just snowed, and there was this weird quiet that made the house feel almost frozen in time. My dad had gotten it for cheap because the woman who lived there before had died in it. An old woman by herself. Her family didn't want the house. From what I understood, they just wanted to get it off their hands. The inside smelled like old wood and dust the first time I walked in. Not dirty, just still, like no one had breathed in there for a while. It was winter when he moved in. One of the first weekends, he invited me and my 2 younger sisters to come stay over. We figured it'd be fun, kind of like a weekend sleepover. The house wasn't totally fixed up yet, but it was livable. Our rooms were pretty bare, no decorations, no real furniture except mattresses on the floor and a couple folding chairs. But it was fine, cozy in its own way. My dad took the master bedroom upstairs. My sisters shared one room across the hall, and I got a room at the end of the hallway. That first night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't that the house was uncomfortable. It was warm enough, and I had plenty of blankets, but I kept waking up for no reason. Each time I stirred, the same thing happened. I would hear what sounded like voices. Muffled, like someone was watching a TV in another room with the volume turned down really low. I couldn't make out the words. It didn't sound like arguing, more like calm talking, maybe even laughing, but soft. I assumed it was my dad watching TV downstairs, or maybe one of my sisters had brought a laptop or something. I didn't really think twice about it. I fell asleep again and forgot about it. The next few nights we stayed there, the same thing happened. I'd wake up sometime after midnight, and the voices would be there again. Never loud. Always that same kind of hushed conversation sound. I didn't think it was creepy at the time. Just annoying, maybe. I'd roll over and eventually drift off again. One morning while we were eating cereal around the little table in the kitchen, I brought it up. I asked if anyone had been watching TV late at night, because I kept hearing it. My sisters both paused and looked at each other. One of them said she'd heard it too and thought it was me. Then the other said she thought it was Dad. Then my dad, who was making coffee, turned around and said he hadn't turned on the TV once all weekend. We just sort of laughed it off. No one got scared or anything. We figured maybe it was the pipes or the furnace, or even just our imaginations. I don't remember being afraid. The house was old. Old houses make noises. We stayed a few more nights that winter break, and all kept hearing the whispers, but no one mentioned it again. After that weekend, I didn't go back to the house much for a little while. I was in school, and my weekends were getting busy. My dad stayed there full time, though. He was always working on something in the house, rewiring, repainting, fixing the floors, or putting in new windows. He'd call sometimes and talk about how the work was coming along. One time he mentioned the whispering thing again. He said he'd heard it a few times when he was home alone late at night, especially when he was half asleep. He'd even gotten up to check the house, thinking maybe a neighbor's TV was leaking through the walls or a radio was left on. But there was never anything. Eventually, other people who stayed over, some of my dad's friends or guests, mentioned hearing it too. They'd wake up and hear the low murmur of voices, sometimes from the hallway, sometimes from the downstairs living room. But no one ever saw anything, and nothing was ever turned on. We all kind of started to accept it, like the house had a personality. My dad even joked once that maybe the old lady who died there had just forgotten to leave. Then that spring, my dad had to get surgery on his knee. He had some old sports injury that had finally gotten bad enough to fix. The surgery wasn't major, but it meant he was homebound for a few weeks, moving slow, sleeping a lot, propped up with pillows. I went to visit him a couple of times during that period. He seemed fine, maybe a little more tired than usual, but in good spirits. He still hadn't gotten around to doing much with the attic. It was one of the few places in the house that hadn't been touched since he moved in. Then one morning, he called me. He said he had something to tell me, but that I had to promise to just listen first. I figured it was something about the house, or maybe something from his recovery, so I said okay. He told me that he'd woken up around 3 in the morning the night before. He was groggy and his knee was stiff, but something had pulled him out of sleep. He opened his eyes and saw a figure standing beside the bed. He didn't say ghost. He didn't say anything dramatic. He said it looked like a woman, older. She was wearing a faded blue house dress, something floral. Her hair was white and pulled back. He said she didn't look angry or sad or even ghostly really. Just there. She was there. She didn't speak with her mouth, at least not in any way he could hear clearly. But he understood her somehow. It was like she was expressing something to him without using words. Gratitude. That was the word he used. She was grateful. Then she turned and left the room, and as she did, he heard that same whispering sound we'd all heard, soft and steady, trailing behind her. He said he laid there for a long time, not scared exactly, just awake. Alert. Waiting. But the room stayed quiet. The air felt still. He eventually fell asleep again. After that night, he said he never heard the whispering again. Not once. The house felt quieter. Not emptier, but calm. Even when I came to visit again, I noticed something different. I slept better. The air felt lighter. It wasn't something I could explain, but I believed him. A few weeks later, we finally got around to cleaning the attic. It was dusty, full of old boxes, most of them from the previous owner. My dad didn't feel right just throwing them away without going through them first. We opened a box of photo albums and loose pictures, and right there, among the curled edges and yellowing pages, were photos of the woman. She looked exactly like what he described. Same white hair, same kind face, same quiet eyes. We found out her name was Margaret. She'd lived there for almost 30 years. There were pictures of her gardening in the front yard, celebrating birthdays with grandkids, decorating a Christmas tree that stood in the same corner where my dad now kept his TV. We kept the photo album, put it on a shelf in the living room. It felt wrong to toss it. This had been her home, after all. And after that, nothing else happened. No more whispering. No more strange feelings. Just a house, quiet and lived in. My dad kept fixing it up, eventually rented it out to a nice couple with 2 kids. He moved on to another place to work on. But that house stayed in good shape. The new family never reported anything odd. Just a good house with a solid foundation and a strange, quiet history. Sometimes when I think back on it, I wonder about those whispers, who she was talking to, or if she was just replaying memories in her own way. I don't think she meant to scare anyone. Maybe she just wanted to make sure her home was still being cared for. In the end, I think she got what she wanted, and we never heard from her again. It was my first year of college. I didn't know anyone before move-in, not even my roommate. We had talked a little bit over email during the summer, mostly just to figure out who was bringing what. He said he had a small TV. I said I'd bring a mini fridge. We compared which Super Smash Bros. Characters we liked to play. I remember he liked Falco. I was more of a Pikachu or Kirby guy. That was about the extent of it. We didn't talk much more than that. Nothing personal. Just game characters and dorm logistics. When we finally met in person, it was move-in day. My parents helped me carry in a few boxes, and his parents were already gone by the time I got there. He was sitting on his bed, already setting up his computer. We shook hands. He had a quiet voice, didn't talk much. We both had a kind of polite way of dealing with each other. We didn't become instant friends, but there wasn't any tension either. We just lived in the same space. That's how it was for the first few weeks. We went to class, did our own things. I played PC games a lot. He seemed to be on forums or chatting with friends from back home. It was maybe 4 or 5 weeks into the semester when it happened. I don't even remember what day of the week it was. It was early afternoon, and I was at my desk, maybe playing Half-Life 2 or browsing something online. The weather was weirdly warm for October. The window was cracked open, and I remember the sound of leaves dragging along the sidewalk. Then the door opened. Not gently, not slamming either, just fast. My roommate came in, followed by 2 guys I'd never seen before. They were talking, but it was a clipped kind of talk, not full sentences. My roommate walked straight to his desk. He said in a very flat voice, "My friend killed himself." He said it like he was just reporting something. Like someone might say, the printer broke. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't say anything at first. He sat down and started clicking around on his computer. His two friends stood behind him. One had a backpack still on. The other had a hoodie pulled halfway off like he forgot to finish taking it off. I think I asked if he was okay, or maybe I asked if he needed anything. He didn't answer. They were looking at something on his screen. I didn't want to stare, but I could see enough to know it was some kind of social media page. It might have been MySpace or LiveJournal. I honestly can't remember. The colors were dark. Black background, red text. It looked dramatic, even theatrical, but the mood in the room made it feel deeply serious. There was music playing from his speakers. Some kind of heavy metal. I didn't recognize it. A slow, drawn-out intro. A lot of echo. A kind of wailing guitar tone that made the silence between us feel worse. Nobody said anything for a while. My roommate just scrolled down. The other guys stared at the screen like they were trying to read it all at once. I kept my eyes on my own monitor, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept hearing little pieces of lyrics through the music. Something about pain. Something about silence. The kind of lyrics that might seem dramatic on a normal day. But that day they sounded too real. I offered him my car. I remember that clearly. I turned around and said something like, "If you need to go home, I can drive you, or you can take my car." He didn't turn around. Just said, "I think someone else is coming to get me." Then he kept scrolling. One of his friends pulled over a chair, sat next to him. The other stayed standing. I felt like I shouldn't be in the room, but it was my room too. I thought about going for a walk, but I also felt like leaving would be weird, like I was trying to avoid it. But I didn't know this kid who died. I didn't know anything about what had happened. It was this deeply personal thing happening in front of me, and I was just this outsider who didn't belong in the scene. My hands were sweaty. My mouth was dry. I kept clicking my mouse even though I wasn't doing anything, just trying to act like I was busy. The air felt heavier the longer they sat there. I could hear the clicks of his mouse. I could hear them breathing. Even the music felt like part of the air, not something coming from the speakers, but something that was just present around us. The song changed. Another slow, grinding metal song. I don't think anyone said a word for a full 10 minutes. Eventually, someone knocked on the door. One of their friends, maybe. I don't know. My roommate got up, said something I didn't catch, and they all left. Just like that. Door closed behind them. When they left, the silence was different. Not tense anymore. Just empty. I sat there for a long time, not doing anything. Just looking at my monitor. The game I had been playing was paused. I hadn't even saved. I didn't go back to it. I didn't sleep much that night. My roommate didn't come back. The bed was empty when I woke up. I kept replaying that moment in my head. The way he said it, the way the room felt. The look on his face wasn't dramatic or shocked. Just blank. Like he had no space left inside him to react. He came back the next day in the afternoon. I was back from class and eating ramen at my desk. He came in quietly, put his backpack down, sat at his desk. We didn't say anything to each other. It was like nothing had happened, and yet everything had. I looked over once. He was just staring at his screen. Not typing, not moving, just staring. I didn't ask how he was. I wanted to, but I didn't know how. I think we both understood that there wasn't really anything to say. The next week was strange. He was barely there. Sometimes I came back from class, and his side of the room would look untouched, like he hadn't come back in days. Other times, he'd be in bed in the middle of the afternoon, staring at the ceiling. There was no conversation, no small talk. We still said thanks when the other passed the salt or made space, but we weren't talking. One night, I came back late from the library. The door was cracked open, and the room was dark except for the glow from his monitor. He was sitting on his bed, knees pulled up, arms around them, just watching a video, some kind of concert footage, screaming vocals, thrashing guitars. I remember the light flashing on his face. I just got into bed without saying anything. I kept my back to him and didn't move until the music stopped. Eventually, things started to go back to normal, or a new kind of normal. He started going to class again. We started having the occasional short conversation. I asked him once how his friend had died. He didn't give many details, just said it was suicide. He used the word like he was trying to detach from it, like he didn't want to feel anything more about it. I didn't ask again. Over time, the air between us cleared. We started talking about games again. He even asked if I wanted to play Smash Brothers one night. We played a few rounds. He still liked Falco. I still liked Pikachu. It wasn't fun, exactly. Not like it would have been a few months earlier. But it was something. We never became close. Not really. But we respected each other. I think he appreciated that I didn't push him to talk about it. That I didn't try to act like I understood. Because I didn't. I had never lost someone close to me. Not like that. I still haven't. Not in that way. I think about that afternoon sometimes. The way they stood in that little room, eyes fixed on a glowing screen with their friend's last words. That music playing, the stillness of it all, the quiet weight of it. It stayed with me. Not like a movie scene, not like some haunting ghost story. Just as a moment that made me understand how heavy life can get. How something can drop into your world without warning and change the way you see things. How death isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just a sentence spoken flatly, and a room full of people who don't know what to do next. And you live with that. You carry it with you, even when you move on, even when things feel okay again. Because some silences don't ever go away. They just settle into the corners of your memory and stay quiet there. It was one of those hot, slow afternoons in late summer when school hadn't started back up yet, and every kid in our army estate was outside trying to stretch the last bit of freedom before routines came back. I was 9, and the world still felt big, but small enough to feel safe in. We lived in a married quarters estate, a big cluster of identical-looking houses lined up in tidy rows, all filled with army families. Everyone knew everyone else's business. There were playgrounds scattered all over the estate, simple ones, some swings, a slide, and a seesaw. Nothing fancy, but it was enough to keep us happy. That day, my friend and I had decided to head over to one of the playgrounds that was a bit farther from our houses. It wasn't the main one with the big metal climbing frame, just a quieter corner one that was usually empty unless a family came down with toddlers. We liked that it was quiet. No bigger kids to hog the swings or tell us to get lost. We were just 2 9-year-old girls, swinging back and forth in the summer heat, chatting about ponies and Madonna and what we'd do when we were older. The sun was bright, and the metal chains on the swing burned against our hands if we slid them too far down. But we didn't care. It was one of those long summer days where time feels stretched out. I don't know how long we'd been there before he showed up. A guy, probably in his 20s, maybe 25. He was walking from the path that cut through the playground, the kind that led between the rows of houses. I saw him from the corner of my eye. He wasn't dressed like someone heading to the shops or walking a dog. No bag, no leash, no dog. Just a white t-shirt and jeans with messy brown hair. My first thought was maybe he was my friend's cousin or someone she knew. People were always coming and going in our neighborhood, older siblings, relatives visiting, someone's teenage brother hanging around. But the closer he got, the more I started to feel something wasn't right. He walked right up to us. My friend stopped swinging first, dragging her feet against the ground. I slowed down too, waiting to see what he wanted. He smiled, but it wasn't the kind of smile that made you feel comfortable. It looked stuck on, like he'd practiced it in a mirror. He started asking us questions right away. Things like how old we were, if we lived nearby, what we liked to do for fun. At first, I didn't think much of it. Adults always ask stuff like that. But then he kept avoiding simple questions, like when my friend asked who he was. He didn't say his name, just kept going on about animals, and if we liked them, what we wanted to be when we grew up. He asked if we ever came to the park alone. It was weird. My stomach was starting to feel tight. Then he stepped closer, reaching out and giving my swing a push. I didn't like it. It was slow at first, like he was trying to be friendly. But I didn't know him. He wasn't family. He wasn't someone from school. I didn't want him touching me or the swing I was on. I looked at my friend. She looked confused too, but we were both frozen, unsure what to do. He kept pushing me, harder each time. And then his hands started brushing my legs. Not just once, but again and again, like he was doing it on purpose. I felt my throat tighten. Something in my brain clicked. This wasn't okay. I told him to stop. I said it loud. I remember that. I said, "Stop it." He didn't. He gave a little laugh and pushed me harder, and I could feel his fingers run across the back of my knee. That's when I kicked him. As I swung forward, I brought my legs up and then shot them out as hard as I could. My foot hit him square in the crotch. I didn't even think about it. My body just did it. I'd never done anything like that before. He doubled over and made a noise, like the wind got knocked out of him. But then his face twisted, and before I could swing back, he grabbed my legs and yanked them. Everything went sideways. Literally. He pulled me so fast, I flipped backward off the swing. The chain yanked tight, then let go. My back slammed into the ground. My head bounced off the dirt, and my vision went white for a second. I remember the shock of it. No pain at first, just that buzzing, dizzy feeling like everything had been shaken inside my skull. My friend screamed. A real, high-pitched panic scream. The guy stood there for half a second, looking like he was trying to decide what to do. Then he turned and ran. Just bolted. Not back the way he came, but across the field and into a gap between two fences. My friend ran over to me. My head was spinning and my eyes stung. My elbow was scraped raw, and the back of my shirt was dirty. She kept asking if I was okay, but I couldn't answer at first. My mouth didn't want to work. We got up and started walking fast, almost running, back to my house. We didn't stop until we were inside. I don't even remember if we said anything to each other on the way. Just that feeling of needing to get away. My mom was in the kitchen, washing dishes. When she saw us, our faces pale, me dirty and scraped, she turned off the tap and came straight over. I told her what happened in one big breathless mess. My friend backed me up. Mom went quiet for a second. Then she picked up the phone and called the police. They came about 20 minutes later. 2 officers. One older, one younger. They asked us a lot of questions. What did he look like? What was he wearing? Which direction did he run? They were serious but kind. My mom stood behind us the whole time, arms crossed tight across her chest, jaw clenched. After they left, she told me to stay close to home. No more wandering off to the farther playgrounds. Not for a while. I didn't argue. I didn't want to go anywhere near that place again. For the next few days, I stuck to my own street. If I played, it was in the back garden or right out front where the adults could see us. Everyone in the neighborhood started talking. Turns out it wasn't the first time something like that had happened. Mom heard from other parents. Kids had been getting weird approaches at other parks in the estate. A boy had said a man tried to get him to come help look for a lost dog. Another girl said someone tried to offer her sweets if she'd follow him to his car. The descriptions weren't always the same, but they were close enough. Same age, same way of talking. Friendly at first, then strange. Eventually we stopped hearing about it. I don't know if they caught him. The police never came back to tell us. Maybe he left. Maybe someone scared him off. But I never forgot it. Even now, as an adult, I remember that feeling, that moment when everything shifted from normal to dangerous. When your stomach twists and your brain starts screaming that something is wrong. I didn't tell many people about it growing up, just close friends. I didn't want to be the girl who got attacked at the park. But it changed me. I became more watchful. I didn't trust people easily. And I learned early that sometimes being loud, saying no, and even kicking someone if you have to, is the only thing that might keep you safe. I don't think about it all the time. It's buried now under years of school, work life. But once in a while, when I see a quiet park on a summer afternoon, when I hear metal swing chains creaking in the breeze, it comes back. That heat, that brightness, that smile that wasn't a real smile. And the moment I kicked back, not just with my legs, but with everything inside me that said I mattered, that I didn't belong to anyone else. It could have gone worse. I know that. I was lucky. I had the guts to fight, a friend who screamed, and a mom who listened. Some kids don't get that. Some stories don't end with the guy running away. But mine did, and I held on to that. Still do. Because even at 9 years old, I knew something was wrong, and I didn't stay quiet. I grew up in the same house for pretty much my whole life. My parents bought it when I was about 2 years old, and they still live there. It's in a quiet neighborhood, a typical single-story home with beige siding and a big oak tree in the front yard. There's nothing particularly unusual about the house from the outside, but I've always felt like it holds something different inside. I never liked being home alone, even in the middle of the day. Something about the silence felt too heavy, like the walls were listening. It wasn't just me who felt this way. My mom used to say that some places just held onto energy, good or bad. She never went into detail, but there were times she'd walk into a room, stop dead in her tracks, and just quietly walk back out. Dad was more skeptical. But even he had moments where he'd stare into the hallway like he was trying to figure out if he heard something or imagined it. And my younger sister, well, her early childhood was the strangest of all. My sister was born when I was around 6 years old. From the moment she was old enough to sleep in her own room, the night terrors started. At first, my parents thought it was just normal toddler nightmares, but they happened almost every night. She would wake up screaming like someone was trying to kill her. Loud, panic screams that shook the whole house. Sometimes she'd cry, sometimes she'd be kicking and flailing, her face twisted in terror. And the worst part was, she never remembered any of it the next morning. I was around 10 when it got really bad. Her room was right down the hall from mine, and I'd get woken up by her almost every night. The screaming would jolt me upright in bed. I'd hear her crying, my mom rushing down the hallway, my dad fumbling to turn on the lights. They'd try to calm her down, but most of the time she wasn't even fully awake. Her eyes would be open, but she wasn't really seeing anything. She'd mumble sometimes, but I could never make out the words. Sometimes she'd point at things that weren't there. The air would feel cold during those nights, even in the middle of summer. I'd pull the covers up to my neck and just lay there, heart pounding, trying not to look at the hallway. One night, I heard her say something. I was standing in my doorway, watching as my parents tried to calm her down. Her face was pale, her hands shaking. Then, in a small voice, she said, "They won't stop." My mom asked her who, but she didn't answer. She just started crying again, a soft, hopeless kind of crying that scared me more than the screaming. My dad picked her up and rocked her, and eventually she calmed down. The next morning, she acted like nothing had happened. She was eating cereal at the table, swinging her legs like any normal 4-year-old. My mom asked her how she slept so well. I remember that moment very clearly. I was spreading butter on my toast. My mom had a coffee mug in her hand. My sister just said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The good people came and told me not to listen to the bad people. They said they'd keep me safe. I stopped mid-spread, just froze. My mom didn't say anything right away. My dad looked up from the newspaper. My sister kept eating her cereal like she hadn't said anything strange. I looked at my mom, waiting for her to say something, to laugh it off. But she didn't. She just stared at my sister with a strange look on her face, like she was trying to understand what she had just heard. I felt this deep, cold feeling in my stomach. It wasn't just the words my sister had said. It was the way she said them. Calm, casual, like this wasn't the first time she had seen these good people, like they had visited her before. That day stayed with me for years. My sister eventually grew out of the night terrors around the age of 6. After that, she started sleeping through the night. No more screaming, no more kicking, no more cold air. It was like a switch had been flipped. But she never mentioned the good people again. I asked her once, when she was about 10, if she remembered the night terrors. She shook her head. I asked if she remembered saying anything about good people or bad people. She looked at me like I was crazy. It made me wonder if she had really forgotten, or if something else had happened. Something she wasn't supposed to remember. I didn't bring it up again. The house still gave me that weird feeling even after I moved out. I went to college in another state, but every time I came back for holidays, the air felt the same, like it was holding its breath. My old room was fine. My parents had repainted it and used it as a guest room. But the hallway, especially around 3 or 4 in the morning, still made me uncomfortable. I'd walk to the bathroom and feel like something was behind me. Not touching, just watching. One night during winter break, I got up to use the bathroom. It was around 3:30 a.m. The house was dead silent, except for the ticking of the hallway clock. I walked past my sister's old room, now used for storage. As I passed, I thought I heard something. A soft whisper, maybe. I stopped, listened. Nothing. I stood there for a few seconds, staring at the door. Then I kept walking. On my way back, I passed it again. This time, I felt cold air coming from underneath the door. The heater was on in the house, but that room felt like a refrigerator. I didn't go in. I just walked back to my room and closed the door. That morning, I asked my mom if the heater was broken in that part of the house. She said no and checked the thermostat. Everything was fine. My sister, now a teenager, looked up from her phone and asked why I was asking. I just shrugged, said I thought it felt cold. Over the years, I thought maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe my imagination was still wired from those childhood memories. But then about a year ago, something happened that brought it all back. I was visiting home for a few days, and my parents had gone out to dinner. I was alone in the house, watching a movie in the living room. My sister was out with friends. Around 9 p.m., the door to her old room creaked open. Slowly, I turned my head and looked. No one was there. I got up, heart racing, and walked over. I pushed the door open. The room was dark, just boxes and old furniture. The air was cold again. Not freezing, but definitely colder than the rest of the house. I stood there for a minute, listening. Then, something odd happened. I felt calm, like whatever had been in there before was gone. The feeling I had lived with for years, that strange weight in the air, was gone. For the first time, that room felt just like a room. Empty. I stepped in and turned on the light. Nothing. Just old stuff. That night, I slept better than I had in that house in a long time. I don't know what really happened during those years. I don't have answers. My sister doesn't remember anything. My parents avoid talking about it. But I remember. I remember the screams, the cold, the strange things she said. And I remember that morning at the breakfast table when she said those words like they were nothing. Maybe it was just a phase she went through. Maybe the mind of a child, still developing, creates things to protect itself from stress or fear. Maybe good people were just her way of making sense of something she didn't understand. Or maybe there really was something in that house. Something that saw a scared little girl and decided to protect her. Not a ghost. Not a monster. Just something. Something we don't have a word for. All I know is, whatever it was, it's not there anymore. The house feels lighter now. Normal. And maybe that's all that matters. I was 23 when this happened. I hadn't thought about it in years until recently when I was walking the same path again. But now I can't stop thinking about it. It was summer, probably sometime in late July or early August, and the sun was on its way down, just past the tree line. The air still held that sticky warmth you get in the early evening, thick and humid, the kind of warmth that clings to your skin and makes your shirt stick to your back. I remember my shoes making that dry, dusty crunch on the path as I walked. I didn't live far from either of the two parks in town, and I used to take this shortcut between them, an old trail that cuts through a strip of woods, maybe half a mile long. Not many people used it anymore. I think the city stopped maintaining it properly a few years back. It wasn't paved or anything, just dirt and some gravel here and there, but it saved time. So I used it, even when it was getting late. That evening, I'd stayed a little longer at the park than I meant to. I wasn't doing anything important, just sitting on a bench, scrolling through my phone, kind of lost in my thoughts. I think I was trying to get away from the noise of my apartment. My neighbors upstairs were renovating their kitchen or bathroom or something, and it sounded like they were dragging cinder blocks across the floor nonstop. So I stayed at the park until I noticed the shadows getting longer, and I realized I'd better get moving before the woods got too dark. It wasn't dangerous, per se, just eerie when the sun went down, and I didn't have a flashlight or anything with me. Just my phone, but I didn't want to waste the battery. I got up, stretched a bit, and started walking toward the trail that links the two parks. It was the kind of summer evening where everything around you is buzzing, literally. Crickets, cicadas, tree frogs. All those tiny creatures making a racket so loud that it almost becomes background noise. It was comforting, in a way, because it reminded me that the world around me was alive. There were birds chirping in short bursts, and I think I even heard a distant lawnmower still going somewhere in the neighborhood beyond the trees. Life was happening all around me, and I felt okay, like nothing bad could really happen with all that life buzzing around. I got maybe 5 minutes into the trail when I noticed the shift. At first, it was subtle. I started hearing my own footsteps more clearly, like the crunch of gravel and dry leaves was getting louder. Then I noticed my breathing. Not heavy, not panting, just noticeable. I could hear the air moving in and out of my own nose. It felt wrong. That was the first real sign that something was off, but I didn't realize it fully yet. Then it hit me. Everything else had gone silent. Completely silent. No crickets. No birds. Nothing. Just the sound of me walking and breathing, and the faint rustle of my clothes as my arms swung at my sides. I stopped for a second and just stood still listening. I even held my breath for a few seconds. Nothing. Not a damn thing. No hum of insects. No chirp from the trees. No breeze through the leaves. Just a still, heavy kind of quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you realize how much you take background noise for granted. It was like someone had hit mute on the world. I didn't like it, but I shrugged it off, told myself that sometimes these things happen. Maybe the temperature dropped slightly and the bugs got quiet. Maybe a hawk or owl was nearby and the smaller animals were keeping their heads down. I don't know. I've heard of that sort of thing before. Still, I picked up the pace. My body didn't feel like standing around to see what the reason was. The trail winds a bit, and the tree cover gets thicker the farther you go. The light dimmed quicker than I expected. The path was still visible, but it was that deep blue-gray color you get when the sun's just below the horizon. That in-between stage when your eyes haven't quite adjusted, but you know full darkness is just around the corner. I heard the laugh maybe 2 minutes later. It was faint, muffled. Definitely a laugh, though. Short, maybe 2 or 3 bursts. Not loud enough to jump out at me, but enough that I stopped walking. I turned my head a little, trying to place where it came from. It sounded like it could have come from the direction of the park I'd just left, or maybe from the trees off the trail. I couldn't tell. The way sound moves in the woods is strange. It bounces and shifts, and sometimes seems like it's coming from everywhere at once. I tried not to dwell on it. Could have been a kid or a teenager. Could have been someone walking their dog near the park, laughing at something on their phone. I started walking again. I didn't want to scare myself over nothing. But about 30 seconds later, I heard it again. Still faint, but clearer this time. A little closer. The same sort of short laugh. Quick bursts of sound, like someone finding something mildly funny, but not truly amused. Not a belly laugh. More like the kind of laugh you do when you're trying to be creepy on purpose. The kind of laugh someone might make when they know you're alone and they're watching you. This time, it made my stomach knot up. My feet moved faster. I didn't run, not yet, but I was speed walking like someone late for a bus. I kept my eyes on the path, but I was scanning side to side, looking for any movement in the trees or bushes. Nothing. No rustling, no silhouettes, no footsteps other than my own. Then it happened. I swear to you, this is exactly how it went down. The laugh came again, but this time it was loud. Not just loud, like it was right behind me. Like someone was leaning into my ear from just a few feet back and letting it rip. It sounded like a cartoon. That's the only way I can describe it. Not just any cartoon. Specifically, it reminded me of Woody Woodpecker. That high-pitched, cackling, ridiculous laugh. But it was wrong. Distorted. A bit slower, like someone trying to mimic it, but not quite hitting the mark. The kind of laugh that would be funny if it wasn't happening in the middle of the woods, alone, in the dark, with no one else around. I turned around fast. I was about to run when I saw something that made my brain stutter. A metal garbage can, one of those big round ones, the kind you see in public parks, flew through the air. Not rolling, not tumbling. It flew. I saw the lid first, flipping end over end like a frisbee gone wild. Then the can came after it, flipping sideways. And it came from behind a massive tree that had to be at least 20 feet tall. That can cleared it. Just soared over like it was tossed by a machine. It crashed down maybe 15 feet from me, bouncing and rolling with a loud metallic clatter that shattered the silence like a car crash. I screamed, I'm not ashamed to admit it, and took off. Full on running now. I didn't care if I tripped or twisted my ankle. I didn't care what was behind me. I just ran. The trail bends a lot, weaving through the woods in curves and loops, so I couldn't see very far ahead. My heart was hammering in my chest, my breathing ragged, but I was still aware enough to hear something strange. There was something ahead of me, something moving. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. Dry leaves crunching, branches snapping, that same rhythmic thudding that running feet make. Whatever it was up ahead and moving fast. The sick realization hit me. Whatever had thrown that trash can wasn't just behind me. It was also ahead of me, or it got ahead of me somehow. My brain couldn't make sense of it, but I didn't have time to think. I kept running, heart in my throat, lungs burning. As I rounded a bend, I heard a splash. A huge splash. It was loud enough to echo off the trees. And it came from the pond that sat off to the right of the trail. It wasn't a nice pond, not the kind you walk your dog around. It was murky and shallow, with a scummy surface and patches of tall reeds. I don't think anyone had touched that water in years. It always looked half dead, like the kind of place you'd lose a shoe just walking near it. When I came around the bend, I saw the ripples, a wide V-shape cutting across the surface, like something big had just jumped in. I stopped at the edge of the trail, panting, staring at the water. The splash was too big to be a rock. It wasn't a fish. It wasn't a duck. It was something heavy, something alive, but nothing came back up. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. A minute. Nothing. No bubbles, no movement, no sign of whatever went in. I stood there, frozen, staring at the water. My legs were shaking, and my back was covered in sweat, cold and sticky despite the heat. My hands were trembling. My body wanted to run again, but something in me refused to take my eyes off that pond. Eventually, I had to move. The trail ran around the far side of the pond before leading out to the other park. I had no choice but to follow it. I didn't want to turn around and go back toward whatever had laughed and thrown that can, so I started moving again, slow and cautious this time. I kept my eyes on the water, waiting for something, anything, to break the surface. I half expected to see a head pop up, or arms reaching out, or something unnatural climbing onto the bank. But the pond stayed still. Too still. I made it around the far side, and finally started seeing the lights from the other park through the trees. Relief washed over me, but it was a shaky kind of relief. The kind that doesn't quite settle in because your nerves are still shot. I didn't stop walking until I got to the main road, where the path opened up onto the sidewalk. I turned around one last time. The trees were dark. The trail was empty. Nothing moved. I walked the rest of the way home on the street, under streetlights, heart still pounding in my chest. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. Not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, though that was part of it, but because I couldn't explain it. I still can't. I've gone over that night in my head 1,000 times. I've looked at it from every angle. I thought about kids messing around, someone playing a prank, maybe someone on drugs being weird, but nothing about it fits. A few years ago, my partner and I stayed at her parents' house while they were away on holiday. They were taking a 2-week trip abroad, and we agreed to house sit while they were gone. They live in a quiet little place just outside of a small town. It's the kind of area where all the houses are spaced out, a good bit of land between each one. No traffic noise, no city hum, just trees, wind, and the occasional dog barking in the distance. I remember the first night we got there. We unpacked our bags and stocked the fridge with groceries. Her parents' house was neat, modern in some places, but still had that lived-in family home feeling. Pictures on the walls from the kids growing up, shelves full of holiday souvenirs, and that faint scent of furniture polish that always lingered in the air. I always found it comforting in a way. The first few days were normal. We cooked meals, lounged in the living room watching Netflix, sometimes went out for a walk around the neighborhood. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Her parents have a golden retriever, Toby, but they'd taken him with them, so the house felt a little emptier without him padding around. That might have added to the stillness. Silence really takes over a place when there's nothing to break it up, not even a dog's collar jingling. It was maybe the 3rd or 4th night when I woke up needing the bathroom. It was sometime around 2 in the morning. I checked my phone before getting up, mostly out of habit. No messages or notifications. I didn't bother turning on any lights because I'd already memorized the layout of the house, and there was a faint blue glow coming in through the hallway windows from the streetlights outside. Enough to see by. I headed downstairs, passing through the hallway and into the living room to get to the bathroom. As soon as I stepped inside, I stopped. The couch cushions were all over the place. Some were tossed on the floor, one was perched awkwardly on the backrest, and 2 of them were stacked in the corner near the TV stand. It didn't make sense. My partner is the type to tidy up before bed, every time, like clockwork. Blankets folded neatly, cushions aligned perfectly. It was something I used to tease her about, how methodical she was with little things. So seeing the living room like that instantly felt wrong. It wasn't just a bit messy. It looked like someone had been searching through them or moving them on purpose. I stood there for a second, staring at the mess, listening to the stillness of the house. No movement, no voices, no creaking floorboards. I told myself maybe she came down after I'd fallen asleep and forgot to fix it. I even thought maybe it was Toby's scent still lingering in the room. Maybe I was just uneasy without him there. I went into the bathroom anyway. It's directly across from the living room, right at the base of the stairs. Small room, white tiles, skylight window, and the door swings inward. I sat there for a couple of minutes, mostly just trying to settle my nerves. The house felt too quiet. Not in a peaceful way, but heavy, like the air was denser than usual. Then the knocking came. 3 loud, solid knocks. Not rushed, not panicked, just deliberate. The kind of knocking someone does when they expect you to open up. The door shook slightly in the frame, the way it does when someone knocks hard enough to move it, but not enough to unhinge it. I remember freezing in place. The knocking came from right in front of me. The door was maybe 3 feet away. I could see it trembling from the impact. I immediately thought it was my partner. I called out, 2 seconds. My voice sounded more casual than I felt. I waited for a reply, but nothing came back. Not even a shuffle of feet or someone walking away. Then I heard breathing. Slow, raspy, almost mechanical. Like someone trying to control their breath, but struggling. I sat there listening to it, heart thudding in my chest. I stared at the bottom edge of the door, waiting to see the shadow of feet. But there was nothing. The breathing kept going, rhythmic and low, like whoever was out there wasn't in a hurry. I sat frozen. I must have waited another full minute before I forced myself to finish up and unlock the door. I opened it slowly, expecting. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I was bracing for something, but the hallway was empty. No one there. No sound. The cushions were still scattered. I stood there, just listening. The breathing had stopped completely. I went upstairs, trying not to run, but definitely not walking slowly. My partner was awake when I got back. She asked, "What were you doing down there?" I asked what she meant, and she said she'd heard loud knocking. I told her everything, from the cushions to the breathing, and I could see the color drain from her face. She didn't try to explain it away. She didn't laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She just went quiet, pulled the covers up, and we lay there not saying much else. The next day, we tried to brush it off. We tidied the living room together, even joked a little while doing it, but both of us were more cautious. We kept the downstairs lights on more often. We double-checked that all the windows and doors were locked each night. I think we were both waiting for something else to happen. It didn't take long. I think it was the next evening, maybe around 7 or 8, just after dinner. We were in the living room, watching TV. I remember the air in the room felt off, like the temperature had dropped slightly. We were both curled up on the couch when a sound exploded through the house. A single, massive bang. It was so loud I felt it in my chest. I jumped up, instinctively ducking. It sounded like a gunshot had gone off somewhere inside the house. Then everything went black. The power cut out immediately. The TV flicked off, all the lights died, and that mechanical hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the bang itself. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. My partner had already pulled her phone out too. We went to the fuse box in the hallway and flipped everything back on. It all powered up without issue. Then we started looking for the source of the bang. We followed the trail of our own hesitation to the dining room, and that's where we found it. The mirror, this massive framed mirror that hung above a side table, had come off the wall and smashed into the outlet below. The glass was cracked but hadn't completely shattered. The frame had struck the socket dead on, damaging it enough to trip the power. It must have landed vertically. It didn't fall forward like you'd expect. But here's the weird part. The wire loop on the back of the mirror was still intact. So was the wall fixture. We tested them. The hook was solid, screwed deep into the plaster, and the mirror's hanging wire was tight. It should have held. We even tried rehanging it the next day just to see, and it stayed in place perfectly. We couldn't make sense of it. There was no earthquake, no vibration, no windows open for wind to gust through. Nothing that would have knocked it down. Over the next few days, more strange things happened. At first it was just little things, subtle enough to question. A chair slightly pulled out from the table when no one had used it. A throw blanket from the couch found crumpled on the floor when we were sure it had been folded. Sounds in other rooms. The feeling of movement, like someone brushing past you just out of sight. Then it got bolder. One afternoon, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. My partner was upstairs showering. I heard a scrape, like wood dragging across wood. I looked over and saw one of the dining room chairs had pulled out from the table. I didn't hear footsteps, just that single scrape, and the chair was out. I walked over slowly, checked the floor, nothing unusual. I pushed the chair back in and stood there for a moment. I was trying to listen, trying to sense if there was something in the room with me. Another time, we both heard it. We were in the bedroom, just sitting on the bed reading. We had the door open. The hallway outside was quiet. Then we heard it, voices. Low and muffled, like 2 or 3 people having a conversation in the living room. It wasn't loud, but clear enough that we both looked up from our books. We stayed quiet, listening. I remember getting goosebumps as the voices faded into silence the moment I stepped into the hallway. We checked the whole house, nothing. No TV on, no phones playing audio, no windows open. The house was empty apart from us. We even tried recording the sounds one night. We left my phone recording in the dining room while we were in the kitchen playing cards. When we played it back later, we heard faint thuds and what sounded like a chair being moved. Nothing dramatic, but definitely not the silence we were expecting. That phone sat untouched on the table the entire time. Sometimes we'd wake up to find furniture shifted slightly. The armchair turned at an angle. A lamp moved 6 inches from where it had been. A bookshelf once had 3 of its books lying flat on the floor, spine down, like they'd been placed there deliberately. The weirdest one was the coffee table. It's heavy, 2-person lift kind of heavy. We came downstairs one morning and found it several feet closer to the hallway. Not just bumped, moved, like someone had grabbed both ends and dragged it without leaving any scratch marks on the wooden floor. My partner asked if I had moved it for cleaning. I hadn't. Neither had she. By the second week, we stopped trying to make sense of it. It wasn't just unsettling, it was exhausting. We barely slept. Every sound made us jump. Every creak in the floorboards felt like a step closer to losing our minds. But nothing ever hurt us. Nothing ever escalated to physical harm. It just felt like the house wanted to remind us it was alive in some way. By the time her parents returned, we were both on edge. We didn't mention much of it to them at first, just said the mirror fell and the power tripped. They shrugged it off, said the mirror must have slipped. But we knew better. Even now, years later, my partner says her parents mention things from time to time. A chair not where they left it. The dog barking at corners. Whispering sounds late at night. They always brush it off as old house noises.